My name is Li Yun, and everyone knows me as the first under heaven peerless immortal, because I possess a physique that is the father of all cultivation geniuses. My 1 hour of cultivation is equal to someone else's 10 years. Damn. Cultivating 10,000 times faster, what's even the point of fighting anymore? This game is all mine. With just a thought, I can send him to the scoreboard, possessing Conqueror's Hataki that makes my enemies pee their pants. Not only that, but I was also the leader of the Revolutionary Army, surviving countless life-and-death battles. But that was 2 years ago. The me of now is just an ordinary guy, nothing special. That's because the revolution from last year disbanded. The new emperor wished for peace under the heavens. And now, I've married a completely normal wife. Her name is Zhao Ruoli. Although her family is not well off, she's not common, and she's also very beautiful. This is the life I've always wanted. A normal wife, a normal self, everything just, normal, and chill. But while this normal was chilling on the balcony, an explosion rocked the city. Below, a bunch of rebels were terrorizing civilians, trying to overthrow the dog emperor. Heaven will bless the great Qian righteous army. Long live the peerless immortal. What the hell is this? Why are these guys out here rebelling again? These brutal rebels are burning houses, slaughtering innocent people, sparing neither old nor young. Li Yun noticed Zhao Ruoli clenching the balcony railing, thinking she was scared. Damn it, they're rebelling right on my doorstep. You guys scared my wife half to death. Li Yun picked up Ruoli, looking all cool and handsome. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I will absolutely not let you get hurt, Ruo. Lena didn't look scared at all, only saying a few words. Traitors are just like that. They're parasites, only knowing how to destroy, always messing things up. All they do is cause trouble. They'll get their karma sooner or later. Hit by a carriage, choking on water, getting a urinary tract infection, getting constipated. Ruo Lia's curses hit Li Yun right in the face. It hurts. My wife's scolding hurts so bad. Liu Yun's face was covered in cold sweat, so he changed the subject. Let's not talk about the rebels anymore. The previous emperor was not only stupid, but also immoral. He pushed an old lady into the sea, raped a pig, and even skimped on the story's vitamins. That's why so many rebellions happen. Who knows if the new emperor is a true dog emperor? Hearing Li Yun say this, Ruo Li suddenly puffed up her cheeks, her eyes glaring at Li Yun like bullet holes. Li Yun had no idea what he said wrong. Never mind, don't overthink it. Li Yun immediately picked up Ruo Li and ran out of the house. Just as they stepped outside, they ran right into the rebel army. At their doorstep, Li Yun gallantly said, "Don't be scared, hide behind me." Li Yun pointed and babbled, "What's that, like a meth head, heavenly king, earth tiger?" The rebel leader was confused and said, "What the hell is this guy saying?" "What are you looking at? Look at this pee-pee poo-poo. You want me to kill you? Hey guys, can we just make peace? Whatever the issue is, let's talk it out. Harmony is key. The rebels didn't get the hint. Why are these guys fakes? They have no spiritual energy, just two ordinary people, no money. Let's just kill them, right? Let's kill them right now. Just looking at their poverty makes me mad. They're ruining our big plan. Kill the guy. He's such an eyesore. Keep the girl. I'll have my fun with her later." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole gang of rebels charged forward like hungry tigers. They can't even see my concealed spiritual energy. What a bunch of noobs, ugh. Looks like I'll have to reveal my identity. Suddenly, Ruo Li grabbed Li Yun's hand and pulled him away. "Run! We can't make a big scene like this. If we do, my business in the capital will be exposed." In a secluded spot, Li Yun gathered his spiritual power into his finger and pointed it at the rebels. It really is a gentle attack, not a single sound. But this gentle was weird. The entire street was destroyed by just a tiny bit of Li Yun's spiritual power. Li Yun sat on the ground, blaming himself. "Why am I so strong? It was just an accident." Li Yun began bullshitting. "Are you okay? It seems a master helped us out. We're really lucky, haha." A moment later, the Imperial Guards arrived. "Assess the situation. Round up everyone nearby who is unrelated, and take them to the court. Looks like we're going to jail for a long time." The Imperial officer bent down and did a push-up. The basalt stone was instantly crushed. To be able to do this, could it be that person? He then looked over and saw Ruo Li. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat and quickly ordered, "Separate the men and women for interrogation." Li Yun was then taken away. "Don't be scared. Everything will be fine. I'll come find you very soon." After Li Yun was taken away, the remaining officers stood before Ruo Li, then suddenly knelt and clasped their hands in salute. "Your Majesty, we apologize for startling you." A moment later, Chen Hai said, "Are these all the people who were at the Lantern Festival?" "Yes, Your Majesty." "Make sure no one is missed." "I was clearly there, yet I couldn't tell who made a move." Your Majesty, the identities of those rebellious forces have been uncovered. They're hoodlums from the capital, hired by someone with money. They were disguised. If I'm not mistaken, then those powerful families are up to no good. Your Majesty has just ascended the throne, and the powerful families are still very influential, even with the rebellious forces. If the leader of those rebels is also in the capital, where could they possibly hide? Scene change. 6 fan doors. After being taken to the station for tea, Li Yun was finally released. Mr. Li Ha, take care, and feel free to visit if you have time. Thanks for the hospitality, haha. Weird. Why are the 6 fan doors being so polite? They didn't even interrogate me, just served me and let me go. Wild. Is it because I liked this video or something? He only took 2 steps before seeing Ruo Li waiting at the door. Just coming out now? Were you talking to some chicken there, weren't you? Sorry, wifey, kept you waiting. I thought you were gonna get tortured. The capital hasn't been very peaceful lately, so watch your safety. Are they rebels? Not just rebels, but also powerful families. Those people were sent by the powerful families. Their goal is to intimidate the new emperor, shake up the foundation, and then gain more benefits. The new emperor just ascended and doesn't dare touch them. Whoa, wifey, you're really something. How do you know so much? It's like you're the emperor yourself. Ruo Li looked like she'd been hit in her soft spot, turning away to avoid his gaze. Just now, I accidentally overheard it from the 6 fan doors, interrogating officers. On their way home, the 2 of them saw a wife crying over her husband, who had just been murdered by those hoodlums. Ruo Li said worriedly. If something had happened just now, we really would have been separated. But Li Yun wasn't scared at all. He took her hand and showered the single bros with dog food. No need to worry, I'm here. This is the safest place. HMPH. You mean you're safe, right? Looks like I'll have to deal with the rebellious forces and the powerful families. Can't let them harm him. Powerful families, huh? The emperor doesn't dare to deal with you. Then I will. The next morning, everyone was abuzz about what happened last night. Seems like some powerful family got robbed yesterday. Not just robbed, I heard the head of the Huang family and his wife even had flowers drawn on their faces by the thief. Now the whole imperial court is in utter chaos. Looks like your mood isn't too bad, huh? Seeing bad guys get their comeuppance. I'm really happy. My wifey is truly adorable. In short, just adorable. Peaceful life has returned. No fighting, killing, or scheming, everything's super calm. The honest common folks were minding their own business. Huh, what the heck is that? Where did this weirdo come from? You can tell this dude's a good guy just by looking at him. Seeing Li Yun checking out someone else's assets, Ruo Li's face flushed with jealousy. No, wifey, I just found her identity suspicious. Seeing Li Yun also noticing the masked person, they immediately greeted him. Hello, brave hero. Today is also a day full of hope. If you're going to preach, I'll call the 6 fan doors. Besides, your identity has already been exposed, so what's the point of covering your face? Pleft, isn't this to hide my appearance? That way, even if that dog emperor finds out, I won't be wanted. Damn, you actually know you'll be wanted. Huh, why do I feel a chill down my spine? Wait a minute, I think I've seen you somewhere before. Take off your mask so I can see. Aren't you my tenant who owes rent? Damn. Seeing she was found out, this character quickly changed the subject. Look over there, there's a beauty taking off her pants. Whoa. Both Li Yun and Ruo Li snapped their heads to look. Seeing Li Yun had been tricked, the masked person quickly fled. While running, she tripped on some grass and face planted. As she fell, her mask also came off. Seeing Li Yun approaching, she immediately kowtowed. Landlord, sir, I'm kowtowing to you now. Please, I beg you, let me off just this once. I think your name is Li Shu. You're probably not a rebel, are you? Though you're not one yet, you'll quickly become one of them. Well, after I joined the rebel army, finding that person could also cover the rent, Ruo Li was immediately curious. Who is that person? That person is the strategic genius, with morals far beyond ordinary people, the leader of the rebel army, the peerless immortal, Xianxia. I will definitely find him. Before my father died, he gave me a portrait of Xianxia, so I just need to rely on the painting to find him. This brat even has a painting. I clearly erased all the clues about me. Crap. If this continues, my secret of being the leader of the rebels will be exposed to my wife. Contrary to the guy's thoughts, Ruo Li really wanted to know. I wonder why the records related to Xianxia have mysteriously disappeared. Good opportunity. I finally know what that bastard looks like. Although he looks a bit ugly, his face looks like a shoe. But he is our leader. Recently, I've been asking people on the street. Perfect timing to ask you guys. Have you seen this person? Should I feel happy or miserable about this? Moreover, where have I seen this painting before? Ruo Li said with conviction. Could this be the appearance of the rebel leader? Suddenly the commoners shouted, It's the rebels! The rebels have appeared! Lin Zhu immediately used his ninja skill, the illusionary shadow. You can't see me, you can't see me. Could this be your last trick? Hey girl, is there something wrong with your brain? Hey, have you heard? Rebels appeared at the Hongshu brothel. I heard that the ringleader dared to swagger into the pleasure house. Could it be that the legendary Xianxia has been captured? How could that be? What kind of person is Xianxia? Even the 6 doors haven't laid a finger on him. You think you can catch him? Ridiculous. Which colleague got caught? Could it be someone I know? At this moment, in the Hongshu brothel, this esteemed guest. You don't really think of our Hongshu brothel as a tavern, do you? What kind do you want? This one will find it for you. Oh, you'll help me find it? Yes, I will find it for you. I'm here to find a man? What? You want to find a man? So it's that kind of situation. Immediately after that, someone kicked the door open and rushed in. I am Yun Yi of the Yun family, on the emperor's orders, arresting the wanted Zhang Hu to bring him to justice. Obediently put your hands up and surrender. Zhang Hu frowned and stood up. Approaching Yun Yi entered a stance, preparing to fight. I advise you not to resist. But the script seems a bit off. Zhang Hu immediately knelt down to negotiate. You've finally arrived. I've been waiting so long. Hurry up and arrest me. I've used up all my travel expenses, and I'm about to starve to death. I said, I surrender. Quickly take me to jail for a government-funded meal. It's me. I am the rebel. Hurry up and arrest me. Hurry up and let go. Snot and tears are all over my feet. And so, Zhang Hu was shackled and paraded through the streets. The leader of the bandits, Zhang Hu, has come to see you. Who would have thought that a doctor like me would end up in this situation today? 7 years ago, Zhang Hu was still a doctor treating people. Doctor, my hand is injured. A small matter, leave it to me. I clearly only used a little strength. It hurts. It seems like my hand is broken. It's okay. Don't be afraid. I will fix it for you. And so, a hand goes one way and a leg goes another, curing a lame pig into a stewed pig. After that, I was wanted. Reward for the head of Mu Yi, aka Zhang Hu. Whoever catches Zhang Hu will receive a reward of 3 billion belli. Not long after that, I joined the rebel army until I met him. Falling from the sky to the ground, what's going on? Someone fell from the sky. Could it be a messenger sent by heaven? The guy sat up, feeling like he broke 300 bones, and immediately met a kind doctor. Luckily I was here. He has been revived, then became the leader of our group. Wait, that is, the rumors are true. You really are in the capital. What are you looking at? Are there any of your accomplices in that group? Oh dear, you misunderstand me, officer. With such a smart, handsome guy like Lao Zhang by my side, how could I possibly look at anyone else? Stop pretending. What are you doing at a brothel? This place has some good-looking and rich pretty boys that I like. You're doing what, Yun Yi? Sweating buckets, yells. Quickly, arrest this pervert. Get this sicko out of here. Little handsome? I'll be waiting for you in jail. Zhang Hu, this guy, is deliberately getting arrested or something. Could he be here to find me? Why so pensive? It's nothing. I was just wondering if something happened to me. Would you come looking for me? Ruo Li turns and walks away, saying, No. Oh, you mean with me around, nothing will happen to you? Scene changes tonight. That punk is climbing all over the roof instead of sleeping. He hops to Daiqian Heavenly Prison, sneaking around to visit his old friend. Daiqian Heavenly Prison is the most heavily guarded place in the capital. Legend has it that back in the day, a certain Dao Saint Bai came here to save someone, and his legs got broken at the prison gate. Is our heavenly prison really impenetrable? Of course. Let me tell you, if anyone can break into this place, my wife will cheat on me. This guy talks big, but he doesn't know that Li Yun is already inside. As expected, I knew you'd come looking for me. Long time no see, boss. Haha, that's right. Long time no see, Beardy. As expected, for you, getting into Daiqian Heavenly Prison is as easy as flipping your hand. You truly are the man who saved me. When did you save me? I don't remember. Wait. Are you talking about the time when I transmigrated here and your treatment caused me to be bedridden for 30 months? Luckily, my life wasn't supposed to end, so I survived. It was just an accident. But it was also because of this that I discovered my constitution. After recovering, I found out that I could absorb spiritual energy to strengthen my body. My cultivation speed is 1 day equal to 1 year of others. That's why I was able to become stronger so quickly. But this constitution has a fatal flaw. The stronger I become, the more serious the problem will be, and that is hair loss. Fortunately, you researched a hair loss prevention medicine, so I didn't go bald. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to marry such a beautiful wife. Maybe some bald dude needs this medicine? Is that your wife? I saw her. She's pretty cute. You're a lucky man indeed. Let's end this here with old times. Then, the prison visit is over. I'm heading back. My wife is waiting for me at home. Still, I haven't said what I came here for. To tell the truth, I suffered a chi deviation while cultivating and probably won't live much longer, so I risked my life to come find you, hoping you might have a solution. After all, you're the strongest person in the world, and no one can compare to you in terms of cultivation. Li Yun, with an extremely serious face, advises. You should drink more water, shut up. Li Yun says teasingly. Big Beard, I have a special constitution, so I won't suffer chi deviation, sorry. Can't help you, I'll just have to give you all my assets. Oh dear, I'd be so embarrassed. You have so many assets, I could never finish spending them all. Immediately after, Li Yun pulls out 3 steamed buns. Steamed buns. This is all of your assets. That's right, it took me all of 5 went to buy them. I still owe my wife money. I have to pay her back 50,000 taels tomorrow. Holy crap, that's worse than usury. A dignified leader of the rebel army has fallen to the point of being henpecked. Forget it. Seeing you like this before I go is good enough. Don't say such unlucky things, Big Beard. You have such a long life, you'll probably get through it. Also, there's one more thing you need to pay attention to. Now that the new emperor has ascended the throne, the court is quite weak, and the aristocratic families all have intentions of rebelling, especially the Huang family. They are not only colluding with the remaining rebel forces, but they also seem to be harboring some kind of conspiracy. I have a premonition that this matter is not simple, and the entire capital, even Daqian, may be implicated. While they were talking, there was a sudden noise from outside, and they sensed that someone was coming to check. Then, Li Yun quickly puts on his outfit and dips. I understand what you're saying. I'll be going first. Li Yun brat dipped out faster than you can blink. Yun Yi went over to check. Was someone here just now? Oh, little bro is here. Are you trying to find an excuse for us to be alone? I'm so happy. Hearing that, Yun Yi's face went pale, and he felt a slight pain in his butt. On Li Yun's side, he thought as he walked back. So it's the imperial family. Have they made a move yet? The intel's limited for now. Gotta go find Monk Kong Wen to get some scoops. The new emperor and the noble families are starting to fight for power. What does it matter to me if another emperor dies? The important thing is not to disturb my life and not to involve my wifely. Let me see what kind of conspiracy you guys have. What can you do to me just based on your puny noble family? The next morning, at Longshan Temple. Longshan Temple is the most popular temple in the Great Qian dynasty, and the abbot of Longshan Temple is the highly respected Grandmaster Kong Wen. Every year, Grandmaster Kong Wen would help beggars, using them to build a powerful intelligence network, which is why he became the fastest source of news in the city. Early in the morning, Li Shui came to ask Grandmaster Kong Wen. Grandmaster Kong Wen, I heard that your news is updated very quickly and the information is accurate. Please tell me, where exactly is the leader of the rebels? Amitabha, benefactor, you are not the first person to ask this old monk about this matter, but I swear to Buddha, I really don't know where that person is. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yunbrat appeared right in front of him. Merciful Buddha, please forgive me for my lies. Mr. Landlord, why are you two here? I heard that the wishing tree here is very effective, so my wife and I came here to hang a tag to pray. Chu Gej also believes in this. Hearing the name of Li Yun's wife, old Kong Wen panicked. Chu, why is it the emperor's surname, emperor and wife? What's going on here? When the new emperor ascended the throne, I presided over the ritual in the palace. It's definitely her. Am I dreaming? The great rebel that everyone fears is married to the Empress of the Great Qian dynasty. I've made my wish. I won't bother you any longer. You too. I don't resolve karma here. The two didn't understand what he was talking nonsense about. It's nothing. You're getting old. It's easy to talk nonsense. Seeing the reactions of the two, could it be that they don't know? The old monk led the two to a huge tree and introduced. This is the wishing tree of Longshan Temple. People say that the wishing tree of Longshan Temple is very effective, so many pilgrims come here. Speaking of this, I must thank Benefactor Li Yun for his idea. Li Yun turned around and saw several kind martial monks leading chickens. This benefactor, I see that your Yintang area is dark. You will definitely encounter disaster in the next few days. Only by praying here can you avoid the disaster. Well, right now our prayer has a promotion. Only 9 towels. The whole family will be safe. Only 99 taels. No disasters, no scams. What are you waiting for? Hearing that, the other person believed it completely. I'll pray for 10 things. Here's 100 taels. You don't need to give me change back. Martial monks are ripping off ordinary people. Who dares to say no? You two write down your wishes and hang them on the tree. The two looked up at the tree, and in their hearts they already knew what they wanted to write, which was, people who see this video, please like and subscribe. Monk, actually I still have one thing to ask you. What is the royal family up to? This old monk doesn't know why the royal family has a conspiracy. I only know the Dengsheng grain store. If the benefactor wants to know, then go and see. That's enough, thank you. Truly a special karma. These two. How did they end up getting married? If one day they find out each other's identities, what will they choose? Will it be a scene where the two meet with swords on the bed? Then the beautiful scene now is a pity. The two wishing wooden planks on the tree both wrote the hope that they would be together forever. Switching scenes to the prison of the Great Qian dynasty. At this time, Chen Hai and Yun Yi were interviewing Zhang Hu. I'll ask you one more time. Where is the leader of the rebel army? Who knows, maybe it's deep within the 2 myriad miles under the bottom society. Haven't I told you all the detailed information already? You're talking about this stuff. In the most critical moment, he can transform into a giant mecha over 2,000 meters tall, proficient in all kinds of ninjutsu, almost became a pirate to find One Piece, and at the same time has all kinds of harems from lowly to big sister, is an enemy of those who commit adultery, a friend of the virtuous. You are the chosen one. Collect all 7 Dragon Balls. Yun Yi read the statement, and his lungs almost exploded. What the hell are you talking about? Only a stonehead could write this stuff, HMPH. Based on your IQ, you can't understand the content on it. How would I know? That kid Li Yun is just spewing some nonsense, but it's enough to scare people. Mr. Chen Hai, I think we should use torture, HMPH. Then try it. Do you think we're afraid of this? I think we should bring a pack of wolves, and then give them a little booze. An hour later, Zhang Hu, face pale, felt a slight pain in his butt. Holy crap, I'll tell you everything, so tell me, who brought you the steamed bun you ate? How did you know I ate a steamed bun last night? I thought I licked the plate clean, not even leaving a crumb. I checked your poop very carefully. I even tasted it. It's definitely a steamed bun, no doubt about that flavor. Awesome, as expected of Chen Hai, not missing any details, eating shit to find clues, so pro. Zhang Hu panicked. You're crazy. The 6 doors are all crazy. Are these guys solving cases on drugs? The food we've been giving you these past few days hasn't included any steamed buns, which means someone specifically brought it to you. You can enter the heavenly prison without being detected. Besides the rebel leader, who else could it be? I'm asking you. Is he hiding in the capital? Zhang Hu was speechless. Your expression has already betrayed you. That's enough to confirm it. Hey, if I were you guys, I wouldn't put all my attention on the immortals. What do you mean? Why do you think the aristocratic families have been so arrogant lately? They must have enough military strength to be so cocky. Some sources in my rebel army are indeed thinking of rebelling, but if he doesn't disband the entire army, what do you think will happen? Scene change to the imperial palace. Chen Hai reported everything to Ruo Li. From the prisoner having steamed buns, it can be seen that perhaps his funds are insufficient, and he also went to the heavenly prison but didn't break anyone out, indicating that he doesn't have any immediate plans to revolt but may be plotting something. Moreover, your subordinate dares to speculate that perhaps he disbanded the rebel army because he wants to return to a normal life. For example, he's married with children and can't do dangerous things. According to the information the prisoner revealed, most aristocratic families will collude with the remnants of the rebel army. But the leader isn't that person. Ai Ching, you've done a great job. You can compete with Cao Nan. Cao Nan? Who is your majesty talking about? Oh, it's nothing, just an outstanding young prodigy who specializes in solving difficult cases. Li Yun tells me about this young man's story every day. Does such a person really exist in the world? Your servant receives your favor, and will definitely dedicate myself to my work to repay your majesty's love. Step down, your servant takes his leave. Little money, married, wants to return to a normal life, huh? This range is too broad. For example, my own Li Yun is also like that. Speaking of that loser. At this time he was scouting around the Tangsheng grain restaurant. He can't just barge in with brute force like before. He has to think of a way to sneak in and can't make a big deal out of it, or his wife will worry about it. While thinking of a way to sneak in, he noticed the people of the 6 doors, and had an idea. Xiang families are afraid of the urban management, no matter what world it is. At this time, Li Yun had also entered the shop, observing carefully. Suddenly, a doorman rushed in a panic. Shopkeeper, big trouble. An informant reported that the people of the 6 doors are heading this way. They probably know we're raising Likoi cats in the basement. What? The shopkeeper gave the guard something and said, "Take this, and leave quickly. You must hand it over to the family head." And just as that loser planned, he secretly followed the guard. A moment later, Chen Hai and his gang arrived. Search. Surround this place for me. Don't let anyone escape. Search for me. Don't miss any suspicious places. Arrest all those who are raising Likoi cats. Reporting, my lord. No suspicious situations have been discovered. Who exactly reported this information? The reporter said he was an agent that His Majesty placed in the mortal world, calling himself Imperial Secret Agent 8007. Didn't see His Majesty's reappearance. Could it be His Majesty's instruction? Chen Hai then noticed something below and discovered a strange crystal. He immediately knew that this was Mai Tsui. In stone form, these guys are making a stone portal to that loser's place. Right then, he'd already shaken down the guard and swiped his stuff. Guess that's one report taken care of. The 6 doors are way too easy to fool. These tool people are actually kinda useful. Starting to admire the Emperor a bit. Gotta see what they're plotting. January 20th. Royal Consort went to Master Chen's place. Back in 10 minutes. January 21st. Royal Consort went to Master Liu's place. Back in 20 minutes. January 22nd. Royal Consort. Holy crap, what is this? Is this a diary of getting cheated on? Saving it for payback day. Using his own cuckolding as a code. What a ruthless bastard. Nah, something's off. This record is clearly hiding something. Let's try injecting some true key. Then, that Li Yun dude channeled spiritual power into the book, and the words written in it gradually warped and changed. So that's it, using true chi mineral ink to write the book. Even if someone snatched it, they wouldn't see the hidden content without using true Q. The content in the book read, "Maybe he's in the capital too, but it doesn't matter. This letter won't have any impact when the emperor leaves the palace to take action." Is this referring to me? Judging by this content, the aristocratic families are planning to assassinate her, while the new emperor is out for a stroll. Even though this has nothing to do with me, if things blow up, it won't stay that way. The emperor's stroll outside the palace is a traditional activity after ascending the throne. Wonder what these guys will pull this time. I don't care about the emperor. I'm just afraid their actions will be like last time, affecting my wifey. Guess I only have one choice then. Just gotta refuse to participate in this event. Gotta bail far away so trouble won't find me. Cut to Ruo Li's place. Your Majesty, Minister Chen Hai requests an audience. Let him in. This subject greets. Your Majesty, Your Majesty's predictions are divine. I followed your instructions and investigated. The imperial family is indeed plotting something. My instructions. What instructions? This guy's getting better at talking. This yellow true chi mineral is called Pu Yan Shi. Discovered in the imperial family's grain store. Not much power individually, but a large quantity of this mineral gathered together can cause a huge explosion. This subject suggests canceling the palace excursion. Every dynasty's emperor does this tradition, and now we're canceling it. Wouldn't that just make the aristocratic families even more arrogant? It's time they learned who the real boss of Daqian is. If I can't even handle this, how can I give him a peaceful life in the capital? Besides, meeting him while traveling would be a curious experience. A moment later, Your Majesty, the Imperial Food Hall's snacks have arrived. What flavor does Your Majesty desire? Ruo Li simply replied, sweet, confusing the maid. But Your Majesty clearly likes sour flavors. Why does she always get sweets? It's obviously to fatten up that Li Yun dude. What else, Ruo Li? Give all the Emperor's snacks to Li Yun to devour? Your cooking skills are getting better, but aren't you tired of cooking so much? Not too tired, because, well, she's not the one cooking. Alright, tomorrow my friend and I are going to watch the new Emperor's Palace excursion. Watching the new Emperor with a friend. You have friends now. Why not go with me? Can't I have friends? Ah, no, that's not it. I mean, I've never seen your friends before. What to do now? She usually doesn't interact with others. It's rare to find a friend. How can I stop her from going sightseeing? Then, can I go with you tomorrow? Ruo Li widened her eyes in protest. Clearly didn't want to go with that Li Yun dude. That night, that Li Yun dude tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and pondered. Going for a stroll with a friend, huh? Who can even be friends with my wife? Can't stop it, so I'll just follow and protect her. But being friends is good too. I'll take care of the safety. The next morning, that Li Yun guy overslept, and he's still mumbling wife, where's Ruo Li? Crap, I'm dead. Slept in. This is bad. I was thinking too much last night and went to bed late, and she didn't even wake me up. She's definitely mad from last night. Gotta find her quick. She's probably just on the road. Li Yun sees a crowd and sticks his head in to eavesdrop. A fully armored procession is marching towards perfect timing, the new emperor. As long as my wife isn't near there, it's all good. But where the heck did my wife run off to? Li Yun mumbles while eavesdropping. They say the new emperor is the #1 beauty in the world. Is that true? Is that legit? A female emperor in Daqian is already rare, and she's a hottie too. Heard anyone who sees her gets instantly smitten, making all the concubines in the harem feel ashamed. Isn't she just the Wu Zetian of another world? At most, a ruthless woman. Walked half the road already and still haven't spotted Ruo Li. Where'd she run off to? Searching for his wife all day, not knowing she's right next to him watching, Ruo Li peeks out from behind the curtain. With his supreme cultivation, Li Yun senses someone watching him. As soon as he turns around, Ruo Li pulls the curtain shut. Is she looking at me? Am I that handsome? Ruo Li giggles inside. Silly, that's what you get for waking up late. The procession is almost over. Probably no danger. Maybe she's already gone home. Suddenly, Li Yun senses something in the distance. A group of the six doors being massacred by someone wearing a ghost mask. Oh snap. He's sending them to the afterlife while mocking them. Haha, is this all the six doors got? Only that kid Xianxia has some skill. Whatever, don't forget to take the bag of spirit stones. This time, I'm gonna make sure that dog emperor dies a horrible death. You don't mess with anyone else's wife, especially not Li Yun's. Time for 3 seconds of silence for this guy. Sometime later, Qianhai's group discovers the corpses. Too late. The killing was brutal. The culprit could have killed them instantly with one move. But they deliberately didn't, letting them die slowly in agony. This is bad. Could it be him? Everyone split up to investigate. If you find anyone suspicious, don't engage. Just send a signal to contact me. Sir Qianhai. Who did this? Why are you so tense? Could it be that rebel leader? It's not him. But he's even more ruthless than that guy. He knows our 6 doors, investigation methods, and systems inside out. If it's him, he might be trying to lure us into an ambush. How could His Majesty know our 6 doors, systems? There's never been a leak. What if it's the person who built the system? The what now? Could it be that guy? Yep, it's Luo Chengshu, the former chief administrator of the 6 doors, Sir Qianhai. I joined the 6 doors pretty late. I've only heard about his brutal deeds. How strong is he? He couldn't have become the chief administrator of the 6 doors based on my strength alone. Until that incident happened, the rebels were very strong back then, and the imperial court was worried that the noble families and commoners in the capital would take the opportunity to rebel. Luo Chengshu was the new chief administrator of the 6 doors, so the emperor allowed him to strengthen control over the capital. This Luo Chengshu was extremely ruthless, creating a set of strict rules, and every time he enforced them, it caused massive destruction, hurting innocent people. The capital under his control naturally turned into a living hell. At first, this high-pressure management did suppress the conspiracies and rebellions, but this approach eventually reached a breaking point. Eventually, the masses of the capital couldn't take it anymore, and a large-scale riot broke out. Afterwards, the late emperor, in order to appease the people, ordered Luo Chengshu to be dealt with, and sent the 4 top experts of the 6 doors, Duo Qing, Geng Shao, Zhui Zheng, and Rezhu, to arrest him. But Luo Chengshu's strength was far beyond everyone's imagination. He wiped out the strongest elite unit. After that, he disappeared without a trace. Because of these deeds, he became a hellish demon in everyone's eyes, known as the Jade-Faced Rakshasa. As they're talking, that crabby face of Lianshu pops up. Hello, Mr. Landlord. I thought I was hallucinating, but it's just you. Well, look who it is, Mr. Landlord's here for the free grub, too. Word on the street is, His Majesty's taken a stroll, so every shop's given away freebies today. Scored a ton of delicious eats. Don't tell me that mountain of stuff you're lugging around is all food. Seriously, this is my Tet holiday stash, man. True to form, you're shamelessly OP, invincible under the heavens. Mr. Landlord, I don't think you get the whole picture. I'm small fry compared to some folks. Saw a dude with a sack this big, filled with shimmering gold chi ore. Bet it's worth a fortune. Gold chi ore. Could it be Pyrostone? Which way did they go? Last I saw, they were heading down that alley, seemed to be making for the east side. Those pyros are nuts. That's a load of pyrostone. Do they want to blow up the whole street into smithereens? Crap, they're already gone. At this rate, I won't make it in time. Liu Yun then lightly tapped his foot, his whole body soared high. From this high up, he could observe everything, scanning a few things and immediately finding Luo Chengshu's group, then flying down to land in front of Luo Chengshu with a very cool pose. Hello, sneaky crew. Assassinate the emperor if you want, but maybe chill with the large-scale weapons of mass destruction, yeah? Seeing some random dude spouting nonsense in front of her, Luo Chengshu immediately pulled out her big, long weapon and slashed down, but Li Yun was super agile, so he dodged it easily. The slash hit the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying everywhere, causing an earthquake in the area. He actually dodged it. Not bad. Hey, how about listening to some friendly advice? I don't intend to stop you from assassinating the new emperor. Not listening, addicted to presenting, Luo Chengshu swung another blow, but this time Li Yun didn't dodge, directly using his hand to block. Don't use weapons that affect other people, especially my darling wife. If you won't listen to reason, guess I have to teach you a lesson. What did you say? Teach me a lesson, are you high? Based on you, do you know who I am? Do you know who my dad is? Is Jade-Faced Rakshasa? I am Jade-Faced Rakshasa. Has the old man not heard it clearly? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yun kicked Luo Chengshu's beloved younger brother, causing him to kneel down in pain. Despicable. This bastard actually attacked me sneakily, and he went for the lower half too. What happened to martial ethics? Come on, man. Isn't it because you have too many openings? This move is called opportunistic. Learn a bit. You need enough experience, knowledge, and background to do it. Hearing this, Luo Chengshu turned red with anger, wielding her weapon wildly.
Li Yun still dodged easily, but because of carelessness he was hit by Luo Chengshu. Li Yun was knocked back miles away.
Luo Chengshu triumphantly. Is that all you got? I was just warming up. Were you scared stiff by my strength, weren't you? I only had to use 1/10 of half my strength just now. Go home and change your pants, kiddo. Saying a long line, Li Yun didn't care, only cared about the shirt his wife bought him with 10 months' salary. You, don't ruin my clothes. This outfit was bought for me by my wife. You're still worried about clothes? Next, I'll show you my true strength. I'll let you know what's called ruthless. Smiling for a few seconds, a hand quietly touched Luo Chengshu's avatar, and he was punched into the wall by Li Yun. Still pretending in front of me. Did you think I wouldn't use all my strength? Always feeling like you are invincible? This is also a disease, a mental disorder. Let me treat you. A moment later, Luo Chengshu was punched by Li Yun, so his parents couldn't recognize him.
Our boss is a legendary figure. In front of him there is no ability to resist.
What exactly is this person's origin? Not good. Let's run quickly. Intending to run, as soon as they wanted to run, Li Yun discovered. Where are you going, you guys? No rope, so this'll have to do. What a dumbass. Doesn't understand human speech. Stay here and reflect on your actions. Li Yun walks over to the oar. This crap is so dangerous. Giving it to the 6 doors, lackeys doesn't feel safe at all. Oh right, I can do this. Fireworks time. Li Yun throws it into the sky, making it explode into fireworks. Happy New Year. Wishing us bros no more sisters this year. Wait, what holiday is it today? Dunno. But the fireworks are pretty. Who's setting them off? No idea. That idiot ran off somewhere. Wonder if Ruo Li saw it. The 6 doors finally show their faces after everything's done. The 6 doors people finally arrived. It's always the same. No matter the world, they only show up after everything is finished. What the hell happened here? Could it be? Is that Luo Chengshu?
Who is it? Who could bury him alive like this? Only one person could do this, but he wouldn't help our people.
What the heck happened? Clean up the scene a bit, take these people away. From afar, someone witnessed everything. Such terrifying power. Definitely not something a normal person like the landlord should possess. Landlord Sheng, why are you hiding your strength? Could it be, is he the one I've been searching for? Leader of the rebellion. The #1 expert Xianxia. The capital is bustling tonight. People are dressed up and going out. Adults and children are happy. Vendors are cheerfully selling delicious candied hawthorns, and children's eyes light up at the cute toys. Even though I don't know why there's even a lapfi here, our male lead is gloomy, scratching his head and sighing. The stroll ended without finding Ruo Lia. I wonder where she ran off to. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from behind. Why so gloomy? The beautiful girl smiled brightly. We met on the street today. Why didn't you say hi? The male lead was overjoyed. Oh really? Did we really pass each other? I turned the whole capital upside down but couldn't find you. The girl teased. HMPH. I thought you were seduced by some chick. Like the Empress today. Isn't she rumored to be the most beautiful woman in the world? He blushed slightly and denied it vehemently. No way! How can the Empress be as beautiful as you? My wife is the #1 beauty in the world. Besides, she was covered by the curtain when we walked by. Who knows what the Empress looks like? A hand raised and shouted, I know! A girl approached from afar. Although her belly was already full, she was still not full enough. Famous detective, gluttonous Li Shu, said, then put on glasses, pointing cosplay. The truth is always one. The other two were expressionless. She's at it again. But that line is what I say when I tell stories to my wife. You heard right. Li Shui leaned down and pointed at the landlord. Landlord, Brixian Sheng, you're such an idiot. You still haven't figured out the new emperor's real appearance. Putting his hand up to push his glasses up. The truth is always one. He judged confidently. The new emperor is not the #1 beauty in the world at all, but has a fierce face. So ugly that people are terrified. That's why she hides behind the curtain. Our new emperor, suffering a blow, was speechless with anger. Li Shui flinched, sweating profusely. Weird, why is there suddenly such a murderous aura? A bad premonition. It's because the immortal emperor is really angry. You're so dumb. After that day, the food that Li Shu had saved for the new year was confiscated by the 6 doors at the door and put into the public fund. Ruo Li puffed her cheeks and explained aggrievedly. Nonsense. I met the new emperor today. She doesn't have a fierce face, so ugly that people are terrified. The male lead narrowed his eyes at her. You even met the new emperor. Speaking of which, she went with a friend today. Could it be? A pile of delicious candied hawthorns came into their sight, and he bought her one and held it out in front of her. Ruo Li,
ate the candied hawthorn to relieve her anger. Ruo Li turned away in a huff. Eat it yourself. It's so sweet. He scratched his face, confused. Oh, you don't want the candied coating, right? He bit off the outer layer of sugar and handed it back to her. Is this okay then? This hawthorn is sour. She leaned in to eat the candied haw, taking a gentle bite. Women are so hard to understand, Li Yun happily said. It tastes pretty good, right? Ruo Li was busy enjoying the taste in her mouth, then, as if remembering something, turned to Li Shu and asked, Speaking of which, where did you get those glasses? Li Shu excitedly recounted. Just now, a little Pengyu fell from the sky, bumped into me, and said a lot of things I didn't understand. Then he hurriedly ran off, even forgetting his glasses on the ground. A guard shouted from afar, Get out of the way, murder case. Don't obstruct official business. Li Yun watched and thought to himself, No way. If that's the case, then the 6 doors are going to be busy again.
Ruo Li's eyes met a large goldfish tank. People were happily playing with the goldfish. Noticing his wife's mood, Li Yun spoke up. Wanna play? Her eyes showed that she really wanted to, but she still turned her head and refused. This is for kids, I'm not interested. He grabbed her hand and pulled her along. This girl is blushing now. He smiled brightly. I want to play, will you play with me?
Ruo Li shyly said, Fine, whatever. 2 cute little fins, goldfish swimming in the tank. Ruo Li stared intently at the fish tank, holding a net. Li Yun guided her from the side. Aim carefully, then strike. Sploosh! She scooped forcefully at a fish, but because the force was too strong, the net tore. Water splashed on her face, and she puffed out her cheeks in anger. Li Yun reassured her. Too hasty. Don't be so impatient. Then he gently held her hand, guiding her to play from behind. OMG, what a romantic scene. He lowered the net, catching the fish at just the right moment, and she exclaimed excitedly, Ah, I caught it! Holding the prize in her hand, her face was full of satisfaction. To think you're usually only interested in money, but you can be like a kid too. She looked over resentfully. I'm just curious because I've never played before. He unexpectedly took out a handkerchief and wiped the water off her head, gently saying, Your clothes are all wet. Let's go home. Okay, this is definitely the face of someone in love. The two walked home hand in hand, but he frowned, realizing he still hadn't met Ruo Li's friend. Moreover, Ruo Li said she saw him, proving that it's not convenient for me to see, which means, he exclaimed excitedly, Wife, your friend is no simple person. Don't worry, I won't investigate too deeply. The scenery was bathed in starlight. Inside the manor, someone was trembling as they knelt. The Huanglu royal family's head said sternly, Do you know how important that book is to us? If it falls into the emperor's hands, we're all dead for sure. The eldest son, Huang Duantuan, clasped his hands. I understand. I've already arranged for people to investigate. The great Chilean assassin ranking, number 9, is her. A girl stood on the roof, her face extremely beautiful, looking down at the mortal realm. And here, the atmosphere was extremely ambiguous. The faces of these two were getting closer and closer, and he exclaimed in surprise, Ruo Li. This time, she had climbed entirely onto his body, her face as red as a tomato. Why is Ruo Li so proactive today? She asked him in a complaining tone. Your clothes, why are they torn? She touched the torn part of his clothes. I remember this outfit was the first gift I gave you, he hurriedly explained. This was accidentally torn during the new emperor's tour. Still not believing him, she pressed. Really? Then, crossing her arms in front of her chest, she instructed, I'll let it slide this time, but you need to be careful next time. He squinted his eyes and smiled. Thank goodness, it must be because taking her to the night market earlier put her in such a good mood, otherwise, I would have been scratched up. But nevertheless, there must be punishment. She held up 2 fingers. You're deducted 2 months of pocket money. Hearing this, Li Yun turned to stone. Isn't this punishment a bit too harsh? The next morning, Li Yun stretched comfortably after a good night's sleep, turned to the side, and saw that the person next to him was still asleep, and he chuckled. Still not getting up. Looks like she was too tired from playing yesterday. The way she looks when she sleeps is so cute. Looking at her plump lips, he blushed and stole a kiss. It probably won't matter, right? Who told my old lady to be so cute? Then he leaned in slightly. But before he could do anything scandalous, his old lady opened her eyes. His naughty deed was discovered, and her face darkened. Bang! Everyone knows what's going to happen next. At a restaurant, 2 people sat at a table waiting for their food to arrive. Damn, that old hag's palm strike is legit. 1 hit and I'm wide awake.
Guess the price of evil deeds is a hand-shaped mark on your face.
She huffily turns away, and he scratches his face, protesting. Does she have to be so sensitive? Still not turning around, she says, face flushed. It's not that, it's just I don't like you doing that stuff sneakily.
Hearing that, he slams his hand on the table. I get it. No sneaky kisses. Then we'll do it out in the open. Like right now, he says, pushing his face close to hers, their noses touching, and their eyes locking sweetly. But Li Shu barges in, face all innocent. Good morning, Mr. Landlord. Mr. Landlord and Ruo Liji are doing what? The two of them quickly turn their faces away from each other, awkwardly explaining, nothing. Your Ruo Liji got sand in her eyes. I was just helping her blow it out. Realizing something's off, Ruo Li is glaring at him, and he gulps. Babe, can we negotiate? Can you not hit my face? That's twice I've been slapped this morning. What a great start to the day, the red-haired girl huffs, ignoring the judging look she's getting.
She trembles, whose overwhelming aura was that just now she could feel it, like he could crush her like an ant.
Her whole body is paralyzed, only able to tremble in fear, and her eyes become wary. This is a warning.
She reaches into her cleavage and pulls out a piece of paper. If the royal family wasn't offering so much, plus the mission is relatively simple, I would have left this godforsaken place already.
She unfolds the paper. Her mission is to find the missing ledger. The last person to be seen with it was a young man. Finding someone is easier for her than killing someone, and she has already tracked his location. As long as I don't run into another monster like that one, she clenches her fist in determination, I can totally do this. As night falls, she stands on a rooftop, spying on the couple, introducing herself. My name is Luo Feiyan. I'm an assassin. Anything can be done for the right price. Assassin on the top, cleaner on the bottom. Anything? This time, she accepted a job. She just need to find the ledger that the king lost from the couple, and she will receive a large sum of money.
The couple in the courtyard below are deeply in love, but they don't seem to have any martial arts cultivation, so they don't notice her at all.
But in fact, the husband takes a sip of wine and wonders, what is that idiot doing on the roof?
Feiyan seriously thinks, I've investigated the identities of these two people, and there are some very suspicious things. The man is named Li Yun. He only just arrived in the capital a few years ago. There's almost no information about him before that, and there's absolutely no information on the wife at all.
The past of these two people seems to be a blank piece of paper. Could it be, she cheers to herself? Are their identities so insignificant that no one even bothers to collect information on them? A little boy passing by points to the roof. Mommy, what's that auntie doing up there? The mother comforts him. Don't look. Climbing on people's walls is a sign that the mistress got kicked out.
Feiyan angrily yells.
Who are you calling a mistress? And you little brat, what do you mean, auntie? Call me pretty big sister. Get it, guys, learn from this. Asking a woman's age is the fastest way to summon a demon. Hearing the noise, Ruo Li looks up towards the commotion, asking softly. There's a noise on the wall. Is there something up there?
Feiyan quickly covers her mouth.
This isn't good. I shouldn't lose control like that on the job. Calm down, I'm a professional. Then she clears her throat, and the sound of meowing comes from the roof. The two look up at the roof again. Ruo Li comments, is that a cat? Why does it sound so miserable?
Lin Yun grins.
Haha, maybe it's a cat in heat. Feiyan blushes with anger. A cat in heat. You're the one in heat, I'm a cute cat, got it. Damn it, because of that meow, a bunch of cats are surrounding her, it must sound like mating season. Getting angry again, she chases the cats away, yelling, Get lost, all of you! A bunch of foul cats, I didn't call you. The cats glare back, baring their fangs aggressively.
She sensed an ominous feeling, meowing again, but it was too late. The cats swarmed her, a whole freakin' army of them.
Ruo Li glanced at the stray cats. It's a real circus today, Li Yun pointed to the bedroom. Doesn't look lucky. I think we should hit the sack early tonight. Then he turned back and glared at the commotion in the room, having turned off the lights. At this moment, Feiyan shakily crawled onto the roof. Yes, finally, it's time for them to go to bed. This time, the difficulty has been nerfed. Her face was covered in cat scratches. Those cats are vicious. No mercy for a pretty face.
She jumped off the roof and landed, meeting a sharp gaze. Next, I just need to find the book.
Suddenly looking down, the book was just lying there on the ground. She looked for a moment, then cheered happily. I can't believe I found it right after getting in, I'm so lucky. Li Yun appeared behind her, teasing. Congratulations on completing the mission so easily. The two happily high-fived. Yeah, it was too easy, wasn't it? This girl is such an airhead. Wait a minute, something's wrong here. Li Yun smiled at her. Feiyan quickly backed away, pointing at his face. You knew about me all along, didn't you? Girl, it would be weird if I didn't realize. He narrowed his eyes. As expected, you're here for the book, and you were sent by the royal family, right? She retorted fiercely. Damn it, you found out about my client. It's come to this. I have no choice but to silence you.
He scratched his chin lightly. I'd advise you to stop. I warned you before, you know?
Fei Yan's hand was ready to draw her sword. Warned me. Have I met you before? He sneered. If you've forgotten, I'll give you a refresher. A terrifying dark energy burst out. Feel it with your heart. The girl panicked. So you're that monster from before, a peerless master. He looked at her. Trisk. Considering you didn't attack in front of my wife, I'll give you a chance to choose. The sword in her hand was drawn. As a professional assassin, I have my own principles when facing an enemy I can't defeat. Thud. Both of her knees hit the ground, offering her sword up. I choose to surrender. Geez, I thought it was going to be dangerous. Please, spare me. Liyun smiled in satisfaction. Wise choice. Not done yet. She even tried to use her feminine wiles. As long as you spare me, I can be your horse for a month. He crossed his arms and kicked her in the face. Still trying to seduce me. Dream on. My heart only has room for my wife. Fei Yan gave a wry smile. Just who are you? What do you want me to do? He squatted down. You don't know me, so this will be easy. His eyes became sharp. We're going to make a deal? Late at night, two people were still awake. Liyun smiled sinisterly. But before we talk about the deal, I'll put some restrictions on you first. She trembled in fear. He pointed at her forehead, performing some sort of technique. She cried out in pain. Ah! With a thud, her knees buckled and she collapsed to the ground. What did you do to me? Liyun smiled. Now your body is filled with my true ki. As long as I move my ki, your body will explode and you'll die. So you can think carefully about how you should report back after you leave, she said fearfully. To the prince, you didn't have the book. You're just an outsider. Moreover, you have connections with the court, so they won't dare touch you. Plus, they'll think the book has fallen into the hands of the court. He smiled in satisfaction. That's right. Young ones are so easy to teach. It's all thanks to your greatness. Can I go now? Li Yun's face darkened. Dream on. You're going to be my tool. Heh. Go investigate who's the leader of the rebel army that's working with the royal family. She obeyed. Yes, I'll come back and report immediately when I have news. He glared and asked one last question. So, the last question. You came here for the book, right? The girl immediately felt a terrifying dark energy surrounding her. This is bad. If I answer wrong, he'll kill me instantly, she replied. Yes. The prince told me that the book might have been picked up by an old commoner here. They don't know who you are. If they knew how terrifying your strength was, they wouldn't have sent a thief like me to steal it. Suddenly, Liu Shu popped out of nowhere. Liu Yun looked at her in panic. When did this rascal get here? Did she hear everything? Turns out this girl was sleep-talking, constantly mumbling about candied haw, braised pork, lion's head meatballs. This girl is such a glutton. Realizing there's nothing to worry about, he turned back to Fei Yan and instructed. Just like that. You can leave now. Don't forget what I told you. I can control the chi in your body from afar. Don't you dare try anything. She obediently nodded, leaped onto the roof, and disappeared. He watched her leave. It's been a while since I played the villain. I probably scared her. The sun is up. Li Yun stretched. Wasting so much time made me sleep-deprived. If it were before, I'd just go straight to their door and chop them all. But now I'm a married man. Gotta hold back a little. Ruo Li is probably awake, right? He skipped along. I'm usually the one who sleeps in. This time I'll make breakfast for her, give her a surprise. A moment later, Ruo Li looked at the things on the table and asked, What is this? Oh, it's a hamburger. But I bet she's never seen this before, she wondered. Looks like a steamed bun, but it's not a steamed bun. Li Yun explained. This is called a hamburger, a food I invented. Hurry and try it, see if it's tasty. She brought the burger to her mouth, took a bite, and her face showed pure satisfaction from eating something delicious. He puffed out his chest and explained further. This is Liu Yun's recipe, fresh vegetables with fragrant chicken, taking you to enjoy culinary paradise. She savored the taste while saying, The flavor is not bad. This could be popularized in the Great Qian dynasty. While eating, she asked him, Where did you go last night? I didn't see you come back to bed, Li Yun stammered. There was a thief in our place last night, but don't worry, I chased them away. A look of worry appeared on her face. Something happened last time at night too. It seems like we need to increase Sister Anne's patrol at night. We can't let you be in danger. He took a sip of water to calm her down. Wifey, don't worry, not a single penny was lost in the house. She blushed and denied. I'm not worried about the money, I'm worried about you, he explained. You usually manage the money very strictly, she crossed her arms. Although money is important, the person who makes the money is even more important, he sniffed. That's just saying that in your heart your wifely is the most important person, she admitted. No one hates a money-making machine. Then she said gently, So you shouldn't take risks. Money can be earned back. but you absolutely can't let anything happen to you.
So promise me, you have to protect yourself first, okay? At the Huang family estate, Fi Yan returned to report. Slouching on the chair, the family head spoke. You completed it smoothly, she replied proudly.
Yes, I stood guard all night and didn't see anything unusual.
She rested her hand on her cheek.
There's just a normal married couple. The man is a rent-farming cultivator, and his wifey manages the money. I searched their whole house and couldn't find that book anywhere. The Huang family head squinted suspiciously. I heard your organization has a bad habit, surrendering when you can't win.
Although what he suspected was true, who would be dumb enough to admit it? She sneered. How ridiculous.
You don't believe in my strength. How many people in this world can beat me?
But in her heart she thought, this old fox is really sensitive. He stopped pursuing the matter and waved his hand. Just like that, you continue to look for the whereabouts of that thing. As for that married couple, keep observing them. If there's nothing wrong, you don't need to pay attention to them.
She played with the knife in her hand. I'm saying, you guys don't really want to rebel, do you? I heard you're cooperating with some remnants of the rebel army. His face darkened. Some things are better left unknown. Curiosity killed the cat. You're a person, not a cat, right?
She slowly stood up. Yeah, I know, you don't need to make such a deadpan face.
Walking to the door, she waved goodbye. This old lady is leaving, no need to see me off. But in reality, Fi Yan's heart was in turmoil. Humph, the Huang family isn't easy to mess with. The thing that man entrusted me to investigate is unexpectedly so dangerous. This time I'm really screwed. As expected, there are no free lunches in the world.
Huang Gongzi asked. Even with father you couldn't find it. It seems most of the book has fallen into the hands of the new emperor.
His eyes sharpened. Things have come to this. We can only quickly create that thing. As long as we have that, what do we have to fear from that brat? Female emperor, let me see what you're capable of. The Gongzi's face was gloomy. But Hai Sher, I heard that his Hai Xian is also lying in wait inside the city now. So what, could be a good thing? That guy is the Daqian's disaster, and that little girl is neglecting our defenses because of him?
Surely the Daqian's Empress wouldn't sleep in the same bed as a rebel leader, would she?
What a joke. Huang Jia's leader clenched his fist, a confident smile blooming. The day that thing is built, Daqian will be my Huang family's. In the city's great lawn, a golden kite dances in the sky, the kite string constantly being let out further.
Li Yun and Ruo Li held hands, grasping the kite string together. Such a romantic scene.
Ruo Li smiled happily. This is the two-person world I've longed for. It'd be even more perfect without this musclehead crowd. From nowhere, a bunch of fierce-looking muscleheads wielding weapons appeared, looking really scary. The two stood huddled amongst the muscleheads. Li Yun observed that they were all martial artists in disguise. Could there be some kind of conspiracy? Ruo Li looked up to explain. You don't know.
Daqian is repairing something called a railway. Li Yun's head filled with 1,000 question marks. Railway.
I suggested using true Q instead of steam to power the train back then. They actually went through with it. That's right, heard they're using true QI mineral stones to power transportation. The speed is incredibly fast. From then on, trade between cities will be countless times faster. She gently grabbed his hand, pulling him along. Let's go take a look. Eyes full of anticipation. This was my decree, to show you just how awesome I am. Rails being laid, workers hauling, shoveling sand, building fences. The iron train was incredibly majestic. He looked up at the train, saying, What do you think? Looks pretty awesome, huh? Her eyes watched the train with pride. Never thought I'd see a train in this world. I'll definitely take Ruo Lin on a trip together someday. Although this was designed by the rebel leader, as long as it's successfully built, she and he can be together more often from now on. Li Shui suddenly appeared again. What a coincidence to run into you two here. She happily waved her hand. Did you two come here on purpose to see Mai's new job? Weren't you working at the Zilu? She scratched her head. The Zilu Lao Ban introduced me here. The benefits aren't bad. Li Yun was mortified. You mean they knelt down and begged you to come, right? She stubbornly replied. That's right, but this time it wasn't me kneeling, it was Lao Ban kneeling and begging me to change jobs.
She only accidentally broke a few bowls, accidentally miscalculated some money, accidentally beat up a few customers. It's not like she did anything too excessive.
The owner was terrified. Oh God, I beg you to leave a path to survival for our Zilu.
The other two were speechless, amazed that she was still alive. She confidently said, Master, you're underestimating me.
At the very least, I came from a prestigious background. I received a high-class education, Li Yun interjected. So you can earn money now. When are you paying back the rent?
She gave a thumbs up in agreement. That's for sure. I'll definitely earn enough money tomorrow. I'm going to work. Bye-bye. Turns out this young lady comes from a powerful family. How did she end up in such a state?
Li Shu gave work instructions. Put the true Q mineral stones there. The person confirmed. afraid of misunderstanding, confirm what Li Yun was satisfied. Although Li Shui's work is usually a mess, this kind of machinery operation shouldn't have any problems.
Ruo Li agreed. That's for sure. The Daqian officials are very reliable. We must believe in the court. Just as she finished speaking, a bang came from Lin Shu's location. A big explosion erupted, blowing the worker into the sky. Everyone shouted to, "Put out the fire! Put out the fire!" Which idiot put the true Q mineral stones near the air pump? It's over.
All the efforts over this period of time have been wasted. Li Shui smiled apologetically. Welp, looks like I'm getting fired again. Turning back to look at the landlord couple, the two of them were already speechless. Li Shui bowed her head in apology. Esteemed landlord, about the rent I beg you to give me a few more days. Li Yun pointed to his wife, implying, my words don't count, it's all up to her.
Li Shu immediately rushed over and hugged Ruo Li's leg, pleading,
Ruo Li Gigi, you're the best, you're practically a celestial being descended to earth, please save me. Hearing the compliment, this girl was easily swayed. Alright, I'll give you some more time for the rent. Li Shu was overjoyed. I'm truly grateful to Ruo Li Gigi and the esteemed landlord. I have nothing to repay you with, so please come to my place today and I'll treat you. Arriving at a house, she invited them in. This is my warm and comfortable abode. When she opened the door, oh my god, a mountain of trash. Where's the warmth you spoke of? Books are scattered everywhere. And how did Gojo and Saru end up here? Luffy's straw hat is here too. Bowls and chopsticks are on the bed, and the blankets are torn. How long has this girl not cleaned her place? The landlord couple were frozen stiff. I remember when I first rented this place, it wasn't like this, Li Zhu said smugly. This is all Mi's design for convenience, Li Yun shouted. You're just too lazy to clean, that's all. Ruo Li noticed a silk scarf falling out of the suitcase and said, Are you a descendant of a prominent family? She remembered that there was a Li family in the south, but that kind of family had already declined. Just as Ruo Li was about to pick it up, Li Shui blocked her. This is all that's left of my family's possessions, even for Ruo Li Gigi, I can't give it away. Ruo Li didn't care, I don't want this thing, you can keep it for yourself. Then she took a hair tie, although I can't give you this outfit. To repay your kindness, I've decided to cook a meal to repay you both. Lin Yun was surprised. I didn't expect you could cook. She patted her bicep. Esteemed landlord, don't underestimate me. He was apprehensive. Based on comic book logic, she's probably going to cook something terrifying. Ruo Li was confused. What's a comic book? What's a terrifying dish? Ta-da! A table full of incredibly lavish food was laid out, looking incredibly appetizing. The two of them were dumbfounded. Unbelievable. Amazing. It feels almost like imperial cuisine. Li Shu said confidently. I'm a glutton myself. How could I not know how to cook? These dishes are Mi's specialties. The two of them quickly stuffed the food into their mouths. The taste was also amazing. If the Shin Emperor ate this, she might even be selected for the imperial kitchen. That's actually possible. The three happily ate and talked. Suddenly, Li Shu's face turned solemn. Before my father died, he told me to find the celestial immortal. I've searched everywhere but can't find him. Today's opportunity is a chance to confirm. To see if the landlord is the celestial immortal, she resolved. It's best to directly confront him. On the table were many delicious dishes. Li Yun and Ruo Li were enjoying them. The meal was very delicious. Li Shu stared at him. Esteemed landlord, how were you able to defeat those people? Lin Yun choked on his rice. He scratched his face and explained, That's because they were too noob. Even I couldn't beat myself. In his heart, he panicked. Crap, Ruo Li is here too, Ruo Li quickly questioned. When did you fight with other people? What if you get hurt? Li Yun awkwardly explained. It was just a small scuffle. Nothing serious. And those people weren't that strong either. Li Shuwei innocently chimed in. That's right, they were all very weak. If I had made a move, they wouldn't have lasted a single hit. Ruo Li seriously reminded. In the future, if someone causes trouble, you can directly go to the 6 doors. Don't try to handle it yourself. He scratched his head. Yes, dear, I understand, wifey. Everything is up to you. Li Shu then changed the subject to another question. By the way, how did the esteemed landlord end up in the capital city? Asking so directly would scare Gigi. Let's ask something else, he then replied. Before, I had nowhere to go, so I just casually came to the capital city for a while, originally planning to leave after a while, but I didn't expect to meet Ruo Li, so I didn't leave. Hearing these words, Ruo Li's eyes sparkled. Li Shu slammed her hand on the table. Is Ruo Li Ji more important than everything else? More important than a wish everyone wants, Li Yun honestly replied. How should I say this? Before, I really wanted to go home, but now I can't bear to leave. Shu Feng gently placed his hand on Ruo Li's. To me, Ruo Li is everything. He gazed lovingly at Ruo Li. Li Shui was touched. Li Yun continued. Is the past that important to you? She immediately lowered her head. I don't know. I only heard it from my father, so I've been searching ever since. I don't know why my family suddenly disappeared. I just want to know why this happened.
Just keep being yourself, Ruo Li was surprised. Life is ultimately a path that must be walked, and it takes a lot of time to get through the rough parts.
Cherishing what you have now is the most important thing. Don't let yourself get stuck in the past.
The girl was moved, Li Yun continued.
If you need anything, you can come to me. I'll protect you.
He smiled and gave a thumbs up.
The girl was touched. This might be the most reliable guarantee in the world.
Seizing the opportunity, she said. About the rent. Can I get a rent-free year next year?
This girl is really seizing the opportunity, huh? But of course, that's not happening. The summer was sweltering. The cicadas were chirping all day long. Li Yun and Ruo Li sat under a tree, fanning themselves to cool down. Dripping with sweat, she turned to him and asked, "How are you still so relaxed? Aren't you hot?" He grinned. "Not at all. It's actually very cool. You fanning me is something I can enjoy."
Suddenly, she had a brilliant idea. Fan. Is wifey cool yet? She was satisfied. A little more power.
"Yes, ma'am." He felt a cold breeze coming from somewhere out of nowhere.
Li Shu flew in from somewhere, holding an ice cream and an ice cube.
"Good morning, landlord sir."
"It's so hot today," Li Yun wondered.
"Wait, what are you holding in your hand?"
She held up the ice cream.
"This is an ice pop. Don't you know what this is, landlord sir?"
So uncultured.
But what he was referring to was the ice cube in her other hand.
She happily held it up.
It's an ice crystal. It's also a type of true Q mineral that can constantly generate cold air.
She held out the ice crystal to them.
"Consider this ice crystal a gift for the two of you.
Thank you both for giving me a year's rent for free."
Li Yun took the ice crystal.
"You look very happy today."
"What's the occasion?" she said proudly. "I've been reinstated."
"The officials not only didn't hold me accountable, but also arranged an easier job for me," Ruo Li said happily.
"Then you need to cherish this opportunity. Don't cause any trouble again."
In reality, Ruo Li was the one who got her reinstated.
But her hubby said something that made her facepalm.
"Looks like this official is a total moron, haha."
Li Shu agreed. "I think so too. Definitely the kind of person who treats money like trash."
The next day, Li Shu was assigned to carry bricks under the scorching sun for a month. Li Shu waved goodbye to them. "See ya." Later, Li Yun looked at the ice crystal in his hand and thought to himself, "Tonight, I'll put the ice crystal at the head of the bed so Ruo Li won't be hot. It's just that the feng shui there is relatively good. I don't want something weird to happen." Ruo Li saw her hubby smiling to himself and asked, "What are you thinking about that you're grinning like that?"
He smiled and scratched the back of his head. "Nothing much. There's just a lot of new things, and life is getting better and better."
She smiled brightly and said,
"Of course, Daiqian is not the Daiqian it used to be. Isn't that all thanks to my Empress sis governing the country well?" Li Yun gave the ice crystal to her. "Here, take this ice crystal. There's only one, and the cold air can't be transferred, Rabah."
She stared at the ice crystal, touched it, and felt a cool breeze.
"Silly. Isn't it enough that we're together? Hee hee ha ha, these two are flirting again." The two of them sat hand in hand under the tree, in the midst of the bustling capital city, during the extremely hot summer.
Fei Yan wandered around the capital. She hadn't had a decent meal yet.
She decided she had to find a place to eat her fill, and then immediately set off.
Standing in front of the tavern, she put her hands on her hips. "This is the place. I refuse to believe I'd run into him here again."
As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. The waiter gave a friendly smile. "Welcome, esteemed customer. Please come inside and take a seat," she sneered. "Judging by the looks of his house, he's not loaded. Last time he ate here, he probably saved up for a year just to visit once. It's only been a few days. He definitely doesn't have the dough to come back." "I knew it." He waved his hand. "Hey waiter, bring me another table full of food, and make it a big portion of that spicy chili fried chicken."
Fei Yan panicked like crazy.
Oh no, he's still here, and he's happily chatting and laughing with his wife."
The food was served quickly.
But how could she eat feeling this terrified? Could it be that his family owns this place?
Li Yun quickly spotted her and walked over to ask,
"Ah, what a coincidence. You finished work and came here for a bite,"
she then explained. "Well, I'm almost having a breakthrough soon." Clasping his hands together, he smiled. "So there's good news."
"Tell me about it." Ye Ning's face turned serious. "Do you think I'm an idiot? You're obviously preparing to run away."
Fei Yan looked at him, flustered, and sighed. "Fine. Chalk it up to bad luck. You told me to investigate the rebels, but there were 0 results."
"You can chop me or kill me, whatever you want," Lin Yun put on a disappointed face. "I didn't expect this. Looks like I overestimated you. The girl nodded, wanting to get this over with. Yes, I'm useless, he continued. Then I'll change your mission to something with lower difficulty. If you complete it, I'll let you leave. Just tell me, I'm already like this anyway. What other choice do I have? He instructed. You know Longshan Temple? Go there and find Abbot Kong Wen. Tell him that things have reached the later stages, and ask him to write down all the intelligence he knows in a letter, and bring it to me.
Fei Yan slammed her hand on the table and yelled, Are you kidding me? Everyone knows Abbot Kong Wen doesn't know anything about the capital, but who can actually get information from him?
Do you think I'm an idiot? What makes you think he'll tell you anything?
Li Yun raised his hand to calm her down, remaining calm. It's just Abbot Kong Wen, right? What's the big deal? Pointing directly at himself. Just say my name. Li Yun returned to the table. Ruo Li's father asked, Where did you just go?
He smiled and explained, It's nothing. I just ran into an acquaintance and said hello. Then pointing towards the door, should we get going? It seems like the West Market has a lot of new stuff. Ruo Li pretended to dislike it, but was actually very interested. What's new? The West Market is so far away, Li Yun laughed. Then how about I carry you over there? Ruo Li sulked. Do you think I'm a piece of luggage? After seeing off the customers, the tavern staff noticed it was raining outside. The weather today is truly unpredictable. The waiter smiled and brought an umbrella. Thank you for your frequent patronage. Here are 2 umbrellas as a gift for both of you. Oh man, this restaurant knows what's up. Li Yun happily grabbed an umbrella. Just tell the waiter that's more than enough. The drizzle fell. The 2 shared an umbrella, chatting away. Sing, how could I forget to bring an umbrella when the weather is so unpredictable? Ruo Li wondered. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly sighing? Did something happen? Nothing. Just feeling a bit melancholic because of the rain. I never thought I would have this kind of life. Why is that? She asked curiously, eyes wide.
Li Yun looked up at the sky, reflecting on the past. I used to be in a terrible state. If I met you back then, I might have missed you.
I used to see myself as the center of everything, thinking that what I did was justice, blindly believing that everything I did was definitely correct.
His hands stained with the blood of battles. But when he turned around, he realized his mistake was extremely wrong.
Those whom he considered comrades with the same aspirations actually didn't walk the same path as him. Leaving him alone in the end, she reached out and touched his face, pulling him closer. But now, you're not alone anymore, because I will always be by your side. He gently took her hand. I know, and I will never let you go, Ruo Li blushed and teased. HMPH, it's just that being with you isn't too bad. If you dare to betray me, I'll capture you and lock you up.
He smiled happily. I'll never leave you. Her cheeks flushed red. That's good then.
They were still engrossed in their conversation. But, this is the first time I've heard you mention your past. You actually had friends. Of course I did. It's just that there's no way to contact them, she hinted. If we can contact them in the future, you can invite them over to the house to hang out, haha. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Who knows, we might be seeing them soon. Who could they be cooperating with the royal family on the snowy mountain? A swordsman, or a meathead. Hopefully it's her. A tall man covered in bones with a green-haired girl by his side, otherwise it could be troublesome. The girl's face remained cold and expressionless. In the quiet of the night, Ji Qi zoomed across the rooftops. Seeing this familiar figure, it's Miss Fei Yan working again.
She stomped her foot, observing the room with the lights on. This is the abbot's room. She looked down, observing. Still lit up. Worthy of being called a grandmaster. Still studying Buddhist scriptures so late.
She kicked the door open and shouted, Bu Wen, I've been entrusted to deliver a message to you.
The abbot was startled. He quickly closed the book he was reading. The book titled 69 Positions of Meditation, whether it's really meditation or not, is unverified.
Fei Yan looked at the book in shock. The abbot sweating profusely. She pointed directly at the grandmaster. Aren't you a highly enlightened monk? How could you be reading something like this? The monk cleared his throat. Esteemed benefactor, you misunderstand. This is a method of cultivating focus. He then burned the book on the candle. Amitabha, I have once again successfully resisted temptation. My Buddhist nature has taken another step forward. But in his heart, he was in pain. He hadn't even gotten to the climax yet. She spoke up, Grandmaster.
He looked over at the girl. What is it? She remained calm. Your hand, it's on fire. Only then did the monk feel the pain, shouting throughout the temple, sitting back down with a bandaged hand. May I ask who entrusted the esteemed benefactor to deliver this message?
She picked up a cup of tea, reminiscing. If I remember correctly, his name was Li Yun.
Hearing this name, the monk immediately spat out his tea. He asked cautiously, what does he want to know?
He wants the Grandmaster to give him the latest situation in the capital. His name works that well.
She then took another sip of tea.
The monk immediately took out paper and a brush. Please wait a moment, young lady,
she asked in confusion. Judging by the Grandmaster's reaction, what is his status, exactly? Quickly rolling up the paper, the monk said, "The Buddha teaches that it cannot be said, young lady. Rest assured, if he doesn't kill you to silence you, then he won't harm you in the future."
She leaned in and whispered, "Grandmaster, why do you associate with someone who is full of lust?"
The monk's face showed a look of respect. "That's because he carries compassion in his heart."
She clapped her hands together. "That's right, helping others go to hell to be reincarnated. Truly great compassion."
The monk handed her the letter.
"The message is written, please go back."
She looked at the letter, frowning.
"That lustful guy, what kind of person is he, exactly?"
"I've never heard anyone say that before. Could he be a rebel?" Early morning at the home of a certain married couple, Li Yun woke up and stretched. "The weather this morning is really not bad." The next second he yawned.
"Sleep? Or should I sleep a little more?" Looking down at the ground, that girl Li Shu was sprawled out on the floor, snoring away. Who knows when she fell asleep here? He was speechless. What an awful sleeping position. Came here for a free meal last night and didn't even go home.
He reached out and pinched her cheek. "Wake up, Lin Shu." The girl changed position. Not only did she not wake up, but she also mumbled, I can still eat, don't stop me." Truly speechless, all she thinks about is eating. Sensing a dark aura nearby, it turned out to be Fei Yan, he went to open the gate for her. Impressive, this time the work efficiency is very fast.
The girl was delighted to be praised. "That's obvious, I'm a professional. This is the information you wanted." Then she handed over the letter from the monk. After reading the letter, he was enlightened. So that's it, the royal family wants to unite with the aristocratic families to deal with the new emperor.
Xianxia then brought a group of rebels as hired thugs, but who is the leader of this group?
Even Bu Wen doesn't know. Tianxiang Pavilion, backed by the royal family, is the place where they exchange information.
The girl Fei Yan stared intently at his expression. He suddenly spoke up. "Don't look at me like that, I'm a man, you won't get me," the girl exclaimed. "What do you mean? It's just that you're a little strong, a little handsome, a little rich. If you didn't have those things, what do you think you'd have?"
"What more do you want, beautiful?" "Economically and delicately, I have it all," he shrugged. "Tell me, praising me so much, are you trying to ask me for a favor?"
The girl immediately put on a flattering tone. "That's right, great master, I've taken on another mission. I'll probably have to stay in the capital for a while longer. If I happen to encounter any danger, I hope you can help."
Li Yun said smugly. "Rest assured, leave it to me. Da Qian, Zhu Ke sect, Beiku 36 caves. Everywhere there are people who recognize me. If there is any danger, just say my name."
She clasped her hands. "Many thanks. Thank you so much, master. This little girl has nothing to repay you with." She was about to jump on him, so she could only repay his kindness with her body. She immediately got a shoe to the face. "Are you dreaming?" She chuckled. "Ha ha, just kidding, master. How could this lowly girl dare to be worthy of you?"
HMPH. "If you weren't stronger than me, I would definitely beat you to a pulp," she thought to herself.
He turned away, proudly talking about his wife. "Besides, how could you be as beautiful as my wife?"
Fei Yan raised a friendly middle finger, face full of disdain. HMPH. "What's the use of a pretty face? At least my skin is thicker than hers." Opening the door, he saw the two girls sitting and eating breakfast. Li Shu, with 2 steamed buns in her hands, said as she ate, "Mr. Landlord, you still know how to come back. You're covered in women's perfume." Li Yun scratched his ear and explained, "Did you guys see? I just gave directions to that little girl, so she thanked me."
Ruo Li smiled like a flower.
"You don't need to explain so clearly." He laughed. "My wife really trusts me. But it's actually because anything you say will annoy her." Li Shui smiled brightly. "What about me? I'm also considered a beautiful young woman. Isn't Sister Chu angry?" Ruo Li casually pointed at her. "Oh, you look very healthy." Li Shu was stunned. "Is healthy a compliment? Why does it feel like you're calling me rough?" Ruo Li crossed her arms. "Don't be fooled by pretty faces in the future. If they deceive you," Li Yun asked cautiously, "then what will happen?" "They will." She pointed at Li Yun's face. "You've already been completely deceived by me." Fei Yan stood in front of the Daqian Vermilion Bird Gate, 36 caves to the north. "Are his friends here?" She smirked. "He's leaving the door open. He must be a legendary master. This time I've hit the jackpot." She pushed the door open, grinning broadly. "Brothers, I need your help. Li Yun told me to come here." Inside were men shrouded in darkness, looking extremely scary. A pitch-black man grinned, revealing his greasy white teeth. "Don't worry, young lady, leave it to us." She frowned. Such a powerful aura, and they blend in with the surrounding darkness. Could these be the legendary Dark Four Heavenly Kings? The 4 of them hoisted a coffin onto their shoulders, swaying and singing,
Are we here for a deceased father or mother?
We specialize in carrying coffins. Guaranteed to satisfy you, young lady. We're currently having a promotion. Buy a family package so you can use it when you kick the bucket later.
The girl petrified, vomiting blood.
Li Yun, you bastard. Everyone knows that the Huang family is a business mogul in Jingcheng, and the Hongxiu house is the most cherished industry that the Huang family has made.
Several arrogant young masters shouted, I spent 100 taels, and still cannot see Miss Hua Lian, so what is the use of my penis?
A fat girl standing outside haggling. Only 100 taels. Are you coming here for a free meal? Besides, Miss Hua Lian sells her skill but not her body.
She sneered. If you don't have money but want to meet Miss Lianhua, it's not that there is no way, that is to work for us.
Thump. Li Yun approached the windowsill and quickly climbed in to observe his surroundings.
This is the Xianxia that the Baldy said, and the Huang family will come here to meet every week.
The door moved. Is it coming? His eyes were as sharp as knives. The door opened to reveal a pair of number 10s. Number 1 spoke up. Little brother, Hua Lixian will be here soon. Don't be charmed by her this time so as not to ruin the big plan. Number 0 laughed vaguely. Don't worry, I still know what's important. Number 1 frowned. The task that the father gave is extremely important. We must not let the old man down on us. This time we have an ace. We must persuade the volunteer army to unite with us. Li Yun listened for a long time and blurted out, What kind of ace? Tell me about it. The duo of number 10s shouted, Who are you, Miss Hua Lian? Actually hides a man here.
Number 0 pointed straight. Dare to come to our Huang family's territory to show off. I think you are tired of living. Li Yun's eyes were sharp. If you sincerely want to know, I will be kind and tell you. I am here to smash your Huang family's place. There was a scream from upstairs, and several servants looked up, gossiping. It's so intense. Could it be the 2 Huang family young masters upstairs?
The other guy argued, What do you know? This is deep bromance. They're definitely sparring.
Number 10, who was all round and puffy before, is now deflated. The 2 young masters got beat to a pulp, teeth flying everywhere. Li Yun crossed his arms, looking down. Tough mouths, even beaten like this, they won't spill any info.
Back home, his wife nagged. It's so late. Where were you wandering around? Li Yun scratched his head, explaining. Wasn't I just trying to buy some fireworks to play with you? He held out a bunch of spitting fireworks. 2 candles flickered. Ruo Li spoke up. Actually, I have something big I've been keeping from you. Her eyes were fixed on the burning fireworks. I just want you to know, but I can't tell you just yet.
Even though I'm hiding it from you, I'm not intentionally lying. If you ever find out, I definitely won't let you divorce me, he said firmly.
No, I never thought about divorcing you from day one. She blushed and smiled. Me neither.
Bam! Damn it, this pisses me off, the emperor roared angrily. They dare to mess with the imperial family, completely disregarding.
The young master Huang said calmly. Father, 2nd and 3rd brothers' meridians are broken. I'm afraid they'll be cripples from now on. That guy is ruthless. But in his heart he was overjoyed. The family fortune is mine now. Old man, hurry up and kick the bucket too, bro. If you have the guts, go start your own business and see how it goes.
Suddenly, a voice came from the door. Lord, no need to be angry. Leave this matter to this old man. The emperor was surprised. Elder, you've come out of seclusion. The old man outside was full of murderous intent. That's right, my divine skill is complete. Perfect timing, I have no one to test my skills on.
The imperial family's dignity cannot be trampled on. Probably just some small fry anyway. One bout of posturing, and I can earn a big paycheck.
At the imperial palace, His Majesty was enjoying the beautiful dancers. The palace maid next to him thought to herself, His Majesty suddenly invited the dancers, and is smiling so happily. Could it be? Then the girl continued to fantasize, thinking that His Majesty would invite her to serve him in bed.
His Majesty actually likes women. My chance has come. From here, I can rise to the peak of life.
She even gave herself a nosebleed in her imagination. His Majesty looked at her, puzzled. Actually, His Majesty was thinking, girl, so that's how dancing is done.
I'll have to go back and dance for that idiot. As the sun set, Ruo Li turned sideways, shyly asking, How is it, pretty? Li Yun grinned. Of course it's pretty. My wife looks good in anything, but the best is yet to come. This is the time for this idiot to see the results of her practice these last few days. She spun around a few times. He was confused, with 1,000 question marks above his head, wondering, Wife, why are you spinning around? Are you dizzy and can't stand straight? Ruo Li snapped. Yeah, I'm dancing. If you've got the skills, stand up and dance for me. Li Yun chuckled. So, you're dancing, but I only know how to dance the way we do back home. Our hometown dance is pretty special. He held her hand, the other hand around her waist, her face quickly turning red. He continued. It's called the talus. Want? Dance. It's a couple's dance. He skillfully guided her into a passionate dance.
At the Huang Manor, 2 guards were gossiping. "Old Wang, I can't take it anymore. The madam keeps seducing me."
What should I do? The other guy advised. Do you even need to ask? If the Lord finds out, he'll definitely throw us to the dogs. Bang! A person was thrown down from above. The 2 guys shouted, "What's going on?" But then their faces immediately darkened. Isn't that the patrolman from around here?
Li Shun appeared from behind the dust. "A bunch of rude folks. Tell your master to get his ass over here."
The 2 quickly drew their swords. Who are you? How dare you hit someone from the Huang family? You sharp-eyed bastard, I am your grandpa. Zhu Feng was chillin', reading a book, when his virtuous wife rushed over. Hubby, you've worked hard. Go to bed early and get some rest. I specially made a bowl of tonic. It's still hot. You should drink some. The wife gently said, Quick, take it to father. Go. The cute kid called him father and offered the tonic. Wait, something's not right. Turns out the kid's like this. The emperor must be a Keelan. But the old geezer didn't seem to notice, happily taking the soup. You've troubled my wife. Heaven truly favors me. Not only did it allow me to marry such a virtuous wife, but also gave birth to such a chubby kid.
The wife lovingly fed the emperor. Let me feed you, my dear. Time for Da Huang to take his medicine.
In the middle of the lovey-dovey moment, someone ran in. It's bad. A thief broke in. There's only one thief, but he's extremely strong. Everyone's face darkened. The old man's face was flushed with anger as he scolded. What kind of state are you in, acting so flustered? Just one person. And look at how scared you are. Don't bother our sweet tongue. Can he even turn my imperial palace upside down? The guard thought. He already did turn it upside down.
The emperor said sternly. Over the years, I've gathered experts from all over the world, countless retainers. What can one small thief do? A group of large experts blocked Li Yun. Kid, you managed to break into this place. Looks like you're not bad.
Too bad you met our legendary 6-man squad. The strength of the 6-man is so great that even Chen Hai runs away at the mere mention of their name. Then they all rush to attack. Li Yun's eyes turned sharp again. Ah ya! Echoed through the house again.
The wife and emperor were both anxious, he said proudly.
Serves him right. Daring to barge into my imperial residence, he deserves to be cut into 1,000 pieces. If my calculations are correct, that thing should be finished, right? The wife wondered.
But can that thing pose a threat to the emperor?
Didn't they say it was just a part? He glanced over. Yeah, once this thing is built, don't even mention the emperor. Even that guy from the rebel army will be easily eliminated. The wife raised her hand. Shh. Damn it, be quiet. I heard that guy is in Jingdu. He laughed confidently. That guy has been missing for a year. Who knows, he might have already died in some corner. Bang! Something flew into the room, where the 2 were whispering, What's going on? An assassin. All the experts he hired were lying flat in the room, not a single one missing, he exclaimed in shock. These are all top experts in the Great Xi'an. How could they be kneaded into balls like this? Li Yun clenched his fist and asked, What are you creating that makes you so excited? Could it be a nuke? A blue hand descended from nowhere. Boom! One floor of the imperial palace exploded. The dwarf mage has arrived to rescue them. He could block the attack from the old man with one hand. The old man stepped forward. Young man, seeing that you're also a top martial artist, if you don't want to die here, then obediently leave.
But the old man frowned in surprise at the extraordinary ability, taking a 30% palm strike, and he's not even hurt. This person's martial arts cultivation is not much weaker than mine, Li Yun casually replied. Old man, you're almost old enough to crawl into your grave. Quickly go back and retire. Relying on your little skills to be arrogant in the capital won't be easy. The old man spoke. Unless you were sent by His Majesty, what is your relationship with His Majesty? There's such an expert in the capital. Could be someone from that dog emperor. Unless she discovered our plan. Li Yun smiled slyly. Your Majesty desires my body. What kind of relationship do you think we have? The old man's face turned serious. The emperor desires your body. What is this person even talking about? Only an idiot would believe that. What is he doing, stalling for time or plotting to distract me? Li Yun raised his friendly middle finger. Stop the nonsense. If you have any skills, quickly show them. The old man began to show his moves. Haha, truly being looked down upon. Young man, are you looking for death? Don't tell me you thought that was all my strength. Li Yun rubbed his head. Do you think you're the emperor of this universe or something? The old man went berserk, yelling, Let me show you that there's always a higher mountain. Xu Feng's eyes narrowed. I don't see any difference between you and Chen Hai. Chen Hai, somewhere, sneezed repeatedly because someone was talking about him. Doubling in size, he unleashed an extremely powerful attack at Lian Yin, but he wasn't scared at all.
Old fart, emperor, he laughed triumphantly. But with a single move, Xu Feng sent the old geezer flying off the roof. leaving the old emperor's neck stiff as a board, frozen solid.
Xu Feng turned back and asked, "What were you saying just now?" These two immediately changed their tune, all sweet talk. "We were just saying, how could this old fool be rude to a guest? This old codger deserved to be beaten, he's so disrespectful." Xu Feng glared at them. "Li Ling, kneel." The old man was caught off guard. "Oh shit." Xu Feng unleashed a crazy hidden weapon, yelling, "Kneel before me." He then glared, "You're not worthy to speak to me." Thud.
Their knees hit the ground. The two of them knelt prostrate, banging their heads on the ground. "Hero, spare us. Where exactly have we offended you? Just tell us what you want." Xu Feng raised his index finger. "Your royal family's nonsense on the streets is disturbing my peace." "Tomorrow on the streets." The emperor trembled. "Hero, rest assured. After tomorrow, you won't see any of my royal descendants out there anymore. However, there's more." The old man laughed it off. "Hero, rest assured. The royal family will absolutely support His Majesty's decision and give it their full backing." But he swallowed back the thought. At the same time, supporting it, but also not being able to rebel, Xu Feng wasn't happy. "What does the emperor's business have to do with me? That's too good for the emperor. Never mind, it's fine."
Then, Xu Feng turned to leave. "The candy gourd seller on the street was scared away by you guys." Xu Feng turned back and looked straight at the emperor, directly instructing, "Remember to find him for me." Then, he jumped away.
The two of them were still bowing on their knees. He angrily grunted. "Candy gourds," he yelled. "Just a dog of the damn emperor, he couldn't even find a reason to come to my door to fight. What a unreliable person. If you have the guts, come back and see if I don't kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound outside. He frantically kowtowed on the ground. "Hero, spare me. I didn't say anything just now, really."
"Who's the one who dares to do something but not admit it? You deserve to die. I'm not even human." The old man turned into a giant and fell to the ground, crying for help. He really didn't know how far he had flown.
One beautiful morning, on a mesmerizing river, lotus flowers bloomed in an area where a couple was boating. In the morning, the husband happily held the oar, and the wife held an umbrella, sitting in the back, enjoying the scenery. His Majesty was happy, because at the morning court session, those stubborn aristocratic families obediently listened, constantly praising the sage emperor.
"So right. The sage emperor's words are so great."
Although that group of people only said that with their mouths, they didn't know what tricks they would play behind their backs.
Xu Feng smiled. "Something good happened," Ruo Li smiled back. "Sitting in a boat with you, away from the hustle and bustle, how could I not be happy?"
"I really want time to stop at this moment," Xu Feng continued. "This is just an ordinary day. If you like it, I'll take you here to go boating every day."
Ruo Li flushed with joy.
"You goof! It's because I'm spending an ordinary day with you that makes me so happy." Then, looking down at the reflection in the water, she thought to herself, "As the emperor of Datian, I have my responsibilities. For the people of Li Ming, for the glory of my family, I must shoulder my responsibilities."
Xu Feng plucked a lotus flower and held it out in front of Ruo Li. "Look, isn't it pretty?" Xu Feng smiled brightly. "If something unpleasant happens, you don't need to put on such a sad face. You can find me any time, and I'll definitely get rid of your sorrow for you." She smiled. "So pretty. If you've already said that, then you can do half a year's worth of housework for me." Xu Feng's jaw dropped. Seriously. Docking the boat, Ruo Li took Xu Feng's hand to climb ashore.
"Honey, since the weather is so nice, let's go to the newly opened night market in the city, okay?" The newly opened night market in the city was bustling with people, and the two of them were wandering around in front of a mask shop.
Xu Feng picked up a Shiba Inu mask. "Hey, how about giving this dog mask to Lin Shu?
It feels like it really suits her." The new city was pure white, all sparkling under the moonlight. The two of them were standing high up, looking at everything.
Ruo Li spoke.
"That area is the Imperial Palace of Daqian. It's the palace in the distance."
"Weren't you very curious about the layout of the Imperial Palace before?" Xu Feng was embarrassed. "Haha, that's right. It's also the most imposing architecture of Jingdu."
He thought deeply. If something went wrong that year, I would have directly gone to kill that emperor. But I don't need to anymore. Ruo Li, with sparkling eyes, recounted. "About the Imperial Palace, there's a lake area outside. If it's in the morning, it looks really beautiful, like a lot of fallen leaves. And on the right is the main hall, which is usually used to discuss political affairs. Behind it is the Imperial Chamber. But there are actually very few people. It looks quite cold." Xu Feng was puzzled. "Wifey, how do you know so much? It's like it's your own home." Ruo Li was flustered. "I heard other people mention it before. I don't know if it's true or not." Xu Feng laughed. "So that's how it is." Xu Feng's eyes looked into the distance. Such a big place, it seems like the most comfortable place to live can still be found, she objected.
Even if it's comfortable, it's still not as good as our home, Xu Feng sulked.
I thought you'd really like the Imperial Palace, but that's not something I gave you. He immediately had a happy idea. Then I'll save up to buy you the Imperial Palace,
she shyly said. Then you have to work hard. He put his arm around her shoulder, and they both gazed dreamily towards the Imperial Palace.
On this side, the soldiers were pressing Li Jue. Miss, please cooperate with us. The two soldiers were annoyed but still forced a smile. You're making things difficult for us, Li Jue angrily retorted. I only beat up 2 people. Why are you taking me to see the officials? What kind of logic is that?
Suddenly a voice rang out. What's going on here? A handsome young man with gray hair and green eyes appeared. Leave this to me, you guys go do your other work. Resolving civil disputes is his forte, and it can also enhance the reputation of the 6 doors. What big trouble could a regular young girl possibly cause?
Why not just surrender? He smiled at her. Miss, what happened? Can you tell me? Li Shu crossed her arms. HMPH, looks like you know how to reason, unlike those 2 earlier. The young man smiled more brightly than a flower. Rest assured, Miss, if there's any misunderstanding, I'll help you seek justice. She puffed out her cheeks and explained, I just broke a few people's arms and they're asking me for medical fees.
Such minor injuries, they'll recover in a few days.
The young man panicked. A few days? What kind of constitution do you have? How can she still be as strong as an ox? After beating up so many people, is this really the capital? Moreover, why did they look so troubled just now? I really can't understand.
Li Shui happily waved her hand. Ah, landlord Xianxia. Li Yun smiled and walked towards Li Shui. What are you doing here?
Instantly, the sword behind him trembled, and he immediately understood. Ah, this is a master. He gripped his sword tightly. My Xuan Bing Dao Bao can sense the aura of a powerhouse. This is the first time it's been this terrifying. Even Lord Chen Hai only made it react a little. Li Zhu explained. I saw some sneaky people plotting against landlord Xianxia and his wife when they got home last night, so I beat them up. Now the 6 doors wants to take me in for investigation. They won't listen to my explanation, and I still need to go home and pay respects to my ancestors. The gray-haired young man spoke up. So that's what happened. Explaining it a little should be enough, right? I'll help you explain to them, but... He walked up to Li Yun. Can this landlord, Xianxia, come to the 6 doors for a small investigation? He understood. This landlord is like him, always craving a strong opponent. He sensed my strength, and can't hold back anymore, right? Lin Yun smiled. I still have to go shopping with my wife, maybe next time. Then he turned and left.
The gray-haired young man stared at him. Just who is he? Suppressing his fighting intent? No wonder he's the opponent I chose, but... Then he drew his treasure blade. Sorry, wanting to fight a powerhouse like you is always what I've been pursuing. You don't get to refuse. Then he rushed quickly towards Li Yun. Noticing that someone wanted to attack him, Li Yun's eyes lit up very quickly. Li Yun struck at all the vital points. The gray-haired guy didn't even have time to attack. He collapsed to his knees, dripping with sweat. How is this possible? For a moment there I thought I was dead. Just relying on his aura, he stimulated my treasure sword, causing it to vibrate, and I hadn't even attacked before my divine weapon was about to be destroyed. I've already lost.
He collapsed. What a wonderful exchange, truly befitting the capital, Ruo Li asked. Li Shui, you said you had to go home and pay respects to your ancestors.
Li Shu smiled brightly. That's right, today is the Qingming festival. Li Yun crossed his arms. Qingming festival. Mentioning Qingming always brings to mind that poem, Qingming rain falls in torrents. A fellow Xiongdi wearing a robe with a Bagua symbol on his back, carrying something very large, spoke up after hearing the poem. Well said. Little brother recited a very good poem. Li Yun looked at this person. Taoist also sells coffins.
The fellow Xiongdi laughed loudly. Isn't it all for a living? May I ask? Does this poem have a continuation? He replied. A man walking down the street, heartbroken. Is that all right? The man frowned. Heartbroken. How interesting. Truly heartbroken. Li Shu, dressed like a shaman, uttered a string of incomprehensible words, as if chanting a spell. Moreover, he was covered in bells, dancing around the bonfire, while the other 2 just stared in speechless amazement. Li Yun had to speak up. Your way of worshipping is pretty hardcore. You're definitely not trying to summon me as a god, are you?
Li Shui said proudly. The Qingming worship of my Lia family is definitely hardcore. Remembering something, he turned to Ruo Lias and asked, Speaking of which, don't you have anyone to worship?
No. I don't have anyone worth remembering, Ruo Li said quietly. Born in the royal family, you have to cut off all ties of affection. There is only the struggle for power. Li Yun consoled. That's for the best. You look prettier when you smile. But he forced a smile. If I die someday, you absolutely have to offer me delicious food. Ruo Li teased. Hubby tilde. No. Husband, lady. She suddenly stopped. Is that not allowed? Then she smiled brightly. Silly, I won't let you die. Within the royal palace, the emperor spoke. You are the sect leader of Lingyun's sect. The reason I've invited you here is that I hope you can help me investigate all the experts in the capital, especially that damn bastard. Oh, so the coffin salesman is here, the man replied. No need to say more. This concerns the emperor, so I will help you complete this task, but first, I need to find someone, the emperor asked suspiciously. Could it be the leader of the rebels? I heard that your personal disciple died on the battlefield. Of course, I'll settle this score with him. It is said that he is hiding in the capital. But there has been no news of him for a long time. It is impossible to grasp his exact whereabouts, but please rest assured, sect leader, my royal family will definitely help. The man smiled. Interesting. No need to trouble the master? I know what to do. The emperor looked down at the coffin below and asked softly, Speaking of which, is the coffin below the sect leaders meant for that person? The sect leader replied, Originally, I wanted to sell it, but no one would buy it. How hilarious. Who would want to buy a coffin anyway? Then his face lit up with excitement. Just consider it prepared for me. Leaving the royal family, the man's face darkened. Damn it. If you want to find out all the top experts in this capital, isn't it enough to go to the 6 doors and check the household registration? Damn. But I'm blind to directions, and I can't go back like this. How embarrassing. I wonder if this person is related to Brother Sao. Li Yun accidentally saw him and called out, Taoist, what a coincidence. We meet again. He raised his hand and waved. Today is Qingming Festival. Aren't you going to worship your ancestors? The man immediately replied, No need. Maybe in a few days I'll be reunited with the whole family. Oh right, little brother. Do you know where the 6 doors are? Li Yun pointed the way. Go north, 500 meters ahead, then go straight west, and you'll be there. The sect leader smiled slightly. He said, and turned to leave. Thank you, little brother. I must go now. Li Yun shouted angrily. That's the opposite direction. Don't tell me you also use the 3-sword style. Forget it. Looking at you, how about I take you there? The senior brother scratched his head and smiled apologetically. Then I'll have to trouble you, little brother. On the way, he asked tentatively. Going to the 6 doors so late at night, are you planning to do something bad? You have injuries. You've been fighting, the senior brother replied. It's nothing. Just gonna steal a look at the household registration, and by the way, find some information about the legendary leader of the rebels. He turned his face away. Why do you have to find him? Does he owe you money? The sect leader frowned. My younger brother died in that rebellion. Although I know he didn't kill him, since my days are numbered, I will use all my strength to avenge him. But that was when I was at my peak. Now, I'm seriously injured all over. I'm afraid I'm no match for him. The coffin this afternoon was prepared for me. Li Yun smiled. I've had no shortage of people seeking revenge, but you're the first one I've met who's this considerate. In a flash, they arrived at the 6 doors. Li Yun introduced. This is where the 6 doors are managed. The senior brother continued. Thank you, little brother. I'll be right back. Then he disappeared like the wind. He commented. His lightness skill isn't bad, huh? Inside, there was a shout. Catch the thief! A thief has broken in. Li Yun was sweating. Caught so quickly. Inside, this guy's running for his life, soldiers behind him yelling, daring to barge into the Liushan men. Don't let him get away. Li Yun, watching from outside, thinks, Damn it, why is he running towards me, son? He pretends to be dumb. I'm just passing by. Don't talk to me. Unexpectedly, the fake report yells, Hurry, we've been spotted. Li Yun angrily shouts, Damn it, who's your brother? You're so righteous, the guy says with a bright smile. Good brother. What should we do now? I'm directionally challenged. This guy runs ahead and turns right. Soldiers behind him yell he turned right, but when they turn right, he's nowhere to be seen. Suddenly vanished. 2 people on the roof look down. Soldiers are splitting up. You guys go over there. Search. Don't let those 2 thieves get away. Li Yun speaks first. Hey, how did your lightness skill get exposed? Being directionally challenged is a treatable disease. The sect leader chuckles. Haven't eaten in days since arriving at the capital. My stomach rumbled a little too loudly just now. Who cares? Following you is the plan. Right, I'm really curious about something. When we were running just now, I realized your lightness skill might be better than mine. In this world, there aren't many who can beat me in lightness skill. Then he turns to look at him with a sly smile. So you're the exiled immortal, right? Li Yun's face turned serious. Then this guy bursts out laughing. Look at you, I scared you. I was just joking with you. His smile is fainter than before. Actually, The reason I was looking for him was just to ask if he's seen my younger brother.
See if my younger brother is handsome or not.
He clears his throat seriously. I have no impression at all.
There were quite a lot of people back then anyway. The atmosphere suddenly becomes eerily silent. The sect leader jumps back a good distance and yells, "Never thought he'd be so close."
This guy frowns at him. "Make your move," he smiles. "You're quite interesting, buddy." Finishing his sentence, he shoots out 2 silver coins. The sect leader is startled and looks at the 2 coins, quickly catches them in his hand, frowns, and looks at him.
An exiled immortal using hidden weapons.
"You've really disappointed me," Leon justifies. "Are you hallucinating?" Then he opens his hand and looks at the 2 coins.
It continues. "This is all my wealth. Go buy some steamed buns. You're injured and hungry. At least go eat something. Then duel with me." He clenches his fist, angrily curses, "Your grandma," then pouts.
Martial arts are inferior. Moral character is even worse.
He turns his face away and says loudly, "Consider yourself lucky. Seeing that you're a pretty good person, our grudges are cleared from here," Liu Yun darkly says, admitting defeat with such arrogance after all these years.
Is that so? At his own home, Li Yun is enjoying the bliss from his wife, thinking, "Damn it,
using too much true Kwai recently,
that thing is causing the old wound to relapse again," Ruo Li asks. "Feeling any better?"
"Is it acting up again?" Ye Ning says with a wry smile.
"Don't say it like that, it's like I'm mentally ill."
Ruo Li lowers her head and looks at him.
"Well, you normally wouldn't marry a money-grubbing woman."
He looks up, smiling.
"Why wouldn't I marry her? Where can you find such a good wife in this world?"
She flicks his forehead.
"Silly, get up already." The view from his position is really nosebleed-inducing.
She smiles.
"Heard the household registrations of the Liushan men were stolen last night. They need to be reissued," she thinks. The leader of the rebel army is always hiding in the capital. Taking advantage of this reissuance, we might be able to find him.
At the Liushan men, everyone is there to reissue their household registrations. The official and the gray-haired young man are standing and filling out information. The young man thinks, "Sigh, what a pity. Met a master and forgot to ask his name. Don't know when I'll get to fight again." Suddenly he glances and sees Li Yun standing in line, with him behind. He's here to reissue his household registration. He immediately reports, "Lord Chen Hai, the person who made my treasured sword tremble yesterday is here." This lord's eyes turn dangerous. "Is that so? Then I must get acquainted. Is he really that strong? I've never heard of anyone like him in the capital, unless he's the one we've been looking for all this time, the banished immortal." This lord stared intensely. "If the banished immortal is hiding among the common folk, then they'll follow the rules of normal people. I've already arranged quite a few guards. We'll arrest anyone suspicious right away. Let's see how he's gonna hide this time. This fella's probably pretty skilled, according to the gossip. I'll wait for my signal, then have them all go up and test his strength a bit. If he's truly the banished immortal, he'll definitely reveal a flaw, and then his majesty will surely reward me." Ruo Li spoke up, "It's right here, just register." "Huh, why is his majesty here?" The gray-haired young man looked at the lord. "Why hasn't Lord Chen Hai given the signal yet?" Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at the lord, indicating, "I get it. This small matter should be left to your subordinate. That way, Lord Chen Hai can rest easy."
Chen Hai panicked. "Wait, what do you mean by that? What's with your movements? His majesty is right there, I warn you, brat. Don't mess around. It's too late." The gray-haired man drew his sword, his expression serious. "Master, I also want to know just how strong you really are."
"Brothers, charge!" Lord Chen Hai lifted his leg and kicked the gray-haired man squarely. "Bonehead."
"What the hell, this lunatic?" The gray-haired man was sent flying, hitting his head against the wall. This lord chuckled. "Sirs, he's having a fit today. Kicking him like that might help him calm down a bit." The other two were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Looks like this guy has a pretty good relationship with his majesty. He directly stood up and gestured, pointing to the paper. "Sir, please go this way to fill out the household registration." He must be a friend of his majesty. It's not strange for someone with such powerful skills to conceal their identity.
Li Yun turned back and taunted. "What? Scared all of a sudden? With so many people ambushed around? It's probably because you want to deal with the leader of the rebel army, right?"
The two quickly exited the 6-fan gates, Li Yun thought to himself. "When I came in, I thought I'd been exposed, but it seems I haven't." Looking up at the rooftops, there were still many people lurking. If there's even a slight abnormality, those guys on the roofs will rush down immediately. Li Yun turned to ask Ruo Li. "Madam Li, where are we heading next?" Ruo Li gently replied. "Let me think for a bit." While walking, he suddenly ran into that coffin-selling bro again. He was startled, and that big bro was just as startled. His hand still hadn't brought the mantu to his mouth. He grew gloomy. "Why is that guy here again? Just last night, I buried dumb at the 6-fan gates, And now he's showing up here. What nerve? Never mind. Since I've already sent the Buddha to the west, I should at least give this guy a heads up. It seems he hasn't noticed at all that the 6 fan gates people are lying in ambush here. Li Yun smiled faintly at him, pointing towards the sky, indicating there were people up there. Be absolutely careful not to circulate your ki. But this bro didn't get the hint at all and shouted loudly, "It's you! You want a one-on-one fight, don't you? Fine, come at me. Don't think I'm scared of you." Just then, the 6 fan gates guys swooped down. He's definitely the leader of the rebel army. Brothers, let's go. Then they swarmed him, beating him relentlessly. The headmaster shouted loudly, "Officers, it's a misunderstanding. I'm just a common citizen." Then he looked at Li Yun. "Oh, so that's what you meant by people being up there?" Ruo Liu was overjoyed seeing this, grabbing one of them. "I hope you're that damned rebel leader." Li Yun saw his wife smiling and turned to ask, "What's wrong? Did one sentence make Madame Li this happy?" She lowered her gaze. "HMPH. Young Master Lai should worry about himself. All your future money will be mine." He smiled gently. "It's fine. I'll give you anything you want." She seized the opportunity. "There's one thing you can't give me right now, and that's your life. Can you give it to me?" This girl sure knows how to seize the moment to express herself. Lian Yin narrowed his eyes. "You want this?" Then he leaned closer to Ruo Li. "I couldn't in the past, but the rest of my life, every day, every minute, every second, will be yours. Let's go try that new dim sum shop." At the heavenly prison, the headmaster was being escorted into his cell. He looked around. This is the Dagon heavenly prison. Looks like they're locking up all the dangerous figures from the martial world, huh? Suddenly, a golden hand waved. I'm ready. Let's catch some jellyfish together." Big Bro's worried. Why are there lunatics here? Gray Hair opens the prison door. "We're here." A super scary dude yells, asking Gray Hair, "Yo, long time no see, young Master Yun Yi, missed me?" Yun Yi angrily shouts, "As if I'd miss you, you demon. Take a look. Is this your leader?" Zhu Feng. Looks like a great start here. Sect leader leans close to the bars. "You're the rebel." The dude gets pissed. "Rebel my ass. I'm a righteous soldier," Bro sneers. "Look at you, all chubby, and with a menacing face. No one would believe you're a good guy." Suddenly, the fierce dude obediently points at the other guy's face. "He's my leader. How did you guys catch him?" Sect leader's eyes darken with anger. "Damn it, you rebels like to mess with people." Yun Yi reports to the official. Lord Chen Hai, the bearded guy, spilled the beans. That guy is the leader of the rebels. Lord Chen Hai is skeptical. "You believe him?" Gray Hair dodges the question. No way, how could I? I just wanted to see Lord Chen Hai's judgment. But thinking, so it's fake. This young master is too naive. Gray Hair continues. "So should I release him?" Chen Hai orders. "No need. Even if he's not the rebel leader, he's no good. His movements are almost identical to the registration thief from last night. Just keep him locked up." His gaze turns serious. The capital's household registrations are all done, but still no leads on that guy. Where did that guy run off to? Could someone be helping him hide his identity? Who would be so bold? Meanwhile, the young couple are all lovey-dovey. "How about we feed each other? Is it good? Anything my wifey feeds me is delicious." Li Yun, reading the newspaper, says, "A lot of disgraced officials lately, huh? Including descendants of powerful families. These people used to be arrogant and domineering, with no one to control them." Ruo Li smiles. "That means the new emperor's management is effective," he wonders. "You used to praise her so much. Looks like you really like her." Ruo Li explains. "People say she's beautiful, her abilities are outstanding, and she's implemented new policies to develop Dai Qian. I heard they're bringing back the imperial examination system. Why don't you take it? Maybe you'll become the #1 scholar." Li Yun forces a smile. "Nah, I'm good. I'm so handsome, dashing, and funny. Passing would be too easy. If the emperor takes a liking to me, I'd have to elope with her." Ruo Li rests her chin on her hand. "You're right. If the emperor saw you, she'd probably fall for you instantly." He's confused. "Huh. Why aren't you roasting me today? Am I so handsome that the emperor would love me at first sight?" Li Shu arrives from somewhere. "Master, Sister Ruo Li," she says excitedly, "I heard the flowers in the North Outer City are in full bloom. It's a magnificent sight." Ruo Li is puzzled. "What does that have to do with us?" Li Shue smiles brightly. "Because sister likes to see such beautiful scenery with master." Then she turns her face away. What nonsense is this kid talking about? But the kid is stubborn. She retorts, "I'm not lying. Sister definitely likes master. There's not a day I don't have to serve you food." She usually secretly looks at master's face and smiles shyly. "That's clearly love," she admits, blushing. Li Yun invites. "With such beautiful scenery, of course we should enjoy it together." "Can she come with us?" she says shyly. If Li Yun wants to see it, then I'll reluctantly go along. It's late at night when the three arrive. The surroundings are enveloped in darkness, blending with the starlight. Li Shu is happy. Li Yun and Ruo Li are bummed. Looks like we're a little late. There's nothing to see. Lin Shu is annoyed. Isn't it because you two were too busy being lovey-dovey and wasted time? Lin Jun snaps back. Blame us for everything. Weren't you eating non-stop the whole way? You were munching from the South City to the North City? Li Shu's belly is round. Yeah, isn't it because Master made my belly big? Dude's all flustered. Hey, saying it like that makes it sound so sus. Plus, Ruo Lin paid for it, but turns out it's coming out of his allowance.
Precious babe is speechless. Suddenly, fireflies swarmed from nowhere, lighting up the flower field, making the scene even dreamier than daytime.
Li Yun smiles at his wifey. Looks like even the heavens couldn't bear to see your suffering face. What's the rating for this scenery? She retorts. It's alright, 1 point.
Dude's bewildered. I thought you'd be super happy. She seizes the chance to flirt. If you're in it, then I'll grudgingly give it 10 points.
Li Yun's all dejected. Isn't the scale out of 100? She calmly replies. Silly. Scale of 5. At Snow Mountain, armored troops roar in unison. Kill, die, you rebel scum. The gentleman and the green-haired chick don't even flinch. In a blink, the troops are sliced in half, and they turn to leave. This is who you guys killed before, Duo Amo. Seems like that, celestial being, ain't all that. The chick slowly pulls down her hood and speaks. Chahan, our power is like the light of a firefly to him. His strength is beyond imagination. IQ, talent, character, all top tier, Chahan says casually. Whatever, I don't care about any of that. You beat me, and I'll listen to you. But if he can't beat me, I'll chop him up myself. And don't forget, in the end, he abandoned you guys. She defends. It was just a moment. He saved me from the brutal battlefield, taught me dignity and respect. He's a god, the lord of the world. Now we finally have news of him. She turns her face away. Let's go find our god. Li Yun visits the two in prison, bringing them some food. The bearded dude looks at the pastry and sighs. You're a true bro, thanks. The sect leader looks disappointed. What a waste of waiting. You're already here, why not grab some heavenly snow lotus for your bros to rinse their mouths with? Ling Yun shrugs. I'm just a regular Joe, I haven't even smelled that stuff. Where am I gonna find heavenly snow lotus for you guys? The coffin salesman dude gives him a judging look. No frickin' way. Where'd you get that heavenly snow lotus scent on you then? You only get that smell from eating it all the time. But yeah, the royals control the supply of that stuff, only the emperor gets to eat it. Guess I misread that. The bearded guy asks. Right, I overheard some people talking in the slammer. Sounds like the imperial family and some old-timers from the rebel army are gathering your severely damaged remnants. You better watch out.
Li Yun strokes his chin, pondering. So that's why the imperial family head was so cocky before. If they had that, they really would have the capital. Daya added. Also, I overheard some folks at the Six Doors talking. It looks like the Bien Tan border guard in Bakhuang has lost contact.
Looks like someone attacked there. Sounds like a major ruckus. Not sure if the new emperor can handle it. Then he turns to look at his bro. Today I will break you out. He laughs arrogantly. Hell no. At most, I'll just be locked up for a little longer. If you save me, then I'll become a wanted criminal. Rejected, he turns to leave. See ya guys, I'm not sticking around any longer. Gotta go stroll with my wifely later. In Li Shui's neighborhood, shuffling wearily down the street, Li Xuan bumps into her. Yo, Li Shui, what's up with you?
She lifts her tired face, sees landlord Sama, and sees them strolling hand in hand.
Li Yun chuckles. What's wrong? Just got off work. How's it going? She sighs heavily. Don't even get me started. Always feel like life just flashes by. Why do people have to work? Li Yun raises his hand. Okay. Sounds not bad. Can you pay the rent for the last term? Not yet. Suddenly her eyes light up, all cheerful, changing the subject. What's rent? Does landlord Sama need any mistresses? How about I become a mistress for landlord Sama? He raises an eyebrow playfully. If I dared to agree, wouldn't your Ruo Li sis beat me to a pulp? Ruo Li casually knows that. Then Li Shu points and starts rambling. Let me tell you too, they tested the train today and something really weird happened. Li Yun perks up. Something weird. Did aliens or zombies show up?
Li Shu clutches her hands together, saying seriously, it's something ghostly, demonic.
This trial run's acting kinda sus. It's never glitched out before. This kind of thing only happens when two of them are running at the same time, so it's gotta be the ghost train. He stroked his chin, thinking, where does the ghost train to the underworld that they're testing even go?
She replied, that route's in the northern wilderness.
What's up? He mused to himself. Northern wilderness, huh?
Didn't Dailu say a bunch of guards mysteriously went MIA there? Could there be a connection? Even though I could probably squeeze some intel out of this chick, my goal is a chill life. Any info I get from her is just gonna get me into trouble. Ruo Li snapped. Seriously? Haven't you stared long enough? He grinned. I'm just thinking, how did I get such a gorgeous wifey? Nobody's as popular and sought after as you, babe. She puffed up her cheeks. Then why were you staring for so long? He pulled her close, looking her straight in the eye. Then from now on, I'll only look at you. While eating, while sleeping, I'll be looking at you, okay? Ruo Li was still pissed, turning her head away with puffed cheeks. HMPH. Who said you could stare at me all day? Shameless. Looking down from above, the girl in red robes and her maid walked by. The girl in red thought to herself, I felt like there was a familiar gaze watching me just now. She ordered her maid. That's enough, let's head back. It was probably just my imagination. As she walked down the corridor, a green-haired man called out, Yira, you're finally back. I've been waiting for ages. The green-haired man had empty eye sockets. She casually ordered her maid. You can leave now. I have something to discuss with this person. Looks like the royal family is getting impatient, sending people to hurry me along. The man smiled. Now that the time is ripe, can the person behind you take action? She smirked. You used to be so cocky and arrogant, calling us mere troublemakers. Did you forget? Green hair put on an innocent face. I'm just a middleman, that's what the royal family's patriarch said. He's the one losing face, it has nothing to do with me. The girl frowned. Looks like your skills aren't too bad, he said cheerfully. Why do you say that, miss? She smiled slyly. You have such a punchable face. If your martial arts weren't so high, you'd have been beaten to death long ago. He leaned down to look at the girl. You're quite the jokester, miss. Your eyes must be very beautiful. She blushed. What do you mean? Even if they are, you can't see them. He widened his empty eyes in a teasing manner. My eyes used to be beautiful too, but someone poked them out. It was you, rebel scum, who blinded me? He grinned wickedly. So I'm gonna gouge out all the eyes of the rebel scum and destroy them. She angrily swung her dagger, yelling, You perverted freak! I'll gouge out your eyes! Die! You blind bastard! Just as her dagger was about to reach his eyes, he suddenly vanished, and she stabbed into thin air. Then he suddenly appeared behind her, grabbing her shoulder and whispering, Don't panic, miss. If I wanted your eyes, I would have gouged them out already. He caressed her beautiful eyes. You're still alive because you're still useful. Like the person behind you? So can you tell me your sincerity now? The girl said fearfully. My master has already taken action, unlike you guys. He poked her cheek, smirking. Wouldn't it have been better to say that earlier? You almost got hurt. Getting all angry? The royal family's patriarch hasn't even dared to take a piss these last few days, she retorted. HMPH. He's trash-talking his master like that. That's fine. He withdrew his hand. Master, the royal family's patriarch as my master, he's not worthy. It's just that we need each other's benefits. He rested his chin in his hand. Speaking of which, your goal is to find that person, right? What's the problem? He pointed to his empty eye sockets. Nothing. After all, my eyes were chopped off. I'll take my leave now. See you again if fate allows. The girl stared at his departing back. This guy, just who is he? Not someone from the royal family, nor someone from that damn emperor's lot. Where does he get his backing from? What's his aim, anyway? Morning in Jing City, Ruo Li walks ahead, with Yan Yun lugging a ton of stuff behind her. Bei, why'd you buy so many clothes? She turns around and replies, I want to buy, So I buy, Why you gotta ask so much? Li Yun glances at her assets, thinking, could it be her old clothes are too tight now? Puberty is truly magical. She turns to Li Shu. Didn't they tell you not to stare at my girl? You thinking something dirty, huh? The boy argues, I'm just admiring her beauty with my eyes, ain't got no other intentions. She puffs up her cheeks. Yeah right, pigs fly. Her bro-in-law, Li Yun, chuckles. Speaking of which, I couldn't help but overhear people talking about rebels. What's going on? Ruo Li recalls. Rumor has it, the rebels are stirring again, and they say their leader's hiding in the capital, definitely plotting something. He sweats bullets. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Why do I always get the blame? I just want to live peacefully with my wifey. Deep thoughts in his belly. From uprising to hiding, 5 years have passed. If I hadn't given up back then, who knows? I might be emperor by now. But if that were the case, he wouldn't have met Ruo Li. Suddenly, Ruo Li asks a question that makes Li Yun jump. Honey, why do you think someone could become as powerful as the rebel leader? So powerful that it seems like common sense doesn't apply to him. Li Yun justifies himself. Maybe he's got a special constitution. Or maybe his danchin only gradually developed later, allowing him to easily absorb the countless true qi from the mineral deposits of countless seniors in Xianxia, making cultivation as easy as drinking water. Yana. Ruo Lai doesn't believe it. Bullshit. How could that be? Stop dreaming, he agrees. Yeah, being with my wifey is like living in a dream.
If it's all a dream, I hope I can stay in it forever. But when we have kids, don't tell me they'll be born as innate Dao Shengs. Ruo Lin suddenly kisses him lightly on the cheek. She smiles. Silly. Now you know if it's a dream or not, right? Li Yun acts like a hooligan. Still don't feel quite awake. Need a few more times to be sure. But she turns away. Dream on. Then blushing, she says, "We'll talk tonight, you big goof." Late night, the surroundings become quiet. The bucket outside the door is suddenly knocked over. Li Yun wakes up with a start, sitting straight up. A thief! Why does it feel so familiar? Then he looks back at Ruo Li, still sound asleep. Good thing the wifey didn't hear. If not, he goes to open the door. "You can go anywhere, but you dare to bury stuff at my place." Lost stuff is a small matter. Disturbing my wifey's sleep is a big deal. Could it be someone from the royal family? I've already warned them like that. Oh no. That familiar back view. Li Shui, tears welling up, turns around and looks. "Landlord, sir," she sobs. "Landlord, sir, what are you doing here so late at night?" She says resolutely, "You, listen to me first. It's not good. There's a demon in my house," Li Yun reassures. "How can there be demons in this world?" "Alright, stop crying. I'll go with you and take a look. Don't worry." The two of them, one in front and one behind, walk to Li Shu's house. Li Shui glances around from behind. He asks, "Tell me clearly, what exactly happened?" "How could there be a ghost?" She frowns. "I brought back a big bag of delicious food before, but in a short time, the food all disappeared mysteriously. Then a dark shadow flashed past my window, scaring me so much that I accidentally punched a hole in the wall, but I still couldn't see the person." As she speaks, she gestures with her hands and feet. "How suspicious. When you punched a hole in the wall, that person probably got scared and ran away." "Wait a minute, this is my house. I don't know how dilapidated it is." Standing in front of the gate, Li Yun speaks up. "In short, food has disappeared out of thin air, and there's a mysterious dark shadow." Li Shu hides behind him in fear. "Let me go in there with you and take a look. You don't need to be afraid." A bright gaze flashed up. She screamed in horror and jumped to hug Li Yun tightly. "A ghost, that dark shadow just flashed away." She's teary-eyed. "I told you there was a ghost, but you didn't believe me." Li Yun smiles wryly. "Indeed, it's not a person." He looks out the window. "I said it's not a person, but I didn't say it was a ghost." Then he touched the windowsill. "Look what's on the window." She leaned her face close to the window, frowning. "Huh, where did these footprints come from?" Then they both jumped when an animal rushed up, its two little paws clinging to the window. "Oh, it's a super adorable black cat." Li Shu's eyes lit up. "Ooh, what an adorable little kitty." So it was this little fella playing tricks all along. He picked up the cat, saying a whole spiel. "This isn't your average cat. It's a specially trained messenger cat used on the battlefield. It won't stop until the letter is delivered, and it's super fast. Normal martial artists can't even detect this type of cat." After the war ended, they almost disappeared. Could the letter it's carrying be from a year ago? Li Shu gleefully poked the cat's cheek. "Who likes me so much that they'd use this messenger cat to send me a letter?" Then suddenly, it pushed her away and jumped onto Lin Yun's head as he watched. "Looks like this letter is for Lin Yun." He pulled the letter from the bamboo tube. "It took so long to deliver. Who on earth sent it?" She frowned. "I got all excited for nothing, so it wasn't for me after all." The letter read, "To my old friend, if you want to leave, you can leave at any time. You don't owe me anything anymore. For you, this world is very foreign. You've spent half your life in war, so it's not fair to you. I think you should have a life of your own. Although I am one of the creators of the rebel army, my voice is not loud, and there is only so much I can do. You are a warm person, and I hope you can live this life in peace, bid farewell to war and cruelty, and marry a beautiful woman like my wife." "Oh right, I have a daughter. Her name is Li Shu, and she is a very smart girl. If you meet her, you have to treat her well. Li Wu is telling you to take care of her, not to flirt with her." Well. He read the letter in silence. Li Shu urged, "Landlord, what's wrong? Why aren't you moving? What are we having for dinner?" He turned to her with a smile. "I'm suddenly a little hungry. What do you want to eat? It's on me today." The girl was puzzled. Is the landlord crazy? Could it be that he really likes me? "I was just kidding before," he said. "Don't worry, my friend said that I absolutely can't lay a hand on his beautiful 16-year-old daughter named Li Shu." She wondered, am I some kind of notorious poison? "But, friend," Li Yun said seriously, Yeah, a very good friend who understands me.
The table was set with all kinds of delicacies, and Li Yun spoke up. "Oh right, I haven't asked you before. What exactly happened to your family?"
Li Chu chewed on a chicken leg and said, "Well, this problem is related to my vague knowledge."
She frowned. "Because when I returned home, only my father was taking his last breath, and everyone else was dead. When the house caught fire, my father only had time to tell me to find someone, and then he died. I don't know who did it."
He pondered. "We can eliminate the people of the court. These dogs are very arrogant in their work. They don't need to do it secretly. Although Lao Li's strength is not very strong, he has many minions, and not ordinary forces can deal with them."
His eyes widened.
Wait, could it be that the entire capital is quiet? Suddenly, a super large amount of true ki erupted, and the Grand Master with gray hair felt the terrifying aura. Really? What does he want to do? El Mei frowned. This powerful true ki, he must have hidden it for so long, and suddenly revealed it. Is he trying to challenge us?
Here the atmosphere is super dark. Not the imperial court, nor the forces of the thieves.
Then there is only one possibility. His face became serious. It is someone within the rebel army.
Who on earth is it? Li Shu worried. Landlord, is it okay for you to go out so late?
Isn't Ruo Li worried? Li Yun smiled. It's okay, she's still sleeping. Now is when she's sleepiest.
Li Shuwei wondered.
You know all of Ruo Li's habits? I'm really curious how you two met. As if he had caught the topic, he laughed. This, of course, is because my handsome face made her fall in love at first sight.
She frowned uncomfortably. Don't show off to me. Tell me quickly. But he quickly stood up and waved his hand. Goodbye.
Long story. I'll tell you about it later if I get the chance. Don't worry, I'll handle this for you. It's getting late, I'm heading back.
She's sulking. She was so furious just now, and asked me so many questions. It seems that letter really said something. This Li Shu is really an enigma. Walking alone down the street, Li Shun thought. Still not enough intel. Gotta hit up the Hongshu brothel and ask that courtesan, hee. Gotta wrap things up quickly and get back to my peaceful life.
Back at his gate, he pushes it open. Surprise, surprise. The old ball and chain is waiting, Ruo Li asks. Didn't I hear you say you were going somewhere just now?
She pouts. Not seeing you half the night made me really worried. Li Yun scratches his head, explaining, I thought you were already asleep.
Ling Shu said there were ghosts in the room, so I went to check it out, but it was just a cat.
She yawns.
Is that so? He picks her up in a princess carry. You really didn't have to come out here, you know.
You'll catch a cold, she replies.
I felt around on the bed and didn't find you, so I woke up, leaning against his chest. I can't sleep without you. He rests his cheek on her hair. Can you sleep now?
She happily replies.
Yeah. The next morning, in the capital city, Your Majesty, the Snow Mountain incident has been investigated. But His Majesty doesn't look so good. Should you rest for a bit? She rests her hand on her face. It's okay, just give me the details.
It's all Li Yun's fault for keeping her up all night,
the official from the Six Doors Agency reports. Next, the identities of the criminals at Snow Mountain have been found. They are mainly two people, the berserker Chai Han from Bei Huang and the cadre of the Na Ren Tuo Ya rebel army. At the same time, they later recruited many soldiers, and it is estimated that they may reach over 100 people. The Emperor asks more closely, what is the cadre of the rebel army like? Who is stronger, her or the leader of the rebel army? The official continues. Of course, she's not much weaker. Rumor has it that she has a close relationship with the leader of the rebel army.
The Emperor frowned. What does a close relationship have to do with me? Don't report these private matters to me.
She pulls something out of her sleeve. Problems related to the rebel army are of course very important. She hands the Six Doors Agency official a piece of paper with ways to deal with the rebel army written on it.
He takes the paper. Your Majesty, you are wise. The official reads aloud. They like to call the weak courageous, and the brave weak.
Love is the flame of life. Without it, everything becomes a dark night. The Emperor flinches, blushing. Isn't this the love letter that Li Yun wrote to me that year? It must be because I was too tired last night, and I got up early in the morning so I accidentally grabbed the wrong thing. The official at the Six Doors Agency frowns. Your Majesty, this. The Emperor is still flustered, not knowing how to explain, when he suddenly shouts, You are truly great! Wanting to use love to sway those rebels. Such profound righteousness. This is the way of the sages. Then he kneels down. Chenhai swears to die loyal to Your Majesty. The Emperor laughs awkwardly. Ha ha ha, that's right, you understand me? He thinks to himself, this guy is really acting. At a restaurant, Li Shuei shouts, What? Li Yun holds a hot cup of tea. Na ren tuo ya. She's eating a pot of mantou. Yes, she appeared in the capital's morning newspaper. It seems to be at Snow Mountain. Are you very close to her? He immediately objects. That's all nonsense. Actually, we're not that close. Li Shui's eyes are suspicious. How could that be? Otherwise, how could there be rumors? Li Yun smiles bitterly. I'm not lying to you, it's just that every time I'm working she happens to be around. For example, when I finish practicing my sword, she happens to pass by, conveniently brings me a towel and water, and takes my clothes to wash. When I have a meeting to deduce the battle situation, she sits quite close to me, and the weather is hot so her face will turn red. Li Shu laughs. So that's how it is, it's all just coincidence, ha ha ha, that's right. She frowns. Then do you think she will come looking for you? He looks up at the sky, thinking, maybe, but she doesn't know I'm here, and no one has the means to enter the capital, so she basically can't appear here. The hulking Tu Ya and Shu Feng stood before the ship. Tu Ya spoke. Behold the miracle I have created. Her face was cold. This miracle will help us find him. The Hongzhou brothel lives up to its reputation as the top pleasure house in the capital. Not only are people constantly coming and going, laughing and chatting, but the clientele is incredibly diverse. Even old geezers come crawling here. Just then, an old man with 2 girls in his arms laughed merrily. Li Yun, standing on the balcony, sighed. The older the ginger, the spicier it gets. Others have 1, but that old geezer has 2. Being in the room of Hongzhou brothel's top courtesan and looking at other women, Hua Lian was a bit unhappy. But no matter what, in Li Yun's eyes, only Xiao Ruo Li was the most beautiful. Hua Lian and the others were all the same. Hua Lian scoffed and went straight to the point. If you want to lead them to revolt, I'm afraid the forces behind her won't let it go. Li Yun shrugged. I've been investigating something lately. I want to get some information from you. Hua Lian refused immediately. Li Yun didn't give up, smiling. Don't be so stubborn, I'll give you some information in exchange. Information that can be used to trade with Hua Lian. She doesn't lack anything here, but the information Li Yun offered was completely unexpected. It was information about the rebel army, his purpose, or what kind of person he likes. Hua Lian reacted instantly upon hearing this. Her face flushed with surprise, and she shouted, You're saying he already has someone he likes? Could it be that the man she and Tu Ya admire has someone in his heart? Wait a minute, hasn't this guy focused on the wrong thing? Li Yun never cared about romance before, and now he only has his wife in his heart, so he's completely clueless about other love matters besides his wife. Hua Lian coughed awkwardly. Even though Li Yun said he had news about the leader of the rebel army, Hua Lian didn't believe him immediately. After all, you need proof. Li Yun didn't expect Hua Lian to ask for evidence, but if she asked like that, he had no choice but to state the truth. It's me, duh. Li Yun smiled happily. I am the leader of the rebel army, so how about the intel, you know? Hua Lian looked at Li Yun with disdain, scoffing. You? Worthy? If you're the leader of the rebel army, I'll reincarnate as a pig in my next life. After so many years, and now you're even covering your face to meet, so it's normal that Hua Lian doesn't believe it. But it seems like he has to change his approach to get intel. Li Yun smiled again. Ms. Hua Lian, I was just kidding with you. Now let's really start negotiating. You can consider this a threat. With an innocent face, Li Yun said with a light smile, If you don't tell me the information, I'll expose you and wipe out everyone here. Hua Lian clearly didn't believe Li Yun's words, laughing. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Since when were you part of the rebel army? Li Yun had already appeared behind Hua Lian, gently placing his hand on her shoulder without her noticing, and said, When it comes to speed and running away, I'm not bragging, but Li Yun is very confident. Moreover, he was only asking about the past, so he wasn't afraid of disrupting their plans. Hua Lian quickly understood that she wouldn't get away with not telling him the information today, so she finally agreed to compromise. But do all martial arts experts like to suddenly appear behind people like that? Receiving Hua Lian's agreement, Li Yun asked directly. Initially, the rebel army received help from someone surnamed Li when they started the uprising, but a year ago, they all died. Hua Lian has heard rumors about this, but she doesn't know the specific details. They had also investigated but couldn't find much information, only able to judge that it wasn't the imperial court who did. Li Yun frowned, feeling a bit uneasy. If it were the imperial court, it wouldn't take long to deal with. He would just go find the emperor and settle the score. But now, following this momentum, there's a high probability that a colleague was the one who did it. Heartbeat stable, internal energy quite stable. Not lying, Hua Lian certainly didn't need to lie to him about this. Receiving the information he wanted, Li Yun didn't stay here any longer, and quickly left. Hua Lian, in her room, watched Li Yun's back, thinking to herself, Such a strong expert, able to hide for so long in the capital, is not a nobody. But no matter how Hua Lian thinks, she can't figure out this person's identity. If she asked Tuye, maybe she would know. But this person acts secretly with sneaky behavior, and with Tuye's personality, she would definitely think this person is not worth paying attention to and look down on him, so he is probably not acquainted. While Li Yun went out to investigate, Zhao Ruoli at home was still blushing with embarrassment because of this morning's events. Holding Li Yun's love letters from the past, matters of the state and matters of the family were very clear, but why is it such a mess now? Not knowing this, Li Yun, upon returning home, immediately went to ask his wife. I don't know what happened, but I have a feeling my wife seems to be embarrassed. The first time Li Yun saw his wife shy was on their wedding night. She'd mistaken his love letter for a plan to hand over to the 6 stores. How could he even begin to explain?
Zhuo Ruoli said bashfully, "It's nothing, you don't need to worry about it, husband." Hearing this, Li Yun used his ultimate straight guy technique. He smiled and said, "If I ever do anything that makes you unhappy, just tell me, and I'll try my best to change."
Zhuo Ruoli said, "When a girl says nothing's wrong, that definitely means something's wrong." Saying nothing was one thing, but saying something only left Li Yun even more confused.
"It shouldn't be that time of the month yet, right?" Li Yun forced a smile and said, "If I may ask, did I do something wrong?"
You have to coax your wife when she's unhappy. That's the proper way. Zhuo Ruoli's cheeks were flushed red, but her expression and tone were extremely serious as she said, "You're the one who makes it hard for me to concentrate, isn't it you?"
Li Yun forced a smile. What kind of logic is that? But immediately after, Zhuo Ruoli put on an extremely cute expression and said, "It's all your fault, you dummy. How could you make me like you so much?" While Li Yun was being all lovey-dovey in his courtyard with his wife, the assassin who had tried to assassinate him earlier received a new mission from her organization.
Another extremely complicated mission. What kind of weapon is the prince hiding exactly?
Investigating would be difficult and dangerous, but she couldn't refuse. After all, she still owed Li Yun a favor. What she didn't expect was that the prince had arranged so many experts. Each of these patrolling guards was no weaker than her. Infiltrating this place was too dangerous, especially with just the previous mission from Li Yun. This time, the prince's top-tier experts were everywhere in the capital. Luo Feiyan leaped and used her King Gong to move lightly across the rooftops, her speed so fast that she wasn't detected. Whether it was due to her skill or luck, Luo Feiyan successfully infiltrated the Huangfu estate.
If this mission didn't have such a high price, enough to ensure she wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of her life, Luo Feiyan wouldn't have accepted this kind of task. Luo Feiyan was already grinning to herself before even finishing the job. Imagining the scene of hiring 5 six-pack abs guys to run around her house, her fantasy came to an end. First, she had to investigate this place for clues.
Luo Feiyan looked around the room, and then her attention was caught by something placed on the wall. It was a painting of some kind of weapon falling from the sky, its momentum astonishing. Only, Luo Feiyan had no idea what it was.
Then, on the table, the revolutionary leader's book was being circulated, and was now lying right underneath the painting. With curiosity in her heart, Luo Feiyan opened the book to examine it. So mysterious. Does this thing need a handwritten manual or something? While she was leisurely reading, a gentle voice sounded from behind. Luo Feiyan's knowledge is too broad. I am shallow, and must study it slowly. Although the sages, books are good, they are only the way to secure a country, to win people's hearts. One must slowly learn what that person left behind. Luo Feiyan looked at the smiling man in front of her. No matter what, there's no need to worship books, is there? Isn't that ridiculous?
The man thought that worshipping gods was the real joke. Du Wu's appearance, along with his smiling and talking, certainly meant he wasn't a good person.
Luo Feiyan frowned and asked, "Have we met before? I remember you being from the royal family." The man smiled, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "I am the eldest son of the royal family, Huang Duanzi. Miss Sefi, you've seen something you shouldn't have."
HMPH, their motto is, "If you can't beat, run." Luo Feiyan knew what's up and took advantage of Huang Duanzi's inattention and shot off in another direction.
While running, her speed was amazing, and she didn't even look where she was going because she was too busy cursing Huang Duanzi behind her. Luo Feiyan faced the consequences. Just as she turned her head back, some random guard appeared and punched her square in the face.
This person's strength was amazing. The punch was very powerful.
Luo Feiyan only had time to raise her hand to block a little. But the power of the other was not something a weak woman like Luo Feiyan could withstand.
Luo Feiyan was punched to the ground.
She stood up in a cloud of dust and debris.
Huang Duanzi led a group of people in front of Luo Feiyan and said with a smile, "Guests have arrived, miss. Please stay and have some tea."
"Only an idiot would stay here for tea," Luo Feiyan shouted, and cursed Huang Duanzi some more. In her hand was a pill that the revolutionary leader had researched that could be used to escape. This time, she had to rely on it. As soon as she swallowed the pill, the strength in Luo Feiyan's body gradually recovered and increased a lot.
Before a bunch of people, Luo Feiyan used her King Gong to quickly leave the Huang family. Seeing Luo Feiyan run away, Huang Duanzi was not in a hurry. Instead, he was very calm, because he knew that what Luo Feiyan had just taken was a pill that stimulated the Dantian, and its effects wouldn't last long. They could totally chase and kill her. The goons immediately scurried off to chase after Luo Feiyan as Huang Duanzi ordered. On the other side, Luo Feiyan had already run deep into the forest, constantly glancing back to watch out for Huang family's people. Seriously, they're all monsters. I already drank the potion, and they could still catch up. The Huang family's guards are so imposing, getting closer and closer to Luo Feiyan.
Then one of them raised his hand, revealing a hidden weapon beneath. An arrow shot out from a gauntlet-mounted box. Luo Feiyan couldn't dodge in time, and took the arrow right near her shoulder. Fresh blood splattered as Luo Feiyan was heavily injured, unable to run anymore, and collapsing to the ground with a thud, her whole body aching. Those guys stood on the tree, looked down, and sighed. What a pity. She's quite pretty, and her body's smoking hot. If it were any other time, these guys would have messed around with her, but because Huang Duanzi ordered it, they have to quickly kill her. As expected, no matter how much you scold bad people, their nature won't change. Luo Feiyan clutched the spot where the arrow pierced through, habitually cursing, "Is this how this beauty is gonna die today?"
Huang Duanzi's 3 subordinates didn't waste any more words, directly flying towards Luo Feiyan to take her life.
Luo Feiyan now has little strength to resist. She can only watch in horror as those guys' fists head towards her.
Still so young and haven't even tasted love yet, Luo Feiyan was incredibly unwilling. If only a good man would appear before her now.
While Luo Feiyan was lost in her pipe dream, a series of terrifying sounds rang out. Luo Feiyan opened her eyes in shock. She's actually not dead yet. So Luo Feiyan's wish for a good man to appear came true.
Li Yun appeared out of nowhere, even mocking her after dealing with Huang family's people. Luo Feiyan hugged her wound and looked at Li Yun. She said in surprise, "It's you."
"You're here again? How embarrassing. To be saved by this guy again," Li Yun explained with a smile. "Do you remember the true Q I left in your body before? I sensed something was off, so I came over." Luo Feiyan's eyes sparkled like stars. Upon hearing this, she looked at Li Yun full of hope and said, "I didn't expect you to come save me specially. Could it be that you realized this lady's special charm?" "No way!"
Li Yun casually smiled and said, "You're overthinking it. That true Kia only acts up when someone's about to kick the bucket, so I came specifically to collect your corpse." Ignoring Luo Feiyan's annoyed and angry cursing, Li Yun maintained his optimistic smile as always, and then calmly asked why those people were chasing her.
Luo Feiyan, after being asked, felt like she found water in the desert, and immediately sighed and complained.
"I haven't even seen any secrets yet.
Why does everyone want to kill me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Luo Feiyan immediately realized something was wrong. When she was in that room, besides the secret manual of the rebel leader, there was also another painting, so it's highly likely that he wanted to kill her because of that painting. The painting also depicted a strange weapon, a long sword on the cloud layer, descending towards the ground with incredible speed.
As soon as Li Yun heard Luo Feiyan's description, he knew what that sword was. No wonder they've been acting crazy lately.
That weapon is a very scary thing. A weapon that, once used in this world, will be immediately directed. That thing, under the direction of the old Emperor of Dakian, created the sharp chi pinnacle, which is called the Jade Seal. But what the heck is the Emperor of Dakian doing?
Can't he endure letting a noble clan take something like the Jade Seal? Every time he badmouths the Emperor, Li Yun will compare him to his wife, feeling sorry for Tangxi on both sides for not understanding the inside story here.
As soon as Li Yun finished badmouthing the Emperor, Zhuo Ruoli sneezed loudly, blushing, and thinking that Li Yun must be thinking about her again.
As usual, the next morning, Zhuo Ruoli, together with Li Shui and Li Yun, leisurely sat at the table eating breakfast.
While eating, Zhuo Ruoli stood up and said, "I'm going out for a bit." In reality, she wanted to go read the memorials from the past few days that she hadn't had time to deal with, so now she had to hurry and read them. Li Yun coughed once and said, "Wait a moment, Ms. Zhuo. Don't you think you should spend some time with me? We've clearly had so little time together recently. Only 15 hours a day." Li Shui was speechless. "That's already a lot," Zhuo Ruoli didn't retort, only smiling and promising that she would be back soon.
Li Shui was stunned, watching them. She couldn't believe these two housemasters of hers.
"Is this how you live? By feeding off your opponent's energy?" Li Yun watched Chu Ruoli walk out. "You're still not forgetting to praise your own wife, huh? Hoping the new emperor gets even half of Chu Ruoli's skill would be a blessing." Although he wasn't worried about this thing being created, it'd be a huge pain if they got their hands on it. That damn thing was too powerful. It'd be a total mess if his Ruoli got hurt. But for now, there didn't seem to be a concrete solution. What they needed most was information.
Li Yun then looked at Li Shui and asked, "Besides the new emperor, is there anyone else trustworthy?" Li Yun held up 2 fingers, smiling, and said, 2 meals. Li Yun hadn't expected this little girl to ask for 2 meals. He'd thought Li Zhu would ask him to reduce her rent by 2 months.
Li Zhu scratched her head, chuckling. I've already paid my rent. I'll believe it when I see it, Li Yun chuckled. Think I won't report you to the authorities for not paying your rent.
Hearing that, Li Shu immediately got to the point. If there's anyone else trustworthy besides the new emperor, it's only Chen Hai of the 6 gates. His martial arts are considered top tier in the capital. He basically oversees everything.
Li Yun nodded, saying, You could say he's a useful tool then. This guy's not bad. Let's go with him.
Meanwhile, Yun Yi was routinely patrolling inside the 6 gates, prison, but the further he went, the stranger it felt. It was unusually quiet today, but normally these prisoners would be quite noisy, right? Every single one of them looked like they'd seen a ghost.
He wondered what in the world had happened. Just as he wondered, Yun Yi understood the reason. He immediately felt a strange aura appear. That aura was like the Grim Reaper, capable of snatching his life at any moment. Absolutely not something a third-rate fighter would possess. Yun Yi cautiously turned to look at the newcomer. He frowned, silently assessing the mysterious figure. Who knew when or from what direction this monster had slipped in, without him realizing a thing. Though he desperately wanted to flee, Yun Yi had no way to leave. It was all for his family's honor. Li Yun squinted, appraising the kid in front of him. This guy probably isn't Chen Hai.
He remembered seeing him on the women's street before. Jiang Hu, who was locked up nearby, immediately answered Li Yun's question. That's Yun Yi, Chen Hai's subordinate.
This kid's actually pretty decent. With such intense pressure he can still stand.
If it wasn't Chen Hai, Li Yun wasn't going to quibble much. He happily chuckled. I'm here to find Chen Hai, no need to be so tense. Yun Yi drew his sword. From his actions and demeanor, it was clear he wasn't going to let Li Yun see Chen Hai.
Ah, the vigor of youth, full of passion, sometimes not knowing their own limits. Yun Yi channeled Kia into his sword, unleashed. The move he was about to use would probably leave his opponent bedridden for 3 or 4 days. But he couldn't care less about that now.
Then, Yun Yi gripped his sword, shouted, and thrust towards Li Yun. The sword strike was as mighty as a dragon coiling through the air. If it were any ordinary person, they'd probably pee their pants a little. But not Li Yun, facing the gaping dragon's mouth aimed at him. Li Yun remained calm, standing firm in one spot, not moving an inch. Yun Yi's technique was completely neutralized by Li Yun, without a single scratch. Yun Yi, witnessing the entire scene, couldn't hide his utter astonishment. It was clear on his face.
Li Yun crossed his arms, casually praising a few words.
This sword strike's pretty decent. It's almost on par with half a year of my martial arts training. It was hard to tell if that was praise or mockery. Yun Yi had clearly trained bitterly for decades, yet now he was being told he wasn't even as good as someone's half a year. Just then, Chen Hai also conveniently appeared, and continued his subordinate's attack on Li Yun. But Li Yun wasn't overly concerned facing Chen Hai's technique. He simply raised his hand, meeting Chen Hai's palm strike with his own, their imposing auras equally matched. Both of them, as if by prior agreement, simultaneously recoiled backward. Chen Hai was a bit more disheveled, but his visible injuries weren't severe. Li Yun narrowed his eyes, sighing in admiration. This Imperial Guard seems to have some decent strength and skills. There aren't many strong folks like him in the entire Dajian. After exchanging blows with Li Yun, Chen Hai had confirmed this person was indeed the leader of the rebel army. He wondered what his intentions were for coming here this time.
Li Yun shrugged. Intentions? I'm just a law-abiding citizen. I came to report something to the authorities.
Hearing this, Chen Hai's anger flared, and he roared, Law-abiding my ass. That palm strike just now almost made me spit blood.
Alright, let's just gloss over that for now. Li Yun then got straight to the point, explaining why he came to find Chen Hai. Generally, it was just to report about the imperial seal within the royal family's residence.
Chen Hai and his men naturally understood what the imperial seal was, as well as the immense power of the imperial family. Moreover, the leader of the rebel army came here to tell him about this, wanting their 6 gates to step in and protect his family.
This was all too obvious. This guy wouldn't handle it himself. He wanted the imperial court to solve it for him. That's way too arrogant, Li Yun said. When the common folk have problems, they go to the authorities. That's normal, right?
I've already sent the message. Whether they believe it or not is up to them. Done deal. Xu Feng didn't bother staying around and immediately left, leaving Yunji and Chen Hai in the prison.
Chen Hai frowned, pondering. Free labor for the rebel leader. But a caged beast is better than a wild one, so it seems this guy isn't the biggest threat to Daqian right now.
As soon as he got the news from Li Yun, Chen Hai immediately went to the palace to report to Zhuo Ruoli, now the emperor, who was a bit incredulous after hearing Chen Hai's report. Who knew the rebel leader would show up himself? It seems like he really loves his wife.
Chen Hai didn't care too much about that. He was more concerned with the weapon issue, so he requested permission from Zhuo Ruoli to deal with the problem.
If you don't mention it, it's fine, but mentioning it is just annoying. What the hell was the old emperor doing leaving such a big problem in the royal family? Just finished dealing with state affairs. Zhuo Ruoli couldn't help but think about personal matters. Wonder what Zhu Feng is doing now. She clearly promised to come home to Zhu Feng early, but things came up. But royal affairs have to be dealt with. She'll be heartbroken if Zhu Feng gets hurt.
As soon as they received the intelligence, the 6 doors immediately took action. Huang Fu's house was ablaze, and the plaque with the words, Royal Family, was torn down and smashed in 2. Most of the people in the mansion were arrested, tied up, and brought before Chen Hai. But even though they caught all the relatives and servants of the royal family, the people of the clan had already scattered. This operation was very secretive. To be able to escape, it seems that there are their people in the 6 doors.
While the 6 doors were wiping out the royal family, Zhu Feng stood on the roof of his house, watching the fire. So the emperor has finally made a move against the Huangfu family. Guess this emperor is alright after all. While he was busy admiring the Huangfu family, Zhuo Ruoli came up to the yard and called out, "What are you doing up there? Quickly come to bed and rest. Don't make me lose sleep."
Zhu Feng thought his wife was so cute, praising her secretly in his heart.
Zhu Feng smiled and said, "I'm coming down now." The next morning the Huangfu family was wiped out, and Zhu Feng was strolling in the street, troubled. It turns out today is the anniversary of his first meeting with Zhuo Ruoli, and Zhu Feng was wondering what gift he should give her.
While he was walking, Lin Shu ran over from somewhere, excited, and called out, "Landlord, Mr."
Zhu Feng stopped in front of Li Shu and asked, "What's the matter?" Thought it was something important, but it turned out Li Shu just wanted to brag about the Huangfu's dogs being caught.
This makes people feel so good. Zhu Feng was a little confused. Li Shue used to be from a prominent family. Why is she so happy now?
Li Shue smiled and said,
"That was before, now I'm a working class person. It's an honor."
After bragging about the Huangfu family, Li Shu remembered the main thing. Last night she found a corpse with a lotus sword wound on his chest, just like her father's. Zhu Feng frowned. Li Shu clearly said before that there were no noteworthy clues.
Ling Shu said dejectedly, "That's because I was confused at the time. Seeing it was different, I just remembered."
Zhu Feng was speechless.
This is truly Li Shue. I don't know what her brain is storing. But he still had to go to the 6 doors to investigate the corpse. Back to the main topic, he still had to find a gift for his wife. Zhu Feng then asked Li Shu about what women have been into recently. Li Shu said honestly, "Probably lipstick." Zhu Feng asked with a smile, "Lipstick? Don't tell me lipstick in ancient times doesn't have different colors. In their time, even a normal pink would be divided into dozens of shades."
Zhu Feng's group quickly found the 6 doors, but there was a problem that Li Shu had to pay attention to. Weren't they being a little too much?
Saying they're going into the 6 doors to investigate according to Zhu Feng's instructions wasn't them sneaking in but openly barging into the 6 doors during the day. If they get caught, they're doomed. This Li Shue is so bad. Before entering, Zhu Feng had already used his inner energy to sense if anyone was nearby, and all the energy of the 6 doors is currently busy dealing with the Huangfu family. Basically, no one would pay attention to this morgue. Inside the room were several corpses covered with white cloths, lying neatly in the room. Li Shu, who was timid, muttered as soon as she entered, "May you rest in peace, don't cling to us." Then, Zhu Feng and Li Shu proceeded to the corpse with the problem as their original purpose.
Zhu Feng looked at the corpse. This is definitely the right person. Then, he used his hand to lift the blanket covering the corpse. There was indeed a lotus mark on this person's chest, but Zhu Feng felt that this lotus mark was a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. Then let's see what the file says. The file stated that this person was killed by people from the Black Tiger Gang, and the lotus tattoo is their symbol. The Black Tiger Gang takes on assassination requests every year. Li Yun frowned and muttered to himself, "That's right." Back then, the rebels also commissioned them for the Liya family's matter. As expected, someone from within was pulling the strings. Li Yun turned to look at Li Shu and asked, "Kill them? Of course we kill them. You can't not avenge your father." But Li Shu was very kind. "They're just taking commissions anyway, trying to make a living. I understand how hard it is to earn money, so just leave them a whole corpse." Li Yun gave a thumbs up after hearing this and praised, "So kind. The sun shines brightly, illuminating a temple that I don't know if it's abandoned or not." The Black Tiger Gang members are currently gathered in the hall, resting by the bonfire, completely unaware of the disaster that's about to befall them. Lin Yun walked in and asked with a smile, "You guys are probably the Black Tiger Gang. Judging from the reactions of those people, this must be the Black Tiger Gang." They didn't know who this fool was who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and barged in here. A huge bald guy walked up to Lian Yun, threatening, "Kid, this isn't a place you can come to. If you don't want to die, scram." Too bad. Li Yun didn't come here to die, but to bestow death, only to see a stone flicked out from Liang Yun's hand, with moderate force, fast enough, strong enough,
causing the guy blocking his way to die before he could even yawn.
From the moment he stood in front of Li Yun until the moment he fell, it was just a blink of an eye.
The Black Tiger Gang members now realized what this guy came here to do, even brazenly killing their brother like that.
Li Yun, having just killed someone, juggled a few stones in his hand and said with a smile, "Looks like this is the right place.
I'll send you guys off to be reborn. Remember to be good people next life."
The Black Tiger Gang definitely didn't want some random dude to suddenly appear and suddenly kill their brother, so they all grabbed their weapons and rushed towards Liu Jun for a group beatdown.
But Li Yun has never been afraid of anyone, he snorted coldly. A frog in a well, an ant trying to topple a tree.
In just a split second, the leader of the group finally understood what a true expert was.
His whole body trembled, and sweat poured down his forehead from fear. He quickly knelt down and shouted, "Great hero!" This lowly one has eyes but couldn't see. "Please spare my life. Anything you want, I'll give it to you."
Li Yun looked at the guy kneeling in front of him looking so pathetic, but before killing him, he still had something he needed to ask. Li Yun said, "Who commissioned you to do the Li family's matter?" With his life threatened, the leader trembled and honestly said, "Your Excellency, I really don't know."
Their job is just to do the work. They never inquire about the person giving the orders. He only remembers that the person was injured in the eye. A blind man. So it's a blind man. Li Yun smiled at the Black Tiger Gang's leader, looking at him trembling and begging in front of him.
He believed what this guy said. But the annihilation of the Li family was unforgivable. Li Yun had no intention of forgiving all the things these people had done.
The Black Tiger Gang's leader died before he could even yawn. The clue here is considered cut off.
The commissioner was a blind man. Li Yun couldn't remember when there was such a person in the rebels. After taking care of everything, it was still early. So Li Yun took the opportunity to buy a gift and bring it back to his wife.
Holding out the cute, small, pink box in his hand, Li Yun said, "Here, today is the anniversary of our first meeting. I specially chose this for you." Looking at Ruo Li's expression, she seemed very surprised by this gift. But she doesn't use makeup, only using it on the day she got married to Li Yun, which means she doesn't want to use this gift.
Li Yun forced a smile and said, "It's a good time to remember the past." Unexpectedly, Ruo Li pouted and turned away angrily and said, "I don't like remembering it."
Li Yun smiled foolishly and said, "For me, that's my most beautiful memory. If I don't remember it often, how will I remember it? How about I put some makeup on you, and we remember it?" Li Yun's mouth is too smooth.
Ruo Li couldn't resist Li Yun's words. She could only comply.
Her face flushed red. She said shyly, "Silly, I'll listen to you. But you have to know, beautiful memories don't only exist in the past. My most beautiful memory is this very moment." The scene shifts back to the royal palace. Chu Ruo Li is now discussing matters with Chen Hai.
The thing is, the remaining assets of the royal family's inner court have all been accounted for, and they don't know how to arrange them, so Chen Hai came to Chu Ruo Li to ask for her opinion. Chu Ruo Li looked at the things listed here, and there was something called Yu Chen, not too bad. Recently, Liu Yun seems to be getting very little sleep, plus all that deer velvet, 1,000-year-old ginseng, too many tonics.
Just how weak is the royal family head's body? This time, it's a bargain for that idiot.
Chu Ruo Li smiled and looked at Chen Hai, then said, "I have a task for you, go and complete it." Time slowly passed. At this moment, in his little corner, Li Yun was still building something, sweat dripping down his forehead, a bit tired, but he finally finished it.
"The swing is super comfy, perfect for a beautiful girl like my wifey." Li Yun pointed to the swing he had just made and asked with a smile, "Want to give it a try?"
Chu Ruo Li, with her cheeks puffed out and resting on her hand, said, "Something so ugly I wouldn't bother sitting on it." Seeing Li Yun's dejected expression, Chu Ruo Li felt extremely happy.
Then she harmoniously sat next to Li Yun on the swing he had just made, so lovey-dovey that even the sun was blinded by them. Li Yun happily looked at his wifey. Indeed, the truth of the world is the tsundere theorem, especially for his wifey. While sitting on the swing, Chu Ruo Li took the opportunity to mention that because the royal family had collapsed, the government was randomly selecting a few families to give gifts to, and they might be bringing them here later. Li Yun was shocked to hear that. Since when did Dao Si become so friendly, overthrowing aristocratic families and giving away gifts? The truth is, Chu Ruo Li just wanted to find an opportunity to give Li Yun some stuff. What other family would get that treatment? Li Yun stroked his chin, wondering, what kind of gifts are being given? After all, he still doesn't believe this emperor is so kind. There must be some conspiracy. Could it be that his identity has been exposed, and the emperor is sending bombs to his house?
Your Majesty, Chu Ruo Li, the emperor, is now happily listing the gifts he's bringing to Li Yun, including ginseng, deer velvet, and other things. There are definitely no gas bombs.
Li Yun looked at Chu Ruo Li in surprise. So many good things, aren't they trying to scam us? Could it be that someone wants to take care of you? Chu Ruo Li frowned and retorted. She's the only one who scams others, no one else can scam her. Even Li Yun was tricked into marrying her. Who else could possibly trick her?
When she said these words, Chu Ruo Li was a little shy. Truly like a virtuous wife, Liu Yun said with a smile. I still feel like I got the better deal. This guy really knows how to coax his wife. Chu Ruo Li felt a lot better after hearing what Li Yun said. Not only did he get a good deal, but a great deal. As soon as the gift thing was mentioned, someone knocked on the door outside.
Li Yun sighed. They're here so fast. What a waste of talent not to work as a shipper.
Inside Li Yun's courtyard now there was a pile of large boxes. The amount was truly enormous.
Li Yun opened a few boxes without paying attention to his wife Li, who was secretly laughing behind him. Why are almost all of these tonics for the body? A member of the Six Doors politely looked at Li Yun and said with a smile, The goods have been delivered. We'll take our leave.
Li Yun forced a smile. The good attitude of these people made Li Yun feel a little uneasy. He killed Jun Dangan before, but now they're showing such a good attitude. It's really awkward.
At the same time, Li Hai was standing on a distant rooftop, observing, not understanding what the emperor was doing. The task he was given was completed, but that person was the one who went with His Majesty last time. They seem very close. It's not strange to give so many good things.
It's just that Li Hai took out his binoculars to continue observing.
The distance between those two seemed too intimate.
If they were husband and wife, it wouldn't be a problem.
But Chen Hai didn't understand why His Majesty would marry and be intimate with a man. It wouldn't be good for His Majesty.
Li Yun was smiling one second, then he raised his head and looked directly into the binoculars the next, his face full of murderous intent. Not even a hint of kindness.
Li Hai was startled and horrified. Could this person have noticed my existence already?
Could it just be a coincidence?
He clearly eliminated all traces of his aura, so logically, a normal person shouldn't be able to detect him. But looking at him, the emperor's husband doesn't seem like a master at all, just a regular guy. So could it really just be a coincidence? While Chen Hai was making wild guesses, Li Yun was doing the same. Chen Hai is definitely keeping tabs on me. Giving me gifts must be part of some scheme. I wonder if my identity has been exposed.
Or maybe they found out but decided to give gifts to win me over. While Li Yun was happily wagging his tail around his wife, in some desolate, snowy place, Naren Tuya and Guangshou Chuihan were resting.
The inside of the tent was surprisingly luxurious and warmer than expected. They'd also received news that the royal family had fallen. Guangshou Chuihan said, I always felt they were useless. A few slashes and chops could have killed them all.
In contrast to Guangshou Chuihan's arrogant bluster, Naren Tuya calmly said, The royal family isn't entirely useless. At least without them, the Naren Tuya people wouldn't have this Li Jia. Besides, only a portion of them were captured. The main force already retreated. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to send us news.
They are very important regarding this matter. This intelligence was given to them by Hua Lian. Looking at Naren Tuoya, Guangshou Chuihan couldn't help but exclaim, This little girl is so cunning. Naren Tuoya said coolly, I prefer to call it strategy. He's too powerful, she can't help him with martial strength, so she can only help him with strategy.
Going all out to help him will be more convenient. Guangshou Chuihan, as always, maintained his arrogant demeanor. He still thought he wasn't that different from Liao Yun and really wanted to fight him, even asking, If I chop him to death, will you be angry? Naren Tuya didn't believe for a second that Guangshou Chuihan could chop Li Yun to death. Conversely, if he could chop Li Yun to death, it wouldn't matter if she was angry or not. With Naren Tuoya's assurance, Guangshou Chuihan became even more arrogant, forcefully saying, When I meet him, I'll give him an axe to see if he dies.
How long until we start the plan? Naren Tuoya put on her fur hat and replied, 20 days. In reality, Naren Tuoya was thinking, only 20 more days until I can see the person I secretly admire. With his personality, is he still lonely, gazing at the sky, as cold as I am? Oh, you poor girl. Ling Yun used to be a solitary wolf, but now he's a husky, staying home with his wife every day.
It's a pity Naren Tuoya doesn't know that and still assumes Li Yun is lonely, because not everyone can talk to Li Yun.
Powerful and lonely. That's the man she secretly yearns for. The next day, Li Yun was still puzzled by what happened yesterday. He didn't know why that Chen Hai guy kept hanging around, but luckily, he left soon after.
Could there be something weird near my house? Thinking this, Li Yun decided to ask Li Shu about his suspicions, since he wasn't as familiar with the area as Li Shu, who worked all over the place year-round.
Li Shu thought for a moment and said, I don't think so. The people around here are all honest, and there aren't any strange places.
Maybe it's just that Li, the leader of the Yuan rebellion, and the Li Shui family are full of strange things.
But that doesn't count. She just heard some rumors recently that there seems to be some important figure at their place, so people often bring things over.
Li Yun stroked his chin and thought for a moment, guessing, Could that person be the great emperor you just mentioned? Li Jue found it ridiculous. How could the emperor be here?
But Li Yun saw that Chen Hai in the morning, who is a royal palace guard whose duty is to protect the emperor's safety, he stayed here for a long time, so the emperor is probably nearby.
Could the emperor be keeping some gigolo nearby, afraid of being exposed? So he left Chen Hai to watch over the area.
Li Shui burst into laughter after hearing this. Li Shui eagerly seized the opportunity to suggest, with such a good opportunity, why doesn't Master directly go in search and take the opportunity to deal with the emperor?
Li Yun shrugged and asked, "You want to push me into eternal damnation?" In short, even if they know the emperor might be nearby, they don't necessarily have to pay attention to it.
While they were leisurely discussing, Zhao Ruo Li came out, carrying an earthenware pot in her hand, and asked, "What are you guys talking about?" Li Yun smiled and said, "Nothing, just chatting about some old stories related to love."
Zhao Ruo Li put down the pot, ladling soup for Li Yun while wondering, what's so interesting about old stories?
Li Yun replied with a smile, "They're very interesting, like a Seta person falling in love with an earthling, or a mechanical ferret constantly flirting with a house cat." Zhao Ruo Li's head started to hurt after hearing this. "Well, I don't care about the strange things Li Yun is talking about anymore."
Zhao Ruo Li then brought the spoonful of soup to her lips and blew lightly, then handed it to Li Yun. Zhao Ruo Li smiled and said, "Come and taste the ginseng soup I made."
"The ginseng soup fed by my wife is really delicious." Li Yun immediately drank the whole bowl. After eating and drinking his fill, Li Yun, as usual, took his wife for a walk outside, holding hands affectionately.
But Li Yun, even as he walked, was still thinking about the emperor. Didn't expect the emperor to be so close by.
What rotten luck. If my wife Gady wasn't here, I'd definitely teach that emperor a lesson. Zhu Ruo Li, walking along, said. There are still quite a few people who believe in rebelling against the emperor.
Li Yun chuckled. Can't really blame them. The previous emperor went too far. As long as the new emperor does a good job, there's no need to worry about rebellions. Zhu Ruo Li smiled, looking at Li Yun. Didn't think my hubby could see things so clearly, but you shouldn't say those things out loud. Bad-mouthing the previous emperor isn't a small offense. Might even get you thrown in the ladies' jail. The only person in the world who can throw Li Yun in jail is Zhu Ruo Li, and Zhu Ruo Li is the emperor. Ain't no way Li Yun's getting locked up.
But Zhu Ruo Li didn't reveal her identity, just smiled and said, "You're already caught by me. If you say things like that again, I'll have to shut you up." The naive straight guy, that is, Li Yun's brain, starts going wild. Shut me up. Could she be talking about that immortal method?
Zhu Ruo Li looked at Li Yun's expression and immediately knew this guy was thinking about something indecent again. Zhu Ruo Li gently reached out and touched Li Yun's cheek, smiling. "If something happens to you, it'll hurt me even more."
In the middle of getting all lovey-dovey with his wifey, suddenly a brutal hand yanked Li Yun backward. Out of nowhere, some tall dude appeared, holding a knife towards Li Yun and yelling, "Don't you come any closer, or I'll kill him." Li Yun was stunned by the kidnapping.
The Six Doors people also arrived just in time. Looks like this guy is Huang Yu, a member of the imperial family and a wanted criminal.
Li Yun looked at the knife, pointed at him, curiously asking, "Is that a real knife, Huang?" Yu softly said, "Sorry, bro. I'm just pretending. I'll let you go after they leave."
Li Yun reached out and adjusted the knife's position. "Whether you let me go or not, I can leave on my own."
"You mean holding the knife so close makes it easier to hurt the hostage? You're so unprofessional?" Huang Yu was now the confused one. Is this guy really a hostage? Then, ignoring the Six Doors people standing below watching, Huang Yu took Li Yun away, shouting, "If you want Li Yun to live, don't follow." After Huang Yu left, the Six Doors people all shouted, "Quick, chase after him. That guy Huang Yu is already injured, so we'll catch him soon enough." After giving orders to his subordinates, the Six Doors captain turned to Ruo Li and said, "This young miss can rest assured, we will definitely bring your husband back." But very quickly, the guard recognized Zhu Ruo Li's familiar face.
Zhu Ruo Li was both shocked and angry, completely ignoring her surroundings. She always thought this was the capital, the Daqian Kingdom's capital, so she thought she could keep Lin Yun safe here, but as a result, Lin Yun kept facing danger right in front of her.
On this side, Huang Yu had also run to a deserted place, while Li Yun was still safely standing on the ground. He was heavily injured all over, but still tried to say, "Sorry, bro, you can go now."
A decent person like Li Yun really likes this kind of person. Li Yun stared at Huang Yu and sighed. "You're gonna kick the bucket real soon now, aren't you?"
Huang, he said, "Could it be you're a doctor? You don't want me to die yet? There's still hope for me." Li Yun gave a thumbs up, confidently smiling. "That's right. You just need to drink lots of warm water and you'll be fine."
Huang Yu was speechless. "Is this a situation where you can still joke around?" Li Yun sighed, shrugged his shoulders and said, "Why would you say that?"
"I was clearly kidnapped by you, Now you're blaming me, Huang. You breathed out, his face already showing exhaustion. Maybe I don't have much longer to live.
Kidnapping Li Yun was just a last resort. He didn't want to die in prison. Dying somewhere else is fine.
Li Yun, hearing this, enthusiastically suggested, "This place is actually not bad. There just so happen to be 3 outhouses nearby."
Hearing Li Yun's words, Huang Yu was a little tempted, asking Li Yun to find another place to die comfortably.
Li Yun then helped Huang Yu to another place, the blood on his body dripping on the ground, leaving a long trail.
Li Yun helped Huang Yu out of the city, into a forest filled with sunlight. Huang Yu couldn't walk anymore. He looked up at the sky, looked at the green leaves, and sighed. The air here is so fresh. Their family head wanted to rebel, but Huang Yu always felt they were a bunch of idiots.
This is weird. Li Yun crossed his arms and asked, "Why do you think so, Huang?" You replied, "Because they don't have the decisiveness that person had. The royal family is just a bunch of self-serving people anyway."
Huang Yu chuckled. I once saw the leader of the rebels with my own eyes. Not a direct look, of course. Huang Yu was sent as a scapegoat by his family head back then, and he saw the figure of that person from afar.
"With just one sword, he suppressed me from several miles away, and I couldn't even stand up," he continued.
Now, Huang Yu notices that the rebel leader's figure isn't much different from the person he captured, but sadly, he doesn't have the same imposing aura.
The rebel leader said with an innocent smile, "There must be many people who look like me, right?"
Huang
Yu added, "The royal family and the remnants of the rebels have an agreement. In a few days, the capital will face a disaster."
Huang
Yu revealed this to Li Yun because he found him pleasing to the eye.
Li Yun didn't pay much attention to it. He just needed to deal with the remaining lackeys of the Li family. He chuckled and asked, "So, where did your family head run off to?"
Huang Yu naturally didn't know the answer to that question, nor did he know what Li Yun wanted to do with it. Li Yun smiled grimly. "Of course I'm going to wipe them out. If I eliminate all the family heads of the Huang family, the disaster won't happen." In that moment, Huang Yu felt fear but also excitement.
Huang
Yu chuckled, "You're really something. Keep it up. And you might even marry the new emperor as your wife." Li Yun silently stared at Huang Yu, not knowing what he was thinking, but his expression was thoughtful.
Perhaps right after Huang Yu finished speaking, a whole crowd from the 6 doors came running. Li Yun was shocked. How could a dying man mobilize so many martial artists? Could it be that his identity was exposed, and they were here to arrest him? If he made a move, it would be the second great war between the rebels, and that wouldn't be good, especially because of his wife, Chu Ruo Li.
But he just hoped they wouldn't push him too far, because for Chu Ruo Li, he could directly go and butcher the emperor in the palace. But then, Li Yun continued to stare blankly, not knowing what the hell was going on. The people from the 6 doors surrounded him, mainly to protect a hostage.
Li Yun thought this world had gone crazy. Were they here to save him? Since when was the life of an ordinary citizen so valuable? The people from the 6 doors surrounded Li Yun, while the captain stepped forward to check on Huang Yu's condition. Huang Yu was already dead. After taking Huang Yu's pulse, the captain of the 6 doors confirmed that he was dead. His heart had stopped beating, but he didn't know if he had practiced any qi cultivation techniques, so to be safe he had to slash him one more time to prevent any future trouble. Just as he was about to draw his sword to kill him, Li Yun said, "He's already dead, so leave him with a complete corpse." It couldn't be denied that Li Yun had some goodwill towards this guy, and the people from the 6 doors were under the personal orders of Chu Ruo Li to rescue him, so they couldn't touch him. They sheathed their swords and cupped their fists to Li Yun. Li Yun was utterly confused. He just said that casually, and they listened. Something felt off.
A moment later, Chen Hai also arrived. Then, Chen Hai walked up to Li Yun with a bright smile and praised, "You did very well. Daqian won't abandon any of its citizens. We took action because of you, but who knew you'd solve it yourself?"
No way he's believing that Chen Hai and the others really came to save him, unless he and the emperor were deeply in love. But Li Yun kept that thought to himself. He smiled and said, "I didn't kill him. He died on his own." Chen Hai smiled again. "No need to be modest. We always reward outstanding citizens."
"This is your reward." Li Yun stared blankly at the pile of gold in the box. Li Yun thought, was this still the Daqian he knew?
If Daqian was really this approachable, how could he rebel? The more Li Yun thought, the more confused he became. He didn't understand what these guys were doing at all. Chen Hai remained consistent, maintaining a friendly attitude towards Li Yun, and smiling. "The capital has been a bit chaotic lately, so it's best not to wander around. You can go now." And so, Li Yun carried the box of gold in his hands, heading back to his wife. The more he looked at the gold, the less he understood what had just happened.
Chen Hai was really strange today, suddenly caring about him so much. Could it be that he had taken a liking to him? Is that why he was acting like this?
Chu Ruo Li had been waiting anxiously the whole time. As soon as she saw her husband's figure, she ran over to ask him with concern.
Li Yun smiled. Don't worry, ordinary people can't get close to me, Churuo Li said sadly. But that was martial artists. It's all my fault, Li Yun smiled. How is a sudden appearance of martial artists your fault?
The court even gave out rewards, all for you, so don't be sad. What Churuo Lian lacks the least is this kind of thing. Lian Yun is more important to her than wealth. So, if anything happens to Li Yun, what good are these things? Li Yun was very happy to be cared for by his wife, and obediently comforted her. Don't worry, my body is still fine, and still very mighty. There is absolutely no problem. The gold box in Li Yun's hand suddenly fell to the ground, and gold scattered everywhere. Churuo Li suddenly hugged Li Yun tightly and shouted, "You idiot! Do you know how worried I was about you?" Perhaps because she had been suppressing it for too long, now that she finally saw Li Yun safe and sound, tears began to fall.
Li Yun smiled, hugged Churuo Li in his arms, and coaxed, "Don't worry, things like this won't happen again in the future." Then, he reached out to wipe away Churuo Li's tears, and Churuo Li also smiled and said, "It definitely won't happen again, I promise you." Li Yun smiled and said, "What do you promise? Don't mention it anymore. Are you feeling better now?" Churuo Li frowned and said, "Better, but I'm still scared. It seems like a lot of things have happened in the past year, but it seems like nothing has happened, like a dream, a very long dream, and there's always been a bad feeling in my heart."
Li Yun didn't think so much, he just laughed and said, "Don't overthink it, of course a lot of things have happened, otherwise why do you always sleep until noon to wake up?" Churuo Li frowned, and pouted in anger. "Isn't it because you took advantage of being with me? You must be very happy, right?"
Li Yun happily and frankly admitted it, "Of course, and you're also very happy to be by my side, right?"
Churuo Li didn't expect that her husband could admit it so frankly and shamelessly, and puffed up her cheeks and said, "It's okay."
Li Yun didn't let it go, and continued to ask, "What level is—" "Okay," Churuo Li smiled and said, "It's at the level that even if you gave me a daqian, I wouldn't trade it."
After all, daqian is already in her pocket. Time slowly passed, and Churuo Li had to go to the palace for discussions again, and Chen Hai was also present.
According to the report from the 6 doors, Huang Yu died from serious injuries that could not be treated.
So that Li Yun is really just a normal person. This person being by His Majesty's side is really embarrassing for him, but His Majesty must have deep plans and his own intentions, right? Churuo Li simply wanted to protect Li Yuanyun, a completely ordinary person in her eyes.
And then she said, "I don't know if there are any problems with Chen Hai's handling of the royal family and clansmen." Chen Hai replied, "Of course there are no problems with this, but Chen Hai is still a little hesitant about the safety of the emperor."
Churuo Li said,
"If something can still happen in the capital, then Daiqian is about to be destroyed.
Moreover, she absolutely cannot let Li Yun be in danger again, and to do that, she must eradicate the royal family at its roots." Chen Hai was very happy to see Churuo Li so determined. This is the real emperor. This kind of domineering aura that looks down on the world is the real emperor's demeanor. The attitude of a girly girl will never appear on your majesty.
On the other side, Li Yun had also returned to his home, chatting with Liu Shui, casually mentioning what happened this afternoon. Li Shu couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What? Master kidnapped someone?"
She knew this day would come sooner or later. The thing she was worried about still happened. Li Yun was a little speechless. What kind of person does Liu Shui think he is in her mind? He was clearly the one who was kidnapped, Li Shu cried out in horror, hugging her head and shouting, "Oh my God!
What kind of bald monster is the opponent? Is the world about to be destroyed?" To be able to kidnap someone as talented as the leader of the rebel army, they must have 3 heads and 6 arms. Li Yun sighed and explained, "What bald monster? I don't know, but your brain is really beyond saving. It's just that when that person took me hostage, Ruo Li was by my side, so it wasn't convenient for her to take action, so she had to let him kidnap me. Moreover, although that person is from the royal family, his character is quite good. He also said that after a while the capital will experience a royal catastrophe. I'm afraid he has grasped how to use the imperial jade seal." Li Shui immediately remembered something after hearing this. She recently heard news of the royal family and clansmen fleeing, and they are currently hiding outside the city.
The aristocratic families in the capital are looking for people very actively in order to avoid being implicated by the royal family. Li Yun naturally didn't pay attention to those small details. Regardless of what major events they want to do, for the safety of his wife, this time Li Yun will definitely take action directly and sweep away this bunch of bugs. Ruo Li finished up her duties in the palace and returned home, only to find Li Yun bustling about in the kitchen as soon as she opened the door. Spotting Ruo Li entering, Li Yun turned around with a bright smile and said, "You're back.
Watch me cook you something delicious." Ruo Li looked at Li Yun curiously, wondering what kind of weird dish this guy was going to whip up this time. Li Yun chuckled. Just you wait. I'm a culinary genius in the dark kitchen. The ingredients are down there.
Soon enough, Li Yun produced a beautifully crafted and exquisite ice cream sundae. Ruo Li immediately recognized the sundae. Isn't this just something that's sold all over Daqian? Li Yun scooped up a spoonful of ice cream and held it out to Ruo Li. Just try it, and you'll see, this ain't your average ice cream. Ruo Li opened her mouth and ate the spoonful of ice cream that Li Yun fed her. As the flavor melted in her mouth, Ruo Li immediately noticed the unique taste of the ice cream. She smiled and said, "Why is it sour? I love it." Li Yun explained with a grin, "I made this with yogurt and added special smoked plums, just for you."
Aren't you always complaining that the ice cream outside is too sweet? Speaking of which, the wifey is home early today, huh? Did you miss me?
Ruo Li retorted, "Do you think that's even possible?" Li Yun faced Ruo Li with the same innocent and confident look and said, "Well, it's not impossible." Li Yun touched his head and laughed. "If you could smile and say to me, 'Darling, I'm home,' and then lean on my knee or something?" Ruo Li was speechless, thinking, "That's a bit too much. Wake up already. Stop dreaming."
Li Yun sighed. What's so hard about that? Isn't that just everyday couple stuff? Mentioning this, Ruo Li blushed again. So, that's what everyday couple stuff is like.
But that would benefit Li Yun too much. I'll give it a try next time. Early the next morning, when he woke up, Li Yun had already dashed out of the outer city.
Now that I know the royal family are hiding in the outer city, today I'll go plant my face at their doorstep.
Leaving the life of a virtuous citizen is just simple, natural, and dry. But Li Yun wasn't sure exactly where.
I can feel that person's true energy from this far away. It's just right to ask that person for directions.
The Li Yun speaking about is none other than Chen Hai, who was secretly going out to hunt down the people of the royal family clan.
It seems that the information about this action of his hasn't been leaked. As long as I keep it secret from others, everything will be fine. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yun approached from behind, smiling, and said, "Officer, we meet again. Are you sneaking out of the city?" Chen Hai looked at Li Yun as if he had seen a ghost. This guy, why the heck did you show up here? Chen Hai coughed twice and said, "Out on business. If you have nothing to do, it's better if you stay in the city."
Ling Yun laughed and said, "Isn't it just right that I also have something to do? Which way are you going, officer?" Chen Hai didn't dawdle with Ling Yun any longer and immediately turned around and went into the forest.
Lin Yun smiled and thought to himself, "Is it that direction? The same path as my destination? It's too perfect of a coincidence." As soon as Chen Hai entered the forest, he rushed to intelligence. With the scorching sun hanging overhead, His Majesty is often by that person's side. Surely he regards Li Yun as his pet. If that's the case, then he can't be allowed to be in danger. This time it's a big deal. Luckily I left him behind. After a tiring long journey, Chen Hai stopped at a deserted corner of the forest.
If the intelligence is correct, then inside is the hiding place of the royal family clan. Suddenly, Chen Hai felt something was wrong. Something was stirring behind some bushes, and was about to rush towards him.
Chen Hai clearly didn't notice anything following him. Could it be an ambush arranged by the royal family? Just as he finished thinking, a large wild boar appeared from the bushes, and even more shocking was that Li Yun, who he thought had disappeared outside the city, was now sitting on the back of the wild boar, excitedly yelling, "Zhu Meng, charge!"
Chen Hai was shocked, looking at the wild boar standing in front of him, and then looking at Li Yun, so shocked that his soul was about to fly to the ends of the earth. Li Yun looked at Chen Hai with a smile and said, "Officer? What a coincidence. Could it be that you're also here for the pig race?"
Chen Hai was so shocked that his jaw dropped, his face turning ashen. "Race my ass, what the hell is this now?" If it weren't for His Majesty, he would have punched this guy dead already. Why is this weak chicken running around like a headless chicken?
But Chen Hai had to protect this guy to avoid offending the emperor. Li Yun, now smiling and waving goodbye to the pig, said, "Things have come to this. Their position was exposed long ago. Such a commotion, and no sooner said than done. Cao Cao arrives." Several dark figures flew from who knows where towards Chen Hai's group. Chen Hai stared in horror at what was flying towards them. Qi-powered bombs.
Although scared, he still stood in front of Li Yun to protect him. Li Yun indifferently waved his hand, and a strand of qi appeared like a scythe, flying towards those bombs.
The bombs collided with Li Yun's qi and immediately exploded. Chen Hai squinted at the scene before him. Qi bombs.
That's a freaking bright explosion. And the destructive power isn't small at all. Although they were still alive, the forest in front of them was a mess, with trees scattered and dust everywhere.
Such terrifying sword qi. And coming from behind them, it must be that treacherous rebel leader. But at least they're still alive. Chen Hai immediately lay flat on the ground and shouted at Li Yun, "Get down now! Don't just stand there gawking. We're lucky the Q bombs in front were detonated by their own guys." but there's definitely going to be a second wave. Although Chen Hai was doing his best to protect Liu Yun for the emperor's sake, he couldn't help but think, in this situation, Liu Yun suddenly wanted to punch Chen Hai one. Ugh. Liu Yun finally followed Chen Hai's weird actions and lay down flat on the ground with him. Chen Hai couldn't help but turn to look at Li Yun, assessing him. This guy's got some serious balls.
He doesn't even realize how dangerous this situation is. A normal martial artist would be suffocated by the heaven-defying ki, but Li Yun doesn't feel a thing.
Could it be only martial artists can sense it? Li Yun, on the other hand, was annoyed because Chen Hai was being a hindrance. That sword ki from before should have scared him off. Chen Hai turned to look at Li Yun again, saying, "You might not understand the situation right now. Someone's forcing us into this area, and the goal of this sword kihui is to push us into their trap."
This guy's wasting his talent not being a detective. Wait, isn't Chen Hai from the 6 doors?
And Chen Hai finally gave up on ditching Liu Yun, going ahead towards the trap himself while telling Liu Yun not to stray too far from him unless he wants to risk his life.
After they walked for a long time, they arrived at a village. It seems the remnants of the royal family are hiding in this place.
They probably haven't noticed the presence of Li Yun and Chen Hai. Chen Hai planned to scout the village a bit, instructing Li Yun, "Sit tight and don't wander around."
Although he wanted Chen Hai to leave, Li Yun had no intention of letting him go to his death. He stepped forward and said with a smile, "Officer, hold on a sec. There's something fishy about that house. It looks like someone's using that house, but there's no smoke. Even if they don't cook, surely they'd hang clothes out to dry, right? The weather's been humid these past few days. Things get moldy easily indoors.
If they're not drying clothes, then they can't be, unless they change into a fresh set every day." Chen Hai looked at Li Yun in surprise and asked, "How did you notice this abnormality?" Li Yun scratched his cheek and said, "It's just experience." Chen Hai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that Li Yun often washes clothes and cooks for His Majesty so he can tell? Something doesn't seem quite right, but whatever, I'll worry about that later. Chen Hai happily said with a smile, "You've done a great service. After we leave this place, if I have the chance, I'll put in a good word for you with His Majesty." Li Yun smiled outwardly, but inwardly he didn't want that reward at all. As they were talking, Chen Hai suddenly noticed something. Looking closely, it looked like there were traces of digging here. Chen Hai curiously brushed the ground a bit, and a secret door appeared. The door was opened, and beneath it was a passage.
So the village is just bait. There's something else going on beneath this place. Could it be they've been found out?
Either way, gotta go down and investigate. Chen Hai enthusiastically instructed Li Yun, "Stay close to me, only go behind me, step where I step."
Li Yun nodded, saying, "I'll listen to the officer. I'm a law-abiding citizen." Down in the secret passage, there were people. But they hadn't realized Chen Hai had infiltrated below, even openly talking trash about Chen Hai behind his back. After all, they didn't expect the emperor's lackeys to find this place. Serves that dog of the emperor, right?
He's probably been poisoned to death by the toxic fumes in that house by now. Those two were so busy badmouthing that they didn't notice Chen Hai had appeared before them. Chen Hai angrily knocked the two out and shouted, "You trash, daring to talk so rudely. How can you succeed if you loudly announce your plans like that?"
Li Yun will definitely let Chen Hai eat it all. That family is guarding this secret room. It is not known what secrets are stored here. Whatever secrets they have, just open the door and take a peek. Behind that door is a huge room filled with scrolls and tons of design blueprints.
Li Yun and Chen Hai instantly recognized it. These were the blueprints for the Jade Seal. Chen Hai thought the royals only had theoretical blueprints, but it looks like they've been renovating this place. Outside the door, while Chen Hai wasn't paying attention, someone pressed a button, causing a gate to slam shut, blocking Li Yun and Chen Hai's exit. The head of the royal family was outside, laughing maniacally while mocking them. "You guys actually made it here, not bad, but this is as far as you go."
This room is made of special true chi mineral stone, commonly known as relic stone. It can suppress the circulation of true chi. Unless you have someone with peerless true chi like that person, they can ignore the effects of the relic stone. Otherwise, you'll never escape, Chen Hai said angrily. Damn it, how could I fall for this trap? I've failed His Majesty's expectations. My true chi won't circulate. How do I get out of here? Speaking of which, he remembered the person next to him, Li Yun, but before he could worry, Li Yun was nowhere to be found.
The special person the royal family had mentioned was none other than Liu Yun, who had already punched a hole in the wall without anyone noticing.
Chen Hai went over and peeked his head into the hole. They actually have shoddy construction like this.
What on earth are the royals trying to do? Li Yun stood to the side, arms crossed, and sized up the situation. "Guess I'll help Chen Hai out this once. I need to get back home to take care of my wife."
The Jade Seal also has to be dealt with. That thing is too powerful. If it falls into the capital, it'll hurt my wife. Can't let it exist. Chen Hai stroked his chin and pondered. The soil here is special. If we dig with our hands, who knows how long it'll take. Li Yun, hearing this, immediately said with a smile, "Officer, I've discovered something that can be used to dig. It's just, is the officer willing?"
Chen Hai was racking his brains when Li Yun suddenly made such a suggestion. This guy is full of tricks.
In the end, the favorite sword that Chen Hai spent 3 years' salary to buy is now being used to dig.
It hurts so much. Thinking about using his good sword to dig, Chen Hai irritably turned to look at Li Yun and asked, "Why aren't you doing anything? What are you standing there for?"
Li Yun said with a smile, "I'm just an ordinary person. I can't dig. Besides, officer, have you practiced turtle qigong?" As soon as Chen Hai heard the 3 words, turtle qigong, he immediately showed his disgust. He wouldn't bother practicing such a low-level martial art. Li Yun laughed upon hearing this. "Then we're screwed. The air here is about to run out. We're probably going to die here. I suggest you breathe less."
At the same time, Zhuo Ruoli was still at home waiting for Lin Yun to return, now practicing a warm welcome as Lin Yun wished, roughly, "Honey, you're back.
Want a lap pillow?" As soon as she mentioned it, Zhuo Ruoli puffed up her cheeks unhappily. "I wonder if he went to Hongshu brothel. He's been gone for so long."
Zhuo Ruoli silently looked outside again. The sunlight shone in from the door. The space was silent, with hardly any sound.
After Zhuo Ruoli finished speaking, she shyly rolled around on the bed, talking to the air. How embarrassing. Now she misses Li Yun even more, wanting to bully her husband, but can't find anyone to bully. Back with Chen Hai and the others? They are still crawling in the tunnel, Li Yun curiously asked. "Why have you never practiced turtle qigong?"
"Don't all Daqian soldiers know it? You can feign death on the battlefield." Li Yun wouldn't say that the reason was because they almost bumped into him.
Chen Hai frowned and said, "Nonsense. My responsibility is to protect His Majesty, even if it means sacrificing my life. I've never thought about this cowardly behavior."
"Speaking of which, you seem to know a lot about battlefield affairs," Li Yun smiled. "I suffered from the battlefield before. I had to learn a little." Chen Hai was now secretly re-evaluating Li Yun. It seemed that his demands on this person were too high. With his bravery and worldliness, it wouldn't be strange for him to be by the emperor's side.
It's just a pity that his cultivation is a bit weak. At the same time, somewhere underground, the royal family's group was gathering experts. Basically a bunch of people gathering together with the intention of plotting a rebellion. Not only that, but they firmly believed that the biggest obstacle, Chen Hai, had been eliminated, and no one could stop them anymore. The person speaking was the grand manager of the big family, Dao Huang. Dao Huang is now a manager but still dreams of becoming a prime minister in the future. Just then, the wall behind Dao Huang made a strange noise. The more Dao Huang thought about it, the stranger it felt, and he felt a little panicked. Then the wall gradually cracked, followed by a big explosion that blew away the surrounding dirt and rocks. Chen Hai stepped out of that wall. After digging for so long, we can finally escape. But I wonder where this is. Are they still in the royal family's secret base? That doesn't matter.
Chen Hai had barely stepped out when he saw Dao Huang. And what's more, he remembered this guy was someone from the imperial family. Dai Huang suddenly flinched in fear when his name was called. Only then did he react, hastily retreating and ordering the crowd he'd brought. "Whoever brings me Chen Hai's head will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold." Chen Hai, not forgetting to tell Li Yun to hide well so he could deal with these guys, finished his instructions, then drew his sword and charged, fighting bravely. Just then, Chen Hai happened to sense killing intent from behind him. Chen Hai raised his sword to block, and sure enough, dogpiling Chen Hai was proving to be a bit too much.
Besides, not everyone here was a complete dumbass. At that moment, some dude wielding a sword jumped towards Chen Hai, aiming to cleave down. How could Li Yun let that guy get his way? A pebble flicked from his hand, landing right on the dude's cheek, causing him to cough up blood. And that dude, coughing up blood, fell down. The sword in his hand just happened to stab the guy fighting Chen Hai. Chen Hai stared blankly at the 2 guys who had just killed each other. What kind of luck is this? Random deaths.
Dao Huang, seeing all the experts here get killed in an instant, grew increasingly terrified. He had to know. Even if Chen Hai was strong, these guys weren't pushovers, so how did Chen Hai take them all down? The truth was, the one taking them down wasn't just Chen Hai, but also Lin Yun, throwing rocks from behind. But besides Lin Yun, no one knew about it. Run when you can't win? What a joke from the weak. There's no way Lin Yun would let this guy escape. Just as Dao Huang was running, he suddenly tripped over something and fell. Li Yun happily approached Dao Huang. "With me here, you think you can run?" In just a moment, all the experts Dao Huang had invited were lying flat on the ground. Chen Hai, unaware that Li Yun was secretly helping him, was now questioning his own strength. Had he gotten stronger? Was this a breakthrough in a dangerous situation? Before this was over, another event happened. A tremor suddenly came from the underground city. Chen Hai looked in horror at the falling rocks. Dan Huang, now awake because Li Yun hadn't used too much force, said, "Don't think you can handle this alone. We destroyed the base of this place long ago. Soon, it will all collapse."
Chen Hai, I'm done being human. Die with me. Long live the imperial family. A huge explosion came from the surface. Chen Hai felt that he couldn't survive today. He hastily raised his hands to cover his head, closing his eyes reflexively. But after a long time, nothing happened. How strange. Opening his eyes, he saw a protective barrier in front of him, shielding them
safe and sound from the explosion. Even more surprising was that the barrier was formed from materialized true qi. Chen Hai looked towards Li Yun. If it wasn't him, then this could only be the work of this person.
Only now did Li Yun remember Chen Hai. He had no choice but to act in the crisis just now. So had he revealed himself, killing Chen Hai was impossible. He could only use a physical memory wipe. This move had been used on Xianxia many times, giving him the legend of the sleeping Xianxia. After some guessing, Chen Hai finally slapped his hand and said, "Ah, I understand."
Li Yun looked at Chen Hai. Understand what? Chen Hai thought to himself. No wonder His Majesty stays by his side. His martial arts must be His Majesty's secret weapon to deal with that rebel.
If that's the case, then all the strange things before are explained, as expected of His Majesty, keeping such a powerful martial artist by his side.
Chen Hai immediately put his arm around Li Yun's shoulder, smiling and saying, "Li Yun, my brother. From now on, we are brothers." Li Yun was confused, not knowing what Chen Hai had deduced to make such an expression. Although he didn't know what was wrong with him, it seemed like there was no need for a memory wipe. Chen Hai clasped his fist towards Li Yun and said, "I must quickly return to the palace to report. I hope you can protect His Majesty well in the future. Farewell. I'll treat you to a meal another day, not a prison meal, right?" Asking him to protect the new emperor, aren't they afraid he'll chop him to death with one strike? Li Yun thought to himself, but on the outside he still smiled and said, "Rest assured, leave it to me."
The losses underground had also reached the ears of the imperial family head. He thought he could kill Chen Hai but failed, and even lost so many elite troops.
Huang Tuanzi, under the guidance of his father, calmly said, "Father, don't panic. This son has a plan to quickly replenish them, and they are all stronger experts and death soldiers than the miscellaneous troops outside." Huang Tuanzi approached and whispered his dirty plan into the ear of the Huang family head. After hearing it, the old family head laughed loudly and said, "Truly a good plan.
This is the strongest force that Dog Emperor prepared for me. This time the Dog Emperor will definitely bite the dust."
Right after finishing his duties, Chen Hai went to the palace to report everything, but the result didn't quite satisfy Zhu Ruoli. They hadn't caught the people they needed to. Maybe they had been preparing since the time of the late emperor, but that old guy hadn't noticed anything. As for the royal family's involvement in the Jade Seal research, the records left behind didn't contain any information on that aspect. The Heavenly Craft Institute might have some relevant records, but that place was sealed off after the late emperor passed away. After hearing this, Zhu Ruoli ordered Chen Hai to unseal the place and continue searching for clues. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Craft Institute, Li Yun, who shouldn't have been there, showed up anyway. Clearly, Li Yun's purpose was also to come here to find clues, though even to enter here legitimately he'd still need to stretch his legs a bit. Li Yun approached the Heavenly Craft Institute. This place, where the Jade Seal was studied, has become so desolate after only a year. Li Yun flung open the doors of the Heavenly Craft Institute. Sunlight streamed in from outside. As soon as he entered the main hall, he saw a huge statue of the late emperor standing before him.
The previous emperor, aside from being a terrible ruler, was also narcissistic beyond saving, even building a stone statue for himself.
The more I look at it, the more I dislike it.
This statue has to disappear from my sight. Li Yun reached out towards the stone statue.
The stone statue gradually cracked and shattered, finally collapsing exactly as Li Yun wanted.
And after destroying the stone statue, Li Yun discovered something interesting. There was a secret passage under the stone statue. The old emperor was really too scheming. If I hadn't destroyed the statue, who would have guessed there was a separate space underneath?
Especially since the people of the royal family wouldn't dare to. But didn't the old emperor think that Li Yun, the spirit guard who rebelled, would be the first to smash it after seeing this statue?
Li Yun approached a large iron door sealed with paper. There aren't 300 taels of silver here, but there's movement inside. Could it be members of the royal family hiding in there?
Li Yun directly smashed the door open and charged in. The door shattered, with pieces of stone scattered all around. Standing amidst the dust and smoke, Li Yun shouted, "Illegal erotic dance club." There weren't many people in the room, just something like a large wheel placed in the middle of the room, and several shelves filled with research materials.
Li Yun recognized this thing. It's a model of the Jade Seal, but why are there 3 swords on top of it? Clearly only one sword injured me back then. Could there be a total of 4 swords in the heavens?
After examining the Jade Seal model, Li Yun continued to look around the shelves for more materials. Suddenly, some things caught Li Yun's attention. The data recorded on them reminded Li Yun of something himself. They actually recorded information about my combat strength, and in great detail. Just then, some random guy popped out of nowhere and shouted, "Why is this door broken? Quick, get the necessary things out." Li Yun didn't have time to avoid him, so he directly faced the stranger, a burly man with thick eyebrows. The guy approached Li Yun and asked, "Hey, why aren't you wearing night-walking clothes?" Li Yun scratched his cheek and said with a smile, "To be honest, sorry. I was in a bit of a hurry when I left and forgot to bring them." Li Yun looked at the person in front of him again. "Is this thief from the royal family? Just say a few words, knock him out, and then interrogate him." The guy didn't notice Li Yun's intention to knock him out, and even helpfully instructed, "Why are you so careless? Hurry and go back through the secret passage behind you to get them." Li Yun turned around to look behind him.
Is there a secret passage here? I don't know about it. Just as Li Yun turned his head, the fat guy darted away, first performing another death-seeking maneuver by turning back to provoke him.
Li Yun even patted his chest, declaring that his own lightness skill was second to none, and Li Yun wouldn't be able to catch up. After saying that, he turned around and continued to run. But unexpected, right? Li Yun, who was behind him just now, had now teleported in front of him, flashing an extremely friendly smile. Knowing he couldn't win, the guy immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Li Yun and begging for mercy. "Hero, spare this humble one. I am Huang Zheng, from a branch of the royal family. Because my lightness skill isn't bad, I specialize in running errands."
"Hero, spare my life?" Li Yun asked curiously. "Then why did you run and surrender so quickly?" The fat guy was also honest, and said with a smile, "How could I come here without being scared? Either it's people from the court, or that rebel. I can't afford to offend either of them." Li Yun didn't mind talking to smart people, so he asked, "Are there more people behind you?" Huang Zheng immediately claimed he'd come here on his own, hoping to swipe a few things to give to the poor and help out women. "Yeah, right?"
Li Yun, believing him, approached with a smile. "I didn't know you were such a good guy. Lay it all on me."
The fatty forced a smile. "Give when I'm happy, and when I'm bored, I go to Hongshu brothel to comfort the ladies."
Li Yun was speechless. Wouldn't it be faster to just go whoring around? But still, so this fatty's acting alone. Dunno if he knows where the royal family is right now.
That fatty rubbed his hands together, grinning. "I don't know about the clan elders, but I do know some info about the Jade Seal. I can tell you about it."
How much would a member of the royal family know about the Jade Seal anyway? Li Yun figured only the royal clan elders would know much about it, but turns out Huang Zheng was often hitting it off with the matriarch, and was quite close to her. If Huang Zheng knew all that, Li Yun was less annoyed.
Immediately after that, Huang Zheng spilled everything he knew about the Jade Seal to Li Yun.
The royal family never participated in the Jade Seal's research process, but after the battle, an artisan from the Heavenly Crafting Institute sought refuge with the royal family. He reported a lot of things to the family head. At the same time, while the Heavenly Crafting Institute was being blockaded, he dug a secret passage. Li Yun finally understood everything now. That passage he created, that was the one Huang Zheng just mentioned. The royal family got their hands on the Jade Seal's technology so quickly because of that talent. Huang Zheng cautiously looked at Liu Yun, thinking, probing, "You wouldn't happen to be a rebel, would you? That legendary guy from the rebels?"
He was actually asking because he heard the court people approaching. No sooner had he thought this than Chen Hai led his 6 doors crew over, all of them raring to go.
Huang Zheng glanced at Li Yun, thinking, "Sorry, I still want to live." Then, ignoring Li Yun's speechlessness, Huang Zheng ran in front of Chen Hai. "I'm with the royal family. I'm willing to tell you everything. The rebel leader's here. Arrest him now." Since the last battle, Li Yun had completely shaken off the title of rebel leader in Chen Hai's eyes. In the end, Huang Zheng shot himself in the foot and was immediately handcuffed. 2 of the 6 doors guys hauled Huang Zheng away. As he left, he shouted, "What are you doing? I'm just a small fry noble. How can I compare to him? Are you guys stupid?" He's the rebel leader. Chen Hai flat out didn't believe a word Huang Zheng said, and even snickered. You can't even lie properly. If he hadn't confirmed Li Yun's true identity before, he might have believed him.
Chen Hai is on the emperor's side. How can he be a rebel leader? If that were true, Dao Qian would be long gone.
Chen Hai stepped forward, cupped his fist to Li Yun, and said, "As expected of you, you're 1 step ahead of me again. Looks like you've done a service once more."
Li Yun chuckled. "Same to you, you've worked hard. Honestly, Li Yun didn't understand what the heck just happened. What was that situation just now? By the time Li Yun had completely finished up and headed home, it was already dark. Things have been weird lately. Is Chen Hai planning to jump ship to my side? But I've already stopped rebelling. As soon as Zhuo Ruoli saw Li Yun, she rushed over. Where have you been again? Li Yun scratched his head and laughed. Protecting the capital. Zhuo Ruoli obviously didn't believe Li Yun. Why would the capital need you to protect it? Li Yun grinned. For you, no matter how hard it is, I want to become a great hero who protects the capital. Li Yun's definitely got the gift of gab. Zhuo Ruoli heard this and felt like she was on cloud 9. She grabbed Li Yun's hand and happily smiled. You're such a smooth talker. You should eat first. I made it myself. You have to finish it all, my great hero. Li Yun followed Zhuo Ruoli into the room. A bunch of delicious food was brought out. Li Yun was super curious. Did my wife make all this rich food? Zhuo Ruoli smiled. Of course, I did it myself. I don't know anything about the imperial kitchen. Li Yun completely believed what Zhuo Ruoli said. He also did not know since when did she start cooking so well. She must have been practicing behind my back all this time. But the urgent matter is still the imperial family. As Zhuo Ruoli fed him, Li Yun thought, the old emperor understood me pretty well. As for the new emperor, according to recent intel, it seems like he's keeping a young boy. I hope that boy doesn't lead him astray, or Da Qian will be done for sooner or later. That's it. Tonight, Li Yun will sneak into the palace to see what kind of person the new emperor is. At the Da Qian Imperial Palace, on some high tower, there was a dark figure sitting there, and it was obviously Li Yun. Talk about ironic, huh? Never once set foot in this place during my 5 years of rebellion, and now I'm here for the new emperor. Li Yun lightly leaped across the rooftops. No surprise, this is the Imperial Palace. The martial artists here are all famous in the Qianghu. Ordinary experts would have a hard time fighting back and can only seek death. After running for a while, Li Yun finally arrived at the new emperor's study. At this hour, shouldn't the emperor of Danqian be diligently reviewing memorials? Li Yun kicked the door open and shouted, "Inspection time!" But stepping inside, the study was completely empty. The imperial study is neatly organized, but did this dog emperor clock out early? Li Yun went ahead and sat on the chair the emperor usually uses to review documents. This chair is kinda similar to the one at my place, pretty frugal, and the scent here seems a bit like my wife's perfume. Could it be the new emperor uses the same stuff as my wife? Gotta give him props for his taste. Li Yun picked up a memorial and took a look. He's reviewed quite a few, pretty diligent. But where did he actually go if he's not in the study? Did he go meet up with some young hottie nearby? At the same time, Chen Hai and Yun Yi were patrolling the palace, and were on their way to the imperial study to help the emperor tidy up. His Majesty is usually so tired. How could Chen Hai, as his subject, let such a small matter waste His Majesty's time? Even though Li Yun heard Chen Hai's footsteps approaching, he just brazenly sat in the imperial study, resulting in a face-to-face encounter. Not only that, Li Yun even smiled friendly and raised his hand to greet Chen Hai and Yun Yi. When Chen Hai and Yun Yi saw Li Yun appear, their expressions turned dark and ugly. Yun Yi stepped forward to block Chen Hai and said, "Lord Chen Hai, I'll hold him off. You quickly go call for backup." Chen Hai was quite calm. Even if he called for more people, it would only increase casualties. Chen Hai calmly walked towards Li Yun and said, "If you've come to look for His Majesty, I advise you to give up early. You definitely won't find where His Majesty is. Moreover, there are other experts protecting His Majesty." Li Yun said indifferently. Not being in the palace at this time, looks like he's not that dutiful of an emperor. Chen Hai immediately retorted, "How could a rebel like you understand what His Majesty is thinking? His Majesty is always thinking about the people of Dabxian, and you, what do you want to do here?" Li Yun propped his chin and said, "I'm not here to fight. I originally came here to find the new emperor, but as you said, the capital has been chaotic recently, affecting the lives of ordinary people like me." Chen Hai frowned and said, "The sooner you go to paradise, the sooner you'll have no worries. If the leader of the rebel army is a commoner, then the royal family is a great benefactor." Li Yun said, "I'm not here to play around. You guys better be careful. You know the power of the Jade Seal better than I do." Chen Hai said confidently, "We've already investigated. Although the royal family is researching the Jade Seal, they haven't created the Jade Seal yet." Li Yun believed this. But what about the thing in the sky? It hasn't been used up yet. Even Li Yun himself didn't expect that there were 3 other swords in the sky. Chen Hai's expression changed immediately. The Jade Seal is in the sky. Could it be that what the royal family wants to create isn't the Jade Seal, but that thing? Li Yun left after delivering the intel, without Chen Hai and Yun Yi noticing at all. Even though he doesn't like them much, his most important person is in the capital, so Li Yun naturally hopes his wife won't be implicated. An expert who can appear and disappear without a trace had moved from in front of Chen Hai and Yun Yi to behind them. shocking them immensely.
Li Yun said.
As an ordinary person, I don't have any special privileges. I've done everything I can. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Officials should pay attention. The news has been delivered. See you later. I, a humble citizen, will take my leave first.
Li Yun came and went like the wind. Chen Hai didn't really like that kind of arrogance, but fortunately, this monster had a restraint, so for now, it's still safe.
If we knew the string that restrained this monster, maybe we could make him useful to His Majesty. But what if we're not careful, I'm afraid, that at that time the leader of the rebel army will become an immeasurable disaster.
Seriously, can someone that terrifying really live peacefully with others day after day?
The next morning, at Li Yun's house, Zhao Ruoli received a secret report that the rebel leader was so reckless that he brazenly entered the palace, showing no respect for the dignity of Da Qian. Li Yun laughed and said, "What's written on it that makes you so angry? Who's messing with you? Someone actually dares to provoke my Ruo. Li, looks like I need to teach him how to write the character for death." Okay, we can't let Li Yun get dragged into this conflict. It's all that damn rebel leader's fault.
Zhao Ruoli said with a smile. "It's nothing, don't worry about it." Li Yun immediately laughed and said, "It's okay if you don't tell me, but if you have any difficulties you must let me know. I'm really dense." "That's right, come to think of it, the day after tomorrow is their wedding anniversary." Liao Yun smiled and asked, "What plans does my dear wife have?"
Zhao Ruoli propped up her chin and said shyly, "Really? Well, let's just do what we usually do. I don't really make a point of remembering those days." Li Yun naively asked, "Huh, don't they say that women love remembering anniversaries?" Zhao Ruoli stammered. "Well, it's because every day spent with you is an anniversary."
Li Yun tapped his fingers on the table. Nothing happened for a whole year, but recently, within just 1 month, a pile of hidden dangers has emerged. Li Yun was originally a rebel leader, and now he's just a normal guy. He's definitely not some savior, so why does he attract so much trouble? These things all started happening after the new emperor ascended the throne. Sure enough, it's all her fault. The court currently has no way to resolve the issue, especially since they are colluding with the remnants of the rebels. Li Yun suddenly considered moving to be safe, since he doesn't have much affection for the capital anyway. It's just that his wife is here, so he stays. If he can avoid trouble, moving somewhere else is fine. Running away may be embarrassing, but it's very effective.
Just as he was muttering about moving, Zhao Ruoli returned from the palace, and Li Yun immediately put on a smiling face to greet her warmly.
Last time, they agreed to go for a stroll together today. Zhao Ruoli immediately asked Li Yun about it. But Li Yun was a little hesitant because he was currently busy thinking about how to tell his wife about moving.
Zhao Ruoli immediately noticed Li Yun's strange attitude, and she frowned and asked, "Why are you hesitating like that? Is taking a walk with me so troublesome?" Li Yun forced a smile and said, "Of course not, let's go right now. A great disaster is approaching. But there are many people coming and going in the capital, especially on the streets that everyone frequents."
Zhao Ruoli and Li Yun happily strolled hand in hand on the street, but Li Yun's mind was preoccupied with how to talk to his wife about moving.
While walking, Zhao Ruoli pointed in one direction and excitedly asked, "Silly, do you still remember this place?"
The place Zhao Ruoli pointed to was a large tree. Li Yun certainly hadn't forgotten this place. They had sheltered from the rain here when they had just gotten married. It was raining heavily at the time, and neither of them had brought an umbrella. Li Yun had carried Zhao Ruoli and ran in the rain.
That kind of feeling was really wonderful. In the end, the rain was too heavy, so they hid here to take shelter from the rain. Not only this place, but every place around here has memories between him and his wife. Like the place where they had breakfast together for the first time, and the riverbank over there where they fished and cooked together, watching the sunrise and sunset together. This is where they spent their lives together. It can be said that, unknowingly, the capital has become their home.
Zhao Ruoli was originally a very perceptive person. She could tell that Li Yun had something on his mind just by noticing a slight change in him.
Li Yun smiled blankly and said, "I did have something on my mind just now, but it's gone now."
As they were being affectionate, a flower vendor came up and called out, "Hey, you two lovebirds, are you spreading dog food everywhere again?"
The person who said this was none other than Li Zhu. "You're too used to eating the dog food of the homeowners every day."
Li Shu's job today is to sell flowers. Li Shu's life is truly rich and varied. She's changed jobs several times in just a few months, but this time, selling flowers is just a side job during tough economic times.
But who knows how Li Shui does business? She just gives away the flowers she's supposed to be selling to Li Yun and Zhao Ruoli. Li Yun laughed and asked, "Giving away flowers to people so casually, be careful your boss scolds you." Li Shu smiled optimistically and replied, "It's okay, he can't scold me." Putting the flower selling aside for the moment, Li Shue started gossip mode, she said excitedly. There have been a lot of things happening in the capital recently, and many people have left. If so many people are leaving, why hasn't Li Shui left? Li Yun was a little curious.
Li Shui thought for a moment and said, "At first I didn't have any feelings for the capital city, but after meeting the Li Xun and his wife I couldn't bear to leave. I liked them too much and wanted to stay in the place that holds memories of them." Li Shu's answer made Li Yun sink into thought. He had never thought about protecting the capital city because he had always been resisting the Daqian dynasty.
This kind of hostility has always existed, making it difficult for him to accept protecting the capital city and the new emperor. Only now did he understand that the person he wanted to protect was not the new emperor, but his wife, Zhuo Li, and the place that holds the memories of the two of them. Although running away from this capital city might be somewhat useful, in the end, something would always be lost.
Seeing Li Yun in deep thought, and then seeing him smile so brightly, Zhuo Li curiously asked with a smile, "What are you smiling about, hubby?" Li Yun scratched his cheek and replied, "Nothing, I just suddenly feel that the capital city isn't so bad after all." Zhuo Li smiled and said, "Of course, this capital city is, after all, what I worked hard to protect and build. More than anything, this is the city that Zhuo Li prepared for Liyuan, protecting Liyuan to live peacefully and stably in this place, together with her for the rest of their lives." At the same time, in the Daqian heavenly prison, Huang Tuanzi had led his two subordinates here to sweep away the guards of this place, beginning the undertaking of his dirty scheme. The reason they could easily break into this place was because the court had sent all of its elite forces to the outer suburbs to search for their royalty. Who would have expected that they would directly attack here? Huang Tuanzi revealed a smile that was no less treacherous, and said, "Next, let's start the plan." While there was turmoil outside, Ling Yun in the prison was arguing with Zhang Hu with all his might. These two people together were truly lively, not letting anyone get bored. Zhang Hu, not at all willing to concede to Ling Yun's momentum, happily retorted, "If you find your dad, wouldn't you be my long-lost son?"
Ling Yun stuck out his tongue and said, "With that look of yours, how can you be sure you'll have descendants? You're a daydreamer." This directly poked at the self-esteem of a man. Just then, the prison rumbled with a loud crash. Ling Yun turned around and cursed, "Damn it, your boss is attacking this place."
Zhang Hu shook his head and said, "No way, if he really wanted to attack, he should attack the imperial palace first."
Zhang Hu really understood his leader. The person who came was Huang Tuanzi. He stood in the prison and said, "Do you want to be free? The Bingsu Du in my hand is a rare poison in the world, a smile to the 9 springs. You only need to eat it, and I'll release you. I will definitely give you the antidote periodically, but from now on, you must sell your lives to me, be my dogs."
Someone in the prison said, "Ridiculous. Do you think we would sell our souls for a little freedom?"
Huang Tuanzi was not angry after hearing this, but only smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so enlightened. Originally, each person could receive 1 tael of silver every month." That man fell silent, pondered for a long time, and finally, under the power of money, he clung to the prison bars and smiled, "Woof woof, from now on I'll listen to master's commands."
Huang Tuanzi was also speechless, so easily bought over. What was with the pretense just now? It's true that money can make the devil turn millstones. The group of Zhang Hu naturally also received that poison pill. Zhang Hu had already suffered a QD deviation anyway, and would die sooner or later, so he definitely wanted to join in on this fun, and also see what other tricks the Huang family had up their sleeves.
A moment later, all the prisoners in the prison had gathered at Huang Tuanzi's place. Listening to him arrange the next task, one of them spoke up and asked, "You said you wanted us to be your dogs, so what is your purpose in doing so?" Huang Tuanzi said, "Although you are just tools, it's okay to tell you.
Devising strategies and thinking of plans, I am the chosen one in this world. I will complete the great undertaking that person could not complete. I will become an existence that surpasses even him.
If the heavens betray me, I will shatter them. In this world there are no celestial immortals, only those who destroy immortals."
Huang Tuanzi looked at the group of people in front of him. These people were all stunned. These people were all guilty. Other than cooperating with him, they had no other choice. Perhaps these people had been persuaded by his speech, or maybe, no moles can accomplish great things. I don't understand why he could say such delusional lines, especially Zhang Hu and Ling Yun, who were deliberately slandering Huang Tuanzi. How could he even read those embarrassing lines? Ling Yun laughed and said, "According to boss, he's mentally ill." At this time, one of Huang Tuanzi's 2 subordinates stepped forward and said, "Young master, we've found him. He's being held separately in a cell."
Huang Tuanzi ordered, "Quick, unlock his shackles." The person who was released was none other than Yu Mian Luosha. Huang Tuanzi treated Yu Mian Luosha with a bit more respect than the others. Yu Mian Luosha said, "Remember this, well, I'm not here to help you guys, we just happen to have the same goal. But you guys do have an eye for talent. Aside from that guy, there isn't a second person in the Dacian Empire stronger than me.
After stalling for so long, I'm gonna make him pay, as long as I don't run into that plague god. Meanwhile, the plague god Yumian Luocha was talking about was chatting with Li Shui about the Jade Seal, a top-secret matter that only he and the Emperor's people should know.
Li Shu, gnawing on a chicken leg, said, "This is already spread outside. Everyone's talking about it, saying Dacian is about to face a disaster. Is that thing about to cause trouble?"
Li Yun picked up his teacup and took a sip, saying, "I was originally beaten up by him, and my injuries still haven't healed. Now even the commoners know about it. Looks like the royal family is planning to make the capital chaotic so it's convenient for them," Li Shui asked with a smile. "So, is your thingy still working okay?"
Ling Yun spat out all the tea he was drinking. What was Ling Shu talking about? Ling Shu scratched her cheek and said, I'm just asking if your true Q is flowing all right." Li Yun said, "Don't worry, I've recovered 80% of my original strength. Moreover, I now know the Jade Seal's operating trajectory. It can't hurt me anymore." Hearing this, Li Shu felt much more at ease. They might not need to run away after all. But Li Shu still hoped Li Shu would run away to keep herself safe. Li Shui retorted, "If we can't hold on to it, danger will be lurking everywhere we go." While they were hotly discussing the Jade Seal, Zhao Ruoli appeared with a smile, asking, "What are you two talking about?" The moment Li Yun saw Zhao Ruoli, his mouth was slicker than if it was greased with oil. Without any shame, he said, "We were saying how beautiful you are." Zhao Ruoli's face flushed red from Li Yun's compliment. She shyly and awkwardly said, "Suddenly, isn't that a given?" What a smooth talker. Just then, a knock sounded on the door, followed by a voice saying, "Is anyone home?" "We're from the 6 doors." Li Yun looked toward the gate. "People from the 6 doors. Why are they here at this hour? What happened? Are they here to arrest you?" Unexpectedly, the person was only there to report that prisoners had escaped from the heavenly prison, hoping they would pay close attention to their personal safety and not wander around, in order to avoid any incidents. After speaking, the person left. His appearance here was because Chen Hai had specially instructed him to relay the message to this household.
He wondered if this household was related to royalty in any way.
Not royalty, just an emperor, the emperor thought, frowning angrily. The heavenly prison is full of powerful scum. Now that they've been released, isn't the capital extremely dangerous?
The people from the 6 doors left, and Zhao Ruoli and Li Shu also returned inside. Just then, a pigeon flew over. This was the carrier pigeon that Li Yun had left for Zhang Hu before. This meant that he had escaped as well. Li Yun took out the letter that Zhang Hu had sent him. It seemed the royal family was behind it. Now they were hiding in the ancestral home of the royal family, which was actually quite clever.
Chen Hai would never have thought that these prisoners would be so bold. A new day was dawning on the capital.
Meanwhile, Zhao Ruoli was banging on the door, cursing them as good-for-nothings. The reason for her anger was that, even after searching all night, they had only found a few escaped criminals, and there were no clues about who was behind the prison break.
Now there was a group of vicious criminals running around, and the common people were living in fear all day long. The capital was in chaos, and no one knew where they were hiding. The more Zhao Ruoli thought about it, the more annoyed she felt. Li Yun approached, smiling. "What's wrong with her?" "Calm down, who pissed off my madam. Try the lemon tea I made. You'll definitely love it. Also, don't go to the royal family's house anytime soon. Yesterday, the criminals who escaped from the heavenly prison are all there." Zhou Ruoli asked in surprise. "What? How do you know?" "You can't say it's because your friends are among the criminals and they secretly tipped you off," Li Yun said with a smile. "Isn't it because I have connections everywhere? I heard it from Old Man Wang, the vegetable seller." Zhao Ruoli frowned. "Old Man Wang, the vegetable seller, knows about this. Why don't the elites of Dacian have a single clue? A bunch of freeloaders."
Whether it's true or false, Chen Hai has to go take a look. That night, the group of criminals were still gathering with Huang Duanzi at the ancestral home of the royal family, completely unaware of the impending disaster. Ling Yun folded his arms and asked, "Has your letter been sent out?" Zhang Hu said with a smile, "Don't worry, that carrier pigeon was raised by us rebels. I've written everything I've been tasked with in the letter." Ling Yun then looked at Huang Duanzi and asked, "Do you think this kid has a chance of surpassing our boss?"
Zhang Hu didn't hesitate to snap, "Screw that. The more I look at this little punk, the less impressive he is. When the boss first descended from the heavens, he looked like a mess too, but he was still badass and 100 times stronger than this guy. This little punk doesn't have the aura of someone who'll unify the world." Just as he said that, something reddish fell in front of them. One of them went forward and picked it up to examine it.
Zhang Hu yelled from behind, "That's something the great Qian uses on the battlefield. It's about to explode. Get out, cheetah here."
Before they could even dodge, a deafening explosion rang out, blowing away all the escaping prisoners who were too slow. From within the smoke and dust, The people of the 6 doors slowly entered. The captain of the squad shouted, "Show no mercy, dead or alive." Then a fierce battle broke out. Li Yun watched the 6 doors people fighting in front of him. The 6 doors are fast.
Could it be that Zhang Hu's boss told Xindi the secret? Could they be having an affair? Zhang Hu immediately denied. My boss would never accept that emperor's feudalism.
Huang Duanzi lived up to his reputation of being the weakest. He could only be protected by his guards. But at least he managed to escape. Huang Duanzi was a little scared now. They found me this fast. Now isn't the time to think about this. I have to get away to somewhere else to hide quickly. Thinking this, he hurriedly yelled, "Don't get caught up in the fighting. Retreat for now. Move fast." The next morning at the imperial palace, after the fierce chase last night, Zhuo Ruoli's mood had improved a lot. Now it was time for the imperial court. The civil and military officials gathered in the hall. They all bowed their heads to Zhuo Ruoli, secretly sighing in their hearts at her fearsomeness. In less than a night, she discovered the Huang family's hiding place and eliminated the escaped criminals. Her control was terrifying. Chen Hai clasped his fist towards Zhuo Ruoli and said, "Your Majesty, this official did not perform well and could not eliminate all of them. The mastermind escaped with some of the criminals, but we have successfully crushed their morale."
Zhuo Ruoli said, "It's all right. Continue to increase patrols, and don't give them any chances." She didn't expect them to really be hiding there. A great Qian official wasn't even worth as much as Zhuo Ruoli's husband.
The next morning, Li Yun had found Huang Fu to investigate. All that was left were the corpses lying on the ground.
This emperor is really capable, even faster than me. Li Yun looked around to examine the situation, and just happened to see some words on the pillar in front of him. "This is the secret code from my rebel days that I taught. Looks like Zhang Hu left it."
Now they're hiding in that dilapidated temple in the west. In addition to informing him of the location, Zhang Hu also wrote, "Do you have a secret relationship with Xindi? They suspect that I told Xindi their location. That's unbelievable. How could I collude with Xindi? I can't accept this humiliation. But before that, I promised my wife that we'd go for a stroll in the suburbs tomorrow morning. So let the court and the royal family torment each other." In a sunny forest in the suburbs, Zhuo Ruoli was sitting there, arranging the food she had prepared for today's picnic. All of them were delicious-looking pastries, and of course, all made by the imperial kitchen. After setting them up, she waited for a while before Li Yun finally showed up. He said, "I'm so sorry, I'm late." Zhuo Ruoli frowned and said, "HMPH, why are you so slow? Did you go flirting somewhere?" Li Yun unexpectedly laughed and said, "You guessed right." Then, Li Yun took out what he had hidden behind his back and gave it to Zhuo Ruoli. It was a bouquet of colorful and beautiful flowers. He asked with a smile, "Pick some flowers for you. What do you think?" "Do you like them?" Zhuo Ruoli said. "All right, I forgive you."
Li Yun sat down, and Zhuo Ruoli looked at him and said, "That place you mentioned last night, there really were a bunch of criminals, right?" Li Yun smiled and said, "Even if there were, that's something for the emperor to worry about. It has nothing to do with us.
What I'm doing is becoming an ordinary person and living with my beautiful wife."
Zhuo Ruoli smiled and said, "That's right. Although I heard that they haven't caught them all yet, and some are still on the run, I can relax a little." Li Yun smiled and said, "That emperor is really failing at his job. If it were me, none of them would escape." "Emperor," Zhuo Ruoli suddenly said annoyedly, "HMPH. Bragging. The emperor must have thought a lot too. Isn't this just to protect this husband of hers?"
"I'm afraid making a big deal out of it will hurt you." Li Yun tilted his head. Looking at Zhuo Ruoli, his mind flooded with question marks. He said, "I'm the emperor, but why are you more anxious than the new emperor? That new emperor is definitely thinking a lot. Thinking about how to catch me, but..." Putting that aside for now, Li Yun said with a smile, "I heard those criminals have been moved elsewhere. Now I hear they're hiding in that dilapidated temple in the west of the city. Stay away from there, okay?"
Zhuo Ruoli smiled and asked,
"Are you worried about me?" Li Yun frankly admitted without hesitation. "Of course, as long as you're safe. That's the greatest happiness of my life," Zhuo Ruoli said with a smile. "Trisk, I don't need you to worry about me."
"Wife?" Suddenly saying that made Li Yun feel a little heartache and bewildered. Ugh, N. Then, Zhuo Ruoli looked at Li Yun with her gentle eyes full of love and affection and said, "Silly, it's said that husband and wife should stick together. If we're being logical, I should be protecting you at all times. Without my permission, you're not allowed to care about me more than I care about you." Li Yun said with a smile, "Well, that might be hard to obey." At the same time, hiding in the dilapidated temple outside the city, Huang Tuanzi started to rethink the events of last night after ensuring his safety.
"I don't know why they found these people. I absolutely can't betray them. They're carrying capital crimes on their backs and are controlled by poison. What kind of conspiracy would they have if they betrayed me? Except for sticking with me, there's no other way to go. Take that beardy guy, for example. He was originally a rebel soldier, looking like a traitor. How could he rely on the imperial court and that Taoist priest, a degenerate scholar? Could it be that the imperial court is too powerful? It seems that Huang Tuanzi has to take his opponents more seriously today.
Ling Yun was whispering to Zhang Hu on the side. He said with a smile, "Beardy, if people from the imperial court come again this time, I suspect your boss definitely has some unclear relationship with the new emperor."
Zhang Hu frowned and said, "Bullshit. My boss is already married, and he and his wife are very affectionate. You're insulting him." Ling Yun smiled and said, "Really? Why do you trust him so much?" Zhang Hu said, "I trust my boss. If the imperial court can still find this place, you can eat all my piss and shit."
As they were discussing enthusiastically, something red, small, and cute appeared.
Zhang Hu cursed with a dark face. The hell? Ling Yun next to him was so happy that he couldn't hide it, almost unable to hold back his laughter. While the six doors were hunting down the Huang family, Li Yun was still happily strolling through the city hand in hand with his Empress wife, Chu Ruoli. They kept running into people from the six doors patrolling the capital.
This wasn't hard to understand, as the criminals who escaped were causing trouble in the capital. Li Yun said with a bright smile, "Don't worry, I'll go take care of them." Chu Ruo Li chimed in with a smile. "Bragging again, can you do it?"
Li Yun nodded in response. "Of course." Just then, the group from the six doors patrolling passed by Li Yun in a rush, shouting, "Another murder happened in the west. Gather quickly." Li Yun frowned. "The west? Isn't that where they live?" Soon after, the group from the six doors gathered at the scene, and many commoners came to watch, and the people who were killed were truly miserable. A family of 3 was harmed. The capital is becoming more and more unsafe.
Li Yun still remembered the Wang Dabing's family, who sold baked cakes. Every time he bought, they always gave him an extra one. They were good people.
Seeing Li Yun's mood sinking like this, Chu Ruo Li said, "You can't meddle in other people's business. Those criminals are extremely dangerous. Leave it to the six doors to handle. The emperor will protect you." While holding hands with his beautiful wife to comfort her, a stone flew from somewhere and hit Li Yun on the head. Li Yun rubbed his head and angrily turned around to shout, "Who dares to disturb my romantic time with my wife?"
Zhang Hu and Ling Yun didn't know how they escaped, but their appearances were a little painful to look at. The 2 big guys, with their scruffy beards, were actually cross-dressing. Li Yun died a little inside, his face darkened. What kind of demons are these?
Are these 2 cosplaying? Li Yun quickly met up with Ling Yun and Zhang Hu in a nearby alley. They had been looking for Li Yun all day and just found him, Li Yun asked curiously. "Why did you guys sneak out?"
Zhang Hu replied. After the base at that dilapidated temple was exposed, the Huang family scattered. They went to cause trouble everywhere, and Zhang Hu's group took this opportunity to find Li Yun. Ling Yun took this opportunity to casually inquire, his expression clearly wanting to gossip. "You and the new emperor really don't have any special relationship, do you?"
And here they come, knocking on our door like they knew we were here. Li Yun was so honest he just blurted out, "What a joke. Do you think I'm the type to conspire with Xindi? Besides, how could Xindi ever compare to my wife?"
"There's no way I'd ever get involved with Xinding." Putting that aside, these criminals are scattered all over, causing chaos. I'm afraid Chao Ding won't be able to handle this mess anytime soon.
"If Chao Ding can't handle it, Li Yun will? What's the big deal?" He chuckled. "I have a way to catch them all in one net, but I still need you 2 to help." "What way is that?" We're all ears. It was nighttime, and the criminals had just finished a brutal fight with the green cloaks. The blonde guy laughed. "The green cloaks are trash. As long as Chen Hai doesn't show up, we have nothing to fear. Why don't they send an army here and just wipe us out in one go?"
As he said that, a group of people appeared out of nowhere behind them.
Speaking of Chen Hai, is that him, this formation? But they quickly realized that it wasn't Chen Hai who had come, but the bearded rebel leader, giving them quite a scare. The blonde guy stepped forward and asked, "What are you guys gathering for?" Zhang Hu replied. "The boss told me to gather everyone for a big operation." The blonde guy instantly got excited. "A big operation sounds great. There are so many skilled criminals from the prison we can even fight an army." At this moment, jade-faced Rakshasa peeked out from nearby and said, "Count me in, I want to see what this big operation is. Are we raiding the emperor's crib or something?"
Little did they know that Ling Yun was about to harvest them. They innocently followed Zhang Hu and Ling Yun to the Huangfu family's ancestral home.
The group following Zhang Hu immediately found it strange. "Isn't this the Huang family's place? What are we doing back here? Is there really something fun going on?" Zhang Hu grinned deviously and glanced at the criminals behind him, saying, "Of course. A one-time, all-inclusive hell tour."
After Zhang Hu finished speaking, Li Yun walked out of the house, smiling. Thanks for the hard work, guys.
Jade-faced Rakshasa wondered why he heard such a familiar voice, as if he'd heard it somewhere recently. Li Yun made a throat-cutting gesture and smirked. The indiscriminate slaughter of innocents and your time of evil is over.
I'm here to send you off. Xiang Hu and Ling Yun immediately retreated. Leave the fighting to Ling Yun, they were getting out of there.
The blonde guy was clueless, still naively saying, Where did this little punk come from? You want to die? You think throwing out one scrub can scare us? Jade-faced Rakshasa was now completely terrified, sweating bullets, ignoring the guy flapping his gums. Only an idiot would fight Li Yun. Before the guy could finish, Jade-faced Rakshasa ran away, yelling, This has nothing to do with me. I was just passing by. Do as you please, spare my life. Seeing Jade-faced Rakshasa run like that, the criminals were deflated. And he calls himself Jade-faced Rakshasa, he's scared of a little punk. Which of you is going to take care of him? A big, burly criminal who looked like a gorilla stepped forward and said, I'll deal with him. His flesh looks tender and juicy. I love eating fresh meat like that. As soon as he finished speaking, his head was chopped off. Without any time to react or resist, when Li Yun held the guy's head in his hand, his expression hadn't even changed. The criminals there were immediately shocked. He can chop off someone's head so easily.
Li Yun calmly stepped forward and said, I don't care how you guys die, but you dared to scare my wife. What, scaring his wife is a death sentence? By the time the Green Cloaks arrived at the Huang family's place, Li Yun had already wiped out all the escaped criminals.
Chen Hai looked at the people lying on the ground. These criminals weren't weak, but they were all killed in one move, as easily as cutting grass. To be able to do this, there's only one possibility. It was the rebel leader. Maybe these people provoked him, or maybe not. Some of these criminals were also rebels. After the Green Cloaks checked the corpses, they reported, Only 3 people are missing, Luo Chenglei, a bearded guy, and a Taoist priest. Chen Hai immediately ordered, Quickly capture Luo Chenglei. As for the other 2, don't worry about them. So he finally gets it now. Turns out, they not only wanted to save their subordinates, but also wanted to use this opportunity to make the emperor owe them a favor. Dream on. If the Lupian men just ignore those 2, then no one owes anyone anything.
A rebel can't expect to get anything from the imperial court. Meanwhile, that same rebel, after dealing with everything, is chilling in his yard, munching on pastries. Not bad, these pastries, sweet and sour. These pastries were brought over by Zhuo Ruo Li, so they must be from the imperial kitchen. Chen Hai is going to be so shocked when he finds out. Li Yun happily looked at Zhuo Ruo Liang and asked with a smile, You're in a good mood today, aren't you?
Zhuo Ruo Li smiled and said, Of course, I heard the escaped convicts have been taken care of, so the capital is pretty safe now. On the surface, she's all smiles. But in her heart, Zhuo Ruo Li is secretly cursing. That damn guy wiped out those convicts. Couldn't the Dacian people handle it themselves?
Zhuo Ruo Li puffed out her cheeks, making up her mind. One day, I'll catch that leader myself and make him wish he were dead. Li Yun, who was sitting nearby eating pastries, suddenly felt a wave of murderous intent. Even though the convicts were taken care of, the royal family definitely won't stop there. Who knows what their next plan is? While he was racking his brain, Li Yushu ran over from her place, cheerfully saying, Master, Sister Zhuo, I'm here to freeload.
Li Yun started teasing as soon as he saw Li Shui. All you ever think about is food. Can't you just buy snacks outside?
Li Shu stuffed a few pastries into her mouth, happily saying as she ate, It's because Sister Zhuo's cooking is too amazing. You can't compare it to anything outside. It's as good as the imperial kitchen. Li Yun was at a loss for words. This Li Shui is such a glutton. They were leisurely eating pastries, drinking tea, and chatting about current affairs when a loud noise suddenly came from outside the door.
Li Yun looked towards the source of the noise. Is that the Dacian train? Li Shu said while eating pastries. It is the Dacian train, but it's a bit strange. Trains only make that kind of noise when they're speeding up. It's almost at the capital, so it shouldn't be accelerating. It must be a test run. It won't make any more noise later, and it definitely won't crash into the capital, right? Unfortunately, what Li Shu feared was about to happen near the outskirts of the city. The train that the royal family snatched up was speeding towards the capital. Standing on the dizzyingly fast train were Na Ren Thuo A and Kuang Shou Zhai Han.
They traveled thousands of miles from the snowy lands to this place. Finally arriving, Kuang Shou Zhai Han chuckled. Na Ren Thuo, say something. You haven't said a word since we started. Are you scared?
If I scare you, I'll give you my heart. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold sword silently pointed at Kuang Shou Zhai Han's neck. Kuang Shou Zhai Han took a step back and forced a smile. Just kidding. Don't be so serious. After speaking, Na Ren Thuo A sheathed his sword and turned away, not saying a word from beginning to end. Now, Naren Thake-a wholeheartedly wants to help Li Yun get back what belongs to him, but Li Yun genuinely doesn't need it. Naren Thuo-a still thinks that Li Yun is being suppressed by the emperor and definitely isn't feeling comfortable. Meanwhile, that train was still hurtling madly towards the capital. The city walls exploded, and a loud bang rang out, followed by a train crashing through. The train stopped due to the collision with the city walls. Dust filled the air, and rubble from the walls was scattered everywhere. The guards hurriedly rushed to seal off the scene. It has to be said that these guys have been quick on the draw recently, but using a train to crash straight into the capital is cruel enough. The soldiers, who were still holding spears, suddenly noticed a large figure behind them. Somehow, Kwangshu Zhaihan had appeared behind them, standing with his arms crossed and a smile on his face. Kwangshu Zhaihan grinned, revealing his animalistic nature. Blood-curdling screams echoed all the way to the city walls. More and more people came to watch, including Li Yun and Zhuo Ruoli.
Anyone who can enter the city like this must be extraordinary, Li Yun frowned. They're reinforcements for the royal family this time.
That's it. This mess is enough to keep the new emperor busy, Zhuo Ruoli hummed in agreement.
Li Yun couldn't help but feel a tickle in his heart when he saw his wife's expression. Is his wife scared?
It feels like her mood is complicated. Just then, Li Yun heard some soldiers nearby talking about the people who entered the city. Although most of the Shu soldiers who arrived in time were taken care of, some people still saw what they looked like. A very beautiful girl with green hair, a sword on her back, and warm clothes that people from snowy regions usually wear, like a snow elf, and a tall man. As soon as Li Yun heard the description of the woman, he immediately thought of Na Ren Tuo-a. What is she doing here after all? Could she be the official who's cooperating with the royal family? But no matter who they are, if they dare to harm my wife, I'll take care of them all. At this moment, Na Ren Tuo-ya and Crazy Beast Zaihan are standing on some rooftop, doing who knows what. Crazy Beast Zaihan asks curiously, "Looking for your leader? You can't see anything from here, what a waste of time." Na Ren Tuo-ya says coldly, "If it was him, he'd be seen. But you're right, now's not the time to waste time on this. What's urgent now is..." Crazy Beast Zaihan raises his axe, interrupting loudly, "Of course it's to chop you up." Na Ren Tuo-ya is really judging him. Catching Na Ren Tuo-ya's disapproving look, Crazy Beast Zaihan forces a smile and finally relents. "Fine, no chopping people, got it." Unexpectedly, Na Ren Tuo-ya says, "With someone as strong as you causing trouble in the capital, it can create space for me." Crazy Beast Zaihan asks curiously, "Then where are you going to do what?" Na Ren Tuo-ya replies, "The Imperial Palace. I'm going to meet the new emperor." As soon as Crazy Beast Zaihan hears this, he feels something's up with Na Ren Tuo-ya. It's not like you're fighting over a man. The Imperial Palace is heavily guarded. Even she'd have a hard time getting away. Na Ren Tuo-ya completely ignores that. Such a large disturbance with the train is precisely to create an opportunity for her to enter the Imperial Palace. Seeing Na Ren Tuo-ya's resolve, Crazy Beast Zaihan doesn't say more and returns to the topic of chopping people. "If I chop, I'll only chop that rebel leader." He continues, "If I kill him with one axe, won't she be heartbroken?" Having said that, Crazy Beast Zaihan catches a huge point. If that leader dies, won't my chance come? Therefore, carrying the passion and determination to win over Na Ren Tuo-ya, Crazy Beast Zaihan raises his head to the sky and yells, "Rebel leader, just you wait. I'm coming for you." As soon as the incident was discovered, Zhao Ruoli returned to the Imperial Palace to hear Chen Hai's report. Chen Hai also found out that the mastermind this time was Na Ren Tuo-ya, and it's possible that Na Ren Tuo-ya is a cadre of the rebel army allied with the royal family. Some of the royal family haven't been caught yet. Seeing that Chen Hai seems to be hesitating, as if wanting to say something, Zhao Ruoli frowned and ordered, "Tell me the worst-case scenario." Chen Hai then said, "Perhaps your majesty has also heard that this Na Ren Tuo-ya and the leader of the rebel army have a complicated relationship. If she manages to pull the leader of the rebel army over to her side, then the capital is completely doomed." Zhao Ruoli frowned. Indeed, there's still such a variable. According to intelligence, although the leader of the rebel army is married, he's definitely a playboy. I've heard about some of his scandals long ago. Just then, the door of the imperial study is chopped in half. Na Ren Tuo-ya, like a ghost, successfully infiltrated the imperial palace. Chen Hai immediately put his hand on the hilt of his sword and shouted, "Assassin! Your Majesty, be careful!" Na Ren Tuo-ya looked at Zhao Ruoli and said coldly, "You're the new emperor." Indeed, a little beautiful. In contrast to Na Ren Tuo-ya's calm and composed demeanor, Chen Hai was so annoyed that his eyebrows were furrowed as he yelled, "Audacious traitor, daring to break into the imperial palace! Today I'll make sure you come but don't return." Zhao Ruoli looked at Na Ren Tuo-ya and asked, You are the swordmaster of the northern wilderness, Naren Tuoya replied. Are all the barbarians of the northern wilderness so ignorant of etiquette? No need to care about etiquette with the Emperor of Dengan. Today I came to see how you differ from our leader, and now I see that you're far too inferior. This position isn't suitable for you. Zhao Ruoli smiled sarcastically. Even if he's amazing, you guys are abandoned by him. It's not like things will be good.
These words from Zhao Ruoli were indeed venomous, piercing straight into Naren Tuoya's sore spot.
But Naren Tuoya still tried to resist, saying, "That's just temporary. Before long, I'll bring him back so you'll have to kneel before him."
Zhao Ruoli found it increasingly ridiculous, laughing not because of her own position. You really are devoted. As soon as Naren Tuoya heard Zhao Ruoli say that, she blushed and said awkwardly, "I don't have any romantic feelings for him, he's just an object of respect." Well, she confessed, without even being attacked, she really knows how to shoot herself in the foot. From Naren Tuoya's expression, Zhao Ruoli could infer that she and the leader of the rebel army have something shady going on.
Can this dogman's wife have a little backbone? If it were her, she would definitely execute him immediately. A moment later, the imperial guards in the palace also rushed to surround Naren Tuoya.
Seeing the unfavorable situation, Naren Tuoya didn't insist on staying to fight. It's better to keep herself safe first. Having said that, Naren Tuoya disappeared right in front of Chenhai. Chenhai could only resent himself in his heart. If he didn't have to protect his majesty, he would definitely rush up and chop this traitor.
Immediately after Naren Tuoya left, Zhao Ruoli instructed Chenhai, "Close all the gates of the capital."
Within 2 days, I gotta deal with the Huang family and the rebels, including their leader, of course. Gotta chop him into 100 pieces.
Some rebel leader is chilling on the street, thinking, "Damn, guess I'm catching strays." Sneeze. Li Yun rubbed his nose. Why the sudden sneezes? And why did I repeat myself? Is it just a sneeze-induced habit now?
He was planning to sniff out Huang family's hideout, but no news lately. Makes sense, they're probably all hiding. Can't be dumb enough to show their faces. No sooner said than done. A loud boom echoes near Li Yun, just a few buildings away.
People scatter, screaming, "Help! Someone call the cops! Northern Barbarian Manzi is killing people." Li Yun perks up at Northern Barbarian Manzi. Was bummed about having no leads. Now the leads delivered right to my door.
Meanwhile, Kwangshu Zhai Han is still causing chaos, holding a royal guard in his hand. Other guards complain that Dai Qian's martial artists aren't living up to his expectations. Li Yun walks up and asks, "Judging by the looks of you, you're from that train wreck, aren't you?"
From the northern wilderness Kwangshu stronghold, Han spots Li Yun approaching and laughs maniacally. "Kid, you got a good eye." "What? You want to fight?" Li Yun grins. Nah, not fighting you right now." Too late. Fighting will disturb the neighbors. Kwangshu Zhai Han is confused. Is this guy telling him to stop? What a waste of space. It looks like you're deliberately trying to cause trouble. But the next second, Kwangshu Zhai Han's cocky demeanor vanishes as he barely manages to raise his axe to block Li Yun's incoming punch. Li Yun chuckles. "You can take one of my punches, and your reaction's pretty quick. Not bad weapon either." Kwangshu Zhai Han is now terrified, but still tries to put on a brave face. "My axe is made from northern wilderness divine iron, the toughest stuff in the world." "Not bad that your fist didn't break," Li Yun grins. "Northern wilderness divine iron, no wonder it feels a bit familiar. Smashed a few of those before." As Li Yun says this, cracks start appearing on Kwangshu Zhai Han's axe. Then, Li Yun casually flicks Kwangshu Zhai Han's crotch, sending him flying backwards, unable to resist. Kwangshu Zhai Han is embedded in the wall, surrounding earth, and stones crack. Dust fills the air. But at least he's still alive. Kwangshu Zhai Han is increasingly horrified. Is this newcomer a monster? But he clearly doesn't have any key. Were the guys I beat up before all trash? Where did someone so strong suddenly pop up from the crowd? Were they deliberately putting on an act for me, catching me off guard? Thinking this, Kwangshu Zhai Han yells, "You said you weren't looking for a fight. You Dai Qian people are despicable. Always tricking and ambushing." Li Yun smiles. "I never look for fights. I wasn't lying."
Kwangshu Zhai Han is baffled. Then, Li Yun chuckles, "A fight is when two people are fighting. Right now it's just me beating you to death. How can that be considered a fight?" Kwangshu Zhai Han can't help but curse. Holy SHT, is that even a thing? But you gotta admit, that logic kinda makes sense. Realizing he can't beat Li Yun, Kwangshu Zhai Han turns tail and runs. They circled the capital 12 times, but Kwangshu Zhai Han can't shake off Li Yun. Actually, the reason they circled for so long was because Li Yun was hoping this idiot would lead him to their hideout. Guess he ain't that dumb.
No time to waste, gotta get home to my wife. Thinking this, Li Yun instantly teleports behind Kwangshu Zhai Han and delivers a punch a seriously powerful punch that almost kills the poor guy.
Guangzhou Zhaihan slams to the ground from Li Yun's punch. The ground around him cracks in a circular pattern, as if perfectly measured. Guangzhou Zhaihan struggles to sit up, his face is scratched, his body bruised all over, and moving is difficult.
If he hadn't saved some of his true Q to protect himself, he'd probably be crippled today.
Li Yun slowly approaches Guangzhou Zhaihan and asks, "Tell me the truth. Why did you and Na Ren Tuoya come to the capital?" Guangzhou Zhaihan, though still wondering how the person who just beat the crap out of him knows Na Ren Tuoya and calls her so intimately, still replies, "She came to find someone. I came to kill someone." Li Yun then asked, "Who does he want to chop down?" Guangzhou Zhaihan laughed and said, "Whoever Na Ren Tuoya is looking for, I'll chop them down. It's to chop down that useless leader of the rebel army."
The next second, Li Yun laughed and said, "I am that useless leader of the rebel army."
Guangzhou Zhaihan immediately went silent.
After that, he rubbed his head and laughed it off. The face changing was too damn fast. He said, "Actually, I also joined the rebel army, so you can consider me one of your subordinates. We're on the same side." He always thought that Na Ren Tuoya was just threatening him. He didn't expect that person to be so strong.
Li Yun laughed and said, "If we're on the same side, then it's easy to talk. Where is the Huangjia's base now?"
"For the sake of Na Ren Tuoya's tea, I won't hit you." Guangzhou Zhaihan immediately pointed to his battered body and complained, "Then what about all my injuries?"
Li Yun laughed and said, "Aren't you still alive? Just drink more hot water and you'll be fine. Hurry up and tell me. I'm still busy going to send them to the afterlife." Guangzhou Zhaihan said, "I don't know about the Huangjia, but their people are now in a tavern in Jingdu. I'll take you there right away."
A real man doesn't fear immediate losses. Na Ren Tuoya also wanted to meet him, but for some reason, he felt like he was being cuckolded.
It's late now, so Li Yun still has to go home to his wife, so he told Guangzhou Zhaihan to send a message to Na Ren Tuoya, "Don't cause any more trouble, and don't participate in anything. Leave Jingdu quickly." And if Na Ren Tuoya says no, Li Yun will personally throw her out no matter how close she is as a subordinate. Threatening his wife's peaceful life is not allowed. After Guangzhou Zhaihan returned to the meeting place with Na Ren Tuoya, he conveyed exactly what Li Yun had said.
Guangzhou Zhaihan took the opportunity to add a little spice, even forgetting to ask if Na Ren Tuoya wanted to leave. Na Ren Tuoya then said, "Of course not. I will definitely get him the position he deserves." At this time, Huang Tuanzi also came in and asked, "Are you two ready? The time has come, we can make our move." This is not a problem, but Guangzhou Zhaihan is a little curious about who the two people behind Huang Tuanzi are. Huang Tuanzi said, "They are people who hate the court to the bone. They didn't easily escape from Tianlao, and most of them were chased and killed by the court. Only these two are definitely irreconcilable with the court."
Hearing people introduce them like this, Zhang Hu and Ling Yun didn't care. They came forward and made a very distinctive move, saying, "The court is really hateful. We swear to die and be loyal to Huangjia." Guangzhou Zhaihan secretly remembered this pose, and if he has the opportunity he will show it to Na Ren Tuoya later. He doesn't know if she will like it.
As for Na Ren Tuoya, she thought to herself, if Han dares to make this pose, see if she doesn't chop him to death.
With the introductions done, Huang Tuanzi went straight to the main topic. The Jade Seal will soon be transferred from the arranged ghost path to the Huangjia people.
At that time, it will be possible to control the Jade Seal. Next will be the destruction of Jingdu. Zhang Hu and Ling Yun heard about this for the first time. They didn't expect to go undercover and only find out about this now. It seems like something big is about to happen. The very next morning, Li Yun and his wife were arguing in front of the door. Because it was dangerous outside, Li Yun didn't want Zhuo Ruoli to go out, but she couldn't not go. But after all, as long as it is something that Zhuo Ruoli wants to do, Li Yun will not stop her.
Therefore, he only told his wife to be careful. Zhuo Ruoli smiled and nodded in agreement. She is not only Li Yun's wife, but also the emperor of Daqian. At such a crucial moment, she must be in the court to protect Daqian and also protect her husband.
Li Yun sighed. It seems that Zhuo Ruoli also has a lot on her mind. They have been married for a long time, and this is the first time Li Yun has seen his wife like this. While he was feeling sad and distressed, a stone flew from somewhere and hit Li Yun on the head. Li Yun irritably turned around and shouted, "I know you guys are over there. Can you stop throwing stones at my head?" Zhang Hu and Ling Yun didn't have any regrets, but just said with a calm smile, "Isn't it a habit? Moreover, your head is hard, so it doesn't matter." Now let's get to the main point. The two of them came to bring information to Li Yun.
They happened to meet the great young master of the Huangjia,
and learned that the Huangjia has obtained the Jade Seal, and will launch a destructive attack on Jingdu in the next 2 days when the orbit is close. Li Yun frowned. These crazy people really want to level Jingdu. Would directly killing Huang Tuanzi do anything?
Zhang Hu shook his head and replied, It's useless. The device to control the Jade Seal is probably on the Huangjia family head.
Huang Tuanzi has been with them recently, but he hasn't seen anything that looks like it's used to control anything.
If you don't know, go ask Lauda. Li Yun didn't answer but just asked about Huang Tuanzi's location.
He used to hang out with that guy Na, but now he's moved on to other places.
Zhang Hu tentatively suggested Li Yun could conceal his identity and infiltrate their ranks to gather more intel.
But Li Yun doesn't have that kind of time. This time they made Ruo Li worry every day. They were given a chance before, now it's time to settle the score.
Absolutely no one can escape. That night, Huang Tuanzi, still unaware that Li Yun was about to chop his head off, leisurely sat in the tea house playing with his sword, dreaming of a future with great power in his hands, unifying the world. Just then, Zhang Hu barged in, pushing open the door and yelling, "Huang Gongzi, something big's happened."
Barely had a moment of peace and already a bunch of bad news is finding me. Huang Tuanzi frowned and asked, "What is it?" Zhang Hu anxiously replied, "It's our leader, he's attacking." Huang Tuanzi was shocked. "What are you saying? How could this be? I clearly didn't provoke him." Zhang Hu then made up a bunch of plausible stories about how their leader had just killed someone. Just as he finished speaking, the wall directly opposite them was cleaved in two, and the roof slowly began to collapse.
Li Yun stood on the wall, hair blowing in the wind, looking down and asking, "Who is Huang Tuanzi?" Huang Tuanzi quickly stepped forward, fake smiling, and said, "Haha, I've heard of Xianxia's name for a long time, now I finally get to meet Xianxia." Truly extraordinary. Li Yun raised an eyebrow and said, "What are you laughing at? Do I know you?" Huang Tuanzi replied with a smile, Xianxia probably doesn't know that I am the eldest son of the royal family, and also the second most important figure in the royal family. I also had a part in forcing the new emperor. It's truly laughable." Li Yun said calmly, "The Huang family might have something you don't know. When you guys were rebels, the people I killed the most were you nobles."
As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in Li Yun's hand moved again, slashing several times around the tea house.
The tea house couldn't withstand the force of Li Yun's slashes, and directly collapsed. All that was left now was a mix of stone walls and wooden frames. Ling Yun and Zhang Hu seized this opportunity to exaggerate the situation. Ling Yun said, "Gongzi, we must quickly find the family head, only the Jade Seal can stop him."
"This guy is a lawless rebel, he's used to it. What if he accidentally injures your noble body?"
Huang Tuanzi was so frightened by Ling Yun that he was drenched in sweat, and without any time to think, he followed Ling Yun and Zhang Hu to find the royal family head to get the Jade Seal to protect him.
Huang Tuanzi then ran away headfirst, not forgetting to shout, "You guys follow and protect me."
Li Yun stood calmly in the cloud of dust, watching this guy. Didn't even consider the possibility of being betrayed. Speaking of which, Zhang Hu and Ling Yun's acting wasn't bad. They could compete for an Oscar. Zhang Hu and Ling Yun ran after Huang Tuanzi for a long distance. Ling Yun, running behind, shouted, "Gongzi, where is our secret base?"
"The situation is urgent now, we can't keep hiding. It's just unexpected that this kid still hasn't opened his mouth to say the location of the base, he's somewhat deep." They ran for a while to a certain wall. Zhang Hu still recognized this place. "Isn't this near the 6 doors?" Huang Tuanzi pressed on a spot on the wall and said, "This is called the most dangerous place is the safest place." The mechanism was activated, and the tunnel entrance was opened. This secret base is connected to the 6 doors, so they can usually conveniently steal information from within.
Just then, Li Yun had also caught up. Zhang Hu then loudly said, "Daoshi, quickly escort Gongzi inside. I will stay behind to risk my life to stop him. Now is the time for me to repay Gongzi's life-saving grace." Saying that, Zhang Hu would never play the trick of staying behind to block Li Yun. He could die at any moment without knowing it. Not to mention that he was also Li Yun's man.
Li Yun smiled and asked, "Is this the place?" Zhang Hu replied, "Daoshi has already gone in first. Then it will be convenient to cooperate with us from the inside."
Li Yun approached the secret staircase. "This place has complicated mechanisms. If I want to go in and search, it will take a lot of time.
If I don't go in and search, then I can only use the simplest, most violent method." At this time, Huang Tuanzi, having just run down into the base, shouted, "Father, the rebel leader has come to kill us." The Huang family head slapped Huang Tuanzi hard and scolded, "Idiot! He didn't come to kill us, he was led here by you." Huang Tuanzi, while hugging his face, anxiously said, "Father, wasn't I out of options?" "Dude, tell that Jade Seal of yours to suck him up. The royal patriarch was getting angrier and angrier. How could I have spawned such an airhead? Doesn't he know the timing isn't right yet? They still need time to prepare. And this base has a super complicated layout. He won't be able to find it anytime soon. Finding it the normal way is tough, yeah, but..." Li Yun just straight up cracks the floor and punches a huge hole straight down. "I ain't playing hide and seek with these chumps. I'll just stomp the place down and see where they scurry." Zhang Hu awkwardly blurted out, You're making way too much noise, dude. The 6 doors are gonna be here any minute, boss. You've been in the capital for so long without getting caught. You really got something going on with the emperor, huh?
Lin Yun whipped around, roaring, "Bullshit. My heart only belongs to my wife, Chu Ruo Li." Zhang Hu heard that and figured it made sense. There's no way a rebel leader would be messing around with the emperor.
Wait, the emperor is also surnamed Chu? What the heck? Our boss married the Dacian emperor? He must just be overthinking things because he's been playing around too much.
Huang Tuanzi's crew snuck out through another part of the tunnel, probably a spot out of Lin Yun's sight. Lin Yun immediately turned and yelled towards Lin Yun, "Patriarch, young Master Huang, the rebel leader is over there. You absolutely can't go over there."
Huang Tuanzi and the royal patriarch both facepalmed internally. They spun around, angrily shouting, "Who told you to shout so loud?" The instant Lin Yun heard Lin Yun yelling, he vanished. In a flash, he was charging towards the royal patriarch, sword in hand, ready to go ham. But a burst of sword energy came flying at him, and Lin Yun raised his sword to block it. This sword energy feels so familiar. It can only be that person, Xianxia, standing on the rooftop, looked down at Li Yun and said, "We meet again, leader." This Xianxia really knows how to hold back. She's seeing her crush again, but still coldly looking down like they're strangers. The boss, standing below, said to the beauty up above, "Xianxia, it really is you. Don't mess around anymore. Stop this." Xianxia frowned. "Even if you've forgotten, I'll make sure you get what you want."
Whoosh! She disappeared. The boss sighed, rubbing the heads of the two girls, not listening to anyone else's advice at this point. Suddenly, a ton of guards showed up. A huge dude, blocking the boss's path, yelled, "The 6 doors are coming. Let's fall back now." The guards were shouting, "Don't let them get away. Surround them." One of the guards respectfully bowed to the person behind him. "Lord Chen Hai, Lord Yun Yi, has taken some men to chase after the other rebels. What should we do with these two?"
The huge dude glanced back at the boss, thinking, "What now? The boss just wants to live peacefully with his wife. If he takes action, his identity will be blown."
Suddenly, his hands were shackled. Lord Chen Hai patted him on the shoulder, praising, "Well done, you've successfully destroyed the Huang family's hideout." The dude behind him was dumbfounded, sweating buckets, and his face turned dark. What's going on here? Is the boss working for the new emperor? Is that even possible?
Our boss really does have connections with the new emperor. I can't tell anyone about this.
A moment later, in the courtyard of the court, many rebel subordinates were arrested, reporting to Lord Chen Hai. Almost all of the Huang family members have been captured. Unfortunately, their patriarch managed to escape.
A rebel beside him thought, "Why is he standing on the court side? Isn't he the rebel army leader?" Chen Hai on the other side. "Are you blind?" The boss smirked and said, "Release that bearded guy and the Taoist priest. They've already surrendered." Chen Hai stared forward, thinking, "These two are the rebel leader's confidants. To be able to win them over too, he truly lives up to being the emperor's man." Then he ordered the guards to release the two. From now on, they are no longer wanted. The long-haired guy looked at the giant, suspiciously asking, "Your boss fought so hard for so many years. Is he just surrendering like that?" The giant said, "It's not surrendering to the enemy. The boss and Big Bro are like fire and water. They must be playing a huge game of chess. Seriously, I can't laugh right now." Suddenly, a woman spoke up. "This young hero, wait a moment. Can you let me go too? I'm innocent." The boss gave her a cold glare. "What are you calling me for? I'm a civilian. You're not related to me. Why should I beg for you?" She flashed a radiant smile. "Wouldn't it be enough if young hero takes me as his wife? That way we're family, and this humble girl will live quite well." These words stunned everyone into silence. The boss coughed. "Hey now, show some self-respect. I'm a married man." She gazed at the boss with an enchanting look. "Then let this humble girl be your concubine. Wouldn't that be good too?" And she snickered inwardly. "Heh heh, this fresh young lad looks like the type of man who can't resist temptation." But the boss pointed at her, ordering, "Take her away and execute her." Chen Hai agreed. He'd wanted to do that from the start. As the two guards were about to drag her away, she suddenly shouted, "Wait, I know the condition to open the jade seal. If I tell you, will I be spared?" Instantly, the boss grinned. "Now we can talk a little." She grabbed onto the shoulder of a kid with a pitch-black face, pleading earnestly, "I can tell you, but you must guarantee that both I and the family head's son will be safe." Chen Hai affirmed to her, "If the information you provide is accurate and without error, you'll be considered to have rendered a service." Meanwhile, the boss thought darkly, "So I also know the royal family head's son. I can see how much the royal family's head has been cuckolded. Turns out, she was trying to trap me." The girl heard this and quickly said, "It's blood. It's the blood of the royal family. To open the jade seal, you need royal family blood, otherwise it can't be activated." The boss crossed his arms and pondered, "This is troublesome. I did not expect the key element is the emperor. I can't just stay by the emperor's side to protect her. Luckily, their most important target is the emperor, not my wife. Chen Hai frowned. With this trusted brother at His Majesty's side, ordinary people can't do anything at all. But this guy just said he's married, and he's with His Majesty all day? Could it be? Thinking of this, Chen Hai smiled at the boss, giving him a thumbs up. Truly a loyal and devoted subject. Not staying with his wife, but staying by His Majesty to protect her. The boss looked at him, puzzled. People have already said it's the emperor's blood. This guy is so confident. It seems this Chen Hai is the real deal. Cut to the boss standing alone on the flower lantern viewing bridge, watching the lanterns drift by on the water, wondering, who are these flower lanterns remembering? Your Majesty? Suddenly appeared behind him, with a sad face. Innocent soldiers and civilians have died. Seeing His Majesty, the boss smiled. You're a bit late coming back, aren't you? I did not expect we would meet here. Why are you remembering today? Is it a special day? His Majesty explained. Today is the anniversary of the Great War against the rebel army. That war took the lives of countless people. Some lost their fathers, some lost their children. The living only use this way to pay respects to them, and also use this way to wish blessings for the future. The boss agreed. That's right. That battle was ultimately just a struggle of those in power, for personal gain. In the end, it's the ordinary folks who suffer. Then, he reflected on himself. It was precisely because I saw through the nature of that battle that I chose to leave. He comforted His Majesty. Don't worry. With me here, I definitely won't let disaster befall us. But His Majesty denied that. Silly, you don't understand. I'm the one who should be protecting you. The boss laughed heartily. Isn't that so? My wife is the best? For example, today there was a beautiful woman who wanted to be my concubine, and I immediately refused. Hearing this, His Majesty threw cold water on him. Then her eyesight must be really bad. How could she have taken a fancy to you? He wasn't angry at all, and still smiled, saying, You say her eyesight is bad? Then isn't your eyesight the same? Hearing this, His Majesty reluctantly affirmed, My eyesight isn't bad at all. I'm always on point. For example, with a simpleton like you, you don't look too smart, but you don't even know when you're being tricked by me. He thought foolishly. His Majesty called me a simpleton and laughed. It's because she saw that you were already hers a long time ago. Cut to nighttime. Chen Hai is reporting to His Majesty. Under your wise leadership, all of the Huang family has been captured except for the family head. The divine combat strategy is truly admirable, he secretly praised. As expected of His Majesty, he discovered the imperial family's hiding place early on, and dispatched Brother Jia and third uncle to eliminate them directly. His Majesty looks at him, did you get any leads? And then blames himself. Why does this Chen Hai take all the credit for himself? I was just about to reward him, Chen Hai says seriously. Under our interrogation, they revealed the key to opening the jade seal, which is His Majesty's blood. The Huang family head is leisurely outside, preparing to set up an altar to worship their ancestors tomorrow. His Majesty interjects, Isn't this perfect timing? If their target is me, then let's wait. It's the perfect time to catch all these pests in one fell swoop, eradicate them completely. Elsewhere in the palace, the villain's dog-headed strategist is discussing the plan with Na Ren Tuoya and her subordinates. Tomorrow is the day the Mutt Emperor sets up an altar to worship his ancestors. The Emperor will travel by palanquin. You and the Huang family will split into 2 teams to intercept and kill the Mutt Emperor. Do you all understand the plan? The young lady evasively denies with mysteriousness. If it weren't for my friend recommending you, I wouldn't be cooperating with you. The strategist says certainly. Thank you for your trust, young lady. Rest assured our goals are the same. Na Ren Tuoya turns around and says loudly, I'll trust you for now. If you dare to deceive me, not just some blind man, the person sitting behind speaks up. Our Huang family has suffered heavy losses. Can our plan succeed? The dog-headed strategist affirms. Don't worry, you've already set everything up, just waiting to close the net. Tupuyo Ya's subordinate expresses doubt. That guy always makes me feel uneasy. Do you really trust his plan? Na Ren Tuoya says. Who the hell believes it? I wonder what they are planning. The big green-haired guy next to her expresses regret. It's a pity our leader is quite strong. If he was willing to cooperate with us, it wouldn't be so troublesome. But Na Ren Tuoye asks him back. Why is he suddenly our leader? Didn't you dislike him before? That guy coughs a few times and says, How could that be? I am completely convinced. That's right, how did he become so strong? Na Ren Tuoya calmly analyzes. Actually, he wasn't that strong at the beginning. Back then, he was even younger than me. At that time, he couldn't even fight with ordinary enemies. Every time he came back from battle,
He was covered in wounds.
But he never gave in, constantly overcame the pain in his body, and continued to become stronger.
I, wanting to fight alongside him, also constantly practiced my swordsmanship. But even with some achievements, compared to his lightning-fast speed, it was nothing. Just like that, he grew stronger in every battle, step by step, becoming the strongest existence he is now.
The tall guy nods understandingly. So he had that kind of experience. Naren Tuoya continues. Therefore, even if he feels that I am wrong about everything, I still think he deserves the most powerful position in this world. Besides him, no one else is worthy. That person is now just living well because of her. At this time, in the palace, Leota and His Majesty are lying together.
Leota questions, I always feel like you give me a feeling of being absent-minded. Are you worried about something?
Don't be afraid, I will always be by your side to protect you. But His Majesty denies. It's nothing, just suddenly thinking nonsense. If I disappear tomorrow, what will you do? But Leota doesn't pay attention to these words. Don't say such unlucky things. Such a thing will definitely not happen. His Majesty turns to the inside. Yeah, it's just me overthinking. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Suddenly, Leota turns around and hugs. His Majesty, she says shyly, let's rest early today. I have to wake up early tomorrow to go to the ancestral ceremony. Leota whispers in her ear. No matter what happens, I will never leave you. If I can't find you anymore, I will find you. Even if it means turning this court upside down and burning this whole world to ashes.
She smiles happily. Then, in order to protect the world, I better not disappear, right?
The next morning, you are sitting quietly in the palanquin, surrounded by many guards protecting and carrying the palanquin. Leota stands from afar and mutters to himself, strange. Ruolia said so much last night, and now she's already left so early in the morning. Today is also the day the new emperor goes to worship his ancestors. It's too dangerous outside. If it were me, this would be the best opportunity to get the blood of that emperor. Definitely can't miss it. Where did Ruoli go, after all? I hope she can stay away from this place a little. This side is the group of Naren Tuoya, the tall guy muttered. The news is out. They saw the new emperor get on the palanquin. We and the royals should make our move. Just give the order, and we're ready to strike at any moment. What are we waiting for? Naren Tuoya ordered mysteriously. The time is now. Kill that dog emperor. Immediately, many swordsmen jumped onto the palanquin. In an instant, all the guards were dead, and one ran away shouting, Sari Lang, boss! The boss was restless and uneasy. Why do I have this bad feeling? Is something ominous about to happen? After surrounding the emperor's palanquin, Naren Tuoya looked at his subordinate and ordered, Go get the dog emperor's blood. Then he glanced behind him, seeing the boss was indeed there. You want to stop me? Why haven't you made a move yet? The emperor suddenly appeared. Bookworm, this woman is dangerous, bro. Get away from here. The boss was surprised by the emperor's appearance. Huh, you're here too. I was just looking for you. The emperor thought to himself, I was trying to hide from this bookworm, but suddenly running here forced me to show my face and drag him back. Naren Tuoya was shocked. Her. Why is she here? Why does she know these guards? Opening the palanquin, he exclaimed in panic. What the heck? There's no one here. Why is it so empty? A sword suddenly appeared and slashed over, and Naren Tuoya hurriedly drew his sword to dodge. Luo Chenhai, fools, you've been tricked, and ordered the guards to surround them. Dijengfa, kill Naren Tuoya. He angrily said, Damn it, they dare to plot against me. Is the person that blind guy sent even blinder than him? Can't even tell the palanquin is empty. She raised her hand and ordered, Everyone, attack. Kill all these dog slaves. The boss watched the melee like a game, and explained to the emperor, Ba Shi, look quickly. This is a rare sight. But in his head he was thinking, Good thing, I'm here to protect Ruo Line. I have to find a way to get her out of here. The emperor agreed with him. It is quite a sight, he said. Aren't you afraid? Ruo Li put on a calm face. What's there to be afraid of? While he was sweating and said, Is that so? But in his head he praised. My wife is indeed no ordinary person. Unexpectedly she can be so calm. Suddenly, Ruo Li grabbed the boss's arm. Seeing this, he joked. Are you scared now? Ruo Li shyly said, I just thought you might be scared. He didn't press the issue and laughed. Then let's get away from here a bit and find a safe place. On the other side was Naren Tuoya, thinking, Damn it, what is their relationship anyway? Where did all the royals go? Did they just sell us out? Seeing the boss and the emperor holding hands, she was speechless. Behind her, Chen Hai shouted, Naren Tuoya, last time you broke into my imperial library at night to protect the emperor, you weren't using your full strength.
Today, we will have a fair fight. She darkened her face, confused, but then quickly recovered her composure, running towards Chen Hai. Go die. The two of them fought fiercely with their swords. Neither willing to give in, Chen Hai gritted his teeth. Why is she suddenly so strong? Aren't you guys the ones causing trouble, you rebels? Why are you angrier than me? With a furious face like someone stole her man? Facing that terrifying battle, the couple on this side was strangely peaceful, like they were watching a movie. The emperor looked at the kind boss. It seems like the Six Doors has taken the lead, and it won't be long before they suppress these rebels. The boss raised a finger in a light gesture. As expected of my wife, she can see through everything. But in his heart, he was a mess of thoughts. But why can't I see the royals? Where are their heads? The martial arts of these people are chaotic. They're probably people from the Jianghu. Looks like they're part of the rebel army. Suddenly, a woman appeared behind them, shouting, Your Majesty, Master, Sir, Big Sis Ruo Li. She then burst into tears. Seeing this, the big boss quickly asked, What's up with your head? Aren't you known as the capital's hardest head? She explained. I was sleeping soundly just now, but the loud noise startled me. I fell off the bed and hit my head in an instant. Your Majesty took a handkerchief and wiped her wound. Oh, you child, quickly wipe it clean. Seriously, you're such a worrywart. Seeing this, the big boss suddenly had an idea. If it's blood, as long as it's the right kind or some kind of body tissue, that's it. Aside from the new emperor, there's another emperor in this entire capital city. Today is the emperor's ancestral worship day, so the imperial mausoleum will be opened. Inside, there's a corpse that hasn't decayed yet. It's the old emperor I fought 5 years ago. His body tissue could be considered the key. Now everything makes sense. All the military forces are concentrated here now. They practically can't leave. And the emperor's mausoleum is almost undefended. This is their golden opportunity. His target from the beginning wasn't the new emperor at all. The big boss was still lost in thought. Has this emperor still not figured out the imperial family's plan? Come on, dude, be useful. Don't let people get so utterly confused. Then he turned around cheerfully. I'm going out for a bit. You should go home quickly too. It's very dangerous here. A plan formed in his mind. Looks like I'll have to handle this myself. I can't count on this new emperor. Your Majesty clasped his hand, reminding him. Where are you going? Don't go anywhere dangerous. He patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry, the direction opposite this place won't be dangerous at all. Just trust your husband. Your Majesty nodded in agreement, trusting him. He waved. Goodbye. Stay safe, you two. I'll be back soon. Your Majesty watched his retreating back anxiously. He's just an ordinary person. What if something happens to him? But the woman beside her thought is, ordinary person, really ordinary. At this moment, Chen Hai stood in front of Ruo Li, shielding her. Your Majesty, be careful. This madwoman is here for you. Your humble servant has arranged for people to escort Your Majesty away from here. Meanwhile, Now Ren Tuya calmly said, The new emperor of Daqian is quite daring, to actually dare to come directly to the front line to seek death. And she blamed everything on Your Majesty. I get it. This new emperor used her beauty to seduce our leader. As long as we get rid of her, our leader might come to his senses. But Your Majesty scoffed. Isn't it because you guys are all too weak? Even the front line poses no danger. Hearing these words, Now Ren Tuoya was furious, while the woman beside her was startled. Your Majesty, the new emperor, Your Majesty, turned to the woman and said, Please, keep this a secret for me. For now, I don't know how to explain it to him. The woman's thoughts were in a whirl. Chen Hai is the emperor's personal guard, and he called Big Sis Ruo Li Your Majesty, so Big Sis Ruo Li is the emperor. Master Sir is the leader of the rebel army, and their husband and wife, so that's how it is. One of them is the leader of the rebel army, and the other is the new emperor of Daqian. I get it now, I understand everything. But just as she let out a sigh of relief, she found this thought utterly ridiculous. Understand what? Exactly. What the heck is going on? The big boss was flying through the air, meticulously planning in his head. Enough of this nonsense. It's finally time for me, Li Yun, to do what a rebel should do. Dig up the Daqian emperor's ancestral tomb, then destroy the old emperor's corpse without leaving a trace. Old emperor, don't blame me. This is all to help you protect Daqian, you know? As he landed in front of the mausoleum, Li Yun praised. This imperial mausoleum certainly has some grandeur to it. Looks like the imperial family had already made their move. Around him were the corpses of guards. He muttered to himself, Damn it, I'm not the first one in here to get the old emperor's corpse. The mausoleum was vast, and he couldn't help but be surprised. No wonder it's the imperial mausoleum. They even used such precious lamps. But why isn't anyone stopping me? Could it be they've already achieved their goal? Then, with a sinister smile, he channeled power into his hand. That old bastard is definitely buried right here.
And with a palm strike he shattered the tomb entrance. Old Emperor, bet you didn't see this coming. I'm here to raid your grave. Nah, scratch that. I'm here for an archaeological dig. But stepping inside, he looked puzzled, asking the figure sitting there, head of the imperial family.
The figure's face changed. That's right, didn't expect someone of your caliber to be the Emperor's lackey, did you?
He coldly denied it. Emperor, where does she get the face to order me around? She ain't even my type, why would I listen to her? Hand over the Jade Seal control device. You, don't tell me you already activated it, he asked, holding something in his hand. You mean this thing? I took a little bit to test it out, but no luck. Now your subordinate knows. It failed, so I dumped it all. Li Yun sneered. Seems your intel's a bit off. That old dog Emperor's body ain't worth jack anymore. The other guy gritted his teeth. You're not wrong. Which is why I'm thinking, maybe it really wasn't the blood of the royal family back then. What the old Emperor used to power the Jade Seal was most likely true Q, Dragon Q, the kind only bulls have. Looks like even heaven wants to screw me over, scheming against me, ending up with nothing. Here, take this old token, it's useless to me anyway. Li Yun looked at the token in his hand, suspiciously wondering. This little thing can activate the Jade Seal. Ain't no way I'm believing that. But then, unexpectedly, the token in his hand lit up. He exclaimed in surprise. It's glowing. What the heck is going on? What is happening here? He grabbed the old geezer by the collar. The old man hurriedly said, the Jade Seal is activated. The Jade Seal is overloaded. Completely activated. How do you have so much Dragon Q?
Just like the Emperor, don't tell me you're the old Emperor's illegitimate son, Li Yun shouted. Bullshit.
How could I have Dragon Qui? The guy hurriedly explained. The Jade token doesn't lie. You do, and you have a lot of it. Now the Jade token is overactivated, the Jade Seal won't just send down one sword, but 4 swords. 4 swords gathering together, the capital will be completely destroyed. Hearing this, Li Yun completely froze. The old Emperor laughed loudly. Ha ha. Didn't expect so many people to be buried with me. In the capital within 100 miles, except for the newborn, no one will be lucky enough to survive. As the leader of the rebel army, yet protecting Daqian until the end, Daqian will still be destroyed in your hands. Utterly laughable, hilarious. You really are a born rebel. Li Yun threw away the token, shouting, shut your trap. Then he thought of Ruo Li. How could this be? Why can I activate the Jade Seal? What's going to happen to Ruo Li? But all things considered, why do I have Dragon Q? I researched it before. Besides the Emperor's bloodline, there's another way to get Dragon Q, and that's to be with someone who has Dragon Q. Wait a minute, could it be? I remember asking that woman to secretly investigate the scroll incident. I saw his files. Named Li Yun. His wife seems to be surnamed Chu. Then, he said, I originally thought I was smart enough. Didn't expect there was such a way to seize Daqian. You really have some tricks up your sleeve. Li Yun looked at him with disdain. What nonsense are you spouting? He explained. If you've already gotten it, why hide it in front of me? Didn't expect that after scheming for so many years, I'm nothing more than a clown in your eyes.
Seizing the new Emperor of Daqian, you're the first person in the world to do that. Li Yun's hair stood on end, asking, what are you talking about? Is your brain fried? The guy slumped down and said, why do you have to pretend? You probably put in a lot of effort for the situation now, right? Li Yun was getting more and more confused. What's this about marrying the Emperor? Is this trying to ruin my relationship with my wife? I'm already being nice by not messing with the old Emperor's corpse. If it weren't for my good character, I would have made a move on the old Emperor's daughter long ago. The important thing now is to deal with this Jade Seal and protect my wife, Chu Ruo Li. At this time, the scene shifts to the battle between Naren Tuoya and Chenhai and His Majesty, which has not yet ended, and both sides are very tense. The woman beside her was battling her own thoughts. Should I tell Ruo Li Ji the truth about Master's real identity? Why was I the first to know such a huge secret? At that moment, Naren Sae felt the rays of light from the tall tower. Your Majesty sees it too, Chenhai said sternly. The Jade Seal has been activated. The woman beside him panicked. The Jade Seal is about to fall. Chenhai explained. It's not the Jade Seal. It's the sword above the Jade Seal. The Jade Seal is a peerless divine weapon created by the immortal Emperor. Under one strike, grass won't grow for 10 years. The immortal Emperor said this thing was very harmful, so he destroyed it. He didn't see the Jade Tablet, but he didn't expect it to be activated by another thief. The woman worried. What should we do now? Chenhai reassured. Your Majesty and this young lady don't need to panic. Knowing the current situation of the Jade Seal, the Emperor has built defenses on the Z-Way Star Tower. If one sword is lost, one lamp on the Star Tower will light up. If 2 swords are lost, 2 lamps on the Star Tower will light up.
At the same time, the capital also has a special defense method to deal with the Jade Seal. Even if 2 swords are lost, the capital will definitely be fine. That girl asked an ignorant question. What if all 4 lights light up? Are we switching from eating dog food to eating copium?
Hearing these words, Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked and shouted, "What are you talking about?" Then, he turned to look at the tower. At this moment he shouted even louder, "4 lights!" Xianxia turned around and respectfully asked for the Emperor's order. "Your Majesty, the situation is urgent. Please leave the capital. Your subject will risk his life to escort you? As long as your Majesty is here, Daqian will have hope." His Majesty calmly said, "There's no need. What's the use of an emperor who can't even protect his country, even if he lives?" Moreover, where can the Jade Seal run to? Xianxia was about to retort, but His Majesty remained firm. "No need to say more, my mind is made up." Ruo Lian's heart was still with Liyun, worrying. Liyun is still in the capital, how can I leave?
Na Ren Seye, who witnessed everything from behind, spoke up at this moment. "The new emperor of Daqian, your enlightenment is quite high. It seems that the Jade Seal has been activated, so we have won." But His Majesty smiled confidently. "Don't be so smug. You don't have the ability of the rebel leader. You can't escape this calamity."
Replying to His Majesty's confidence was a smile that Na Ren Seye always had on her lips. "That's for sure. I don't have as strong true ki as him. Even if it's a dead end, if it solves such a hateful Daqian emperor, that's enough."
The woman behind her smiled awkwardly. "No, I don't think that person probably hates the emperor."
Because only she knew the truth. Li Yun was the leader of the rebels. At this moment, a brilliant glow appeared in the sky.
All the people and guards looked up at the sky, their faces changing. Seeing this, Xianxia wondered, "Is it coming?" His Majesty pondered. "That hateful guy? Where have you run off to this time? I'm about to disappear soon. You said you would come find me. As long as I'm by your side, what's there to fear about death?" Li Yun was now questioning that guy. "You guys have been plotting for so long, don't you know how to stop it?" That guy laughed. "Yeah, even if I knew, do you think I would tell you?"
Moreover, the immortal emperor hadn't even finished researching the Jade Seal when, before he could finish speaking, the royal mausoleum suddenly shook.
Seeing this, the cunning guy was overjoyed. "Haha, it's finally started. The time Daqian is destroyed is today." Li Yun clicked his tongue. "TCH. If it continues like this, it might be too late. I have to seize the time."
He clenched his palm, looking at the guy sitting on the ground. "It's a pity. I originally wanted to give you a beating."
This guy asked, "Do you want to kill me?" But Li Yun smiled. "No, you still have a use. Based on your royal family, it's impossible to create the Jade Seal. I'm very curious. I'll interrogate you after I'm done." Hearing this, he shouted, "Even if you're strong, you can't stop a full-force strike from the Jade Seal. You just wait to be buried with Daqian." As soon as he finished speaking, he was punched in the face, bleeding from his nose, and falling down. Li Yun said nonchalantly, "I only said I wouldn't hit you, just beat you up. But even landing one punch is still kinda hard." "Oh yeah, you really wanted to be emperor, huh? Just stay here with the old emperor then, consider it a dream come true. Running with all my strength will definitely catch up, but it'll make a huge commotion." Li Yun calculated. "If I run over there, my identity might be exposed. But in the current situation, who cares about that anymore?" With that, he shot forward. "Ruo Li, wait for me." At this moment, that light became clearer and clearer. The woman asked, "What's wrong now?" Ruo Li frowned. "This is the gravity stone from the Jade Seal. It can affect gravity. This gravity will cover the entire capital. Ordinary people can't get out of the Jade Seal's gravity field, and it will trigger the attack of the Cloudstones. Humanity can only watch as it gets destroyed."
Everyone who heard these words was terrified, wide-eyed, and helpless.
Xianxia knelt down. "Your Majesty, it's all my fault." But His Majesty just stared ahead, calmly. "You were wrong to not protect the civilians first. Other than that, you've done very well," and smiled, thinking in her heart, "Where have you been? I still have so much to say to you. Saying it out loud would be so embarrassing. If you don't come back soon, you'll never hear it in your life. Don't you dare." The woman suddenly found a solution. "Wait, why do you all have such expressions? Isn't there still someone who can solve this?" Xianxia thought silently. She means the leader of the rebel army. That traitor probably already ran away.
How could you do something to make His Majesty worry so much? His Majesty analyzed. Even without mentioning the rebel army leader's identity, with no ties or relations, why would he risk his life to save us?
The woman retorted upon hearing this. "It's not like there are no ties or relations. She's the most important person in the world to him, and the person he likes the most."
Just as she finished speaking, Li Yun flew from their side towards the Jade Seal's gravity, confronting it head-on. He drew his sword, and with one swing shattered the giant energy stone, and immediately everyone scattered and escaped, and no one had to die.
Li Yun stood there, turning back to smile at Ruo Li. Sorry, I'm a little late. Don't deduct my allowance. Everyone was silent, not saying anything, and he said, haha. What are you looking at me for? You guys are like this, I'm so scared. And thought, at this moment Chen Hai is protecting Ruo Li. Could it be? I understand now. No wonder I have Dragon Chi on me. At this moment, Ruo Li seemed to understand something. She didn't smile, didn't rejoice, but just said, come over here to me. Then she explained to herself. They all say the leader of the rebel army has a wife in the capital. No wonder we couldn't find out, so that wife is me. When the two stood close to each other, His Majesty asked, Then what are you afraid of? Li Yun said leisurely. Of course I'm afraid of you scolding me. Are you not hurt? Ruo Li quickly bandaged the wound on his hand, gently saying, I'm not hurt. Why would I scold you? I'm just worried about you. Li Yun smiled. How could anything happen to me? As expected. My wifey loves me the most. Chen Hai's mouth dropped open. Wifey, I'm the emperor's man. How could I not know anything about this? And he's also the leader of the rebel army. Has the world been destroyed? Is this all my illusion? Naren Tuoya gritted his teeth. They're husband and wife. What the hell happened in the 1 year I wasn't here? The two looked up at the sky, where the light of the jade seal was gathering, His Majesty explained. The situation just now was just the phenomenon of the jade seal starting up. Now is the real attack of the jade seal. It's coming. Li Yun didn't show any fear at all. No big. Wait for me. I'll be right back. I promised you I'd protect you. Chen Hai suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. This is my beloved sword. Take it and use it. Li Yun didn't hesitate to take the sword. Thanks. I just happened to be missing a weapon. But facing that smiling face, Chen Hai frowned. No need to thank me, and don't misunderstand anything. I'm just borrowing your strength to deal with the jade seal. When the capital's automatic defense system activates, it will give you a hand. Na Ren Tuya walked over and asked, Why do you want to save the Da Chen? Why did you choose to stay with the Xin Emperor? You've forgotten the beginning. Have you forgotten the suffering Dai Qian put you through? Li Yun replied. Dai Qian was indeed the source of disaster, but we can't carry hatred with us, otherwise we'd just be creating another age of chaos. To be honest, I just found out that Ruo Li is the new emperor, but I don't care about any of that. No matter who she is, as long as she's by my side, that's all that matters. I know you've always resented Daqian, but the common people living here are innocent. They're just like you were, with family and friends. They're just ordinary people living in this city. I'm not asking you to give up your hatred and anger. Just use it to face the person you hate and do the right thing. At this moment, after finishing speaking, Li Yun drew his sword, preparing to fight the jade seal. The emperor instructed, You must be careful. Li Yun confidently replied, Don't worry, your man is super strong. Then he soared into the sky, using his power to face the jade seal head-on. The people below were dumbstruck. What is that? Is that a god? A god has come to save us. Li Yun gritted his teeth. No good. If this continues, even if I'm a real god descended from the heavens, I won't be able to completely block the jade seal of the four swords combined. Soon after, the sword shattered into pieces, and the massive energy rushed towards him, pushing him down to the ground. He raised his head. This old sword of Chen Hai's is useless. What about Jingdu's defense measures? They can't be activated either. I need a weapon, no, not just one, but all the weapons of Jingdu. He then cast a spell, and the energy around him radiated, taking all the weapons from the people below, forming a massive swirling vortex, eventually creating a terrifying energy, forming a sword of light. He grabbed the sword and shouted, With this sword of Li Yun, for her, I'll protect this vast land. Then, he slashed at the power of the jade seal. The energy from the sword was truly terrifying, but in the end, everything returned to normal, and he landed safely on the ground. Ruo Li ran over, and he just looked at her and smiled. Finally, I don't feel ashamed, she worried. Are you okay? He comforted her. Your husband keeps his word. When have I ever lied to you? This is just a small matter, nothing to worry about. Ruo Li sulked. TSSH. Who's worried about you? I'm just heartbroken for Daiqian's land and bricks. If they're damaged, you have to pay for it. He froze upon hearing this. Huh, I have to pay. All my allowance is in my wife's hands. Besides, I saved all of Jingdu. Isn't there any reward? She leaned close to his face, affirming, Of course, there is. Close your eyes first. He closed his eyes and imagined, Is she going to kiss me? It must be. I didn't expect Ruo Li to be so bold sometimes. Suddenly, something went thud. He opened his eyes and found his hands tied tightly. He asked, confused, Miss Ruo Li, don't you think this reward is a bit too kinky for us? I don't remember having this kind of weird fetish. Ruo Li crossed her arms, serious. The leader of the rebel army is Daiqian's top wanted criminal. If I don't arrest you, who else would I arrest? If you have the ability, Break free from the shackles and just run away. Li Yun forced a smile. Wifey, even if I had the guts of a bear, I wouldn't dare to do that. If I had known your identity earlier, I would have stripped you naked and committed sins with you on the bed. Ruo Li puffed up her cheeks, sulking. HMPH, all talk. Do you know you're wrong? Li Yun directly admitted. I was wrong. What does my beloved wife want to do with me? Li Yun was scheming in his head, originally thinking he could bluff his way out of it. But it doesn't seem that simple. After all, this is a serious matter. Ruo Li leaned her face close to his, fiercely. You concealed your identity for so long. Who knows how many secrets you're hiding? Rumor has it that you have many female confidantes outside. Maybe you've even been married before. But he immediately retorted, that's such a miscarriage of justice. My body has only been used by you. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a punch right on the nose. Ruo Li calmly said, who told you to talk nonsense? I know your martial arts are high now, but if you bully me in the future, I'll still take out the law to punish you. Now the attack in Jingdu will probably spread quickly. Dealing with the aftermath isn't simple. Foreign races might take this opportunity to sneak in.
Daqian is now at its most dangerous. Li Yun wiped the blood from his nose, slowly saying, they won't do that. The story of the rebel leader helping Daqian's new emperor will soon spread throughout the world.
You don't have to face difficulties alone anymore, even if you face 1,000,000 soldiers, because I'm here. Na Ren Tuoya and the tall dude next to her were standing on top of a building, facing the court. She said, let's go, this place is no longer our business, then disappeared. The tall dude next to her asked, are you just leaving like that, without saying goodbye to him? Na Ren Tuoya's face was emotionless, and refused. No need, thought coming here this time would help him get what was rightfully his, but unexpectedly got lectured by him. The power of Daqian is really terrifying. They can even make things like the Jade Seal, and now they also have that monster Li Yun.
Speaking of this, suddenly someone blocked the way of the two, landing under the roof.
Looking at the white-clothed guy in front, the tall dude wondered, people from the court? Feels very dangerous. His strength is definitely much higher than Chen Hai's.
He wants to stop us. But Na Ren Tuoya was not panicked at all. No need to worry, he is San Wu. Li Yun often calls him that.
He also has another name, the Rebel Swordsman. Swordsman heard this. The tall dude next to him suddenly realized. He is the Rebel Swordsman. It is said that one of his 2 swords is the rebel leader. Sword. This sword has never left its sheath in his hands. Don't know what secrets are inside. Countless people want to get this sword, so his reputation has long been famous all over the world. Na Ren Tuoya didn't seem to care about that, just asked, San Wu, what's the matter with you stopping me? He still didn't speak. The atmosphere between the three suddenly became strange. Until an hour later, even 2 hours, no one said anything. That tall dude was angry. You little brat, what do you mean by this? Are you kidding us? At this time, San Wu spoke. I'm thinking about how to say hello. The tall dude thought that this guy must be crazy.
Then Na Ren Tuoya opened her mouth. You came to find Li Yun. He is now in the capital.
San Wu nodded. I know. But now is not the time to meet him. Not to mention, I am not like some lovesick person or something. Na Ren Tuoya frowned. Then what did you come for? In her heart, she thought, this guy still speaks so provoking.
San Wu, you might be interested in this story. Do you still remember when the rebels almost made peace with Daqian?
In the end, it was destroyed by someone. And since then, the two sides have become irreconcilable. Now I have found a clue to that person, Na Ren Tuoya immediately asked with interest. Who is it?
His face remained unchanged as he continued.
That was a matter of a year ago, originating from a Liu family related to the rebels.
Chen Hai was standing in front of the ruins, surrounded by many people who had fallen, muttering to himself. No wonder the defense system didn't start. Didn't expect someone to destroy this place.
I arranged so many people to protect this place. If it wasn't for that person, the capital would have been destroyed. Looking at the wounds, these people all died in the same way. The methods are extremely similar. It must be done by one person. This person's strength is extremely extraordinary. Could it be a royal family member? That's not right. If he was a royal family member, he would have shown up long ago. Who is this guy, after all? Speaking of this, the comic suddenly switched to the blind man, who is the dog-headed military advisor, standing with his hands behind his back, smiling to himself. This matter must be related to him. At this time, inside a tea house, 2 people were talking to each other. One was telling the story. The other said, the Lai family kid is the one who fought the immortal emperor. It must be just a rumor. He single-handedly protected the entire Daqian yesterday. The other person replied, I heard that the rebel leader is very cruel. How can he save the people of Daqian?
The bearded man picked up his glass of water and continued. No matter if he is the leader of the rebels or not, I don't think he is that scary.
The other person asked back. The rebel leader is the number 1 P. Thief in the world, how can he not be scary? The bearded man explained. Hearing is fake, seeing is believing. The Lick family kid is really not bad. He always praises me for growing beautiful flowers when he occasionally comes to my flower season, and many neighbors have received help from him. He must not be a bad guy. At this time, Li Yun was alone in the palace. He originally thought he would be directly escorted to the prison. Unexpectedly, he was tied up in the palace. What exactly is the old lady planning to punish me for? He turned around and said, would it be better to add another pillow? At this time, while he was immersed in his imagination, Ruo Li came and shouted, breaking his thoughts. What nonsense are you thinking about again? He hastily denied. I was just thinking how grand this palace is. Truly majestic. Ruo Li, sitting beside him, calmly said, the affected populace has largely been settled. Most suffered only minor injuries. The story of the rebel leader's help to the great Chirian has also spread. But Li Yun changed the subject. It can't be helped. Let's not talk about that. Did you know there are 4 ways to arrange pillows? Ruo Li immediately raised her voice. I think we should talk about it now. Li Yun chuckled to himself. I'm very sorry for hiding it from you for so long. Actually, I am. Ruo Li hugged him and whispered. Not that. I hope you can tell me about your past, how you became a rebel army, and why you work so hard for the common people. He gently said. If you want to hear it, I'll tell you. But we should change to a more formal place. This isn't very real. Scene changes to the two sitting outside. Li Yun forced a smile. It seems like a long time since I've talked like this. Usually, I'm very casual. Suddenly being so serious makes me a little uncomfortable. I remember the last time I talked like this was with His Majesty, he continued. 298 days before our wedding. You've even forgotten that, he quickly explained. Of course, I remember. Isn't that because the wedding day made me forget? Everything happened 6 years ago. That year, the damned emperor, then the Xian emperor, was increasing taxes, and there were all kinds of policies oppressing the common people, making life extremely difficult. Then, one day that year, just as the common people were agitated with the world, they gathered to resist the Zhencheng guards of the great Xian. I had just opened my eyes. This is what's going on. I was clearly at Station B. It turns out Li Yun isn't from this world. He unexpectedly transmigrated here and naturally became the male lead. Ruo Li was confused. Wait a minute, fell down. He continued to explain, yes, I don't know what happened in the air. Ruo Li thought for a moment. So that's how it is, he hurriedly asked. Don't you doubt what I said? When Ruo Li asked if he was lying to her, he replied confidently, of course not. Ruo Li then spoke truthfully. Therefore, I will naturally believe you. No matter what you say, I will always believe you. Hearing this, he moved closer to Ruo Li. Call me, hubby. But she blocked him with one hand. Don't even think about getting close to me. Keep talking. Li Yun cleared his throat. Then I was dragged into the fight between the common people and the guards. At that time, I was just an ordinary person, and my leg was still hurting from a fall. They looked at my face, and it seemed they all saw me as someone from the imperial court. Scene changes to when Li Yun first appeared in this world. He stood on a high platform, looking at the common people, shouting, dreams, friendship, victory. Have you forgotten your dreams? In a moment of urgency, I told the common people about some dragon-slaying technique, plus some of my own mythology, and then they saw me as their leader. I became their leader, and then people kept joining us. There were doctors, swordsmen, instructors, and even bandits. Finally, the old emperor noticed us and called us the rebel army. The flames of battle began to burn from here, burning for years. During that time, I discovered that I was different from ordinary people. I had no meridians or dantian. When I grasped the true Q of the mineral vein to cultivate, nothing could stop it. The cultivation speed was 1,000 times, even 10,000 times, faster than others. Of course, I also became the strongest person in this world. That's roughly the story. The rest is fighting, which I can't finish telling at once. I'll tell you more later, Ruo Li smiled. What else? But he looked puzzled. What else? Ruo Li smirked, as if seeing through his intentions. I heard you had quite a few confidants in the rebel army. He waved his hand in denial. Those are all false rumors. Where would I get so many? No, I don't have even one. I can say for sure that in terms of male-female relations, my number of times is definitely the same as yours. Ruo Li blushed shyly. What nonsense are you talking about? He sweated and forced a smile. I mean the number of times we've hugged and held hands. Ruo Li puffed out her cheeks and snorted. Of course I know. He breathed a sigh of relief. That's the whole story. But in his heart, he was seriously thinking. Whether it's assassination or conspiracy, these things occupy a large part of my life. This shadow still can't be erased. Ruo Li pulled him back to reality. Silly, Don't put on that pained face. The story isn't finished yet. For me and you, our story has just begun. Did you think my story was all so tragic? The real tragedy comes later. Later you must always live with me, let me use you, love me. The rest of your story is just 3 words. Chu Ruo Li. Scene changes to inside the Kafio court, where the leader is gathering officials to discuss. You must have received the news, right? I invited you here to discuss with you how we will respond this afternoon. Now that the new emperor has the help of that bastard, our good days are over. Someone spoke up. Isn't there some mistake? That's the rebel army? And I heard he's the leader of the invincible under heaven rebel army. He's become His Majesty's husband. Now he's also solved the Jade Seal chaos. And in no time, he's become a folk hero, the leader said. The truth of this matter remains to be seen. Right now, we only have 2 paths. One is to ignore this news and be content with being the emperor's dogs. The other is to increase our forces, taking advantage of the fact that they aren't on the same side yet. If they really team up, we're screwed, and reconciliation will be too late. We can't stay silent like this any longer. If we continue to remain silent, we might become commoners.
Li Yun, who just woke up, thought happily. Finally unlocked the knot between the 2 sides. It's just like a scene in a drama, finding out about each other's identities in such a situation.
But this is good too. From now on, we don't need to hide anything from each other. Just then, Ruo Li opened her eyes and heard Li Yun's good morning. She rubbed her head. Not good at all. It's still more comfortable at home. Li Yun chuckled in agreement. I think so too. How about we go home tonight? So you've been going to court so early every day, Ruo Li retorted. What did you think I was doing? I'm not like you. I have a proper job. Li Yun laughed. Collecting rent is a proper job too. You don't know how tiring it is.
But Ruo Li said dismissively, I don't care if collecting rent is tiring or not. Attending court and dealing with those aristocratic families and high officials is really tiring. You'll find out soon enough.
Li Yun asked. I have to attend court too. They'll probably nitpick my crimes. Ruo Li Kai handed him a book. They already know everything. Take a look at this.
He read seriously. Cow rebellions and city demolitions are common occurrences.
Wait, why is it that even liking a girl isn't allowed? He awkwardly denied. Don't look at me like that. You should know what kind of person I am.
She turned and left. Let's go. It's time for the morning court. Chen Hai, on the other hand, was furious. That damn traitor. I used to think he was a guard from the Ministry of Punishments. I even said that at the 6 doors. That bastard. But unlike Chen Hai's angry attitude, Li Yun greeted loudly. Greetings, Chen Hai brother.
Chen Hai said anxiously. Your Majesty, hasn't he done anything disrespectful to you? If he has, just say the word, and I'll execute him immediately. Her Majesty suddenly became embarrassed, and didn't want to talk about it anymore. What's the situation with the morning court today?
Li Yun, on the other hand, was beaming. There are many places where he isn't disrespectful, Chen Hai reported. Compared to before, there are quite a few more elders from aristocratic families outside the palace, or influential figures in Dadgan, or close ministers by the late emperor's side. They're all thinking the same thing, Her Majesty worried. Such a big formation. Li Yun held her hand to comfort her. No need to be nervous.
Don't forget, I'm here. I don't care if they're devils or monsters. If anyone dares to touch you, I'll beat them to a pulp.
The people of the 6 doors were thinking to themselves. These aristocratic families didn't come here with good intentions. I wonder if Her Majesty can withstand them.
On this side, the person in charge of the morning court said, Has everyone arrived? Someone next to him said respectfully, Old Shu, you finally arrived, Old Shu pretended. Now that Her Majesty is being bewitched by an evil spirit, I have no choice but to step up and take care of things for her. The person next to him echoed, Exactly. Today, we've gathered here to eliminate the evil spirit by Her Majesty's side. But Her Majesty and that evil spirit are husband and wife. Old Shu laughed. Ha ha, it's just a smokescreen. The subordinate asked. I'm uneducated. How does Old Shu know that? Old Shu said with certainty. If you want others to believe that the rebel army has completely surrendered, you naturally need a relationship to cover it up. And the closest relationship is husband and wife. But it's precisely because they chose the husband-wife relationship that it reveals they aren't actually intimate, and they might even suspect each other. Tell me, an emperor and the leader of the rebel army, these identities are vastly different. Moreover, we've never discovered the other person's whereabouts before. How could these two quickly become husband and wife? Could it be that they met by chance? The subordinates praised. As expected of Old Shu. That's very reasonable. You see through everything, Old Exu boasted. You guys are too young. You still need to learn a lot. I only need a few words to sow discord between them, and in the end, they'll become enemies. This is as easy as pie. Don't worry, if it really doesn't work, we have another big move. The person next to him asked suspiciously, What big move? It's crying. Even if the emperor doesn't believe it, as long as the news gets out, the emperor will inevitably lose her reputation. The new emperor hasn't been on the throne long, and with the whole imperial jade seal fiasco, he probably has to listen to our pleas to avoid negative press. At best, we'll be disliked by the court. At worst, executed for treason. Whatever the emperor does, it's all according to Keikaku. The goons around him started bootlicking. Brilliant! Just then, a guard yelled, "Your Majesty has arrived." Everyone below chanted in unison, "Welcome, Your Majesty." Luo Chengshu, decked out in finery, said calmly, "Rise, my subjects." Getting the okay from the emperor, everyone said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." But then, Li Yun appeared in the doorway, grinning and signaling, "Ruo Li, should I take care of these guys?" Ruo Li smiled on the throne, while Chen Hai gnashed his teeth in anger. That idiot? The subordinates below were sweating bullets, fretting, "Damn it, that guy's sneaking around here. This is the imperial court, yo. What's the sitch?" The emperor suddenly smirked, then thought, has he seen through us? Legend has it, the rebel leader is omnipotent, including having the ability to hear people's thoughts. If he can really hear, could it be that those two are really in cahoots? Seeing his subordinates trembling, Shu Lao scoffed, "You spineless lot, getting scared now. The arrow is on the string, there's no turning back." With that thought, he stepped forward and shouted, "Your Majesty!" Then he wailed miserably, "My emperor, after all the hardship I've endured in court, I refuse to believe you won't give me face." The emperor responded with a straight face, "Beloved subject, I'm not dead yet. Are you cursing me with that funeral wail?" He quickly waved his hands. No, Your Majesty, you misunderstand." The emperor teased him. "Shu Lao, no need to stress. Of course I can see through this." Shu Lao finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Your Majesty is wise." But then the emperor dropped a bomb. "It must be that Shu Lao is getting old. I don't blame Shu Lao. Men, take old Shu for a little medical attention." Hearing this, the old dude panicked and blurted out, "What, Emperor? You're not the same as before." "No more outside jobs for me." Li Yun watched from outside, satisfied. "That's my girl, always gets the job done clean." Dragged away by two guards, the old man still screamed, "Your Majesty, the legacy of our ancestors cannot be destroyed in your hands." Ruo Li said calmly, "You may step back for now, Shu Lao, please. Enlighten me." "I'm destroying the ancestral legacy." Shu Lao clasped his hands respectfully. "Your Majesty knows what this old man wants to say. The leader of the rebels has committed heinous crimes. Of course we cannot cooperate. Otherwise, I fear our Danqian Empire will be burnt to a crisp." The peeps below chimed in, agreeing with Shu Lao. "Shu Lao is right. Your Majesty, please think carefully." Chen Hai gritted his teeth in anger. "These ultra-loyal ministers are jumping out now, but they think His Majesty and Li Xingyun are just in cahoots." His Majesty was stone-faced. "So you're all worried that someone will snatch the Chu family's empire?" Everyone's on edge. Shu Lao clenched his fists angrily, crying and trembling. "We are all utterly loyal. If Your Majesty cooperates with that bandit, it's basically letting the wolf in." I remember the words that Bandit said a few years ago. That guy's evil incarnate. He openly challenges the traditions left by our ancestors. This is disrespecting Dacian's history. Ruo Li continued to ask, "If what you say is true, are the traditions of our ancestors that important?" Shu Lao quickly affirmed, "Of course it is." But Ruo Li smiled. "If we were to follow the rules of our ancestors, you would have been dead a long time ago for talking to me like that." Hearing this, he quickly denied. "That's not the same," Ruo Li retorted. "Shu, my beloved subject, since you've studied tradition so much, then spell it out. What exactly is different?" Hearing this, Shu Lao thought angrily, "Damn it, I keep getting led by the nose. I have to seize the initiative. I can only use my ultimate move." Then, he wailed miserably, "Your Majesty, please think carefully. That thief will never change. Please banish him from the capital." The people behind him all knelt down. "Please banish that bandit from the capital." In Zhu Lao's heart, victory was assured. "Let's see what you can do." This old man lost all face kneeling before you. If this gets out, it will be impossible to command respect later. Ruo Li thought, "A bit troublesome. Did I lose at the last minute after all?" Li Yun, watching this scene from outside, couldn't help but be surprised. "I can't believe these old geezers are so shameless. Every single one of them is wailing miserably, every single one is kneeling, and what's with all the talk about the traditions of the ancestors? So they're not afraid of me going to the capital, but afraid of the ideas I'm bringing, or bluntly, afraid I'll ruin their legacy and benefits, and they even dare to bully my wifey." "You guys forced my hand," Li Yun spoke up. "You old fogies, are you trying to kick me out? Then just say it straight to my face." All the high officials turned around to look at him upon hearing this. Li Yun swaggered to the front of them all. Shu Lao was worried. Why is this guy here? Even if he's the emperor's husband outside of court, You can't look down on military authority, right? Li Yun looked at Ruo Li tenderly. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Ruo Li smiled, looking at Li Yun's loving action, thinking, you idiot, what am I afraid of? I am the emperor. Chen Hai got angry seeing the lovey-dovey couple. This is the imperial court of Daxian. What does this guy think he's doing?
Shu Lao was indignant, Your Majesty, but seeing the emperor's attitude, he became noticeably worried. A rebel daring to openly come here, and the emperor has that kind of expression. Could it be? Then, Li Yun suddenly drew the sword of the guard beside him and said loudly, Speak! What is it?
No one's saying anything. If anyone is threatening you, just say it directly. For justice, I will definitely return fairness to you. The subordinates below were terrified, and hurriedly said respectfully, We just wanted to say that Your Majesty is wise and benevolent. Your Majesty is wise and benevolent. But Shu Lao raised his head high. Your Majesty, I have something to say. He glanced at Li Yun, who was radiating killing intent behind him.
Seeing that Shu Lao wasn't afraid of anything, the subordinates clicked their tongues in admiration. As expected of Shu Lao, we can't compare to his skills.
With the emperor's permission, he said, Your Majesty, this action is national disaster. If this traitor is allowed to interact with Daqian, he will certainly destroy the achievements of our ancestors over the past 1,000 years. The people behind him all motivated themselves upon hearing this. Zhu Lao, hang in there, we're all counting on you. He continued to point his finger and shout. When I heard someone discussing Your Majesty like that, I was so angry I couldn't bear it. In my heart, I always respect Your Majesty. Your Majesty must have a plan for doing this.
Seeing his 360-degree attitude change, the people behind him were shocked, speechless. He kneeled down. I was unwilling to let anyone laugh at Your Majesty, so I sneaked into that crowd to find out all of their accomplices. That's right, it's them. He thought darkly. That was close. Luckily, I saw the Emperor's expression just now.
From my experience with my dozen or so concubines, I'm 89%.
Sure, these two are a couple.
I originally thought there was some animosity between them. After all, there's no way a rebel would be in the same room as the Emperor.
Just now, when Your Majesty was threatened by us, this guy suddenly jumped out, clearly wanting to take the fall for Your Majesty. If they were just taking advantage of each other, this wouldn't be necessary at all. It can be seen that there is no distance between them, and they are completely a couple.
I have to quickly find a way to protect my old life, and talk about it later. The people behind him hurriedly recounted. Your Majesty, I was also worried that someone would set up Your Majesty, so I deliberately released the rumors in advance, wanting to capture the villains.
The ringleader secretly complained. Shu Lao, this old fox, actually defected at the last minute. Could it be that Your Majesty is really with the rebel Li Yun?
He asked the subordinates doubtfully. So, you're all loyal subjects, they quickly replied. That's natural. We originally thought Shu Lao was that person, but we didn't expect it was just a misunderstanding. We are all truly for Your Majesty.
Li Yun sneered, carrying his sword on his shoulder. It's good that you're loyal subjects.
I thought I could chop down a few flattering officials. Then, all the officials below said in unison, We all unanimously agree with His Majesty's decision. Ruo Li quickly concluded. Dismissed, my beloved subjects. If there's nothing else, let's end today's court session. After court, they were still arguing. It's all your fault for not getting it done, and what were you pretending to be the bad guy for? It's because of you lot, you didn't even find out the information clearly. Hearing these words, Li Yun was happy. I already told them about our relationship, and they still don't believe it. Perfect for me to show off.
So satisfying. In court, Li Yun was showing off to Ruo Li. How was it? I can still attend court, right?
Ruo Li said. It's all right. At least I won't use such low-level tactics to threaten people.
Li Yun laughed. Whether it's low-level or not doesn't matter. As long as it works. Look at those people. Doesn't nobody dare to say a word? Ruo Li praised.
Looks like you're a genius at being an official too. Li Yun laughed upon hearing this, not denying it. Ruo Li continued. So if one day you were to persuade me, would you also use such coercive methods? Li Yun quickly corrected himself. It wouldn't come to that, but if I were to ask you nicely, you'd give me some face, right?
Wouldn't I? Li Yun looked at Ruo Li's attitude and felt worried. Ruo Li turned around. I am the great Qian Emperor, the one whose words carry ultimate authority. How could I be easily threatened by others?
Li Yun would naturally agree with these words, Ruo Li added. But if it's you, it's different. After all, you're special to me.
Finally, the two stood in front of the house. Li Yun exhaled. Whew! Finally home. There's no place like home.
As soon as he opened the door, he saw Li Shu sweeping the yard. Li Yun approached. Not bad. You've finally learned how to sweep the yard.
She saw Li Yun and the Emperor and frowned. These two have such a messy relationship. I haven't recovered yet. How can they act like nothing happened after just one day?
Li Yun asked. Is the royal family head still here? She replied. He's always been in the small room next door, never coming out. He said he has something very important to tell you.
Li Yun and the emperor turned around. Upon hearing this, Li Yun left a sentence. He can't die in a short while, we'll pay attention to him later. Li Shu was startled and shouted, "Wait a moment!" They entered a very messy room, with paper scattered all over the place.
Both of them were surprised and speechless, Li Shu admitted. This is my fault. I thought you two were in the palace and would never come back.
It turned out that she was preventing them from returning to her bedroom because it was too messy.
Li Yun pointed to the pile of things on the ground and asked, "Where did you get so many snacks from?"
She scratched her head embarrassedly.
Yesterday Chen Hai brought the royal family head here, and I casually tricked him, saying that if he didn't bring snacks, Chujiji would be angry. Am I very clever? The two were speechless upon hearing this. Li Yun flicked her forehead. You're just being petty smart. Quickly clean everything up for me.
Ling Shu rubbed her head and smiled. I'm extremely happy that you two can come back. I originally thought that you two would stay in the palace from now on, and I wouldn't be able to see you two again. If that were the case, I don't know where I could go, Yi Yun said. Didn't I marry the emperor back then? How could I abandon my home?
Then he turned around and smiled, holding Ruo Lin's hand. In my heart, you'll always be the same money-grubbing girl.
Li Shui didn't feel happy seeing this scene, but
worried. Master can be so carefree, but what about Ruo Lijiji? That year, the old emperor was anxious all day long and fell ill, eventually dying an unnatural death, and most of that was caused by Master.
Ruo Li suddenly said,
Don't look at me, how could I become the emperor if he didn't die?
The other two were shocked, wondering if she was his biological daughter.
Ruo Li, Tun Hu, and Old Slasher all died of overwork, not from your hand. Although he was my father, he was never close with his children. To me, he was more like a stranger than a father. After he passed away, I immediately competed with the other princes for the throne. When Li Yun asked where the other princes were now, she lightly replied, They've all been sent to look at CT.
Li Yun chuckled upon hearing this.
As expected of my wife, if one day I do something with another woman, she won't give me any medicine to drink, right? As if reading Li Yun's mind, Ruo Li said, Are you afraid that I will deal with you? Don't worry, even if you do something with another woman, I won't kill you.
Li Yun laughed loudly, affirming,
Yunjie, I would never do such a thing. Suddenly, Ruo Li's expression became terrifying. Killing wouldn't be enough to quell my anger. I could only lock you up first, and then use all kinds of torture. Li Yun was frightened seeing this. She wasn't like this when I married her.
Sure enough, once her identity is exposed, her true nature is revealed. I should go interrogate the royal family head first, and then return him to the court.
Li Yun entered the royal family head's room, asking, How are you living? He said. Still good. He continued to press. There's no one guarding this place. Didn't you think about escaping?
The old man said.
Escape? Where could I possibly run to? My clan is destroyed. I'm ashamed to face my ancestors. I've long been prepared to die. Ask what you want. But you must promise me one thing, otherwise I won't say a word.
Li Yun crossed his arms. This daddy isn't in the position to negotiate terms, the old man retorted. I believe the secret I hold is worth that request.
Li Yun relented. Fine, tell me your condition first, the old man immediately said. Ensure my wife and children live peacefully in the capital. Li Yun laughed. No need. That woman already sold you out and is living freely now.
The Huang family patriarch sighed in relief.
Is that so? Well then, I have no more requests. Li Yun chuckled inwardly. Should I tell him his kid isn't his? Then, he began to narrate. About a year ago, when the late emperor had just passed away, the princes were vying for the throne. As the #1 clan, we also began to entertain the idea of replacing the royal family.
It was at this time that someone took the initiative to approach me.
Li Yun questioned. Who was this person? And specifically, when was this? The old man replied. If I remember correctly, it was the 3rd of May last year.
Li Yun speculated. That was right after I left the rebel army. Could it really be that coincidental?
The Huang family patriarch continued. The person claimed to be Xie Qing. He said he was from the rebel army, and that he was very strong. Too bad he was blind. He gave us a lot of secret information, including the details about the Imperial Jade Seal.
Li Yun was surprised. I've never heard of this person. If he knew so much about the royal family, he definitely wasn't just some random rebel.
Then what? Did you find out who he was? The old man seriously guessed. Only much later did I manage to speculate his identity, a survivor from the previous dynasty. Li Yun doubted. The Daqian dynasty has been around for over 1,000 years. How could there still be survivors from the previous dynasty? The Huang family patriarch explained. That generation is long gone, but their descendants have always harbored the idea of restoring their dynasty.
For the past 1,000 years, they've been accumulating strength. Although that little bit of strength is completely insignificant to the Daqian dynasty, they have one huge advantage. They can cooperate with the Bei Huang and Nan Man. Li Yun refuted. Why would the Bei Huang care about trash like that? So that only leaves the Nan man.
They've always wanted to occupy the Da Qian, the old man continued. Moreover, according to that person, they've already partnered with a section of the rebel army.
That's everything I know, Li Yun asked. So the previous dynasty's survivors want to overthrow the Da Qian, so they're cooperating with the Nan man and the rebel army.
Then stood up and bowed. Thank you for your cooperation. I guarantee I'll find you a headsman who can do the job cleanly. The Huang family head was silent. Li Yun's mind was racing. The rebel army cooperating with the previous dynasty's survivors must be related to the extermination of the Li Wei family.
Why would they do such a thing? Just then, Li Shu ran in to report, Master, something bad's happened. So many clans have suddenly sent people here with gifts, saying they're late wedding presents.
They even said that if you need anything, the entire Da Qian can help you and Ruo Li Jiji complete the wedding ceremony. Li Yun sneered. A bunch of sly old foxes. Are they planning to publicly put me on trial?
As he entered the house, the three of them saw the ground covered with gifts.
Lin Shui interjected. Master, mister, if these are real, any one of these is enough for a commoner to live on for a lifetime.
But Li Yun disagreed.
These clans aren't as simple as you think. My reputation in the capital is terrible. Everyone sees me as a bloodthirsty demon. If Ruo Li and I actually hold a wedding, I'm afraid someone will use this as an opportunity to come after us, and Ruo Li will be resented by the people. This is simply a test to see if we're planning to show our hand.
Li Shu picked up a red item, her eyes filled with desire.
Using so many valuables just for a test.
Li Yun explained.
Not exactly. They offended us by squeezing through earlier, so they need to shed some blood to make us happy.
Li Shu smiled as she looked at him. How so? Sounds like revenge. You're just gonna let them off like that, Li Yun chuckled. I can. I'll remember which noble family donated the least, and then pay them a visit later.
Li Shui asked. How are you so good at this? Li Yun said proudly. Practice makes perfect. When I first started out, things were a bit tough, and I visited dozens of noble families to raise capital. But he noticed Ruo Li frowning behind him, and asked with a smile, Your Majesty should reconsider. If a wedding is really held, her reputation will definitely be hard to maintain.
Ruo Li said seriously.
It's not about the wedding. I just want to find an opportunity to let them know that our safe survival is all thanks to you, not me. I, Li Yun, don't care about that. Does it matter? I've been scolded for years. I'm used to it.
But Ruo Li disagreed.
But I'm not used to it. My man can't be badmouthed by others. I'm still reluctant. Li Yun took Ruo Li's hand. I know you mean well. But now is not the time to go public, not just because of the two of us. You also know that you used to fight with the Da Qian generals, right? What if we're too high profile and make them angry?
Ruo Li, though not entirely convinced, had to agree.
All right, I'll do as you say.
But doing so is ultimately not good for you.
I should still give you some compensation, Li Yun asked. What compensation? Ruo Li teased. Should I give you a few poetesses? Hearing this, Li Yun knew it was a trap and laughed loudly. Haha, I don't need that much at all. Ruo Li took out a token from her pocket and instructed. This token can mobilize the court's forces when I'm not around. Seeing it is like seeing me. Holding the token, Li Yun asked, isn't this a bit too substantial? Ruo Li explained. Although it can mobilize a lot of forces, most of them are people you can easily handle. As an emperor, using a few people is basically useless. To gain your trust, this is a worthwhile deal.
Li Yun heard this and agreed to take the token, thinking, Ruo Li actually wants to use this token to protect me.
Anyone who touches me is going against the emperor.
When the two returned to the room late at night, Li Yun asked,
Those noble families, how do you want to deal with them later? Still make them spend a little more, Ruo Li replied. They've been bothering us for so long, why bother talking to them?
Ling Yun said hurriedly.
I don't know why, but I'm a little nervous now. Ruo Li was puzzled. Nervous, even at home.
He scratched his head. Anyway, I didn't know her identity a few days ago. I didn't say anything in the palace. Now I feel a little strange, like when I first got married.
Ruo Li then put on a charming look. Silly, then it's my turn to teach you what to do. Looking at Ruo Li sleeping soundly, Li Yun said to himself, I made her sleep so well, let her rest, and I'll take care of the rest. With that, he left the room. He jumped on the rooftops, thinking, the remnants of the previous dynasty can't just be looking for the royal family. There must be other families cooperating with them. In short, there are still insiders. But when he arrived, he sniffed around suspiciously. Where are all the guards? A man came up and asked, What are you doing here late at night? It turned out to be Chen Hai. He frowned. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a relationship with your majesty.
Li Yun said calmly. Good evening, Chen Hai said angrily. Bullshit. Get out, Li Yun said. I heard a little about the remnants of the previous dynasty from the head of the Huang family. Chen Hai was surprised and frightened when he heard these words. He walked closer to Liang Yun and asked, "According to what you said, are there people in the capital city in contact with the remnants of the previous dynasty?"
"Even if there are, how can we find them?" Li Yun explained. "Just take a look and see which family's resources have been a bit unusual in the past year." Chen Hai stroked his chin and thought, "We've thought about this. But they falsify their accounts very professionally." Li Yun offered a plan. "Don't worry, as long as you can track the direction of the flow of money, you can deduce who is disrupting the market. And the more someone exploits the people, the more dangerous they are." "This is called economics," Chen Hai smirked. "I didn't expect you to be so capable," Li Yun affirmed to him. "You don't have to worry, I'm a good guy." Chen Hai shouted, "Enough! If you hadn't used your magic to bewitch your majesty, I would have killed you long ago."
Li Yun hesitated. "We're in a free love relationship, don't be like that." Chen Hai turned around and ordered Li Yun, "Okay, follow me." Deep down, he had to admit, the method he just mentioned could indeed easily turn the Daqian dynasty upside down.
This guy ain't dumb. Too bad he's a rebel. What's the juicy secret I've been dying to get my hands on?
Seeing Chen Hai's attitude, Li Yun said softly, "Xiao Chen, stop with the faces. Truth be told, I kinda want to get on your good side." But Chen Hai didn't even bother. "Shut your trap."
"This is the imperial palace. You need to follow protocol?" Li Yun nodded. "I get it. I'm a pretty polite guy myself. In my dreams, I'm always respecting etiquette." They arrived at a place filled with ledgers, Chen Hai explained. "This is where all the Daqian's transactions are recorded."
Then, the two split up to search. Li Yun picked up a ledger and read, "January 1st, the royal family secretly transported an item to a residence. It's for the royal consort."
A head supervisor, Jia, you guys even record this? Chen Hai coughed. "This is all for the sake of protecting the capital, protecting the Daqian."
If even head supervisor Jia is recorded, then they definitely won't let go of investigating anything else, so the most suspicious one I see is the Xu family.
As expected. My hunch wasn't wrong, Li Yun smirked, holding a book in his hand. Chen Hai questioned him. "You suspected them from the start. How did you guess?" He thought to himself, "I didn't think the gap between me and him would be this big. Even my deductions are a few steps behind."
Li Yun explained. Not only did they give the least amount of gifts, Chen Hai was speechless when he heard that.
Li Yun continued with a serious face. "Even though I don't really care, but knowing that I'm subtly reminding them to cough up some blood, and they still dare to hold back, I want to have a little chat with them." Chen Hai yelled, "Wait a minute. They're still court officials. After all, you need evidence." Li Yun scoffed. "Isn't this enough? Even if there isn't concrete evidence, I still have to have a heart-to-heart with them." Chen Hai understood. "If they're really colluding with remnants of the previous dynasty, you can execute them first and report later, and their assets should be confiscated."
Li Yun raised a finger in agreement. Arriving at the front door of the Shu family, Li Yun praised. "The Shu family's gate is pretty impressive too."
Then, he directly kicked down the door and barged inside to interrogate them. "You guys are pretty stacked, looks like you want to throw down." But in front of him, there were many beautiful women standing and waiting, all saying in unison, "Welcome, leader."
He went silent, confused. Huh? What's going on here? He frowned, looking at Zhu Lao, standing with the beauties behind him, who kneeled down and respectfully clasped his hands. It is truly an honor for the Zhu manor to have the presence of the rebel leader. Li Yun directly kicked him with his shoe. "Get up first, what's the meaning of this?"
"Are you trying to set me up?" But Zhu Lao hurriedly explained, "Look at what you're saying. These are all my concubines. Leader can directly take whoever you fancy." Li Yun turned into a demon, grabbing his collar. "Old man, still testing me. You believe I won't wipe out your entire family?" Seeing Li Yun's attitude, Zhu Lao hurriedly soothed, "Leader, please calm down." Then, he ordered the concubines, "All of you, go down." Then, turning back to Li Yun with a big smile, "Leader, please calm down. Lao Hu really did intend to probe, and the Xu family is willing to pay the price for it. Please follow me." He led Li Yun into a room filled with gleaming gold, proudly saying, "These are all the Zhu family's humble contributions to the national treasury." Seeing this scene and hearing these flattering words, Li Yun seemed to understand. So that's how it is. The Xu family gave so little, not because they didn't want to give, but because they wanted to give even more by giving so little. The main goal was for me to come here. Li Yun asked directly. "Enough with the beating around the bush. Speak, what is your purpose?" Zhu Lao flattered. "We just want to scrape by. When you and His Majesty appeared together, Lao Hu knew that the game was over. We just want to scrape by. In the new era, of course. It would be even better if we could live a little better." Li Yun said indifferently, "What I say doesn't count. You have to listen to the emperor. And one more thing.
Did anyone from the previous dynasty come looking for you?
Xu Lao said. They did send someone to find me, but we're not like the royal family. We just want to scrape by, we don't want to restore any power at all. We originally wanted to directly punish that person, but that person's strength was too great and we let him get away. Li Yun asked. Then what's with the Zhu family's income skyrocketing this past year? Zhu Lao proudly said. They also found my family's clan members, we thought, to let that clan swindle their resources. Isn't it all handed over to the national treasury? Li Yun gives a thumbs up. Enlightenment achieved. Xu Lao laughs. I truly didn't expect that the leader would enter the capital in this way. Your mind is truly profound, I am far behind. Li Yun thinks to himself. Can I say I know nothing about this? Then, he turns to pat Xu Lao on the shoulder. You did a great job, I'll put in a good word for you in front of Ruo Li.
Xu Lao is overjoyed. Thank you, leader. But Zhang Hu still wants to add one more thing. The leader's existence, for the Dacian Empire, is not only a huge influence, but also ranks first in history. Inevitably, there will be people who harbor resentment.
Li Yun is annoyed. Ranks first in history, I failed to rebel. Are they going to talk about me marrying the emperor?
Back in his room, Li Yun is still thinking. The aristocratic families in the capital are basically quiet now. After all, their leading figures have been weakened, so if Ruo Li and I go to court together, maybe they won't say anything.
Ruo Li suddenly wakes up, rubs her eyes, and asks. Were you just outside? Li Yun lies. I had nothing to do, so I took a stroll, made friends with the aristocratic families, and chatted a bit. Suddenly, she hugs Li Yun from behind. You don't need to do things like that. You are my husband, even with your other identity. Li Yun laughs inwardly when he hears these words. Wifey, do you know how adorable you are right now? She must be dreaming. She usually doesn't say things like that. Li Yun gently touches her cheek, deciding not to bother. Let's sleep. Ruo Li whines. Kiss me. This scene makes Li Yun question himself. Is this really my wife? Wifey, if you're like this, how can I even think about sleeping? The two share a passionate kiss, Ruo Li says. You're not allowed to leave me, ever. Li Yun immediately replies. Through thick and thin, she places her hand on Li Yun's cheek and warns. If you mess with other women, you're dead.
Li Yun smiles brightly and agrees,
but then realizes something is off. The next morning, Ruo Li wakes up and sees Li Yun sitting, and holding his head, she asks, Why do you look so tired?
Did you not sleep well last night? Li Yun's eyes are dark like an addict's, but he still forces himself to say, It's nothing, you were just sleepwalking last night and talking in your sleep a lot.
He thinks to himself, I didn't dare to sleep all night. Afraid someone would sneak attack me in the dark, Ruo Li is embarrassed, and questions Li Yun, What did I say? Li Yun smiles without hesitation. You were praising how awesome I am, and then asked me to kiss you and hug you. Ruo Li is so embarrassed that she gets angry. How could I say things like a little girl would, then turns and leaves? I'm not that kind of woman. Time to go to the morning court? Li Yun forces a smile. Although it was vague, it was very adorable, but my heart can't take it. Chen Hai is waiting outside the door, he snickers. I've been guarding outside all night, this will definitely make His Majesty happy.
The Emperor comes out and sees him. Chen Hai respectfully greets, Your Majesty. But at this time the Emperor is deep in thought. Could it be that I really said those things? Maybe Li Yun is lying to me. No, he wouldn't lie to me. Chen Hai sees the Emperor's unusual behavior and is filled with resentment. Your Majesty, what did that rebel Li Yun do to you?
At the time of the morning court, all the officials below respectfully greet. Your Majesty, regarding the matters of the previous dynasty, I believe they must be dealt with immediately.
Xu Lao stands at the head and says solemnly, Back then, the late Emperor and the rebel army almost went to war, but someone secretly provoked them, causing the conflict to escalate.
The Emperor is doubtful, I've heard about this. Could it be that they were really behind it?
Xu Lao continues,
That's exactly it. Intelligence came from the border this morning, including evidence to prove this point. Moreover, a well on the border was destroyed, and it was done by the remnants of the previous dynasty.
Furthermore, the border is now distributing many seditious books, which are in the handwriting of the remnants of the previous dynasty.
The Emperor asks, What books? Xu Lao replies, The books that person wrote before. This is an implication that Li Yun wrote them. The Emperor is speechless, always using her husband's books to attack her own empire. Li Yun is sitting in his room drinking tea, enjoying himself, when suddenly a book is thrown in front of him. The Emperor crosses her arms and is angry. You idiot! Look at the good things you did before! Li Yun is confused, thinking, What? I don't have any R-rated books. Then he picks up the book and reads it, realizing, So it's the book I wrote before the uprising. What happened? The Emperor says angrily. Those remnants of the previous dynasty are using this as their propaganda material.
Li Yun heard this and smiled. Don't worry, this is not a big deal. Rebellion requires the right timing, location, and popular support.
Right now the people are living in peace and have enough to eat. Who would go rob weapons? Shouldn't an emperor like you see this more clearly than I do?
My wife is so resourceful, she must have already figured it out, Ruolina retorted upon hearing this.
What? Wife?
You know, I hate hearing those words the most. They sound so fake, Li Yun judged, making Ruo Li blush.
Well, outside is outside, and home is home. Everything is appropriate for the occasion, especially every night.
For example, last night when you leaned on me, if you were any more distant, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to attend the morning court today.
As soon as he finished speaking, Ruo Li punched him and casually changed the subject. But they're using the stuff you used to use. He grabbed Ruo Li's hand and affirmed, "Don't worry, with me here, how could anything happen?" They must be using these things to gain the support of the people at the border, and then launch a full-scale rebel army.
Ruo Li asked, "I remember you had contact with the Nan man back then."
Li Yun hesitated. "I did have some contact, but it wasn't a big deal. Back then I only had a little cultivation, and almost had a falling out with the Nan man, but luckily I defeated them in the end."
Li Yun recalled his past, single-handedly killing many large men, and then continued, "The Nan man value martial strength. They love to put on a show."
Ruo Li listened and pondered. What's the name of that tribe? What's their ranking in the Nan Man Mountain Range Alliance?
Li Yun quickly reassured, "It's just a small tribe. How could they be in the alliance? I think the name of that small tribe was Hei Jiao."
The scene then shifts to a deep forest, where 4 men from a tribe, probably the tribe being mentioned, have slaughtered many people dressed like them. One of them, being stomped on, thinks, "Ugh, what terrible luck." The ringleader wearing that one-piece knockoff armband probably wants to imitate Luffy. He gritted his teeth. "I originally wanted to find a small tribe to rob and play with those women, but how did I run into this group of monsters? He is the mad dog of the Free League. In the legend of Blackhorn tribe, probably him." Another man grabbed the head of a victim and asked, "Are they fire stars?" The leader crossed his arms dismissively. "Are you stupid? Fire stars are burning rocks. They're people, not rocks." The man who was beaten cried out, "Then, when will Chief?" "Wait till we get back," he clearly said. "When fire stars crash into Earth, then he'll come back. But we're invincible in Nanan, and we still haven't seen fire stars."
Seeing him crying was irritating. The leader punched him and scolded, "Idiot!"
The man stood up to explain. "I'm not an idiot," Chief said. "Our IQ is at least over 30. Rare talents in the world." Everyone there was speechless upon hearing this. The leader didn't bother talking to him anymore, and turned to the other 2. "You stupid underlings, I have a feeling something must have happened to the chieftain." The tallest one asked, "Wuzhu, bro, what do you mean, Wuzhu?" Took out something like a turtle shell and introduced, "This is my magic artifact, the Soul Sizer shell. Let me cast a divination to see how the chieftain is doing." He shook the shell, and 3 pieces of stone shaped like fangs fell out. It felt like he was casting a divination. The white-haired man asked, "Wuzhu, what's the result?" Wuzhu's face darkened. "Big trouble. The chieftain has encountered the Daiqian Empress. He must be in danger." Wow, this weapon is really powerful. Just a glance like divination can predict details like that.
Then he stood up and instructed, Go to the Sanmai Alliance, find those Qian and Zhao guys, and have them help us rescue the chieftain from Daqian."
Li Yun suddenly felt something. Why do I have a bad feeling? Things should have been resolved correctly. Just then, Lin Shui ran in and called out, "Master, aren't you with Ruo Li?" Li Yun said, "Ruo Li is sleeping. Besides, I have something to talk to you about," Li Shui innocently asked. "What is it?"
"Could there be new food?" Li Yun's face turned serious. "No, it's about the Li family being exterminated."
"I have some clues that someone in the rebel army is in contact with remnants of the Qian dynasty, and the Li family's extermination was likely done by this person."
"Related to the rebel army, and also related to me." Li Shu smiled upon hearing this. "Master, don't blame yourself. This has nothing to do with you. You didn't do it." "But why would the rebel army attack our Li family?" Li Yun said. "I don't have any clues. Later, I'll personally take a trip to Nanman, both to avenge and to find out the truth." Chen Hai barged in, interrupting the 2. He yelled, "Your Majesty! Where is your Majesty?"
"Where's Her Majesty?" Li Yun calmly replied. "She's resting in her chambers." "What's the matter?" Chen Hai explained. "Urgent news from the border. The Nan Man barbarians, along with remnants of the previous dynasty, have breached some border cities. We need Her Majesty to decide whether to retreat defensively or launch an offensive." Liu Yun offered a solution. "Let Ruo Li rest. Leave this small matter to me."
But Chen Hai was skeptical. "You handle it? Absolutely not, you musclehead." Li Yun immediately pulled out the token Ruo Li had given him earlier, confidently saying, "Oops, Your Her Majesty said I can make decisions." Chen Hai was speechless upon seeing the token. Her Majesty's token. She actually gave it to him, Li Yun said without fear. Relax, I've memorized Romance of the Three Kingdoms, little Chen. No need to worry.
I've got Water Margin and Romance of the Three Kingdoms down pat. Helping you guys make choices is a piece of cake. But Chen Hai was confused. What the heck is this guy talking about? While walking with Chen Hai to the court, Li Yun asked, Little Chen, you don't think I'm just acting on a whim, do you? Chen Hai retorted. Is there some hidden reason? Li Yun replied. I just feel you don't need to worry so much. Then he said seriously, we live in the back alleys, we can hear the people's hearts. Although Ruo Li has her ways, there are still quite a few people who are dissatisfied. Hearing this, Chen Hai was furious. Who's got the guts to say that?
I'll arrest them right away. But Li Yun calmly said, if you really do that, it'll make things even harder for Ruo Li.
They say the imperial family is heartless, but Ruo Li is a sentimental person. But it's precisely because of that others don't respect her.
Chen Hai raised his hand to think. You mean? Liu Yun laughed at this time. Ruo Li has her own ideas. What I need to do is maintain it, so you can rest assured and leave it to me, little Chen.
Do you know what bootlicking is? Arriving at the room where Her Majesty usually works, Li Yun happily thought as he wrote. As soon as he sat down, he smelled the scent of his wife. So this is where my wife usually works.
Chen Hai was still suspicious. Do you really know how to review memorials? Li Yun happily spun his pen. Just reviewing memorials? You underestimate me. Looking at the pile of documents on the table, Li Yun was bored. So many memorials, no wonder so many emperors worked themselves to death. Then he picked up a volume, squinting as he read. Honoring sages by building temples, copying scriptures. Whose memorial is this? Chen Hai loudly explained. This is a memorial from the Minister of Rights. The National Treasury has already spent quite a bit, but they still seem to think it's not enough. If Her Majesty doesn't agree, they secretly gossip that Her Majesty is taking advantage of her female body and not acting according to proper conduct. Hearing this, Li Yun angrily cursed, son of a BTCH. At this time, Chen Hai raised a finger, saying, That's great, but... He paused. Wait, you're not going to directly write that on the memorial, are you? Li Yun retorted. They're bullying my wife, you won't even let me curse. Building so much, Jiang. He is simply trying to skim off the top. Then he wrote 4 words with his brush. Recommend execution. Chen Hai hesitated when he saw these words. Although writing that is satisfying, do you really want to execute him? Thinking in his heart, execute means stabbing him to death with a spear. Li Yun pointed to the paper, investigate how much the Minister of Rights has embezzled, then charge him and deal with him,
Chen Hai advised. Sentencing him to death before even investigating anything is too arbitrary. Her Majesty wouldn't do that.
Li Yun asked. Why not? Chen Hai scorned. This kind of person definitely has a lot of cronies. If you use too much force, Li Yun smiled, you don't think they'd dare rebel, do you?
Do you need me to teach them a lesson? Relax. From now on, no one will dare to scold Her Majesty, my wife.
Chen Hai frowned upon hearing this.
Damn it. Why does he have to emphasize, Her Majesty, my wife?
Then he turned to his subordinates and said,
Investigate everyone on this list thoroughly. If they're not guilty, find a crime for me.
Li Yun continued to review with his pen. Next is dealing with the border military affairs, the ghostly Dao. Chen Hai was a little worried and scared when he saw this scene. As expected of a rebel leader, even armchair strategy has such imposing force it's terrifying.
It's as if he can withstand 1,000,000 soldiers. The sun began to set. Li Yun stretched. Whew, finally done. According to my arrangements, it'll be difficult for the enemy to do anything. If it still doesn't work, I'll take a trip myself.
Just then, Ruo Li opened the door and entered, frowning and looking at Li Yun with dissatisfaction. You arrested the Minister of Rights in just one morning, and the entire capital doesn't dare to say anything. What on earth have you done, you guy?
Li Yun hurriedly asked. Ruo Li, isn't being an emperor exhausting? Aren't you afraid of working yourself to death? Ruo Li crossed her arms and proudly said, Of course I pay attention to rest. But what have you been doing?
Everyone outside is praising me now, Li Yun said gleefully.
It's only natural to be praised for doing good deeds. Who told them to badmouth me behind my back? Ruo Li got close to his face. HMPH. Since you're doing so well, I might as well abdicate to you.
Li Yun panicked. No, I won't do it again. Ruo Li turned her face away in a huff. Hard to say.
Then turning back to Li Yun, she said, Some people are taking advantage of you. Even if the results aren't your responsibility, people will still push the blame onto you. I need to give you enough trust. But Li Yun didn't care. It's fine. As long as you understand, I don't care what others say. Besides, isn't my reputation good enough? Ruo Li smiled, propping her chin on her hand as she looked at him. Yes, you're invincible, Li Yun immediately replied. You should say, second to one.
Ruo Li praised herself. So, the invincible one is me, Li Yun responded. Whatever the wifey says is number one is number one. Who dares to disagree? Ruo Li crossed her arms. Isn't this just borrowing power from someone else's influence? I should still abdicate? Hearing this, Li Yun said, I know I was wrong. Then Ruo Li lowered her voice. Silly. I mean, you don't need to have too much pressure. And you don't need to bear the responsibility yourself. I'm the emperor. Making you happy is my responsibility. Li Yun looked into Ruo Li's eyes and said, Doesn't that mean I'm being kept by you? Ruo Li smiled as if implicitly affirming it. You bet. So you have to listen obediently. At that time, the people outside were walking peacefully. When suddenly someone was sent flying by something, a woman stood high above, looking down majestically. You think you can hurt this lady with just that needle? What do you take me for? A garbage bin. This girl is Xianxia, the Jade Maiden of the Chief Disciple Palace, known in the Jianghu as the Fruit Ninja. Everyone must be curious. Why is she here? That goes back to a story from a year ago. That day, she accidentally discovered her master hiding forbidden books, so she advised her master a few words. Master, no one has even broken through that place of yours yet. Why are you still looking at these books? Then she was expelled from her sect. She wandered around, and a few days ago Xiaoqian arrived in the capital. Unfortunately, the money in her pocket was all spent, but a middle-aged woman was willing to provide her with a job, and she happily accepted. That middle-aged woman was a madam of Hongxiu brothel and said, Girl, I see great potential in your chest. As long as you develop it well, you will definitely surpass Hualian in the future. But now, a quarrel broke out between the woman and Xianxia. The woman said angrily, Are you crazy? These are all nobles of the capital. Hongxiu brothel will be finished today because of you. Xianxia argued. Whoever caused the trouble should bear the consequences. The woman asked back, Are you willing to come to the door to apologize? Xianxia shouted angrily, It's all because of you, it has nothing to do with me. If you hadn't brought me back, they wouldn't want to mess with me. How could I be crippled? The madam shouted to her subordinates, Catch Xiaoqian! Quickly call the yamen here! Don't let this girl run away! The subordinates chased after Xiaoqian, constantly grabbing at the woman. Xiaoqian panicked and sighed as she ran. How can everyone run so fast in the capital? Do you guys just run all day? Xianxia suddenly saw someone while running away. Where did these two people come from blocking the road? She, Xiaoqian shouted. You two, get out of my way. Suddenly, one person disappeared from Xiaoqian's sight, making her very, Why is there only one person left? The male lead hit Xiaoqian on the neck from behind at some point, knocking her unconscious. He added, You're really unlucky, running into me. The male lead noticed the jade treasure on Xiaoqian's body, wondering, What is this? The male lead read Xiaoqian's indictment. So cruel, she directly crippled those young masters. It also reveals Xiaoqian's identity. She is the chief disciple of the Jade Maiden Palace, but she has been expelled from her sect. The male lead examined it carefully, thinking to himself, The chief disciple of the Jade Maiden Palace, Jianghu people, the royal family, the information is really detailed. The male lead stared at her contemplatively, wondering, But why is this thing on her? Seeing this, Ruo Li gently reminded him, What are you staring at so intently? Xu Feng panicked and quickly explained, Haha, if you hadn't said anything, I would have thought she was a cross-dressing man. Ruo Li smiled kindly and asked, Really? Xu Feng must have thanked the heavens for escaping death by a hair's breadth. Having a jealous wife at home is really dangerous. I almost got tricked. Luckily I reacted quickly. Xu Feng then explained to Ruo Li to reassure her, I was paying attention to the rebel token on her person. She has a rebel token. Li Yun took out the jade pendant and said, This is it. This is what we rebels use to verify identity. Ruo Li asked curiously, It can be used to verify identity? Xu Feng replied, That's right, but this one is different from the one I used before. It must have been made later. At this moment, Xiaoqian woke up. She complained, That hurt like hell. She didn't understand what was going on. What happened just now? Why did I faint? Suddenly she saw the jade pendant in Li Yun's hand. My jade pendant. Give it back to me. She rushed over to take back her jade pendant, shouting, This is what my master gave me. Xiaoqian felt a very strong power coming from Xu Feng and retreated in fear. Xu Feng sternly reminded her, Confess honestly, where did you get this thing from? Xiaoqian's face turned green. She thought to herself, His aura is so scary. This guy must be a master. What should I do? I have to use my identity as the chief disciple of the Jade Maiden Palace to scare him? Really, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll listen to whatever you say. Please spare my life, she thought to herself. Didn't I get kicked out of the sect already? Xu Feng said. What are you thinking about? I just want you to tell me where you got this jade pendant from. Sigh. Xu Feng looked at her and thought, this kneeling position, doesn't it look like Li Shu?
Li Shu met an acquaintance, saying, "Isn't this Xiao Qian? What are you doing here?"
Xu Feng asked.
You know this person, how are you two related? Li Shui recounted. Half a year ago, when I was still wandering, I met her. Don't look at her being a bit of a tomboy, we learned a lot from each other.
The couple thought together.
You mean you learned how to slack off and be irresponsible? Right? Xianxia said. So you two are Li Shui's friends, haha, we're all family. I thought I was finally going to become a woman, haha.
Xu Feng thought to himself. This girl's brain really is a perfect match for Li Shui, Xianxia happily recounted. This jade pendant is from a year ago. Someone came to see my master. The person left this jade pendant before leaving, then my master gave it to me, Xu Feng said. Who was that person, do you still remember? Xianxia said nervously. How could I forget them?
One was a savage, one was blind. But the leader was a hat-wearing guy. The Jade Maiden Palace doesn't usually allow outsiders to enter. But these three people don't know what kind of divine skill they practiced. They leveled an entire area in one go. It was a demonstration of power. As if saying to us, "You are the fish. We are the knives." I still remember what the hat-wearing guy said at the time. As the rebel leader, I can tell you that the entire army of that old fart is going to disband, because he will soon leave, and we will take over all the forces he left behind. The new era has arrived.
Xu Feng thought. He planned for so long just for the so-called new dynasty, Xiao Qian said. Shui Zhu.
Who exactly is this mister? His true ki is so strong. Will he suddenly get horny with me? Li Shui said. Master, this mister is the legendary rebel leader. You don't need to worry, Ruo Li is much prettier than you. Xiao Qian felt very embarrassed. I shouldn't have said anything too embarrassing just now, right? Xu Feng asked. Do you know what this jade pendant is for? Xiao Qian replied. My master told me to use it to protect my life, that's all. Xu Feng said suspiciously. Used to protect your life? How can a token protect your life? Besides, we've been together for 5 years, and there's still something I don't know. I'm such a failed leader, Ruo Li comforted. How can you say that you're a failure? This has nothing to do with you. It's just that your subordinates are too irresponsible, Xu Feng said happily. Are you comforting me? That makes a lot of sense, Ruo Li said. Do you want to get beaten? Why would I comfort an idiot? Ruo Li said shyly. It's just that my man can't be looked down upon by others, otherwise I'll lose value following you, including you not being able to look down on yourself.
Li Shu said. It's not even the new year yet and someone's already setting off fireworks. Xianxia was stunned and said, a distress signal from the Jade Maiden Palace.
Why would it appear here? Xu Feng said. You mean the Jade Maiden Palace is in trouble?
Xiao Qian urgently said. That's right, I won't admit it wrong. I need to hurry back.
The male lead offered to help. Then let me go with you, maybe I can help with something.
There are 3 bad guys threatening a young girl.
Next up is you, Jade Maiden Sect's Liang Ruoyu.
The bad guy said.
The girl said, bastard. The bad guy said, don't worry, I won't kill you, just serve us comfortably. Xiao Qian arrives with a kick to the face of the thug. You guys go and curse at him, you damned bastards, you dare to touch someone from our Jade Maiden sect? The girl was overjoyed when she saw her senior sister, Xiao Qian said confidently. Don't be afraid, I'm here. The girl thought to herself. Senior sister is so confident, she must have gained some achievements from years of training outside.
Dazed, Xiao Qian announced.
After traveling the Jianghu for half a year, I finally realized the truth, making the thug exclaim, such terrifying aura. What kind of tricks does she ultimately want to use? Xiao Qian shouted for help. Help me! Leaving the little junior sister completely stunned.
She shouted at her junior sister. You idiot! Are you planning on doing nothing? Aren't you even going to call for help?
Do you want us all to serve these men? The thug said. No matter how much you shout, no one will come to save you. Your lives will become the foundation for the establishment of our new dynasty. Suddenly, the 2 behind him kicked the bucket. It turned out the male lead made a move. He said, remnants of the previous dynasty? Or should I call you the new dynasty's lackeys? The thug asked, who are you? In his head, he also sensed the male lead's strength. This guy is really strong. We need to call everyone from the manor to have a chance of defeating him. He fired a signal flare, an arrow piercing through the clouds. An army of thousands of horses. Quickly heed my command. Then he said presumptuously, you alone have no way to defeat us. There's still time to run. But then he suddenly realized the situation wasn't quite right. Strange, where is everyone? Why haven't they arrived yet? The male lead said, don't rush, they're getting ready to come down. making the thug wonder, "Come down." One of his men fell to the ground. He shouted, "Isn't that the hidden dark assassin?" Then one by one, people fell, all killed by the male lead. He could only exclaim, "Monster!" The male lead said with a fierce look in his eyes, "I'm very curious about the new dynasty you mentioned. Could you carefully chat with me about it for a bit?" That junior sister asked, Xianxia. "How did you manage to invite such a strong senior sister?" she fantasized, laughing loudly. "Of course, it's because of my charm," the junior sister said suspiciously. Senior sister has indeed reached that point. The Jade Maiden sect's top disciple is now someone's chambermaid. Xiaoqian shouted, "What are you thinking? I'm not selling myself." The male lead asked the thug. "Speak, what's your name?" "Who is your superior?" "My name is Shu Taohua. My superior is the infamous Zhang. The male lead grabbed his hand and broke his bones, causing him pain. The male lead said, "Don't worry, it won't be fun. I'll do it slowly until you talk." That person's face was covered in sweat as he said, "His name is Li Si." The male lead's gaze was sharp and imposing. Xiaoqian gave her suggestion from behind. "No way, this guy won't give in without strong tactics. Too bad I'm not good at interrogation. Is there any way to make him tell the truth?" He still stubbornly said, "Haha, try using a beauty trap to make me happy and I'll reveal everything." He thought to himself, "I'm not even afraid of death. What can you do that I haven't thought of?" Xiaoqian offered a few methods. "We can only lock him in a cage with drug-induced mad wolves. But he's so stubborn he might not confess. Or we could throw bricks at his toes. Then light candles and fireworks at his chrysanthemum garden. Even 26 types of torture for the senses wouldn't be enough." The male lead asked suspiciously. "What's the name of your sect again?" Xiaoqian replied. "Jade Maiden Sect." "What's wrong?" The male lead activated his threatening mode, saying, "This top disciple of the Jade Maiden Sect has said so much already. How about I give it a try?" he said in fear. "No need. I'll confess everything," the male lead asked. "What is your purpose?" "Where did you come from?" he confessed. "We came from the borderlands. We were ordered to hunt down sects in the Jianghu. The Jade Maiden Sect is the third sect." That little junior sister angrily asked, "Why did you want to attack us? What did we do wrong?" He said, "Because of spirit stones. The divine continent's spirit stones are all controlled by the great Qian dynasty. So we, hearing this, Zhao Qian was furious, cursing, 'You beast! You want to use people with spiritual energy to refine stones?' the main character said. "That's not right, that's impossible. The conversion rate is too low. A powerhouse like you would need at least 20 years to be converted into spirit stones. Could it be you guys have some method?" The guy said, "I don't know, I'm just following orders." The main character continued to ask, "Then who's your boss?" He replied, "A descendant of the Qian dynasty, Zhao Chuan." Last question. Did a rebel officer create this jade pendant? Suddenly, blood started to seep from the eyes of this guy, and then he vomited blood and died instantly. Xiaoqian wondered, "He's dead. Did he commit suicide with poison?" The main character refuted, "It's not poison. There was a change in his breath. He died in an instant. Even I couldn't see through his methods." The main character said to the two junior sisters, "Let's go back to Zuojia City and have the 6 doors examine the body." The main character thought annoyedly, "Damn it, the information I wanted was right in front of me." The last part of the conversation can confirm that there is indeed an old friend secretly helping them. "Who could it be?" Ruo Li said. "Looking at the memorials of the past few days, the borders are becoming more and more chaotic. What are you planning to do next?" The main character sighed. I'm just curious which of my friends is related to the people of the Qian dynasty," Ruo Li said unhappily. "The things they're doing are clearly just causing trouble, and you still call him a friend," the main character explained. "Isn't this just giving advice? Are you jealous?" Ruo Li explained. "I am the emperor of the great Qian dynasty. Why would I always think about these things between men and women? What's more, I don't even know if the other person is a man or a woman. Isn't it all because of your gloomy face?" The main character comforted her. "Don't worry, I'm not sad. I just want to quickly think of a way so I can live peacefully with you." Ruo Li also agreed. "Then let's resolve it quickly so we can live together," a Qian dynasty guy said. "What happened? The hidden agents are all dead." After speaking, the nobody said, "There's only death." The person opposite praised, "You barbarians are so awesome, killing people from 1,000 miles away invisibly, killing people like flipping your hand." One person reminded, "Don't forget your mission, only you can do it." The third prince of the great Qian dynasty, Zhuo Ruosheng, said, "Don't worry, my older sister is soft-hearted. Let me personally send her on her way." Li Yun was cultivating his life force on the roof, and he felt something was wrong. He thought to himself, "This is really strange." He wondered,
Now my strength has almost recovered to its peak, and the injuries left by the jade pendant have also recovered. But why can't the true energy in my body be filled? He imagined he was Sonoko and could say, I'm still getting stronger. Could it be that I'm Monkey-san? And every time I die, I get stronger. Xiao Chen stepped forward below, pretending to cough to get Lin Yun's attention, but the main character misunderstood that he had a cold. The main character kindly reminded, got a cold. Then you have to drink more hot water. Making him give in to this kind of pretending to be stupid, Xiao Chen said, Lord, I have something to tell you. Although Her Majesty didn't specifically ask me to tell you, after I found out the news, I decided it would be better to tell you. The main character surprisingly deduced, could it be? No way. Xiao Chen thought the main character already knew about it, and replied, that's right, it's that could it be, maybe you've heard the news. The main character didn't finish hearing the story, and judged the last sentence, is she pregnant? Hearing this made Xiao Chen furious and cursed, pregnant your old man. It's that a prince has returned to the capital. The main character looked indifferent. Just a prince. If he dares to cause trouble, just arrest him directly. Wouldn't that be fine? Xiao Chen explained. Things are not as simple as you think. This time, it's the third prince who has returned. He once mentioned the national war game to Her Majesty. The main character asked again. The national war game? Xiao Chen recounted the events of the past. The crown prince that year was originally the first prince, but his personality was strange. When the rebel army rose up, he left home alone and never returned. At that time, Her Majesty was busy with the affairs of the rebel army, so she didn't establish the position of crown prince until her death, which caused the national war game later. At that time, all the princes and princesses participated in this struggle, and finally, based on Her Majesty's methods, she won the throne. The main character said happily, I understand. You want me to solve him halfway? Xiao Chen said weakly. That's not it. This guy got some merits and got injured at the border. That's why he got the chance to return to the capital for a break. Xiao Chen's eyes sharpened. He guessed the suspicion. But there's one thing I'm really curious about. You'll understand after you see it. He handed the male lead a scripture. The male lead opened it and read, so that's how it is. This guy is a second-generation ancestor, spending all day indulging in pleasure and women. How could someone like that gain so many merits at the border? Xiao Chen agreed. That person said, that's right, I suspect that it's possible that the third prince is colluding with the remnants of the previous dynasty. Those merits were faked by him, and this time he has another purpose. Xiao Chen's expression became thoughtful again. The male lead happily said, then that's perfect. This time let's lure the snake out of its hole and see what they're plotting. Xiao Chen continued to report the news. Also, the corpse that you brought back to us before has been examined. The male lead asked. Did you discover any clues? Xiao Chen replied. Only that his qi and blood suddenly flowed out and caused his death. There was no poisoning, and no other useful clues were found. The male lead pondered. That's not normal. What methods did they use to kill him? Suddenly, a shout came from outside. Let go of me, the male lead said. That's Li Shui's voice. What happened? Li Shui angrily said to a tall guy who wanted to take her away. I said, let go of your stinky hands. Don't you understand human language? The bearded guy said disdainfully. Our prince took a fancy to you. That's your good fortune. Don't be ungrateful. It's just for one night. It's not like we won't let you go. You even want to become a royal concubine. Li Shui decisively kicked him in the crotch, causing him to tremble in pain. Wu Yangqian said, let's go. Don't bother with them. The third prince appeared from behind, saying, ladies, hold on. You hit my people and still want to leave. Xiao Qian retorted aggressively. Spit it out. What do you want? The third prince said with interest. I just like your temper. It's suitable to be a chambermaid. The male lead stepped out from behind and said, I also really like your temper, you stinky little brother. I didn't expect you to come directly to my house. Li Shu and Wu Qian shouted, Landlord, mister. The third prince turned around and said, where did this bumpkin come from, daring to call me a stinky little brother? Then he ordered his subordinates to attack the male lead. Cripple him for me. This prince has underestimated our male lead too much, he said smugly. You really are brainless. Still want to be a hero to save the damsel in distress. Too bad you met someone you shouldn't have offended. Leave him with a breath. I punched him a few times, one of the subordinates shouted. Your Highness! The third prince's subordinates were all crippled, lying on the ground in pain. The male lead said, leave him with a breath. Okay, I'll satisfy you. You see, your subordinates are all taken care of. Making the third prince extremely frightened, thinking to himself, how could this be? The bodyguards I carefully selected were all dealt with by him. The male lead just turned his head and smiled. I already said you're my stinky little brother. Get acquainted. Next I'll use family law to serve. The third prince threatened with a thick face. Zhu Feng,
Your martial arts are just so-so, this is the capital, you're making trouble here, it's not a wise choice. As soon as he finished speaking, the male lead slapped the third prince in the face, causing him to fall to the ground, covering his face in pain, saying, I am the brother of the current emperor, and you are just a country martial artist. If you make a scene in the palace, who do you think His Majesty will help? The male lead leaned down and said to the third prince, Clown, how dare you bully my friends? If I let you off, my hands will be itchy. How will I face my wife? That third prince still tried to argue. Your wife? What kind of person is your wife, that she can be compared to someone as noble as me? A group of guards rushed over. Xiao Chen ordered his subordinates to arrest the troublemaking third prince. The third prince was conceited, he said to the male lead. Commoner, the people from the 6 doors are here. See if you dare to mess around again. He even shouted, Arrest him for me. I must teach him a lesson. The subordinates arrested the third prince instead. Making him not understand what was happening, he shouted, Are you crazy? Take a good look at who I am, Xiao Chen said. I don't care who you are, you messed with His Majesty's people and still want to leave. This guy now realized, wait, His Majesty's people, plus this skill. Could it be that he's the legendary leader of the rebel army? The third prince changed his attitude and said, It's all a misunderstanding, so it's one of us. I was rude just now, please forgive me. In his heart, he thought, must remain calm, I haven't completely offended him yet. In short, approaching him is also for my own purpose. The male lead kicked the third prince straight in the face. The male lead cursed him. Is your brain broken? Picking on my girls and then calling people to chop me? You think we can just laugh this off? The third prince said, frustrated. What do you want? I already apologized. Then he added, harming a member of the royal family is a capital offense, you know? Chen Hai, are you just gonna stand there? Little Chen told the main character. Just kick him to death already. The main character just replied, He's still your brother. Your Majesty, I'll get blamed when we get back. The prince snapped. Show me some respect, I'm still here, you know. The main character called the 2 girls over. Why don't you 2 beat him up a bit to let off some steam? What do you say? Shui Lai said modestly. He's still a prince after all, the main character said. So you're saying this guy's still got that condescending attitude? You guys know who I am. Stop now, and I won't hold it against you. Zhu Lai straight up smacked the third prince on the head. What I mean is, just don't beat him to death. The main character happily replied, No problem. The third prince's painful scream echoed throughout the palace. Spare me, your Majesty. Don't hit my face. It's my pride and joy, Zhu Li cursed. Serves you right for being so arrogant. Just die already. Shui Lai gave him a good beating, gotta give it to him. Being a prince, he sure can take a beating. The prince's face was so messed up that even his own mother wouldn't recognize him, Zhu Li said, satisfied. That got it out of my system. He got off easy this time. Little Tian said, He got off easy. If we had tools, it would take even more effort. The main character was shocked. Are all the girls from Jade Maiden Palace this violent? Little Chen assessed the situation and said to everyone, The prince had an accident, I'll investigate. You guys should leave first. The third prince was outraged. The main character hurried to tell his wife, Your Majesty, I want to file a complaint. The third prince harassed me on the main street, almost seriously injuring me. Ruo Lai just smiled and said, Really? My husband suffered such a great injustice? Do you need a hug? The main character pretended to be serious. Your Majesty, stop laughing, this is a big deal. That third prince harassed Li Zhu, and even hired people to beat me up. Ruo Lai knew the main character too. Well, I'd believe you beat him up, but did you almost beat him to death? The main character said. Forget it, I hate fighting, I don't want to cause you any trouble, let's just talk and cuddle. Ruo Li added. Don't worry, if he really is colluding with the enemy, I definitely won't let him off. He'll be dealt with according to the law. The main character replied, If we're going by the law, Your Majesty, you've already killed billions of lives from my old Lin family. Look, Ruo Li pouted and said, Isn't that my old Zhu family too? Ruo Li assigned the task to the main character. Stop fooling around, take this letter back to Chen Hai for me, and have him give it to the third prince, and grab some medicine for him while you're at it. She thought to herself, He's already causing trouble as soon as he gets back. He must have ulterior motives, the main character asked, puzzled. What did you write? Ruo Li replied, Just some words of comfort. The next morning, the severely injured third prince was lying in his room. The servant said, Your Highness, that's not someone we can mess with, the third prince angrily said. That damn traitor! Isn't it just that I flirted with a few girls? The close aide explained. A traitor? Maybe that's how you see it, Your Highness, but in our eyes he's definitely not someone we can challenge. He's the top dog in the world. The third prince stubbornly yelled, Stuff it, I don't care about being the top dog or whatever, I'm definitely gonna make him die. Someone came in to deliver a letter to the third prince.
The emperor sent medicine and a comforting letter. The third prince smugly said, "Even the emperor has to show me some respect." "What does it say?" The subordinate read. "It says that His Highness's brain hasn't been working well since he was little. He hasn't been to the capital in so long to get it checked. If he doesn't, he won't even know how he's going to die." "She's not going to pick up your corpse." The third prince angrily gnashed his teeth. "Damn it, contact the shaman of the barbarian tribe for me. I'll make this dog couple die." Late at night in the royal palace, a few guards were playing cards together. One of them said, "Hand over the money." "Don't welch on the bet," one of them asked. "What's this game called?" Another one replied. "It's called Fight the Landlord. The leader of the rebel army invented it. It's very popular." One of them expressed doubt. "But what do you guys think about this third prince?" "I just want to be the dragon, not some meat shield." The ponytail dude goes, "Isn't that easy peasy? I use aura reading. One look and I see it all." Other dude's like, "You know aura reading? Is that for real?" Ponytail says. "Totally. I learned a bit from a traveling Taoist, but I only opened one LAN. As long as there's dragon aura, I can spot it with one eye." Other dude asks, "Why didn't you check out that Xian dynasty guy then?" Ponytail says. "Wasn't thinking that hard, just trying to make a buck." Then he's like, "Alright, quit bugging me. Let me see if the third prince is the chosen one." He uses his eye technique. Whoa, that's OP. The third prince has the makings of an emperor. A dragon appears, surrounded by purple aura. That's a lucky sign. Wait, why are there two phoenixes too? "You guys, stop clinging to each other. What's going on here?" Other dude stutters. "Is that true? The third prince really has that much destiny." Other dude says. "You think I'd lie? We brothers are gonna become true dragon gods." The three yell, "Long live the third prince." "Our boy's been eavesdropping on their convo through the third prince's window," he says, "playing cards. And they're this hyped." But from their talk, these guys are definitely connected to those Qian dynasty remnants. The prince in the room hears the noise and jolts awake. "What's all the ruckus?" MC knocks him out cold. With one hit, he says, "Lin Clan hypnosis, stay down." He checks out the room. "Gotta hurry and see if there are any more clues. Wife's still warming my bed. All the bad stuff's getting confiscated, but it's all dirty books." He turns back and curses. "You lecherous old man, no wonder you can't be emperor." MC finds something behind his pillow. Prince Yi groggily wakes up, but MC flicks him on the forehead, and he's out again, making MC praise. "You're the first guy to survive 4 of my attacks. Can brag about that for life." MC pulls out the letter and concludes, "Figures, this guy's here to assassinate Ruo Li. Not on my watch. Assassinating the emperor is my job," the letter says. "When you get to the capital, you might as well depend on the emperor. I'll get the stuff to you ASAP. This is our plan for poisoning. It's super effective. As a cadre of the rebel army, I guarantee you, once it's done, you'll get everything you want." MC thinks, "He's coming in person to deliver the goods. Then I'll know who it is." "Lucky you, little bro. You're still good for something." MC looks at him and says, "You keep such an important letter under your pillow instead of destroying it." "What a moron." MC goes back to his room. "Wife, you're still up," Ruo Li replies. "You think I'd let Xiang go out and then sleep alone without a care?" MC teases, "Don't tell me you're used to sleeping with me now. Don't feel safe alone." Ruo Li pouts. "You're the dangerous one. Did you find anything? Did you just off him?" MC replies, "Nah, but I did get some intel. Might even catch a big fish." Ruo Li asks, "What intel? What's the plan?" He says, "Your brother's really in cahoots with the Qian dynasty remnants. He's here to assassinate you, then contact the rebel army, so we'll play it cool and catch them all in one go once we're ready." Ruo Li approves. "Not bad," MC says. "That's just not bad. This is top 2 intel in the world. Took me ages to find." Ruo Li concedes. "There were a few mistakes. Barely passing." MC wonders. "Barely passing? What would be excellent?" Ruo Li cutely says. "Come home early, rest early. The title of second best in the world? That's gotta be behind my Chu Ruo Li's hubby." Today, Li Yun brought his wife a modern-day snack. Ruo Li was super curious about the pile of fries on the table and asked the male lead, "What do you call this fried potato thing?" The male lead explained to her, "These are French fries. Give 'em a try, and remember to dip in the ketchup." Ruo Li tasted the strange food, commenting on the flavor. "Not bad. Soft inside and crispy outside." She seemed to really like the male lead's fries, and praised, "The hamburgers from last time were already selling like crazy in the capital. I bet these fries will be a super hot item too." The male lead playfully whined at her. "So aren't you going to reward me a little?" Ruo Li happily said. "Alright, what kind of reward do you want?" The male lead grinned. "How about some intimacy?" Ruo Li said. "Dream on. The most you're getting is me feeding you. Open wide." She was holding a fry between her lips. The male lead leaned in and bit the fry still dangling on his beloved wife's lips. Lips touched lips.
This couple's ambiguous and affectionate scene made the readers full of dog food.
Xiao Chen interrupted the affectionate couple. Ruo Li asked Xiao Chen, very embarrassed. I Ching, is something the matter? Xiao Chen came to report on official matters. The third prince has recovered, and wants to enter the palace to pay his respects to your majesty, saying it's been a long time since he's seen you, and wants to get closer to you.
In his heart, Xiao Chen was secretly furious. You damn traitor. Am I invisible? Ruo Li continued. Get close to me. Wants to build a good relationship with me so he can kill me, right? On the side, the male lead consoled Ruo Li. Just meet him. With me here, we'll play that big fish that took the bait for a whole street.
Ruo Li asked suspiciously, what nasty plan do you have now? Then ordered Chen Hai to bring him to the imperial study.
The male lead put on an innocent face, saying, How could your hubby, who's so adorable, have bad intentions?
The third prince arrived at the imperial kitchen to pay his respects to your majesty. Ruo Li asked him casually.
You may rise. I heard you were injured. Hearing this, he complained aggrievedly. I ran into a thug in the capital. He's worse than a pig or a dog. In his heart, he was still deludedly thinking, Ruo Li really cared about him. Looks like she still doesn't know my intentions, and is pretending to care about me. Good. This will make it easier to make a move later. The male lead patted him on the shoulder from behind, scaring him pale, and said to the third prince, Oh really? Tell me, what did he look like?
Ruo Li introduced the third prince. Let me introduce you, this is your brother-in-law. Then Li Yun standing right in front of him and asked, Tell me, who bullied you that day? Someone's helping you out. This threatening scene made the arrogant prince tremble, and had to make up another excuse to avoid trouble. That day, I must have been hit by a carriage, causing memory loss and mental confusion.
The male lead hasn't provoked him yet. This guy can say no one hit him, right? Making the third prince only know how to scratch his head. Yes, my mind must have been muddled. The male lead said to him. And could also be said, he suspectedly replied, How? The male lead changed his tone, and turned around to complain about the third prince, Your Majesty. That's right, he just committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. According to the laws of Daqian, he should be executed.
Hearing this, the third prince was extremely frightened, and said, Your Majesty, I absolutely didn't mean that.
But the male lead had no intention of letting him off, threatening, You mean to say every word you said just now is the truth, right? Making this guy stutter and unable to speak, the male lead continued to threaten him to deserve younger brother rotten. I'm telling you, I can spare you on my end, but you understand, I want some pocket money too.
The prince could only beg. Leader Li Yun is wise and mighty. Name your price.
The male lead held up 2 fingers to indicate and said, Small matter, 2,000 taels of gold can solve it. The third prince had no other choice but to accept. 2. Ah, okay. Then I'll have to trouble you, brother. In his heart, he resentfully thought, Why don't you just rob me? I've lost big this time. I'll definitely kill you, you dog couple. The male lead played a huge trick on him, flipping his stance quicker than a pancake, then turned to his majesty and said,
The third prince is absolutely just mentally unstable. It was an unintentional act. Out of consideration for our deep sibling bond, please spare his life.
The third prince also chimed in, Exactly, deep sibling bond, Your Majesty, Ruo Li said. That's what they say, but our laws have never been merciful. The male lead said, Your Majesty, the third prince and I have just finished negotiating. He wants to sell all his assets and contribute them to. Hearing this, that guy was so furious he nearly spat blood, thinking, You beast!
Where's the 20,000 taels we agreed on? Ruo Li also played along with the act and declared, If you have come to this realization, I won't pursue this matter any further.
Your Majesty is wise and sagely. The third prince could only cry as he kowtowed and agreed. I vow to dedicate myself to Dai Qian until my dying breath. Then his heart ached as he said, Looks like they've agreed to spare me, but it cost me way too much. He had no choice but to retreat. Well then, I'll take my leave now, brother-in-law. Remember to personally visit my manor another day. The male lead replied, No prob. We're family, after all. The third prince, even after getting played, didn't even realize it and happily bounced off, thinking he'd been spared, making Ruo Li feel suspicious. Is this guy really related to me by blood? Our great Zhu clan. How can we have such an idiot like him? This made even the male lead suspicious, saying to Ruo Li, Look, he totally ripped me off, or are our future kids gonna be as dumb as him too? Ruo Li was speechless and replied, You're calling him dumb. He's the dumb one. All the intelligence got passed down to me. The male lead added, But why is there only one prince? There should be a few more Calabash brothers showing up, right? Ruo Li asked with a suspicious look. What's with the Calabash brothers? Are you trying to make fun of something again?
The male lead waved his hand. Nah, nothing like that. It's the touching story of the calabash saving grandpa, Ruo Li seriously said. You should be content. With a virtuous, intelligent, and good-tempered wife like me, our future child will definitely be outstanding. The male lead had to retort. Virtuous and intelligent, sure, but your temper. Just then, Ruo Li's face instantly pouted and she said, What do you mean? The male lead laughed and said, I mean, don't jinx it. You might not be so good-tempered when you're pregnant, you know? This made Ruo Li roll her eyes awkwardly and say, How could it be that fast? The male lead observed from a high vantage point and muttered, It's been a while. That guy is probably obediently on his way by now. Having visited his manor these past few days, I conveniently pocketed a few things each time I left. He probably doesn't suspect I was spying on him, does he? The third prince was riding his horse, preparing to leave the manor. The male lead secretly followed him. The male lead said, This is it. Time to reel in the net. This prince really is an idiot, he joyfully thought. Who knew the leader of the rebel army was just a greedy fool? Even heaven is helping me out. After things go my way, I'll take gold and flaunt it in his face every single day. The third prince's confident attitude made even his subordinate nearby think, The third prince is so confident he truly is a son of heaven. The prince yelled, This prince has arrived. Stop hiding and scurrying around. I want to quickly deal with that dog emperor. From the bushes, a masked figure wearing a straw hat jumped out. The third prince asked, Hey, hat guy, is it just you? Did you bring the stuff? From behind, the male lead called out, You stinky little bro, where are you? That idiot even turned back and replied, Right here, brother-in-law. The whole gang suddenly realized something was off, and startled they yelled, Why are you here? The male lead replied, To deal with you, of course, you stinky little bro, the idiot said to his subordinates. Don't be scared. Block him for me, the ponytail guy said. Don't be scared. The third prince has great fortune. He'll definitely turn misfortune into blessing. The male lead's eyes turned sharp. Kneel, and I won't kill you. The two subordinates who followed the third prince knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy. We surrender. We were just passing by. These guys knew their place, and quickly scrammed. The third prince could only curse them as a bunch of useless, troublesome wastes. This guy tearfully looked down at his ally below and said, Good thing your former accomplice is here. We've long since figured out how to deal with you. Go die, you stinking traitor. The accomplice from behind stabbed the third prince to death. The male lead said, A neat trick, all right. No witnesses, huh, old friend? Take off your mask. It's about time we met. The masked figure lunged forward, trying to attack the male lead. But the male lead was a step faster and dodged. The male lead stepped on his hand, pinning him down onto the cracked ground. The male lead said to the masked figure, Who are you? I don't recall having a friend who employs such underhanded tactics. If you're not someone I know, I won't hold back. My next move will take your life. His mask slowly cracked, then shattered into small pieces, revealing a sinister smile. He chuckled. Leader, you've gotten slow after getting married. The male lead was utterly surprised. Luo Chengzhu, why are you here? What do you mean, I'm not your leader? The guy's body emitted a burst of light, a loud explosion, and the masked figure vanished. The male lead was left alone, thinking, Were you controlled by someone? What did those words mean? How could I be slow? The male lead noticed a golden needle behind him, picked it up, and said, This needle, coupled with someone's ability to control, could it be him? If it's him, wouldn't everything I've done be too smooth? The male lead looked at the golden needle and said, Have I overlooked something? The male lead pieced together the events. The third prince entering the capital, controlled puppets. Then suddenly, as if realizing something, he exclaimed, This is bad. Ruo Li. Those bastards, how did I not realize it until now? The male lead started reasoning from the beginning. The third prince is just a pawn to lure me away. Their target is Ruo Li. Meanwhile, inside the imperial palace, a bizarre iron-clad figure with 4 arms looked like a spider. It lunged to attack Her Highness Ruo Li. Fortunately, Chen Hai arrived just in time, slicing off one of its arms. Chen Hai said to Her Highness Ruo Li, This subject almost failed to protect you in time, a crime deserving 10,000 deaths. Ruo Li said, You need not blame yourself. What exactly is this thing? Chen Hai said. This is probably a beast king created by the Wu shamans of Nanman. I've encountered similar monsters when I was at the border. The monster suddenly jumped to the ceiling, using the momentum to dive down like a drill, attacking Chen Hai. Chen Hai prepared his stance, drawing his sword, and said, Let me broaden your horizons with these petty tricks, the true strength of a Tianhua realm human. I don't even consider those petty thieves in my eyes as people, Chen Hai unleashed his power. One strike, the destructive force was indeed immense, splitting the monster in two. Her Highness Ruo Li wondered, how did it infiltrate the palace? Do the Wu shamans of Nanman have such methods? Chen Hai frowned and said, Wu shamans do not have true qi, nor do they emit killing intent when attacking. Furthermore, Wu shamans can control beasts from thousands of miles away, making them difficult for ordinary experts to detect. In his heart, he smugly added, of course, experts at my level can't be hidden. Just then, sharp iron spikes suddenly grew all over the monster's body. This is bad, Your Highness, be careful. Those spikes attacked Her Highness Ruo Li unexpectedly. Fortunately, Chen Hai blocked in time, protecting Her Highness Ruo Li, but those iron needles pierced straight into Chen Hai's body. Chen Hai suppressed the pain, loyally saying, Your Highness, rest assured, I vow to protect you completely, even if it costs me my life. Li Yun thought to himself, is this hidden weapon poisonous? Damn it, as long as I stabilize my true qi, the poison won't spread. The iron monster opened its mouth, revealing an arrow ready to attack Chen Hai. Luckily, the male lead arrived just in time, kicking the monster into pieces, and the arrow it was about to fire luckily missed Her Highness Ruo Li, only grazing her hair. Chen Hai stood to the side, secretly relieved. Fortunately, it missed. The male lead angrily said, Daring to hurt my wife's hair? Wait till I go to Nanman and pluck all your hair out. Ruo Li playfully blamed the male lead. If you had come any later, you would have to stay with a widow. The male lead replied, I will admit my mistakes and accept punishment when I get back, but worthy of being my wife, you are so calm, even when facing a life-and-death crisis. Her Highness Ruo Li gave a gentle smile, saying, Because I believe you would definitely come, and in time. Li Yun thought, I was careless this time, but if they have been planning for so long, it's not just Chen Hai's strategy. Even if I hadn't caught up, Chen Hai could have probably managed. Could there be another purpose? Chen Hai, due to the poison-taking effect, was dying. Ruo Li said to the male lead, Hurry and call the imperial physician. The male lead said strangely, based on his strength, how could he be so deeply poisoned? It turned out Chen Hai was careless. Seeing this dog thief dare to offend Her Highness, the blood rushed to his head, and his true qi wasn't maintained, causing the poison to take effect. In the forest, an arrow flew towards the resting Nanman man. He said, The mission is complete, time to return to Nan-an. Then he took a letter from inside the arrow. Li Yun and Ruo Li were eating hot pot together. The male lead said to Ruo Li, That's how it is, your second brother is dead. After hearing the news, Ruo Li calmly said while eating, It's just your second brother who died. Good timing for our family. Xu Feng thought to himself, No wonder she's known as the woman who annihilated tens of billions from the Liu family. Xu Feng then said to Ruo Li, I've also discovered which shady characters are helping Yu Ni of the former dynasty. Ruo Li asked, Have you ever heard of someone named Xu Yan? Never heard that name. Ruo Li stopped eating and said, It's him again. She continued, The medicine Saint Xu Yan, back in the rebellion, he saved so many people in need, very compassionate. Of course I've heard of him. But why is he doing this now? Xu Feng also said, confused. I don't know either, I can't even believe it. Xu Feng recalled the image of his friend, sacrificing himself to save others, and wondered, could it be that battle ultimately changed him? Ruo Li's eyes drooped, showing clear sadness, as she said to Xu Feng, I'm sorry, I've kept you busy during this time. Knowing news about Xu Yan must be very upsetting for you. Xu Feng comforted his little wife. It's all small stuff. It's my wife's business. As long as I can help you, I'm happy. Ruo Li still couldn't help but worry, saying to Xu Feng, But when I married you, it was so we could live a peaceful life together, not constantly be in danger. Xu Feng tried to reassure Ruo Li. I think so too. That's why I concealed my identity. But trouble always comes knocking. Just rest assured and rely on me. Ruo Lin's face lit up again. You have to rely on me just as much. Just as the lovebirds were displaying affection, Chen Hai butted in. Have you guys had enough of this dog food yet? Ruo Li was surprised. Chen Hai, you're still here? Xu Feng also asked worriedly. Isn't the poison from the blood on your mouth cured yet? Why are you here? Chen Hai was so provoked that he spat out blood, cursing inwardly. Damn traitor. A servant brought Chen Hai a box of rare ginseng. Ruo Li bestowed rare items upon Chen Hai for nourishment, saying, My loyal subject, you've worked hard, then said, This is 1,000-year ginseng. Those who escorted me have contributed greatly. I will always remember it in my heart. Chen Hai was greatly rewarded, overjoyed, saying, Thank you, your majesty. Even in death, my body will be loyal to you. Xu Feng teased him, adding, So this is 1,000-year ginseng. I used to have one a week.
I thought it was a carrot.
Making Chen Hai irritably say, "No one told you to speak up," Chen Hai muttered. "Seriously. As you instructed, I've been following those fleeing subordinates of the third prince, discovering their hideout in the east of the city. But by the time I arrived, my men had already been dealt with," Xu Feng thought, saying, "Then they've probably gone towards southern Man. Little Chen, go and capture them immediately," Xu Feng said.
Being able to easily deal with the people of the six doors, their strength is probably not weak. Your speed isn't fast enough, you won't catch up to them. They've probably reached the border of the Great Xi'an by now. Let me go.
Chen Hai was unusually happy, saying, Right, your speed is fast, everything is fast," Xu Feng suspiciously said. "I feel like there's another meaning in your words," Ruo Li worriedly asked.
You want to go?
But, Xu Feng replied, "Don't worry, leave it to me."
Xu Feng said, I'm not just doing it for you, I also want to know what my old friend is doing. If I catch those people, I think I'll find out a lot of information.
Ruo Li thoughtfully said.
That's good, then take some medicine with you, in case you get injured.
She ordered the servant. "Someone, bring the 9 revolutions soul-returning pill, the life-saving medicine, and pack 3 portions." Chen Hai's expression darkened, shivering in fear. "Your Majesty, please don't give any more. If you keep giving, you'll empty the national treasury."
An old man from Southern Man said, Stop. The guys behind also said, If we stop now, we won't get caught up, right?
The old man scolded. "You bunch of idiots, we're being followed," 2 guys behind said. "What, so fast?" With Xu Feng's wind-like speed, he had already caught up with the Southern Man group. Xu Feng appeared before them, making the old man admire him. The old man said, "Such speed, you must be Xu Feng, the leader of the rebel army, am I right?" Leader of the rebel army. Too fast, too dangerous. Xu Feng uncomfortably thought, "Are you in the wrong movie?"
The old man laughed, saying, But is it faster than our guns? Xu Feng questioned. Guns what? Looks like you're in Fast and Furious instead?
Before he finished speaking, a series of bullets shot out, aiming straight at Xu Feng, who agilely dodged them.
Xu Feng jumped onto a branch, saying, What's the situation? Close quarters combat, and they're using guns. The Southern Man each pulled out modern guns, making Xu Feng wonder if he had transmigrated back to modern times again.
Xu Feng recalled that year, during the rebellion, he did indeed consider creating modern weapons like guns. He didn't expect that Xu Yan could actually make them.
Xu Feng thought to himself, This is troublesome. If my clothes get torn, Ruo Li will give me new ones. What if it makes her unhappy?
The old guy laughed and said, The leader of the rebels is just this useless. The group laughed along. Is that all you got? Sheesh, if you don't hurry up, my back's gonna ache, Xu Feng chuckled. Do you guys know what a mole is? The group went, whoa, and then they all got their heads shaved and buried in the ground. Xu Feng laughed and said, Who told you to hurt my Ruo Li's hair?
This time, I'll humiliate you for sure, the old man said. I'm a pretty reasonable guy. Do you know someone named Xu Yan?
The old man scoffed. What do you take us for? We of the Mai Xing clan have undergone rigorous training since birth. We're professionals.
Xu Feng threatened. Do you know what this is? This is medicine researched and created by the top disciple of the Jade Maiden sect.
The old guy questioned.
The Jade Maiden sect. That sect was wiped out by us. What could a third-rate sect possibly research?
Xu Feng explained further.
This stuff is super potent. It's called the 100 Beast Happy Powder, an aphrodisiac that my buddy specially researched for animals. In this deep mountain forest, if I just sprinkle a little, I don't even need to describe the scene, right? I'm only giving each of you one chance. He only said a few words, and the so-called professional training, the subordinates behind him, scrambled to confess to Xu Feng, saying, I'll confess first. A real man gives a quick death, another guy said. Xu Yan is our strategist. We have to listen to him. Just spare us and we'll tell you everything.
The old guy, also scared of death, said.
How could they know more intel than me?
Then he asked Xu Feng, Those Jianghu people we hunted down, do you know where they all went? Xu Feng found it interesting and said, Tell me about it. The old guy's expression turned serious. They were thrown into the blazing forest of Nanman. Just throw some Jianghu trash in there and we'll convert it into mineral gas.
Xu Feng crossed his arms and said, But the conversion speed isn't that fast. What method did you use?
The old guy said.
That's thanks to the blessings of our ancestors. Although the previous dynasty was destroyed, one branch took all the treasures with them, including an ancestral sword that can accelerate the conversion within 10 miles.
The old guy said to Xu Feng,
How about it, little brother? Is this intel enough? Can you spare me now?
Xu Feng said, It's indeed useful, but I still have one question. Was the Li family killed by people sent by Xu Yan? Mentioning that name, the old guy panicked, saying, The Lika family, what do you already know?
Could it be that someone knows everything already? the scar-faced guy fearfully said. This old guy won't confess? I don't know anything. Please spare my life. Suddenly, Xu Feng detected movement behind him.
Xu Feng said, "Your reinforcements are arriving this quickly." The old guy laughed gleefully. "You'll never know. Everyone from the Li family must die." Xu Feng poured water on the old guy's head. Xu Feng said, "You stupid idiot. It doesn't matter if I don't know the secrets of the Liao family now. I'll slowly investigate. I just need to confirm who made the move, and that's enough." The old guy said to Xu Feng, "What do you mean?" The Nan-man reinforcements behind him shouted, "Kill the rebel leader! Reward of 100,000 taels of gold and an official rank of 2nd grade." Xu Feng's eyes turned cold. "You guys are really unlucky, running into me when I'm in such a bad mood." In an instant, Xu Feng dealt with all 8 of the reinforcements. The red blood of death splattered everywhere. Xu Feng angrily said, "Let me use you to offer a sacrifice to the entire Li family first." Xu Feng had dealt with all the reinforcements, their corpses lying all over the ground, showing that Xu Feng's strength was not to be trifled with.
One remaining guy trembled and retreated backwards, begging Xu Feng to spare him. "Save me! Spare me!"
This guy was shaking with extreme fear. Xu Feng said to that guy, "Don't worry, I won't kill you.
Tell Xu Yan to wash his neck and wait. Li Yun will come to collect their heads." Inside the capital city, Chen Hai suddenly smelled a bloody scent. Chen Hai shouted loudly, "Who dares to break into the palace in the middle of the night? Come out and face your death." It was Xu Feng returning, raising his voice. "It's me, don't be nervous, just make way." Chen Hai didn't get the memo, and was all like, "Your Majesty's resting, no disturbin'?" Thinking, why you showin' up at her chambers now makes me even more sus. Nan Zheng trying to reason with Chen Hai, "Quit blockin' the way I'm like. The legal hubby of Her Majesty me waltzin' into her crib is totally legit." Chen Hai, bless his heart, is clueless. About love, blurting out, "Just spit out what reward you want. I'll relay it to Her Majesty tomorrow morning." Nan Zheng's thinking, "I want to be by my wifely's side, ASAP, not ask for stuff tomorrow." Why you gotta be such a buzzkill, dude? Seriously though, Chen Hai's still a bachelor, right? And he's dead set on keeping our boy out of the Empress's room. Her Majesty's asleep, and I'm on guard. The head eunuch cuts in. "Quit your yappin', Lord Dachen. Her Majesty ordered me to escort this gentleman inside." Nan Zheng smirks at Chen Hai. "Told ya, Ruo Li can't catch Z's without me." Ruo Li, looking all soft and sweet, waits for her hubby to come back and asks, "You're back. You alright? No boo-boos?" Nan Zheng plays along. "Oh, totally wrecked. Ruo Li freaks, where'd you get hurt?"
Nan Zheng wraps his arms round her waist and says, "Right here, in my heart bein', apart this long, my heart's about to wither away."
Ruo Li's all confused. "It's only been half a day. Are you being cheesy on purpose?" Nan Zheng knows exactly what he's doing. "I crave to be with you every freaking second. Yet you always make it so hard for me to get some lovin'." Ruo Li's like, "Quit your win, you already got your hug, what more do you want?" "Spill the tea, what'd you dig up?" Nan Zheng groans. "I'm dying, over here." "Fine, I did get a whiff of something, about the Li family."
Ruo Li finally lets him go and sits down. "Say when? I had a feeling the Li family's got something to do with the old dynasty."
"Anyways, I'll have people snoop around this," Nan Zheng says. "So consider my mission accomplished. What's the reward?"
Ruo Li's face turns beet red, and she slumps onto Nan Zheng's shoulder, making him grin, still clueless about her sickness. "Oh my, you're super forward today." Then it hits him. Ruo Li's burning up. He shouts, "Yo, what's up? She's burning with fever. Get the royal physician. Stat, Her Majesty's sick." The royal physician checks her out and prescribes some meds, but says, "It's just a band-aid solution, might give some relief." Chen Hai panics. "What kind of sickness can't be cured, doc?" The royal physician gets real serious. "Been practicing medicine since I was knee-high to a grasshopper, and I ain't never seen a pulse like this before. I'm afraid," Nan Zheng cuts in. "Afraid of what?" The royal physician says. "If we can't get rid of the root, I'm afraid she's more likely to die than live." His words hit Nan Zheng like a punch to the gut, and he starts to freak out. No freaking way. What in the world is happening? In the southern tribes, they're doing some shady ritual. A phoenix flies inside the Bagua formation. Followers are jumping around, and the head honcho's chanting some voodoo into a brown head. The red head is Yakin, with his sidekick. "You think these bumpkins from the southern tribes can actually off the dog emperor of Daqian?" Kong Yan says. "The dragon aura around him will cause some hiccups, but the empress must die." Zhao Chuan turns around and says, "The dog emperor has leaders of the rebellion, and I've got you helping me. This empire will be ours again, right, Kong Yan?" Kong Yan says, "Yes, Your Majesty, the empire will be yours in the end." In a temple, a monk says, "Master's been meditating for over a month now, something's gotta be up." The other one replies, "Chill.
I heard master laughing last night inside. Truly a master, truly a master. Meditating's boring but still enjoying himself.
The other monk says, our cultivation's definitely not enough. The monk inside snickers. Training, my butt. Still reading, forbidden books. You guys are hopeless. I'm here day and night. Non-stop absorption of spiritual food. He's all Amitabha, while blushing, hard while reddin'. Suddenly, Nanjang appears, shouting, Master Bun.
The monk awkwardly asks, Nanjang, what are you doing here? Then nervously says, nothing. Not that anyone asked, but I'm trying to cultivate my Buddhist nature. Nanjang doesn't say much, and just drags the master to the palace, hoping for some help. The master stands before the Empress's bed and says, correct, your guesses are right. It's not a sickness, and it's not poison. This is a curse technique, a killing curse, the method of the southern barbarian witch. The male lead is seriously pissed and wants to wipe them all out, but the Grandmaster calls him back. Wait a sec.
Don't be so rash, or you'll just make His Majesty die faster. The Grandmaster explains further. According to the records of the classics, if a curse is to kill someone with the Emperor's destiny, there's only one way to do it.
He says, going through some history books, I saw this method. The southern barbarians claim it's an ancient technique. They probably inscribe special curse marks on the bodies of all southern barbarian warriors. When these warriors die, the accumulated resentment and rage will all be transferred as a curse onto His Highness. The more deaths at the border, the more negatively it'll affect His Highness.
Chen Hai grits his teeth and says, can't attack, and even the Dacian army is restricted.
The male lead asks, is there any other way? This profound method, it can only be Shu Yan, the Grandmaster says. There is a way, but I don't know if Ruo Li will agree.
The Grandmaster says, the way is to concede the leading position at the border. There can't be any more casualties. With your existence, they definitely wouldn't dare to make things difficult for His Majesty.
The male lead immediately says that Ruo Li wouldn't agree to that, and threatens him even more, even burning his golden book.
Ruo Li wakes up and hears the whole story. Ruo Li affirms,
that's absolutely impossible.
Even though her body is exhausted,
Ruo Li struggles to sit up and says, the blood of Dacian soldiers cannot be shed in vain.
Chen Hai is overjoyed.
Even in a life-or-death situation, His Majesty is still worried about the soldiers at the border.
Ruo Li cutely says,
the male lead's food and drink come from the national treasury. If I'm not the emperor, no one will be able to feed him, so I don't agree.
The male lead is helpless. We should still do it for the border soldiers. He can feed himself.
Just waking up, Ruo Li wants to go approve memorials, making Chen Hai advise her to take care of her body. The male lead also advises her to rest, and suggests that she participate together. Ruo Li asks, participate in what?
The male lead turns back and asks the Grandmaster.
He wants to directly help her bear half the destiny. Being a co-emperor is also okay, right?
But the Grandmaster says,
how can destiny be divided between two people? The male lead says. Actually, sometimes two people are occasionally one entity.
The barbarian crowd is continuing to perform the ritual with the skull. Suddenly, the leader seems to sense something is wrong. He clutches his chest and starts vomiting blood from a serious injury.
The subordinates next to him worry about their leader, Great Witchmaster. What happened?
The Witchmaster wipes the blood from his mouth and says, the people of Dacian have some skills. They're constantly using their destiny to attack the curse that was set up.
As soon as he finishes speaking, the Witchmaster is injured from the inside again, continuing to vomit blood. How strange. Why won't they stop? They're constantly attacking, making the subordinates below wary as they admire the rebel leader. Even the curse can be attacked. Is he really omnipotent?
The Witchmaster says,
interesting. Let's see how long you can attack for. On this side, this couple is fighting intensely on the bed.
Before the Witchmaster could finish his sentence, he was hit by an even more violent attack.
It seems the more excited the couple gets, the more seriously injured he becomes. Okay, let's leave out the sensitive details. Take care of it. The Witchmaster falls tiredly to the ground, making all the subordinates surround him worriedly. Great Witchmaster.
The Witchmaster feels fortunate. It's finally over. Luckily, the curse was maintained. The male lead sits in the courtyard, pondering. If you think about it carefully, Shu Yan probably went to the capital to be with the third prince, and started setting things up then.
Suddenly, Ruo Li comes out, interrupting the male lead's train of thought. The male lead asks, how do you feel?
Ruo Li happily replies,
a little better. I want to go outside and breathe some fresh air. The male lead thinks to himself, anyway, I've already used the power of Hong Huang, so it seems to have some effect. It's a pity I can't completely remove the curse.
The male lead hugs Ruo Li and picks her up.
He says, if you still feel uncomfortable, don't run around. I'll just hold you like this.
Ruo Li turns around and says,
you look kinda happy. The male lead says helplessly, how could I be? You're in danger at any moment now. I don't have time to be happy. Ruo Li is an understanding girl who cares a lot about her beloved husband. She thinks to herself, you idiot. I know you're the most stressed right now. You're usually so indifferent and happy. She encourages herself, I should also cheer up a bit. I can't let him worry. Should I act cute with him? In her heart, Ruo Li thinks. Anyway, no one else can see right now, but in reality, Shui Li has arrived and calls out, Ruo Li gay. Breaking the sweet and romantic moment of the dog food couple, Shui Li says, I heard a strange noise in your house just now, and I thought there was a thief, but when I came, the noise stopped. The male lead replies, that's right. Just now, your Ruo Li gag had a 300-round battle with a thief. Ruo Li coughed a few times, pretending to remind the male lead to stop talking nonsense. The male lead, also scared, thought, crap, I'm afraid we'll have to sleep in separate beds after tonight. Zhu Li naively thought, that's not right. It's still very strange. Are they hiding something from me? The male lead stopped Shu Liao's train of thought. Is it that obvious? That's not right. Kids shouldn't think about such random things, Shu Li explained. What is Master Landlord talking about? I'm talking about the thing on Ruo Li Gage's body, the male lead asked. What do you mean? Shuo Li made a binocular shape with her hands and said, Ruo Li, why are you being haunted by voodoo? The male lead said, you know about this and can see it. The male lead wondered. This hasn't been revealed to anyone, how does she know? Zhu Li triumphantly said, it's the first time I feel like someone is paying attention to me. I'm so happy that I'm swelling up. Making the dog couple outside think. It seems she's not just physically swelling up. The male lead asked, is there a way to get rid of this voodoo? Zhu Li happily said, of course. The first is to directly deal with the person who cast the spell. The second is to use many people to share the burden of the influence and resist it. The male lead replied, we've already used the second method, but we couldn't completely eliminate the curse. Shu Lina innocently asked, did Master Landlord also do that? What method did you two use? Causing the couple to blush with embarrassment, they said, kids shouldn't ask so many questions, Shu Li explained. I plan to use voodoo to cast a spell, but I've never done it before. I'm not sure if it will succeed. After all, I only know the theory, the male lead asked. A theory master can still be bronze level, and can also give pointers to king-level players, Shu Li happily said. Although I don't understand, maybe she's praising me. Then just leave it to me. Then Shu Li happily ran off like she had 3 legs and 6 arms, saying, time is urgent, I need to quickly go back and prepare, Ruo Li said with a mixture of sadness and joy. It probably won't work, but I'm happy that she has this good intention. The male lead comforted his mistress. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Besides, she just reminded me, I've thought of a way. The male lead is standing on the tallest building in the capital. Considering the situation, they will definitely protect the Wu Shi, and that Xu Bing is a pawn to lure him out, the male lead also added. The enemy's deployment map shows that they are all concentrated in the mountainous area to the west. According to the map, the area surrounded by the Tu Bing is Manhuang Ji Yu. The place with only one exit is also the safest place. The male lead held a stick tightly and said, 1,000 miles southwest. The altitude is 3,400 meters. The male lead used modern algorithms to calculate the destination, he said. The Pythagorean theorem and the 3-angle 3 level 3 function also helped me out. Using his nemesis power, he launched a streak from Xu Yan, who was treating the Wu Shi, he said. The pulse is stable. After all, he is the leader. Who knows what tricks he still has up his sleeve? Suddenly, as if something was triggered, the shield launched by the male lead hit the Wu Shi directly. But Xu Yan caught it in time, saving his life. However, Xu Yan's own hand was also injured. He examined it and said, this is a long-range crossbow bolt specially used by the Forbidden Army. Flying from outside for 1,000 miles to here, I really underestimated your strength. Xu Yan smiled and said, you are indeed a strong opponent. Leader Li Shu drew a large circle with a strange face, and then she danced around the circle to prepare for the ritual. The male and female leads were also present. The male lead asked, how do you feel? Ruo Li replied, I don't feel anything. The male lead frowned and said, it seems that the crossbow bolt just now didn't directly kill the man's Wu Shi. I was so wrong. Now I can only place my hope on the dumb kid Li Shu. The male lead asked Li Shu, why did you choose this place? Li Shu explained, because I want to borrow the power of the dragon vein of this major checkpoint. According to Feng Shui, this is the place with the power of the dragon vein. Li Shu pointed and signaled to the two, you two just lie down there, hold hands. Whether it succeeds or not, let's see this time. Ruo Li and the male lead followed Li Shui's instructions. The two held hands,
and lay on the circular path with strange symbols. Suddenly, a strong light burst out from the imperial palace. When the male lead opened his eyes, he saw his soul floating in the sky. Xu Feng wondered to himself, "Do I have a hole in my soul? Was I cursed by Li Shu? I'm totally dead." The male lead's soul continued to float in the sky. Then he said to himself, "I should go home and see what's up." So fast. Is the speed of a spirit body this fast? I'm already there in a flash. Now that I'm a spirit body, can I walk through walls?
Ruo Lai never let me see what's in this cabinet. I kinda want to see what she's hiding.
The male lead passes through the cabinet door and sees letters and gift boxes. The male lead happily says, "Aren't these the love letters I wrote to her years ago?
And all the little gifts I gave her?" The male lead says, "No wonder she doesn't let me see. Still as proud as ever."
A loud noise startled the male lead.
"What's that?"
Outside, a majestic golden dragon appeared before the male lead. The male lead didn't understand what was happening. The dragon flew around him and seemed to want him to follow it. The male lead realized this and asked, "You want me to follow you?" The dragon led the way, taking the male lead to the Nan Man's hideout together. The male lead smiled and said, "Is this where that wretched wizard is hiding?" The wizard in the tent had gradually recovered, and he clenched his fist in anger, saying, "Damn it! You made me so miserable again. I will never forgive you, Emperor." Suddenly the male lead appeared before him. "You don't have a chance." Without another word, the male lead drew his blade to butcher the flesh. The wizard was terrified and panicked, saying, "How are you here, guards?" The male lead directly slashed at him. The male lead coldly said, "You hit on my wife, it's not too much for me to give you a slash." From Yan outside heard the noise and ran in, saying, "What happened?" At this moment, the male lead's soul gradually disappeared. The male lead said, "From Yan, long time no see, but it seems like my time is up." From Yan also panicked and called out, "Leader." The male lead only turned his head back and smiled, saying, "I'll come find you later, and then we'll reminisce about the old days." From Yan turned to look at the wizard. "He's dead." From Yan didn't hold back her admiration for the male lead, worthy of being the leader, doing things that others can't do. Back at the palace, the male lead woke up after getting slapped. The male lead touched his painful cheek, saying, "This hand has some power." "Looks like he's fully recovered," Ruo Li said. "You finally woke up. Your soul had a hole in it. I couldn't wake you up no matter how much I called." The male lead happily said, "You're right, I saw the great Qian's dragon vein," he said. "You and I are a great match, me being Empress, awesome." Ruo Li said, "Then do you want me to choose 3,000 concubines for you?" "The male lead hasn't made a move yet," Ruo Li said. "Don't be mad, I haven't finished speaking yet. I just went to the Nan Man border and directly killed the wizard who cursed you." Ruo Li expressed disbelief. "Don't daydream, aren't you still awake?" The male lead acted cheeky again, saying, "Then what if I did it? Let's change the place for the reward next time, like the Imperial Chamber," making Ruo Li blush. Ruo Li's complexion had gradually improved, she said. "But I feel a little better now. Let's go. I'll take you to the Imperial kitchen and have them make you 50 servings of Li Shu pears." Hearing this, Li Shu immediately stopped him. "No way," the two thought to themselves. This kid refused again. As she finally understood, Shu Li seriously reminded, "At least there are no restrictions on eating breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the Imperial kitchen for 365 days. I'm definitely not settling when it comes to eating," making the couple helplessly say. As expected, she revealed her true colors as soon as we mentioned eating. The next day, Chen Hai brought good news to Ruo Li. "Your Majesty, the good news is that the great wizard of Nanman is dead." This time, Ruo Li believed what Li Yun said was true, and asked in surprise, "How did he die?" Long Shen thought, "Could it be that Li Yun was telling the truth?" Chen Hai reported. According to the news sent back by the spies in Nanman, there were no wounds on the great wizard's body at all. It seems like he died of natural causes. Ruo Li, as if knowing everything in advance, said, "Let's change locations, and have them bring us the instruments." Chen Hai asked in surprise, "What does your Majesty plan to do?" Ruo Li just made up an excuse. "It's nothing, just changing the work environment," she thought to herself, embarrassed. "These next few days, I can't be in the Imperial kitchen, or the Emperor's dignity will be completely lost." In the Nan Man camp, Zhao Yuan cursed, "Damn it, damnable. The entire plan is ruined." Zhao Yuan said, "It was clearly just one step away, all thanks to that damned traitor's tricks. The moment I ascend the throne, I will definitely kill him," Siye said. "Your Majesty, rest assured, Shu Qi has left seclusion.
I've already sent him to infiltrate Zhennan Wang's returning convoy. Zhao Yuan revealed a sinister smile. Very good. Let him take the opportunity to strike at the heart of Daqian. This time, we absolutely cannot fail. Inside the palace, Ruo Li is truly a capable wife, sweeping the courtyard. The male lead stands beside her, fanning his little wife. A scene of domestic bliss that would make even singles' eyes explode. The male lead said, "Why do you keep doing housework, and you don't even need my help?" Ruo Li turned around and said, "It makes me feel like I'm in charge of the house. This is our home, of course. I have to clean it myself. Even if the sun is scorching today, I don't know if I'll get darker." The male lead happily said to her, "Don't worry, you'll always be beautiful." This statement made her feign anger, "So it doesn't matter if I get darker or older." The male lead quickly said, "How could that be? What I mean is that you will always be the most beautiful in my heart." The male lead thought to himself, "Is that day here already? I feel a bit unhappy. I thought it was still a few days away." Ruo Li said, "Then you have to look at me. You can't dislike me even when I'm old." The male lead teased his argumentative wife, "Don't worry, right? I know some medicines that can preserve beauty. When I get back, I'll find Yu Tianfeng." Speaking of Yu Tianfeng, she suddenly remembered how Xue Li stirred up the imperial kitchen. Do you believe that a 10-year-old girl can single-handedly devour the entire imperial kitchen's food supply? Speak of Cao Cao. And Cao Cao arrives. Xue Li came calling, "Mr. Landlord, Sister Ruo Li," she said, her cheeks puffed up like a fat hamster, asking, "Have you two eaten?" The male lead worriedly said, "Don't worry about us, but you're eating heartily, aren't you?" "But why do you look like a big hamster?" Lan Xue Li explained. "This isn't the imperial kitchen's buffet. Is it only at home that I can eat like this?" To avoid starving outside, I hid food in my cheeks. Luckily, I'm thick-skinned. The male lead said, "Not yet. Come after you finish eating, what's the matter?" But he thought, "Luckily, I didn't let her eat as much as she wanted before." Xu Lai happily chewed the food she saved in her cheeks. "Wait for me to finish this first." After chewing, feeling satisfied, Xue Li said, "It's much easier to talk now, isn't it? Because I'm a bit tired of eating the imperial kitchen's food these days, so I want to change my palate." Making the couple stunned and asked, "Tired of eating already? What else do you want to eat?" Xue Li's eyes sparkled. "I heard that the Nan Man's Q train happens to be arriving at Daqian today. This time, there are many Nan Man specialties on the train. I like Nan Man food the most." Ruo Li asked in surprise, "Have you ever eaten Nan Man food before?" Xu Li replied, "Of course, my family used to have stuff. I ate it every day when I was little. Sister Ruo Li has invited me to eat at the imperial kitchen for so many days, now it's my turn to treat you." Ruo Li happily agreed. She also wanted to try it, since she had never eaten Nan Man food before. She secretly praised the child for being so thoughtful. At the fair, Xu Li invited Ruo Li to eat what she claimed was very delicious. The two stared at the bowl full of many-legged bugs. Just looking at it was scary, and she still asked them to eat it. The male lead asked, "This is Nan Man cuisine. Why does it look like a bowl of wriggling bugs? You're not planning some kind of assassination, are you?" Xu Lai even picked one up and advertised enthusiastically, "This is a fruitworm, a Nan Man specialty. They especially eat fresh fruits. It tastes great." Making the two refuse vehemently, not daring to try this new dish. Xu Li invited, but no one ate, so she directly poured the bowl of bugs into her mouth. "Then I won't be polite." Making everyone dumbfounded, the male lead noticed something behind them and asked, "But this train can transport quite a lot of goods, right?" Ruo Li continued, "It can transport 10,000 people in a day. It's very crucial now." The male lead guessed. Creating the train was Ruo Li's idea, right? The old emperor didn't think of this at all initially. "Why did you want to build this?" the female lead said. "I thought that you hadn't experienced the world back then, and you had never left the capital in your life." She looked at the male lead, her eyes full of love, saying, "So I want to show you the whole world." With these two reasons, it would be strange if the male lead's heart didn't melt. Hearing this, the male lead couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Ruo Li giggled. "Of course I was kidding, Your Majesty. This is a national matter. How could I build a railway just for you?" Just teasing him is enough to make our male lead happy. But honestly, the original idea, Ruo Li explained, was really about him. She hopes that when they have time, they can travel around the world together. The male lead chuckled. "What a coincidence. I was thinking of just straight up robbing a train and taking you around the world." Ruo Li said, "Promise me that first." The male lead teased, "Now he's going to go rob a train. I wonder if our house will get raided," Ruo Li said. "Not that. I mean the world travel thing you mentioned." The male lead obviously knew. He just didn't tease his silly wife for falling for his trick. The male lead held out his pinky. But this I'm not kidding about, Your Majesty. I promise you, I'll definitely take you around the world.
These two Pinky swore. Talk about a romantic dog food moment, Ruo Li said. Then it's a promise. Pinky swear. They swore they'd never change in this lifetime.
A blood-curdling scream rang out. The male lead asked, "What's going on?" A group of people with whips were beating innocent civilians. This must be a scene of bullying the innocent. The whip-wielding thugs escorted a white-haired dude who was swaggering and yelling, "A bunch of lowly commoners. Scram. If you don't want to die, get lost." That white-haired dude was bossy and looked down on everyone. That's right, commoners should know their place. "What right do you have to ride on the same train as this prince?" that white-haired dude said loudly. "This train belongs to our royal family." He's really abusing his power to bully others for no reason, and added, "You should be grateful." Seeing the whole thing, the male lead asked, "Who's that loudmouth?" "He's Zhenan Wang. He's always been on the border," Ruo Li revealed. "If you go by bloodline, he's also my uncle. He didn't even come when I ascended the throne last time. I heard he's back this time specifically to congratulate me." The male lead said, "Another one from the old Zhao family, huh? No wonder the border's a mess and he's still strutting around like this. What exactly is this Zhenan Wang pacifying? Is it Bai Niangzi? Is that too derelict of my duties? Making Ruo Li slightly blush? Am I considered derelict of my duties if I'm with you all day?" The male lead said, "No. You're considered to be squeezing the last drop of strength out of the common people. I'm overworking you. That's 2 crimes. Ruo Li huffily said, "Then I won't be with you anymore. You can just spend all day reviewing memorials." The male lead immediately begged, "Don't. If I don't go to hell, who will? Just aim for me." This guy called someone to transport goods. Move these goods to this prince's mansion. Seize public funds. The commoners were panicking and begging, "My lord, these are all our possessions. Please spare us." This guy wouldn't listen and raised his whip. "You want to get beaten to death, huh? How dare you object to this prince's decision?" Suddenly, the whip in his hand disappeared with a swish. Turns out the male lead snatched it away. The male lead appeared behind him, saying, "Your whip is in my hand," he shouted. "You little punk, give it back to me." "You believe I'll summon lightning to strike you, Ruo Li?" Your Majesty spoke up. "Is Zhenan Wang this mighty now that you've just arrived in the capital? Do you even have Your Majesty in your eyes?" This guy pretended to be respectful. "It's Your Majesty. It's all a misunderstanding. I just wanted to chase away some lowly commoners. I just used some strong language. This train isn't bad at all. Build a private railway for me when you get back. Anyway, it's also a great thing to give those commoners some work," she said. Zhenan Wang. This train isn't for personal use, it's a national treasure. How can you build one just for yourself? This guy brazenly said it was just a bit of silver anyway. If the national treasury is short on silver, just collect some taxes. It's a small matter. The male lead asked softly, teasingly. Besides her, everyone else is a nation wrecker, making her not know what to think. Could it be that our Zhu family bloodline is really that bad? What kind of dumb relatives are these? Zhenan Wang asked the male lead. Could it be Her Majesty's husband, the legendary leader of the rebel army? Flattering the male lead happily said, "I've heard the name for a long time. This whip isn't bad either. Can I borrow it?" This guy happily said, "This whip isn't ordinary. One hit will tear the skin apart." The male lead pretended not to believe. "Is he lying to me?" he affirmed. "Can I be faking?" His gaze turned to the crowd. "Aren't there ready-made targets? Why don't you try it out?" Xu Feng chuckled. "Rather than be polite, I'll follow orders." That guy even said happily, "Being hit by the boss is an honor." Little did he know, he was the one about to get hit. Xu Feng didn't hold back, cracking a whip right across that jerk's face. He yelled in anger. "Are you blind? Why hit me? Hit them," Xu Feng cheerfully explained. "He's been a rebel for ages, just a occupational hazard. This old geezer's kinda fun. Gotta think of a way to mess with him," Zhenan Wang thought. "This country bumpkin, you're just His Majesty's boy toy. I'll find a chance to make you lose face." Xu Feng noticed the guy behind the old man. "Who is that guy though? Why did he want to bolt the moment I made a move? He's not even my target." Xu Feng deduced, "He's hiding his killing intent. What's he so afraid of? Does he think I'm going to attack him?" The old guy kept brown-nosing, offering Ruo Lai a few boxes of Deng Shen as a gift. Ruo Lai said, "I appreciate the thought, but Zhenan Wang should just give these things directly back to the common folk, and then hurry back to the border." On the surface, he looked like he was obeying Her Majesty, but in his mind he was thinking, acting all high and mighty? What a clueless broad. Then he and his subordinates left. Xu Feng coaxed Ruo Li. "Don't be mad. Every family has a few dimwits, right?" Ruo Li said, "I'll have people keep an eye on him until he leaves the capital, just to prevent any trouble." Xu Feng joked, "What kind of trouble could he cause?" At worst, he'll just have an accident and his body won't be found. Ruo Li reminded her husband. You still have some reputation in the army. Don't cause any trouble, Xu Feng said. Honey, I have no idea what you're talking about. The little wifey said sternly. Don't tell me you want me to send you to guard the border. Xu Feng knew better and said, all right, for that I'll just keep being a tool of the sect. Wife will always provide for me, right? Those words made Ruo Li super embarrassed. Dream on. That thunder guy was far away, but his heart was still uneasy. Danger, danger. He thought fearfully. Have I been exposed? Calm down. The strength he displayed isn't as powerful as the rumors say. With my strength, I can even beat Tu Chen Hai. Everything is always according to plan, Xu Feng asked. So I'm going to attend the banquet, Ruo Li said. Recently, border wars have been constant. This is to stabilize people's hearts, Ruo Li added. Going to the national banquet with you can also scare them, Xu Feng agreed. No problem, I'll stand next to you then. Whoever comes, I'll bite. In his heart, he thought. Should have done this earlier. Just tell them to rebel however they want. We'll talk on the day we meet. Ruo Li said. You're not a dog. Why do you talk like I'm an evil tyrant? Xu Feng explained. How could that be? I mean a partner of justice. You are justice. In his heart he thought his wife still had the kindest heart. But in Ruo Li's mind it was different. I want to let them see how awesome my husband is, and then see if they dare to be angry without saying anything. Then it's decided. The food's getting cold. Let's hurry up and eat. Turn around. And the food on the table disappeared without a trace. Li Shui mumbled with her mouth full. Eating and drinking is like fighting a war. You guys are too weak. No one can beat you. Xu Feng pinched Li Shui's cheek, reminding her. You're saying that to the most awesome person in the world since saving Her Highness. You're getting way too cocky. Li Shui said happily. With Ruo Li protecting me, of course I'm not scared. You definitely have seen Ruo Li's troops. I only need one finger. Before she finished her sentence, Ruo Li spoke. After that year, why didn't you just directly attack the capital? Xu Feng defended. That's obviously because I'm a man of peace. I hate all the fighting and killing. Now I've entered the enemy's territory. Ruo Li also loves me. Loves me to the point of life and death. This is the victory of personal strength. Ruo Li threatened. What did you say? I didn't hear clearly. Can you say it again? Xu Feng is a shark on the streets, but becomes a small fish at home, unable to resist. Of course your Ruo Li Shiji is the most awesome person you see. I'm awesome, but when I meet Ruo Li, I obediently listen. Li Shu also shouted. Master's man is really weak, feeling. If I was in my previous world without Xianxia, she would knock me out, then drag me to the Civil Affairs Bureau and directly register our marriage. Thunder was still thinking. I have to be confident. Back then when I sensed the strength on the boss's body, I could still deal with him. He thought that he had to figure out the escape route after assassinating the emperor, so he could leave here. To introduce, this person is Zhu Qi, the strongest strategist of Uni. From childhood, his innate talent for swordsmanship was ghost-like, unpredictable, known as the sword demon, but he has always been unknown because he has a fatal flaw. He heard someone say, "What the heck?" and it totally freaked out Mr. Thunderbolt. He worried. Did my sword ghost get exposed? He was confused. I thought he was just a regular commoner from Daigen, but he knows my identity. Daigen? It's genuinely terrifying. Sweat poured down his face. Are they from my Yan sect, trying to harm me? Should I make a run for it, he thought. They must be jealous of my talent, that's why they want to frame me. It's definitely a conspiracy. Turns out, the passerby was just cursing because a woke he'd just bought had broken. What the heck, he cursed. Only then did he snap back to reality a bit, so... That's it. Looks like I was overthinking things, but hey. Being cautious isn't a bad thing. His weakness was that while outwardly extremely confident, he had a severe persecution complex. His mood always teetering on the brink of collapse. He accidentally ran into Li Shu walking out, she loudly exclaimed. Eating to 80% fullness is truly the best. He stared intently at Li Shui, thinking, this brat, isn't she the girl who was next to the emperor earlier today? I'm so lucky, Lin Shu thought he was about to snatch her food. Where did this lunatic come from? Why is he staring at me like that? Is he trying to steal my food? That guy was preparing to unleash his true ki. First I'll capture her, and then it'll be that dog man of that dog emperor. He was stunned, realizing he'd fallen. How does this brat have such a powerful aura? He started speculating wildly. Could she be that dog emperor's secret weapon? Daigen's ultimate weapon, Li Shui thought. Isn't he here to snatch my chicken leg? Or is he begging? Even if you beg, I won't give it to you. It turned out the male lead had transmitted his true Qin to Lin Jue right behind the wall where she stood. Just to give that guy a fright, Ruo Li asked. Why are you sticking your hand in the wall like that? The male lead replied. Shh, there's a thief outside. I want to scare him off. The guy, clueless, continued his delusion. Sure enough, I'm still not cautious enough. This world is too dangerous. This little girl is next to the emperor because her power surpasses that dog thief, he cried, blaming himself for being too stupid. I've definitely been played. They've had a conspiracy planned out for ages. Seeing him cry, Li Shu took pity. Crying, do you want my chicken leg that badly? How long has it been since this person last ate? She threw the chicken leg in front of him. Consider it my good mood. Eat it quickly. Even though she was reluctant, the guy felt it was even weirder. This must be some kind of elaborate play. Forcing me to eat a chicken leg off the ground has completely stripped me of my dignity. So young yet so vicious. Killing me by stabbing me right in the heart. Terrifying. But at least she spared my life, he asked as Li Shui was about to turn and leave. May I ask for your esteemed name? Li Shu, annoyed about her chicken leg, said, Li Shu, don't let me see you again. He bowed his head. Many thanks. The male lead, observing from above, had seen it all. That guy from earlier truly is peculiar. The male lead thought, this guy probably came from the Yan sect. If I already know of his existence, it'll be easier to deal with him. Might as well make use of this good-for-nothing a bit. At the banquet, the ministers were discussing something among themselves. One of them said, Lord Shu, is this rumor true? Lord Shu said sternly. As His Majesty's subjects, we do as he says. What's there to overthink? Prince Nan was also at the banquet, bringing along Mr. Thunderbolt. He was still overthinking. Stay calm. I can definitely handle the leader of the rebel army. The real danger is that young lady named Li Mayai. Besides, my plan is absolutely perfect. It will definitely succeed. His Majesty arrives. All the courtiers bowed in welcome as His Majesty entered. The male lead reminded, You caught a slight cold last night. Don't drink anything cold. Ruo Li replied. Got it, a courtier asked. Your Majesty, may I ask who the person sitting beside Your Majesty is from the royal family? The male lead secretly thought, You old geezer, you know the deal. Thank you, the courtier replied. Leader, you are too kind. Ruo Li seriously said, Haven't you all known the answer to this question already? The several courtiers below thought. The rumors are indeed true. There's never been such a precedent before. The two of them are clearly. What's more, that's the leader of the rebel army. Zenon Wang, completely hammered, slurred. I object. This is not proper. Where's the tradition of our ancestors? He raged. A traitor on the royal court. Absolutely improper. The close officials below started praising. Indeed. How brave is Zenon Wang? Lei Ting thought gleefully. Nailed it. The hallucinogen really drove Zenon Wang crazy. He prepared to pull out his magic weapon, thinking, well, he's got everyone's attention. I'll secretly assassinate that dog emperor. He charged towards the emperor, yelling, Dog emperor, prepare to die. The close officials, terrified of an assassin, quickly protected His Majesty. Xu Feng was one step ahead, standing in front of Ruo Li to protect her. Her Majesty, still misunderstanding Xu Feng's strength, confidently thought, My name, Ziqi, will resound throughout the world. Xu Feng punched her so hard her face twisted she thought, what the? She fell painfully. How is this possible? The true Ke he's emitting is clearly extremely ordinary. Could it be that he defeated me without using much strength? Lei Ting retorted, I underestimated you, but if you can protect the dog emperor, can you protect those dog officials? Those officials panicked. Don't take me hostage. Save me. Xu Feng addressed the officials. Gentlemen, your glorious deeds of sacrificing yourselves for the country will surely be recorded in history, living forever, the officials thought. You're clearly using someone else to do the dirty work, Xu Feng further explained. But recently the national treasury is empty. If anyone with a bit of sense can contribute some money to the treasury at this time, those people clamored. We just discovered an ancient mineral vein under my house. I'll donate it all. Mine is a gold mineral vein. I'll donate too, someone argued. You bastard, don't compete with me. I'll donate too. Lei Ting was utterly confused. How is this possible? This guy doesn't care about the lives of the ministers at all. He could only think of escaping. Suddenly, Lei Ting realized something was wrong. What's that? Why is there suddenly such a familiar aura? It turned out that Xu Lai was also behind him, preparing to eat chicken, making him think it was her. Why is she on my escape route? Xu Li was extremely angry. Her face darkened. Why hasn't Ruo Li Jej given me food yet? I am a well-mannered young lady. I can't embarrass Gerge. Damn it, I'm starving to death. Lei Ting misunderstood. Why is there such a strong aura? But I didn't notice it. I understand now. I'm just a clown. He's so calm because he has a back door where a monster stronger than him is on my escape route. I'm screwed. They're going to use that terrifying interrogation method on me. This moment, he collapsed. beyond saving, and will eventually lead to a fate worse than death.
Suddenly, he vomited blood and died. The reason for his death was as ridiculous as his life. The cause of death, ruptured liver.
They suspected. He's dead. Suicide by poison. An important figure said, "That's not right. This kind of toxin couldn't lead a strong person to death like this. Just now, I clearly saw that His Majesty's husband killed him with his eyes," causing the people to say, just relying on his eyes, he could take someone's life.
All the close officials, knowing fear, obediently bowed their heads. "Your Majesty, 10,000 years. Empress, longevity," Ruo Li said. "Me, do I have 10,000 years? You are longevity." Passively becoming active, Zhu Feng helplessly thought. "That's not right, isn't the problem, that I've become the Empress?" From then on, the rumor that Li Yun could kill people with his eyes spread throughout the world.
Inside the city walls, the guarding soldiers were discussing, "It's been so many days, why hasn't there been any movement from the Nan Man side?" Seeing this, an experienced veteran said, "Young and inexperienced, just a bunch of barbarians. Our Nanan city has never been breached, not now, and even less so in the future." Outside the wall suddenly came a heaven-shaking reverberation. The soldiers were terrified. "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" The city wall suddenly cracked open, rocks fell everywhere. The veteran yelled, "This is bad.
The city wall is collapsing."
The young soldiers looked around, realizing the situation was critical. Not just here, the city was also affected. From afar, two suspicious figures stood on a rocky outcrop, watching the city walls crumble one by one.
"Look, Zhu Yan is really something," one of them said.
The red-haired one smirked, replying, "This is the power of Thanos from the Marvel movies. Now we have the power to destroy everything." From behind, a young man with platinum blonde hair stepped forward, saying, "It's just a pity that the casualties are so great, innocent civilians are also affected."
The red-haired one frowned and turned back, saying, "Yeah, the city's destroyed, just rebuild it, people die, just make—"
"As long as this world ultimately belongs to me, even if there are more H's to give birth, I can create a perfect, ideal nation." This is no different from a fine-looking version of Thanos. If Thanos were as handsome as this red-haired guy, the Marvel movies would have attracted even more fangirls to ship couples.
Saying this, he proudly stretched out his hands to both sides, raising his face to the sky and laughing loudly, "My kingdom, haha."
The platinum blonde behind him flashed a domineering CEO smile, saying, "As long as your majesty likes it, I'll indulge you."
Turns out handsome guys are all fighting with swords now. Meanwhile, in a certain forest, Li Yun and his wifey were canoodling by a beautiful stream.
"This is the most beautiful scenery of Daqian that you wanted to show me," Li Yun said. The mischievous empress turned her blushing face to look at Jin Yu. "Of course not. Take my hand." Li Yun took his wife's hand, looking puzzled. "What is it? What is it?" "It is because Daqian is mine, so I am the most beautiful scenery of Daqian." The empress was flirting so smoothly, the silly Li Yun not only didn't catch the flirt, but was also being clueless. "That's not right. You can't say it like that." The empress put on a pouty face. "What's the problem?" "Not just Daqian to me. You are the most beautiful scenery in this world. Not bad for you, you little rascal, knowing how to flatter your wife." The empress turned away, her face sulky. "Humph. You're even more glib than I am," Li Yun still grinningly replied. "This is called confidence."
Suddenly from afar, the general ran over, interrupting the lovey-dovey atmosphere of the lovebirds. "Your Majesty."
"News from the front lines. Urgent. Nannang City has been breached," Chu Ruoli said sternly. "How can the Daqian city walls be breached so easily?" "Is this true?" the general continued to recount. "According to the surviving soldiers, the city was hit by an earthquake, causing the entire city to be destroyed." Not believing her ears, Chu Ruoli asked again, "An earthquake?" The general stared intently, his face becoming more serious. "Moreover, not only these things, but because of this matter, there are rumors everywhere on the border describing this earthquake as defying heaven's will with your majesty, writing that the gods have descended to punish."
"What?" Chu Ruoli frowned.
Li Yun still innocently patted his beloved wife's shoulder to comfort her. "Wifey, don't be angry. Being angry isn't cute anymore." "What punishment?" "That's just feudal superstition. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably done by the remnants of the previous dynasty." Li Yun continued to say, "I once had a weapon in the rebel army. I called it an electric vibrator. It can generate large vibrations within a certain range, through true QA, to create earthquakes." The more Li Yun spoke, the more suspicious he became, as if he were confessing his crime. Both the empress and the general thought, "So you're the ringleader." Liu Yun suddenly felt guilty, laughing it off. "Maybe Shu Yan made one based on my method. I just provided the idea, not paying attention to his nonsense anymore." Churuo Li turned to ask the general, "What are the casualties at the border now?"
"The casualties are incalculable, and they are extremely frightened. Some have even sought refuge in Nanman," the general replied.
Hearing this, the Empress snapped. "Decree. Immediately distribute food and use the money in the national treasury to save the people."
But the Dacian's national treasury has already been depleted after the royal family's affairs and the chaotic fighting on the border.
"It's afraid that it is hard to continue," the general analyzed the situation. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Yun said, "Have you forgotten?
At the national banquet, those great ministers also contributed a lot, especially Zhen Nanwang, who donated a lot to clear his direct relationship. Now's the perfect time to bust it out and help these folks." He crossed his arms, striking a pose to impress the ladies. "Don't worry, just leave the rest to me." Churuo Li eyed him suspiciously. "What are you planning? We don't even know what we're up against." To put his wifey at ease, Li Yun said, "If this thingamajig can be used once, it can be used twice. Can't let innocent people get caught in the crossfire."
"The only way to quickly solve this is for yours truly to step up," Churuo Li instructed her hubby. "Be careful. Relax. Even if the great Qian crumbles, I won't." Churuo Li continued to sweet-talk her man. "If you get even a scratch, I'm docking a year's worth of your snack money." Li Yun chuckled, reaching out to pinch his beloved wife's cheek. "I barely get any as it is, so I guess I gotta be extra careful."
With that settled, Li Yun turned to the general. "Xiao Chen, come with me to the border." Dropping the act, Li Yun revealed his true face. Time to deal with this once and for all.
The city was ablaze, and taking advantage of the chaos, the rebels were running rampant, slaughtering innocent civilians. "Blocking my way, time to die," one of them laughed after slicing down a young man. An old man with silver hair hugged his grandchild, asking, "Why? Why are you clearly soldiers of the great Xian? Why would you rob our food and slaughter your own people?"
The guy smirked. "Why, you ask? It's His Majesty's orders. The court's coffers are empty, so as citizens of the great Qian, you gotta cough it up." The old man collapsed, begging, "Have mercy, leave us some food. Give us a way to survive." Before he could finish, an arrow pierced his heart.
"Grandpa, Grandpa," the child hugged the old man. "These guys are ruthless, not even sparing the old and young." Alarin furrowed his brow. "Are you stupid? We're supposed to let them live?" The scarred guy looked at the archer. "Sorry, haven't killed anyone lately, couldn't help myself." "Damn it, these guys are twisted." Hearing them talk, the kid realized they were from the Nan Man tribe. "These guys aren't even from the great Qian."
Scarface walked up to the trembling kid. "You spilled the beans. No choice, gotta take you out too."
The little girl squeezed her eyes shut. "This is it, we're doomed. Why did we have to run into this, when we did nothing wrong? Anyone, please save us?" In this situation, even writing to the UN wouldn't help. Suddenly, Scarface screamed.
The girl opened her eyes, not knowing what had happened. All she saw was Scarface lying lifeless on the ground.
"Little girl, are you okay?" The girl looked up to see two handsome, armored young men. Luckily, Li Yun and Xiao Chen arrived just in time. "Are you guys from the Divine Light sect?" she asked.
Li Yun replied, "No, we're soldiers of His Majesty the Emperor. We're here to deal with these Nan-Man bastards." Hearing the cries of their comrades, they rushed over. "Who killed them all?" Xiao Chen looked back, reminding him. "More are coming, let's not talk." Ignoring the approaching enemies, Li Yun offered the girl a pill. "Your mother's still breathing. Give this pill to her. Your grandpa will be fine too."
Then, he reached out and patted the little girl's head. A heavenly smile. "Listen to Big Brother. Close your eyes, count to 3, and then open them." Li Yun glanced back, not wanting the child to see the bloody scene. Now the city was filled with the clanging of swords and the sounds of fighting men. Soon after, only Li Yun and Xiao Chen remained in the forest. Xiao Chen asked, "You gave that precious soul return pill to that little girl. So, what's the problem?" Li Yun responded. "It's nothing. It's that the pill was given by His Majesty so you could save your own life. I didn't expect you to give it to someone else."
Xiao Chen grumbled, but Li Yun smiled. "No one deserves to go through this."
At that age, if I were to encounter such a thing, I would help him. Realizing his explanation might not have satisfied Xiao Chen, Li Yun asked, "Why are you still frowning?"
Although inwardly dissatisfied and displeased, Xiao Chen replied, "It's nothing." Xiao Chen gave Li Yun a critical look. Although they're rebels, what they did is worthy of others to learn from. No wonder they were able to defeat the great Xian.
It wasn't superior martial strength, nor unyielding will, but the kindness that united the people.
As he pondered, Xiao Chen glanced at Li Yun, who had a seemingly good-natured face, and said, "Those remnants of the Qian dynasty and the Nanman people are truly wicked to come up with such a sinister scheme. This might be the doing of that friend from Yan that Yuan mentioned before. Contrary to Xiao Chen's speculation, Yi Yun said, "If it's the Shu Yan I know, he definitely wouldn't do something like this. He wouldn't involve innocent civilians." Suddenly noticing something, Li Yun said, "Stop, I've discovered something." Perplexed, Xiao Chen asked, "What is it? Take a look."
"Do you know what this is?" As he spoke, Li Yun glanced at some clumps lying on the ground. "Isn't it just a little poo? What's so special about it?" Seeing Xiao Chen's reaction, Li Yun raised his index finger and said, "Poke it with your finger, and then you'll know what it is."
Xiao Chen then poked it with his finger, feeling something soft, and smelling a pungent odor that filled his nostrils.
"What the heck is this?"
"It's a horse's treasure, also known as horse dung," Li Yun replied with a straight face. "You little rascal, you're setting me up, huh? Careful, or I'll flip my lid." Xiao Chen realized he had been tricked badly, suddenly being made to poke horse dung. Annoyed that he couldn't do anything to Li Yun, he said ingratiatingly, "Wasn't this just to enrich your knowledge on the battlefield?"
"This horse dung is quite fresh. Judging by the quality of the dung, they're eating high-grade grass. It's probably from the Daming army's horses."
"Their army is about 1,000 miles away," Li Yun smiled and said. "It's just experience." Hearing Li Yun say that, Xiao Chen became anxious. "I need to rush back now to gather troops and wipe them out in one fell swoop. You wait for me here."
"I can't wait for you. I'm gonna deal with them." Seeing this, Xiao Chen snapped. "Are you crazy?
The enemy's forces could be over 100,000. Even if you have heaven-defying skills, you can't possibly destroy them all."
"I promised His Majesty to ensure your safety," Li Yun said. "Xiao Chen, if I wait for you to bring reinforcements here, even more civilians will suffer their torment. I indeed can't destroy 100,000 troops. But if I can instill fear deep into their souls, that I can do. When our bro gives that wicked smile again, the other side is doomed." At the camp, soldiers spotted a strange figure approaching from afar, another one coming to die. One of the natives among them said. At this moment, the figure drew closer and closer. It was Li Yun, a man who feared neither heaven nor earth, but chose to live in seclusion and get married. But perhaps the male lead's aura wouldn't let him have his way. Who knew the wife he married would actually be the new Empress in disguise?
He strode fiercely towards the camp gate, his face full of anger as if he wanted to burn this camp down,
causing one of the natives to laugh and say, "Maybe this guy has problems with his head." Suddenly, they couldn't see Li Yun anymore. Where'd he go? Why can't we see him anymore? Did he run away? As if discovering something, one of them shouted, "He's down there."
At this moment, beneath the ground, Yi Yun was channeling all his inner strength into his fist.
Without hesitation, he raised his hand and punched hard into the ground. The critical strike created an earth-shattering quake, the ground cracking open and creating pressure that made the protective wall of the camp collapse. The male lead's halo shone brilliantly.
With just one punch, he created an earthquake, destroying the entire wooden palisade, successfully infiltrated the enemy's lair. Li Yun walked towards the gangsters who were holding spears ready to act.
"We have 100,000 troops. Are we scared of him?"
One of them yelled loudly. The group of natives were furious, wielding their weapons and charging at Li Yun like moths to a flame.
Li Yun calmly glanced to the left, grabbing a sword stuck in the ground. "I'll just take this one." Kill. The enemy army, as numerous as the Yuan army, surged forward to attack, wishing they could chop him into pieces to make mincemeat.
Swoosh. With just one swing of the sword, Li Yun cleanly sliced one of them in half, not stopping there.
He continued to use domineering combat moves, grinding the natives into mush one after another.
Each time he swung his sword, he caused 3 or 4 of them to never see the light of day again. The remaining ones stared blankly as their comrades were struck down under Li Yun's blade. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yun frowned and used his ultimate move to knock out the enemy. He concentrated his strength into his sword-wielding hand, slashing at the ground and creating an earth tremor. His single strike with extremely high damage could break through 10,000 soldiers.
The ground was littered with the corpses of 10,000 enemy soldiers, and the wreckage of a demolished encampment. The remaining natives were scared shitless. "Monster! Monster! Save me! We quit!" They all legged it, not dumb enough to face a freak with godlike power.
Suddenly, one dude bumped into a mysterious six-pack.
"Good dog! Out of my way! Scram!" The native fell flat on his face, looked up at him, and was clearly terrified. "This flag, Blackhorn Tribe, is this some super perfect two-piece version of One Piece? Why does none of it look like Luffy and the gang?" In front of him were 4 bull-headed, horse-faced dudes with six-packs, looking kinda blurry. The natives were like they'd struck gold, one saying, "They're the strongest tribe. They can definitely control this guy." Seeing their expectant looks, the other replied, "Heard strong guys like to fight strong guys. He's a goner." Not sure if they're gonna duel Li Yun or what, but one guy excitedly hugged Li Yun, and the biggest dude was sobbing his heart out, super touched. Hearing the natives run their mouths, fake Luffy slowly approached, his face showing clear anger. Without a word, he threw a heavenly punch straight into the face of the bandit. Then, he raised his hands to the sky and shouted, "Chief, long live!" "Chief's wife, long live!" The other three chimed in. "Listen to the chief. Kill 'em all." The natives were like, "WTF is going on?" Then they started beating the crap out of each other right in front of Li Yun. Li Yun was sweating. Their energy still so high, hope they don't drag me back later. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, Li Yun's little Empress was pouting and leaning on the table, wondering, "Why isn't my idiot husband back yet? Not a word." Suddenly, a maid walked in and respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, Grand Minister Chen Hai from the front lines has sent news." Zhuo Ruoli turned her face, her eyes lighting up, and said, "Bring it here." "What? How could this be?" As Zhuo Ruoli read the memorial, she frowned. Could something have happened on the front lines? Her Majesty is so tense. The little maid thought to herself. Zhuo Ruoli quickly gave the order. "Issue a decree. I will personally inspect the situation. That husband of mine is just a troublemaker, always making his wife worry. When he gets back, I'll deduct all his pocket money and not let him have a slush fund anymore." Ruolia thought to herself. Back at the enemy camp, Li Yun continued to fight, seemingly unstoppable. Wherever he swung his sword, people were chopped in half. I remember someone calling him Li Shiwan back then. Looks like the name is well deserved. Inside the red-haired ringleader's tent, he was chatting with his subordinates. "Good thing these guys are just cannon fodder. Where are our elite troops?" "I remember it's the Blackhorn tribe. They can definitely stop him." "Bro's a little too confident. His elite troops are calling Lian Yun, Empress." "Your Majesty, they're all surrendering to the enemy and fighting our troops now." Hearing his subordinates say that, the redhead looked confused. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, and in the murky smoke, Li Yun charged straight at the leader, sword in hand. "So this is where you are. Made me search all over," Li Yun said, and swung his sword straight at the redhead. But Li Yun's blade was blocked just in time by the sword of a subordinate, who jumped out to shield the redhead. "Chief, your strength has improved a lot," Platinum Hair greeted Li Yun. "The heck? Who's Platinum Hair's chief anyway? What's your goal? Causing me trouble everywhere. Are you not afraid I'll chop you and Zhao Chuan up?" Li Yun said. The redhead sneered and said, "Killing me is useless. There will be thousands upon thousands of Zhao family descendants to replace me. Chief, instead of chopping me up, I advise you to leave here and check out Chengjiang Mai." "Ah, screw it, Jiangnan. The tragedy of Chengjiang is happening again in Chengjiangnan." Platinum Hair smiled slyly. "Run over there now. Maybe you'll still make it in time. Any later, and it won't be so easy to leave." "Protect Her Majesty." Li Yun turned around and discovered thousands of soldiers running towards him with swords. Li Yun praised, "What a great plan, using the common people as your trump card." Saying that, Li Yun turned to look at Zhao Jia and said with a snarl, "I'll remember this debt." Back in the forest, Xiao Chen was running frantically. "We're almost at our military camp, you damn traitor, you just wait." Suddenly, Xiao Chen noticed a figure flash overhead. It was Li Yun. He landed gracefully. Xiao Chen greeted him with a smile. "You're back. No wonder you're known as the fastest man in Daogan. You're quick at everything." Li Yun ordered, "Xiao Chen, take the men straight to Jiangnan City later." Xiao Chen was puzzled and asked, "Why are we going to Jiangnan City?" "What about these enemy soldiers? Time is of the essence. 100. They plan to use an earthquake to attack Jiangnan City this time. Jiangnan City is so densely populated. Are they a bunch of bloodthirsty maniacs? They're probably planning to do a Thanos and filter out the population." Saying that, Li Yun laughed. "Damn it, I'm just borrowing Zhao Chen's sword. I'm afraid this old fox will use the sword and eat away a year's worth of my salary." Here, Xiao Chen was startled and hugged the sword tightly, refusing to let go. But no. Before Xiao Chen could react, Li Yun quickly snatched the sword, saying, "Time is of the essence. I need to get a feel for it. The work later is all up to you guys." As a lowly soldier, Xiao Chen could only cry, "That's the sword I just bought." A moment later, in Jiangnan City, the officials were gathering to listen to the Empress's instructions. Ruo Li's younger brother asked, "Ruo Li, big sis, aren't we here to fight a battle? Why are we here?" Ruo Li simply replied, "The border situation is unstable, and rumors are spreading everywhere internally. I will start by solving the most fundamental problem, to calm the hearts of the people." Moreover, after Jiangnan City was destroyed, Jiangnan City is the only fortress. The enemy will definitely lead their troops to attack here. With me here, I can boost the morale of the soldiers and civilians. A great official respectfully asked, "Welcome, Your Majesty." "What does Your Majesty bring with you this time?" Ruo Li replied. "This time, I have personally come to punish the rebels. Jiangnan City will be temporarily under my control." Having said that, in reality,
Zhu Ruoli was only worried about her beloved husband at the front lines, determined to settle the logistics and then go to Li Yun's side to help. The Empress brought her subordinates and tens of thousands of elite troops to Jiangnan City. Zhu Ruoli smacked her lips and secretly plotted. The defensive arrangements for South City are too simple. The surrounding terrain is flat, too open, easy to attack but difficult to hold. We must strengthen the military force. Suddenly, the blonde subordinate lowered her head to the ground, listening for movement to gauge the situation, much to the bewilderment of the other three. This lip-smacking skill is so fresh, I have to learn it so I can throw knives accurately? The black-haired one suddenly shouted, "Something's wrong! Someone's killing people, and they're a martial arts expert. Li Shu told me that when I meet a master, I have to kneel down and beg for mercy." The other one was puzzled. "An assassin, why can't I sense any movement?" Realizing that he had just embarrassed himself, the black-haired one lowered his head to the ground. "Please spare my life, great hero. I can do anything, I guarantee, to serve you well." As if to embarrass him further, the blonde said, "You're overthinking it. I'm listening to the sound from the ground. There's a strange rumble coming from somewhere." Zhu Ruoli suddenly remembered that Li Yun had said before that when he created a type of weapon, it caused huge earthquakes in a certain area. This made Ruoli even more worried about her beloved husband far away. "Ruoli, big sis, have you discovered something?" Ruoli replied. "I hope I'm wrong, otherwise Jiangnan City will be destroyed." Saying that, Ruoli turned and ordered, "Relay my decree. Notify the governor to quickly evacuate the people to an open area." "Yes, ma'am," the governor replied. Suddenly, loud noises kept resounding from the ground, life-saving tremors. Why is there an earthquake all of a sudden? The ground cracked open, people ran in panic. Everyone's faces were filled with panic and fear, and they fled in disarray. Seeing the chaotic scene, the governor said, "Your Majesty, it's too dangerous inside the city. Let me protect you and leave." Dismissing the governor's suggestion, Zhu Ruoli decided to stay with the people. "Leave? My people haven't left yet. How can I leave? Can I leave?" Then, Zhu Ruoli ordered all the soldiers, prioritize helping the people, protect everyone, and quickly go to the open area in the west to take refuge. Suddenly, a beam of light shone from afar, tearing through the sky, and everyone turned to look at what it was. Zhu Ruoli smiled. "He's here. I thought Li Yun was going to make a flashy appearance like the Marvel superheroes. But it turned out that the light was because he was running as fast as the Flash, flying from one roof to another." Remembering how Li Yun once instructed his old teammates to build a machine that could dive underground, and then use anti-gravity starstones to create earthquakes, the more he thought about it, the more Li Yun told himself he absolutely couldn't let them run wild. While checking the perimeter, Li Yun noticed an anomaly in the zigzag cracks on the ground. The epicenter of the earthquake was right here. That thing must be below. I absolutely won't allow anything to happen that would sadden Ruoli. Thinking of his darling, Li Yun felt like his power doubled. He put all his strength into his sword and slashed straight down at the ground. This created a massive explosion like the Big Bang, which could still be heard 7,749 miles away. Everyone's faces were stunned. Only Zhuo Ruoli looked overjoyed because her beloved husband had come to the rescue. Looking at the deep pit that had just been created, the people reassured each other, it's stopping, are we saved?" Suddenly, a giant robo-fruit popped out from under the ground, lying flat on the ground, looking like it had short-circuited, because it kept hitting the sky. Li Yun stood on top of it, none other than Li Yun, the guy who just caused the Big Bang. Everyone looked up, sighing in admiration. What kind of saint is he? Could he be a god descending to earth? From afar came the sound of soldiers. "The Empress has arrived." The people, hearing this, bowed their heads in welcome. "Her Majesty the Empress." "Why is Her Majesty here?" someone said. Li Yun saw his wife and said gently, "What are you doing on the front lines? This place is so dangerous. Good thing I got here in time. Or wouldn't that be because of you? You always want to charge into the enemy camp alone. And besides, this is my country. I want to protect them." Zhuo Ruoli replied with a pout. Li Yun jumped off the robo-fruit and went to comfort his wife. "Leave the rest to me." Zhuo Ruoli disagreed, grabbed Li Yun's hand and said loudly, "The remnants of the previous dynasty, the Nanman rebels, are destroying my Daqian's foundation, slaughtering my Daqian's people, and now destroying Jiangnan City. We've already lost too much. We can't let these traitorous officials run wild any longer." Zhuo Ruoli looked straight at the people, making a heartfelt promise. "I, as the Daqian emperor, am personally leading the expedition with my husband to punish the rebels and protect the people." The people cheered joyfully. "Long live Her Majesty! May Daqian last for 10,000 generations." Zhuo Ruoli turned to look at Li Yun, smiling. "So this time, I can fight alongside my husband." At the capital of Jiangnan City, Zhuo Ruoli discussed war strategy while approving memorials, while fortifying the entire city and setting up defenses, ready to face the enemy. "Be wary of people who might sneak in while we're not paying attention." Then, Zhuo Ruoli handed the books back to the minister and ordered, "Reassure the people, open the granaries and distribute food, ensure adequate supplies."
With that, Zhuo Ruoli stretched and sighed. Finally, work is done. Being an empress isn't as easy as I thought. Dog slave underfoot Li Yun brought out a pot of tea, smiling. My dear wife, you've worked hard. Watching her husband pour tea, Zhuo Ruoli rested her hand on the table and said, It's no trouble at all. It's all what I should do, but when will we be able to escape the shadow of war? We can only rely on the people themselves. Zhuo Ruoli raised her teacup, reflecting herself in it, and said with a smile, But what makes me happiest is that even through these things, the people can still unite as one, worthy of being the people of Daqian. Li Yun continued. Is there any important task you can assign me to do? Zhuo Ruoli could only complain. Isn't taking care of me the most important task? Of course not. How could taking care of me be anything that would wrong you, Zhuo Ruo?
Li looked displeased with Li Yun's answer.
Li Yun patted his wife's shoulder, flattering. How can taking care of my wife be considered a task? Isn't this my duty? With these honeyed words from Li Yun, Zhuo Ruoli followed along, teasing, That's better. I was just thinking of deducting a year's worth of your allowance. Now I'll only deduct half a year. With that, Zhuo Ruoli turned back and asked, Getting back to the original question, how did you know Jiangnan City was under attack?
Li Yun raised his hand to think. I originally charged into the enemy camp alone, almost wiping them all out. From Yan deliberately revealed it to me in order to lead me there, but now that I think about it, I don't quite understand.
What's there to not understand? He could have completely said the wrong location, making me move to the wrong place, but he didn't do that. He gave me the feeling that he deliberately revealed it, hoping I could come to Jiangnan City, and because of that, I let him go, and didn't kill him.
Hearing this, Zhuo Ruoli frowned and said, Why does he want me to go to Jiangnan City? What is he trying to do?
If not for me, he would have kicked the bucket, and the great Qian would have collapsed. Isn't that their goal? Li Yun chuckled awkwardly. Maybe he's not some super evil villain. I'm probably just overthinking things. Suddenly, Xiao Chen stepped forward. Reporting to your majesty, news from the front lines indicates that the enemy forces have retreated back to the vicinity of southern Wilderness Rift Valley. These guys are pretty smart, Li Yun analyzed. Their only advantage has been destroyed by me. Now they can only retreat to defend. But Zhuo Ruoli was still suspicious. Southern Wilderness Rift Valley. I remember that's where they turned martial artists into true energy mineral stones. Li Yun agreed. That's right, that should be their last base. Hearing this, perhaps this is our chance to counterattack.
Zhuo Ruoli said, Issue my decree. Gather the entire army and prepare to launch a full-scale offensive.
After giving the order to the soldiers, this virtuous wife turned to her husband and said,
Is my beloved consort willing to accompany me?
Now demoted? Li Yun teased. Aren't I the empress? The beloved consort is always the most favored one. Of course, you have to give me that title.
These lovebirds continued to PDA, and Li Yun asked, So what kind of consort am I? Do I have any honorary title? Zhuo Ruoli immediately bestowed upon Li Yun the title of martial consort. He also looked very happy, and respectfully said, Thank you, your majesty. Zhuo Ruoli ordered the soldiers, Present the gift for my beloved husband. This time, I also have a gift for you. This is the heirloom sword of my great Qian royal family, ranked second among the 10 prefectures and 12 divine weapons, named Benevolence Sword.
Before Li Yun was a beautiful jade-green sword. Li Yun raised the sword in front of him and exclaimed, Benevolence Sword! The Sword of Benevolence! What a great name! Her ancestor must have been a naming genius, Zhuo Ruoli continued to explain. This sword is quite special. It can only be used after absorbing the great Qian dragon Qi. Absorb the great Qian dragon Qi? I'm not the emperor, so where am I supposed to get dragon Qi? Zhuo Ruoli blushed and said, No, I'm sure you'll have dragon Qi. I read some records and found that there's a method for close people to absorb dragon Qi from the emperor. Li Yun innocently asked, What method? Hurry up and teach me. Zhuo Ruoli shyly turned away and said, Li Yun doesn't need to know. Just know that you'll have dragon Qi. In a remote and secluded forest, the state preceptor, the red-haired and white-haired Ren, stood in front of Alibaba's cave entrance. Damn it! Our trump card was directly destroyed by that guy. The red-haired man gnashed his teeth. It's all because of those traitorous bastards. I want to chop those lovey-dovey bastards into pieces and feed them to the dogs. No, to the pigs. Making Lian's family into feed is too difficult, bro. I wonder if you've heard of something called the Ka, male-led halo. The red-haired man turned to Shu Yan and said, Can this weapon be used yet? Only it can suppress that traitor. I'm sorry, but who's killing the people?
This guy is not only doesn't know his own limits, but he's also delusional, Shuyan replied. His Majesty is absorbing true energy, and there's no way to use it for the time being.
The fake emperor snapped. There's no way to use it. The great Qian army is about to attack. It took so much time to turn the true energy of those martial artists into mineral stones. Is it all for nothing?
Shuyan comforted. Your Majesty doesn't need to panic. I've had a way to deal with it for a long time. Everything is under my control. You're telling the truth, my dear minister, so what's the plan? Shuyan said sinisterly. This pill is a secret medicine that I've refined. It can briefly stimulate the hidden true energy in the body, allowing the user to obtain supernatural power. Seriously, are you going to turn me into a demon? We also have drugs in real life that are just as magical, called laxatives. If you take too much, you are going to die. After hearing Shuyan's words, the emperor asked, how many of these pills are there? There are limited. I suggest letting Shu Er and Zhao Shi use them. But now the morale of our army is declining. When the battle comes, your Majesty needs to take the lead as an example and lead our army to victory.
The emperor snapped. Heaven doesn't want me to die. It's finally time for us to attack.
Shuyan said sternly. That's right, the time has come. Late at night in Jiangnan City, the couple didn't discuss bedroom antics but discussed the war. After studying for a long time, they still didn't know how to use this sword.
Li Yun glanced at the precious sword, pondering to himself. Seeing this, Zhuo Ruoli asked, with concern. Li Yun replied, I've tried so many times, but I can only make it produce a tiny twitch.
Zhuo Ruoli blushed,
looking at her husband mischievously. It must be that the dragon chi isn't enough yet. Let's immediately start a decisive battle with the Nan Man.
Aren't you curious about how to obtain dragon chi? After being married for so long, Li Yun finally got a taste of the so-called wedding night, with only a naked man and woman left on the bed.
Don't laugh. Gaining dragon chi means doing that. With Zhuo Ruoli's hourglass figure, how could a husband like Li Yun refuse?
Li Yun grinned,
pretending to be clueless. So that's it. But I still don't quite understand. Can my dear wife explain it a bit more clearly?
Zhuo Ruoli moved her face close to Li Yun's and whispered. A long time ago, some martial artists who wanted to ascend to immortality researched a method to transfer their own chi to others. This method is called dual cultivation. The ancients really gave it beautiful names. Unlike in our time, we just call it a quickie, right? Preparing for a quickie, and here comes Sun Wukong Li Yun, flying in on a somersault cloud. And the author keeps using metaphors to make the readers think dirty thoughts.
Before the entrance to the Ying cave, Sun Wukong shouted, Demoness! She brings you pain because she is a demon.
Quickly release my master, or you'll be sorry tonight. With that, Sun Wukong chanted an incantation, and Li Yun's Ruyi Jingu Bang grew bigger and harder.
Ouch. With this blow from Old Sun, Sun Wukong repeatedly thrust into the cave entrance, completely destroying it. Only then did he slowly enter deeper inside. I don't know if it was because Sun Wukong used his staff to thrust so hard that water splashed out, but water kept gushing out of the cave.
Sun Wukong, choking in the sea of water, shouted,
You evil spawn, you're actually using lust water. No, water attacks. Just a small trick, evil spawn. Aren't you coming out yet? Water spewed from Sun Wukong's mouth, the water clones becoming his constellations. Little ones, capture the demoness for me,
Sun Wukong commanded.
As the mini Sun Wukongs were rushing forward, venturing deeper inside, they suddenly met a beam of light.
It's a fairy. Air kisses and hearts sent to Sun Wukong. Li Yun emanated a beam of light in all directions, and finally he received the dragon chi and saw where the pillar of light and rumbling sound came from.
The people panicked. What's that sound? Another earthquake? It must be those Nan Man bastards. Let's fight them to the death. The Nan Man rebel traitors deserve to die 10,000 times. They raised their spears and declared war on their enemies. Oh, it's you guys. That couple is just being a little loud. There's no earthquake. The commotion in Jiangnan City lasted for several hours.
Everyone hated the Nan Man and the remnants of the previous dynasty even more, only hoping that those two would hurry up, because the noise was causing misunderstandings among the people. In a certain cave, Shu Yan and the deposed emperor were plotting with their companions. You are all elites and confidants of mine.
Now that the dog emperor's army is approaching, I can only burn my boats and protect the Zhao family's legacy. The red-haired Zhao Jia took out a chocolate. This is a pill that Shu Yan and I researched and created, named Immortal Bean.
It can temporarily unleash one's potential, helping to increase true chi. At least, strength can reach the level of overcoming Chen Hai. The companions below took the pill,
all surprised by the extraordinary power of this pill. To think that just eating a chocolate can lead to enlightenment, who wouldn't be shocked?
Today I'll demonstrate eating it. Let's destroy the enemy together. With that, he put the whole chocolate in his mouth and shouted, "Heaven bless the Zhao family. May I live 10,000 years."
Those below also put the pill in their mouths one by one, as if feeling a surge of energy running down their spines. Their faces were beaming with the power of.
All shouted in unison, "Heaven bless the Zhao family. May we live 10,000 years." Suddenly, one of them showed abnormal signs. His face developed many lumps and then exploded like fireworks. The remaining ones also had their heads explode one after another. Witnessing the gruesome scene, the emperor couldn't help but be shocked. He shouted, "What's going on?" Then he himself vomited blood, collapsing while clutching his chest, extremely shocked to realize that he had been deceived. "Xu Yan, I trusted you so much, yet you dared to deceive me." Seeing his pathetic appearance, having been turned into a cripple right before his eyes, Xu Yan laughed and said, "I didn't deceive you. True qi did indeed increase explosively, it's just that the human body has no way to withstand it." The red-haired man cursed bitterly. Xu Yan will not die a peaceful death. Xu Yan turned away. Behind him, the Zhao family's emperor had also exploded. Truly, human hearts are unpredictable. I must be careful who I play with in the future.
The time has come. It's time to activate you. Xu Yan looked up at the rock wall in front of him with a calculating expression. "Leader, you're definitely going to be surprised. I was already shipping red-haired Xu Yan, but it seems this Xu Yan is just a lone wolf. Li Yun is currently in Jiangnan City, and the sun is at its peak. How about that? Isn't it just perfect?" Zhuo Ruo Li in armor accentuates her hourglass figure even more. "My queen, of course you look good in anything. You look like a total badass at first glance." Seeing his wife's new skin, Li Yun praised her endlessly. Zhuo Ruo Li seemed displeased, thinking Li Yun was implying she was too fierce. To appease his wife, Li Yun smoothly replied, "Not at all. It's called overwhelming heroic spirit. Enemies will be so mesmerized by her that they'll surrender immediately." Even soldiers watching on screen must be simping for Zhuo Ruoli's appearance right now. Silver tongue. It would be great if Zhuo Ruoli had such smooth sailing. Li Yun successfully appeased his wife. Suddenly, a loud explosion came from outside the city. Zhuo Ruoli and Li Yun both looked grimly towards the source of the sound. Who dares interrupt this romantic atmosphere? Could it be an enemy attack? Li Yun quickly reassured his wife. "Don't panic. I, Li Yun, am here guarding Jiangnan City. You stay put and don't run around. I'll go see what happened." With that, Li Yun activated his Spider-Man mode, leaping nimbly from rooftop to rooftop. Unexpectedly, Li Yun couldn't believe his eyes. A transformer gradually appeared in the hazy smoke. No way. How could the remnants of the previous dynasty have something like this? Could it be a mecha? The smoke cleared, revealing a perfect prehistoric transformer. It must be thousands of meters tall, wearing armor similar to soldiers in the Middle Ages. The soldiers protecting Jiangnan City have arrived in full force. What the hell is that thing? Even if all the elite martial artists in the city attacked together, they wouldn't stand a chance. Xiao Chen and his brothers held their swords ready, but no one could mentally prepare to fight a monster like this. In a flash, Li Yun arrived in front of them. "Take the injured away and evacuate the civilians quickly. I'll deal with it." Hearing Li Yun's words, Xiao Chen added a word of caution. "Be careful. This thing's strength is no joke." The transformer suddenly landed in front of Li Yun and spoke in a familiar voice. "Leader, you finally arrived." Recognizing that it was Xu Yan, Li Yun told him to stop, and not to make any more mistakes. "But once you're a simp, who can stop you?" Xu Yan stubbornly said. "Sorry, even if I'm wrong, I'll be wrong to the very end this time." Looking at Xu Yan, who had now transformed into a transformer in front of him, Li Yun said, "What is your goal after all? It's not too late to stop now. Don't make any more mistakes." Hearing this, Xu Yan just laughed. "Hey, cringe." Li Yun is still so naive. After speaking, he threw a punch straight at Li Yun. Empowered by the mech suit, the destructive force of that punch was so great that the ground shook, and rocks flew everywhere. Just when Xu Yan thought Li Yun had been buried in the rocks, Li Yun suddenly jumped out from behind the robot's neck to counterattack. Li Yun put all his strength into his fist. Xu Yan noticed the sneak attack from behind, but still allowed Li Yun to get close. When Li Yun's fist touched the robot's face, its eyes suddenly shot out two beams of red light, lasers aimed directly at the capital of Jiangnan City. Li Yun landed on the ground, watching the robot use firepower from its ass to fly up. "Leader, you always want to protect everyone, but look around. What are you protecting?" Lin Yun stared intently at the robot. "Where did you get the true Q on this mech armor? What have you done, Straw Hat Camp? Returning Immortal Island? Wooden Leaf Sect? Corpse Soul Gang? A total of 2,846 sects have been wiped out by us, and their true Q has all been transformed into energy for the mech armor." As the robot spoke, it flew higher and higher. One person defying the martial world. One person defying the pugilistic world. Suddenly, an energy ball appeared in the robot's chest, and the ball fired a beam of light straight at Li Yun. That attack created a huge explosion like an atomic bomb, shaking the earth and sky.
Before he could be smug about killing the cringelord, a blue sphere appeared in the deep pit.
Inside the sphere was Li Yun. It turned out that he had activated his protection mode in time, so even though the attack had created a deep pit in the ground, it couldn't harm a single hair on Li Yun's head.
Xu Yan landed in the pit.
This is insane. This body can actually withstand the mecha condensed from the true Q of tens of thousands of martial artists. Even though I exhausted all my true Q to apply a skin, I couldn't even scratch the leader. However, Xu Yan remembered, there's no way to destroy this weapon anyway.
The more brutally we fight, the faster the city will be destroyed. Well played, Xu Yan, you scheming bastard. Even if the robot runs out of fuel in the end, the city will still be destroyed.
At this point, Li Yun needs to use a treasure to increase his strength. Why doesn't Li Yun just find the robot's switch and turn it off?
Li Yun raised his hand. Sword, come. As soon as he finished speaking, a precious sword flew from the manor, the same one Li Yun had to push a cart all night to use. Xu Yan sneered. What good is a broken sword? Li Yun shouted the incantation. Open! The blade cracked wide open, and a beam of dazzling light burst out. That beam of light solidified into a gold-plated version of Li Yun.
Now standing right in front of the wannabe transformer is a gold-plated Li Yun, 1,000 times taller. That was fast. Just finished whittling it last night, and already got the finished product. It wasn't a waste of effort. After all, Li Yun's stamina is drained.
Royal historical records once described the founding emperor of Daqian as a giant, with dazzling light creating the Daqian Empire. I didn't expect the legend to be true. From afar, Zhuo Ruoli and her assistants could see Li Yun's gold-plated form emitting such a dazzling light that it could be seen from tens of thousands of miles away.
Li Yun smugly said, "The Daqian dragon Kia has all gathered on me. I didn't expect the royal heirloom sword to hide such a powerful force."
At this moment, Xu Yan was just like a mosquito buzzing in Li Yun's ear. Xu Yan, your crimes are unforgivable. Don't blame me for not remembering our past relationship today. Finishing speaking, Li Yun raised his fist. This punch is for the countless innocent people I'm avenging. Pay for your action. Li Yun's giant fist aimed straight at the mosquito Xu Yan, smashing him into the ground. Li Yun's final punch landed powerfully, and the mecha couldn't resist at all, shattering into pieces, and the area where Li Yun punched was dented.
At this time, the people of the 6 doors also quickly went down to clean up the scene, and everything was safe.
Zhao Ruoli then came to Li Yun's side,
holding the sword that was not only broken but also cracked in her hand. What kind of sword breaks after just one use? I don't know how it can be repaired. Zhao Ruoli asked with a smile. So what should I do now? You broke my Zhao family heirloom, you have to compensate.
Zhao Ruoli said that, but judging from her attitude, she certainly wouldn't blame Li Yun. Li Yun laughed and said, you massacred thousands upon thousands of my Lian family descendants, so we're even.
People are talking nicely, properly, but this kid changes the subject. How improper. While chatting with Li Yun, the people from the 6 doors had also completed their mission, and Chen Hai reported the situation to Zhao Ruoli. The strange thing is that Xu Yan's body was not found in the mecha. This wasn't too surprising for Li Yun. He had already guessed that he was controlling this mecha remotely.
Before, the southern barbarian witch doctor manipulated puppets to assassinate Ruoli for a short time, so everyone should still remember.
That thing, and Xu Yan's mecha, must be based on the same principle. The controller himself is hiding elsewhere.
Chen Hai frowned after hearing this. News came from the front lines that the southern barbarian army had all retreated deep into the mountains, as if they had given up this battle.
They at least captured some southern barbarian soldiers. As long as they are forced to reveal the base of the former dynasty's remnants, there's a high chance they will be found.
Li Yun frowned, and asked Chen Hai to take him along to investigate the matter.
This matter must be ended as soon as possible. At this time, in some deep cave, Xu Yan sat on a bagua formation, and the light shining through the cave entrance happened to cover the bagua.
Standing in front of Xu Yan was a very special figure, the swordmaster San Wu.
Knowing that he had failed, Xu Yan was not only not angry, but was unexpectedly calm. He looked at San Wu with a smile and said, I didn't expect that you would be the one to accompany me on this last leg of the journey.
Swordsman, no, it's been a while. San Wu
just kept staring at Xu Yan silently, as if he didn't hear.
Xu Yan seemed used to San Wu's attitude. He smiled gently and said, as expected of San Wu, it's been so long, and you still have that familiar face. What brings you here? Here it comes, the main point. San Wu got straight to the point, his face still expressionless. San Wu asked, why was the Liao family exterminated? Did you do it? Xu Yan didn't answer directly, but asked, "Has Sanwu ever heard of the southern barbarian overlords?"
The Li family are descendants of the southern barbarian overlords. Then he explained the reason for the summons. In order to completely control the southern barbarians, they secretly annihilated the entire Li family. Fortunately, they left one person behind. Her name is Li Shu, but she didn't inherit any of old Li's intelligence.
If Xu Yan hadn't secretly sheltered her until she reached the capital, Li Muanzhu would have been long gone. After hearing this, Sanwu was even more confused. If you've already done that, why do you continue to massacre the people and assassinate the Qin emperor? Xu Yan initially only asked Sanwu indirectly, but immediately changed his mind. If I tell Sanwu the truth, it wouldn't be too bad. Xu Yan studied medicine from a young age, destined to be cultivated as a pawn to assist the Zhao family, but in the end he could only be forced to do the work of killing people.
Until Xu Yan was sent to infiltrate deep into the rebel army, he met Li Yun, who was also the only person from childhood to adulthood who asked him what his dream was.
Hearing that question, Xu Yan felt something in his heart come alive. His dream.
At that time, Xu Yan replied, his dream is to create a world without conflict. But this is easier said than done. It is destined that where there are people, there is conflict. No one cherishes peace.
The rebels are the same.
The previous dynasty was the same, and so is the great Xian. The people can only survive in the cracks. Without destruction, there can be no construction. Therefore, Xu Yan made a plan to use Zhao Chuan to replace Great Xian and create a world he wanted. Until Xu Yan learned that Li Yun was with the female emperor, he revised his plan.
Li Yun's identity was exposed, and he openly fell in love with the female emperor, so naturally the aristocratic families opposed it. Xu Yan's face became increasingly ugly, sweat pouring down his face, but he still struggled to finish. I have to pave the way for him, because the only person in this world who cares about my dream is him, and the person who longs for peace with the same aspirations as me is also him. Xu Yan instigated Zhao Chuan to do all kinds of evil things, and the people of Great Xian finally had a common enemy, Xu Yan, and the peerless hero who appeared to eliminate the evil was Li Yun. Xu Yan was completely satisfied with this ending. After telling the truth, a stream of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. Sanwu, as always, showed no expression on his face or in his voice, and asked, "You've been poisoned." Xu Yan no longer had the strength to sit and had to lie on the ground. This is a poison that he developed himself, and there is no cure.
This is the price that a villain like him must pay, Sanwu asked. These are your last words. Do you want me to pass them on to him?
Xu Yan just smiled and said, "No need, because your mouth is both stinky and tight-lipped. That's why I told you. Just let this story be buried with me."
Oh right, tell him to be careful of the blind man. When I met Na Rentuoe earlier, she also mentioned that blind man.
For Sanwu, this time it was Xu Yan, so he couldn't help but wonder, what about the blind man? Xu Yan then explained, this person is not from the clan. Because of his unpredictable behavior, many plans to destroy Great Xian were conceived by him. Fortunately, Zhao Chuan trusted Xu Yan more, otherwise Great Xian would have been in danger. Sanwu nodded and said, I see. Go in peace. I'll remember the date, and I'll burn some paper money for you next year.
Although Xu Yan died, his wish had been fulfilled. Before closing his eyes, he could still chat with Sanwu, and there was nothing left in his heart. He sighed. Your mouth is stinky. With that, Xu Yan completely stopped breathing, leaving only Sanwu standing there with another figure who had just appeared.
The person who appeared was none other than Li Yun and Chen Hai. Seeing Sanwu appear in this place, Li Yun couldn't help but be surprised, and asked why Sanwu appeared in this place. Sanwu took out a sword he was carrying on his back and handed it to Li Yun, saying, I came to ask him something. I didn't expect you to come too. This sword is for your wife. Consider it my congratulatory gift. After handing the sword to Li Yun, Sanwu said, see you later, and turned to leave. Chen Hai didn't disturb Li Yun's conversation, and only went to check on Xu Yan's condition. As soon as he saw his appearance, he realized that he had died from poisoning.
Sanwu then explained casually. He committed suicide by drinking poison. Oh right, before he died he asked me to tell you something. Be careful of the blind man.
Li Yun, hearing this, asked, anything else? Sanwu replied, didn't say anything at all.
The imperial palace has always been such a beautiful place. Even when it's dark, there's still a soft orange glow, and the peach blossoms are in full bloom. Incredibly beautiful.
Zhuo Ruo Li slowly shed her clothes, her long, smooth hair cascading down her soft back. Just looking at her from behind, you know she's a top-tier beauty. She slowly stepped into the water, the steam rising around her, creating a hazy scene, and just by looking, you know this is a hot spring. Zhuo Ruo Li soaked in the comfortable hot water. The fatigue of her whole body seemed to be completely dispelled. Zhuo Ruoli smiled softly, her mood improved quite a bit. After all, she's been so busy lately, and now she gets to relax. It'd be weird if she wasn't happy.
While she was enjoying the peaceful and comfortable time in the hot spring, a strange creature suddenly jumped into the water with a splash, breaking the silence and also startling Zhuo Ruoli. Li Yun appeared out of nowhere, his naked body completely exposed in front of Zhuo Ruoli.
This should have been a scene where she blushed with embarrassment, if Li Yun hadn't said, in an oblivious way, "Wife, did you just fart in the water?"
No matter how strong Li Yun is, right now Zhuo Ruoli kicked him squarely in the face.
Li Yun fell into the water after being kicked. Zhuo Ruoli said sternly, "This time you made a big contribution. Your reputation has reached new heights, so your guts have gotten bigger too, huh?" Li Yun popped his head out of the water, crossed his arms, and smiled. "Are you jealous?" Zhuo Ruoli frowned, her face slightly flushed, and said seriously, "Dream on, I'm happy for you. The better your reputation, the less criticism I'll receive, and the more solidified my position will be."
But Zhuo Ruoli wondered, Li Yun only left this afternoon. When did he come back?
Not only that, but she also had something on her mind. Even though she had won a victory, Lin Yun sighed inwardly. "Still can't fool this wife of mine,"
Zhuo Ruoli said as if it were obvious. "Your every move is within my sight. I can see even more clearly your sorrows, joys, or anything on your mind." Li Yun, hearing this, laughed and asked, "So you're peeping at me all day, paying so much attention to me?" Zhuo Ruoli snorted and said, "Who's paying attention to you? I'm watching, to see if you're hiding any secret stashes of money."
"In short, what's on your mind? It's not something you need to hide from your wife. The thing is, Zhu Yan left a dying wish before he died, telling me to be careful of a blind man."
This reminded him that there was a blind guy in the rebel army back then who caused all sorts of trouble. Although what Zhu Yan reminded him of is important, what worries Li Yun more is that Zhu Yan did so many bad things. Why would his dying wish be a reminder to him?
Zhuo Ruoli frowned and pondered. Maybe he had some unspeakable reason. She didn't want to mention the speculation that Zhu Yan did it to help them, because if Li Yun guessed that, he would definitely feel guilty for the rest of his life.
Li Yun, as expected, smiled obliviously. "Seeing that my husband has something on his mind, can you give me a little more pocket money tomorrow?" Zhuo Ruoli approached Li Yun and nagged, "I remember clearly, including the overdrafts and deductions from before, you've run out of pocket money for the next 125 days. Li Yun grinned and said, "You remember so clearly. Can I take another 30 days of overdraft?" How could she not remember this overdraft? This debt is enough for Li Yun to never escape from her hands.
What Zhuo Ruoli found even more strange was why Li Yun suddenly wanted an overdraft. Isn't everything he needs already arranged by her? Li Yun smiled and said, "I've been away on expeditions for many days, and no one has cleaned the house for a long time. I'm planning to ask Li Yunxu to help out a bit tomorrow, and since I'm asking her, I naturally have to buy some delicious food to bribe her." Thanks to Li Yun's reminder, Zhuo Ruoli now remembered that they still had that house.
No one has paid attention to it for such a long time. I wonder what it's like now. Therefore, this overdraft is approved by us.
Li Yun echoed, raising his voice. "This concubine, thanks your majesty." The next morning, Li Yun, as arranged in advance, went to ask Li Yun to clean and take care of the house. But the more she cleaned, the more worried Li Yunxun seemed.
It's not because he invited her to too little food, or because the price of pork has gone up, right? Neither of these two things is the reason why Li Shui is so worried. The thing is, last night she encountered the guy Tuo Ya, and a cold-faced teenager who seemed to be a cadre of the rebel army.
They told her the truth about her background and the reason for the Li family massacre. Hearing what Li Shui said, Li Yun immediately became serious and asked, "The cold-faced teenager you saw was a swordsman?"
If that's the case, then this kid is looking for Xu Yan, probably to investigate the Li family massacre. An unconcealable look of tension on Li Shu's face, she quickly said. "He is indeed a swordsman. He told me that the Li family is the descendant of the southern barbarian chieftain, the remnants of the previous dynasty. And they massacred the Li family because they were afraid that the Li family would control the power of the southern barbarians." Ling Shu is totally chaotic right now, and Ling Yun feels bad seeing her like this. It seems like Ling Shu can't let go of the past, so he'll have to treat her to a month's worth of snacks to cheer her up. Just a moment ago, he was worried about the little miss of the Li family, and the next second, Li Shui puts on a serious face and asks, "Can I turn into a giant ape?" Li Yun is speechless, chuckling to himself. "I was overthinking it." Li Shui isn't sad at all. In fact, her eyes sparkle when she mentions that thing. Now she's imagining having a nine-tailed demon sealed inside her body, and that in Nanman she has a little sister who's turned into a demon. Li Yun doesn't know what to say. To be fair, Li Shui does have some kind of innate talent, but could his puberty syndrome really be contagious? The scene cuts to some camp on this continent, and this camp is having a bad time. It's bursting into flames as soon as it appears. This camp belongs to the Nan Man soldiers, who are consistently confused as to why their camp suddenly burst into flames like this. Before we could even enjoy the suffering of those Nanman people for too long, the author swerves us back to Li Xun, the female official, Zheng Yun, currently airing out the blankets in the courtyard. After airing everything out, Li Yun turns to look at Li Shui, smiling. Ruo Li should be back soon, and she'll probably bring us some homemade snacks. Let's take a break then. As soon as he mentions it, there's a knock on the door. He didn't think she'd be here so soon. Ling Yun happily goes to the door, but it turns out to be Chen Hai with a box of snacks. True Ruo Li couldn't come because she's tied up with official duties. Li Yun makes a long TSS sound, and Li Jue next to him also puts on a disappointed face, looking as sullen as if she'd just lost her food stamps. Looking at these two faces, Chen Hai just wants to smack them both. It's not like he wanted to come see these two guys. Li Yun asks with a smile, "Little Chen, I heard that yesterday, when you returned victorious, you replaced Ruo Li and pretended to be a girl in the sedan. Why aren't you continuing today?" Chen Hai coughs once and hands over the snack box, saying, "That was a mission the Emperor gave me. Being able to share the Emperor's burdens is my supreme honor." These are the Emperor's homemade snacks. For you, Li Shui eagerly opens the snack box as soon as she receives it. Looking greedy, Chen Hai hesitates, not leaving, probably because he still has something to report. The thing is, he just received news yesterday that the royal family will be coming to the capital in a few days to hold a banquet. Based on his previous experience, Lin Yun is a little curious. I wonder what kind of demons and monsters will be there this time. On the surface, he says, excitedly, "Oh, another relative of the Chu family wants to come? I'm very interested in that." Chen Hai frowns, saying seriously, "Mainly, it's the princes and princesses who were exiled to the northern wilderness. But if it was just that, it would be fine. The important thing is that a general is accompanying them back to the capital." Looking at Chen Hai's expression, could it be that the general has already fought with Ling Yun? Chen Hai says, "It's General Zhen Bei, Chu Hua, who will escort the princes and princesses back this time." Li Yun nods. "I understand. You're afraid that I'll clash with this general? Don't worry, I won't directly confront him and make things tense. As for whether there'll be a secret confrontation or not, who knows?" Chen Hai still seems uneasy, continuing, "Not only that, but he's the representative of the Northern Wilderness soldiers. The Northern Wilderness has harsh conditions and constant conflicts with foreign tribes. We can't let the soldiers on the border waver. Moreover, the Emperor exiled all the competitors to the Northern Wilderness, where the mortality rate is very high." Li Yun can't help but tremble in his heart after hearing this. My wife is so cruel. The blood debt of the Li family, he hasn't been paid back yet. He must discipline her tonight. Chen Hai doesn't know that Li Yun is thinking about something inappropriate, so he continues to instruct, "Li Yun, as a subject, I hope you can live in peace with them. As the Emperor's fiancée, you don't need to please anyone. If they make things difficult for you, just directly beat them up." Li Yun asks with a smile, "Wait, aren't you afraid that I'll shake the foundation of the Danqian dynasty?" Chen Hai frowns, annoyed, and says, "The Emperor's things can't be wronged." Li Yun ignores Chen Hai's expression and continues to tease, I want to report that your Emperor is oppressing me so badly." The anger inside Chen Hai is burning fiercely, and he shouts, "I don't mind siding with the Emperor." Seeing Chen Hai so nervous, Li Yun stopped joking and stepped forward, patting him on the shoulder and inviting him to stay for the snacks Ruo Yi made. As soon as Chen Hai heard that, he was as obedient as a puppy and said, "Snacks made by Her Majesty, I want to try some." By the time he turned around to look, the snack box was completely empty. Li Shu's cheeks were puffed up like a squirrel's. Xianxia said with an innocent face, "There's nothing left, Mr. Chen Hai. Did you sneak some on the way?" Chen Hai swore he didn't want to judge Liang Shui at all, but had she always been this shameless? Li Yun forced a smile and said, "She does have it, but it disappears completely when it comes to food." That evening, after being busy in the palace for a long time, finally, Zhuo Ruo Li returned home. Li Yun was very attentive, and as soon as he saw Zhuo Ruo Li, he rushed forward eagerly, smiling and asking, "I heard about some Yan envoy or something and a general from Beihuang." Zhuo Ruo Li frowned and asked, "Did Chen Hai tell you? I told him to bring things over, but he's so nosy." Li Yun smiled and said, "You don't have to blame him. He's just thinking of you. That's why he told." Zhuo Ruo Li, as the emperor, was always strict with herself. Although she was happy to be cared for, she couldn't always just think of herself. Before she could say anything else, fireworks were set off outside, blooming in the sky. Li Yun looked outside and said happily, "Are they still celebrating today?" Actually, this is very enjoyable. Zhuo Ruo Li said. I issued an order to celebrate for 3 days, just to let the people release the resentment accumulated over the past period. Incidentally, Zhuo Ruo Li smiled and suggested that Li Yun go out and enjoy the feeling of being cheered by everyone. After all, it's something that everyone who contributes deserves. If Li Yun went over there, he would definitely become the focus of attention. And if some beautiful woman takes a fancy to him, his wife won't be happy, so he didn't go anywhere. Li Yun said with his arms crossed. Do you think I'm the type of woman who gets angry easily? Li Yun nodded. That's right. After leaving a sentence, I'm going out for a while. Li Yun left the house. And Zhuo Ruo Li had 1,000 question marks appear in her head. You've already left. Zhuo Ruo Li just sat down on the chair and said to herself, calm down, be rational. He also has friends among the people, which is a good thing for me. But how could it be a good thing that Li Yun hasn't returned yet? Could this idiot be lost? While she was worrying and comforting herself, telling herself not to think too much, Li Yun suddenly appeared, bringing back a bottle of something called Du, smiling and asking her, did you wait long? It looked like a long way to go outside, so I didn't go. It's more fun drinking with my wife at home. Zhuo Ruo Li took the bottle that Li Yun brought back and examined it. Is this plum juice? Li Yun smiled and said, although it's not as good as the Imperial Kitchen, it's still pretty good. Do you like it? Zhuo Ruo Li said, it's okay. Although she didn't say it, judging from her expression, she was secretly overjoyed. Zhuo Ruo Li looked at the picture of a couple printed on the plum juice bottle, which was popular in the capital. Why do they always like to make these flashy things? Is there only love in their heads? Can't they learn from me a little? Li Yun smiled again and asked. Walking around by oneself is too tiring, but it will be more comfortable with 2 people. Does my beloved wife want to stroll around the street with me? Since Li Yun had so sweetly invited her, Zhuo Ruo Li had no reason to refuse. She smiled and reached out her hand to Li Yun, saying, since you've begged me so much, I'll reluctantly go with you. Hand in hand, Li Yun and Zhuo Ruo Li leisurely went out to stroll around the street. The capital was bustling, so even though it was dark, the lights on the street were still very bright and eye-catching. Li Yun then casually asked, what kind of people are the princes and princesses who want to come to the capital, and what relationship do they have with my wife? Zhuo Ruo Li smiled and said, they all speak very nicely, and they are extremely intelligent. They are my beloved younger brothers and sisters. Zhuo Ruo Li said this to prevent Liu Yun from teasing the bloodline of the Zhou family, otherwise no one could save him if something happened. On a train chugging along, there are 3 people discussing strategies together. Since you are immediately going to the capital, there are some words, I don't know if I should say or not. The girl with green hair opened her mouth. You guys won't really call that rebel by the name of brother-in-law, right? 5th Prince Zhu Ruokao asked worriedly. Hearing this, 6th Prince Zhu Ruo Shui proudly declared, the harsh winds and sands of the northern wastelands can't do anything to me. Just a rebel. How could he make me submit? It's just that you all, everyone here, has prepared gifts. Could it be that you all want to curry favor with him? 4th Princess Zhu Ruohuo responded with a sweet, angelic smile. What kind of people do you take us for? I wish I could tear that traitor apart and drink his blood. Hearing this, Zhu Ruo Shui was very satisfied. Then that's good. This time, I deliberately brought all kinds of extremely potent poisons from the northern wastelands, and I will definitely poison that rebel to death. Zhu Ruokao chimed in. That's right, I also brought fire weapons that can burn him to death. Zhu Ruohuo was no exception, bringing an item that could kill Li Yun. Zhu Ruo spoke. Then we're agreed, we absolutely will not submit to that rebel. When we see him, we'll provoke him first, and then find an opportunity to eliminate him. The other 2 echoed loudly in agreement. May anyone who violates this oath be struck down by heaven and earth. Damn, with a welcoming committee like this, Yi Yun is in trouble. What did my brother do that the whole family wants to assassinate him? In the royal palace, the Empress and Li Yun were ready to welcome the 3 of them. If the relationship wasn't that bad, why did she exile them to the northern wastelands? Isn't doing this a bit too heartless? Li Yun asked his wife, Zhu Ruo. Li coldly replied, consider it helping them train. In her heart, Zhu Ruo Li shyly thought, does Li Yun think I'm a heartless person? Looks like I still need to be a little more enthusiastic later. Feeling that his question was a bit tactless, Li Yun thought to himself, later, don't flirt or express affection to her, otherwise it will undermine the authority she worked so hard to establish. Interrupting the conversation between the 2, an official approached. Your Majesty, the princes and princesses have arrived. Zhu Ruo Li ordered, quickly bring them in for an audience. Xiao Chen led in the 3 princes and princesses. All 3 of them stared intently at Li Yun beside Zhu Ruo Li, thinking, Now is the perfect opportunity. The three of them exchanged tense glances. We greet your majesty and royal brother-in-law. The three cowards bowed their heads to the ground, still not daring to do anything. Li Yun looked at them, inwardly scolding. Bitches! We clearly agreed to kill the rebel together, damn it! Originally, they planned to report him directly, and in doing so they would gain praise and be allowed to stay in the capital. My dear younger brothers and sisters, no need for so much ceremony. There are no outsiders here. Quickly stand up. Zhu Ruoli thought to herself, I must be gentle with these kids. Zhu Ruohuo was shocked, thinking, since when has royal sister been so polite to us? Zhu Ruokao was also apprehensive. What does royal sister mean by these words? Could it be that she wants to test us? Zhu Ruoshui worried. Royal sister is about to have a murderous impulse again. Taking advantage of our carelessness, she plans to directly accuse us of disrespect and then execute us. Don't raise your heads to look at her, otherwise we'll definitely lose our lives. The three of them remained firmly bowed to the ground, trembling like leaves. It's hard for me to be so polite, and you don't want to accept it. Zhu Ruoli assumed that they definitely wanted to rebel. Your Majesty, we were immediately filled with reverence upon seeing royal brother-in-law. We beg your Majesty to also let royal brother-in-law say a few words, so that we may stand up and satisfy our respect. Zhu Ruoho had to shift the focus to Li Yun, wanting to use Li Yun as a shield. That's right, I respect royal brother-in-law, heaven and earth can bear witness. Zhu Ruokao and Zhu Ruoshui also agreed. Royal brother-in-law's reputation spreads throughout the four seas. The aura emanating from royal brother-in-law is so radiant that mortals like us dare not look directly at it. These people are tripping balls. Did their parents give them names that don't match their hair color, so their brains got scrambled too? To ease this awkward and bizarre atmosphere, Li Yun had to speak up. The three of you are indeed extraordinary, worthy of the Zhu family. He's saying that they aren't mentally normal, right? Sure enough, he's assessing the IQ of the three of them. Saying one thing but thinking another, Li Yun thought to himself. These three, along with the Zhenan prince, make me think that the imperial family's IQ isn't very good. Zhu Ruoli impatiently scolded. Shut your mouths. There's no need to look at his face to speak. You speaking is equivalent to him speaking. If you make me lose face again, I'll be teased by him when we get back. Zhu Ruoli thought, dare to make me lose face, you're done for. Seeing Zhu Ruoli's expression, Zhu Ruohuo thought to himself, royal sister is angry. She wants to show that she's in charge, and the emperor doesn't want Li Yun to interfere. It seems like the two of them aren't too close. After pushing a cart all night, how could they not be close? Looks like the princess has got the wrong idea big time. Little Chen subtly hinted, I wonder if the princes and princesses have brought any gifts for His Majesty and their future spouse this time around. At this, the three of them cheerfully replied, Of course, we brought gifts. They glared at each other, thinking, Bastards, you were just talking about killing rebels. As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them presented 3 ordinary wild fruits. This is Northern Wasteland Ice Essence. It won't melt even in the summer. This is Northern Wasteland Firestone. Carrying it in winter will keep you warm. This is Northern Wasteland Serpent Grass. It can tonify the kidneys, strengthen yang, and boost your vitality. What the heck? Isn't this just an ice pack? A hot stone and boner pills? Looks like the Northern Wasteland is really dirt poor. So poor that these guys can only come up with these ordinary things to butter people up. Moreover, they don't want to stay in the Northern Wasteland any longer, and want me to give them a hand. Their strange actions have moved Li Yun. Li Yun turned to his beloved wife and hinted, Just let it go. Look at what you've done to your younger siblings. Zhu Ruoli pouted and replied, HMPH, none of your business. The three below witnessed this scene and started overthinking. Looks like the relationship between the princess and her husband is terrible. They could start fighting any minute. They are fighting, but these two are more likely to be fighting in bed, so their younger siblings wouldn't keep judging. Zhu Ruoli spoke up. Where's General Zhu? Hearing this, Ruohuo replied, The general didn't receive orders to enter the palace, so he's still resting at the inn. How can the dignified protector general be resting at the inn? Let me see if there's a suitable place for you to stay. If there's nothing else, you may withdraw first. Zhu Ruoli ordered the three of them to go and rest. Zhu Ruoli and Li Yun were secretly delighted that they had safely passed the test. I've actually thought of a place where they can stay very comfortably. Would you like me to arrange something for them? Li Yun suggested to his wife that he take them to a place to rest. Zhu Ruoli coldly replied, Comfortable, as in they can do whatever they want. Li Yun led them to a mansion that could be considered quite luxurious. This is the place, you'll temporarily stay here from now on. Zhu Ruohuo couldn't help but exclaim, The Han mansion is so extravagant, His Majesty is so thoughtful. Zhu Ruokao also spoke up.
Brother-in-law, what was this mansion used for before?
It was the house of the richest guy nearby, who was recently gifted to the court. Zhu Ruoshui also continued to ask, "May I ask, brother-in-law, who was the owner of this place before?" "It's someone you know, Prince Chen Nan. Just stay here however you like. Consider it a gift for you."
After all, he's still locked up right now. Hearing Li Yun say this, the three of them couldn't help but get goosebumps. Remembering Zhu Ruoli's terrifying face, is he implying something? The princess really is the princess. She wants to kill us this time. After seeing the three of them off, Li Yun said, "I'll go pick up General Zhu, just make yourselves at home." The three of them burst into tears. Brother-in-law, even a short departure feels like losing the light of life. Li Yun was speechless at these people. "I'm still alive, okay? I haven't died yet. Why are you cursing me?"
Watching Li Yun's figure disappear into the distance, they finally realized, "We are really in danger."
Zhu Ruohuo said,
"Even when we were fighting for the throne, the princess didn't have the intent to kill us, but now she does." Zhu Ruoshui also agreed, "That's right, but I also see an opportunity to change things. Why do you think the princess wants to kill us?" The other two naively said, "Beautiful genes, talented genes." Zhu Ruoshui rolled her eyes, brushing aside their delusional thoughts. Zhu Ruokao spoke up, "Or is it because we're too smart?" Zhu Ruoshui finally agreed.
"That's right, that's definitely part of the reason."
The other two were shocked and panicked. "I knew it. I thought there was finally one normal person among us, but it turns out all three of us have severe delusions." Zhu Ruoshui believed that the princess must have seen that we've matured quite a bit after training in the northern wasteland, threatening her rule. That's why the killing intent arose. But there's an even more important reason. The other two were also sweating bullets, holding their breath to ask, "What's that reason?" Zhu Ruoshui, like Conan solving a case, coolly declared,
"She's venting her anger, transferring marital discord onto us."
Zhu Ruhuo chimed in, "Exactly. Their marital relationship is definitely at rock bottom. Luckily we saw through this, so there's still a chance for things to turn around."
"What do you guys think of Li Yun?"
the two replied in unison. "Very handsome. And his personality is alright too."
Zhu Ruoshui concluded. "He's definitely easier to get along with, so we need to start with him. Make an effort to help them reconcile. If we make Imperial Sister happy by doing so, not only will she not kill us, but she'll also let us stay in the capital."
Something seems off here. The three of them are misunderstanding Li Yun and Zhu Ruoli, but whatever, I'm into it. Let's just keep pushing my OTP towards endgame. Zhu Ruhuo sighed. "It's a good plan, and even if we fail, as long as we make the Imperial sister-in-law happy, he'll definitely be able to protect us from death." The fatty suddenly turned serious and said, "There's another very important thing. We can't act like we're too smart." Zhu Ruoshui agreed. "It's best to pretend to be a bit dumb in front of them." Night fell. At the Imperial Palace, General Chu sought out a high-ranking official. "General Chu, what brings you here at this hour?" The official spoke. "Just completing the task the young mistress assigned. No need to ask too much," General Chu replied sternly. But perhaps what this official desired was to prioritize the big picture, to avoid renewed conflict.
"General Chu, you sly fox," the official scolded. "You're so long-winded, I know what I'm doing. If you don't have anything else, get out of here."
The official respectfully took his leave. After closing the door, he sighed. What chaotic times.
Suddenly, from behind, Li Yun appeared out of nowhere, saw the official, and asked with a smile, "Oh, you're here too." The official was startled, and turned around cautiously. He greeted with a smile, "Leader Li Yun."
"It's been a while, leader. You're as imposing as ever. I wish I could write a poem to immortalize this moment." Hearing the flattery, Li Yun indifferently replied, Don't, I have something to discuss. Is General Chu here?"
Hearing General Chu mentioned, the official explained,
"General Chu is resting in the... I also consider him an old friend, that is why I am here to check up on him." "Is that so? Then there's nothing else for you, old man. You are free to leave." The official respectfully took his leave, but it seemed Li Yun still had many questions for him. "Wait a moment. The new princes and princesses, you must recognize them, right?" The official responded with a smile. "Of course I was their first teacher."
Like teachers, like students. No wonder they are all ignorant. Li Yun was speechless. At this time the lights in General Chu's room were already off. Sleeping. Face that traitor tomorrow, General Chu told himself. Just what kind of sins did Li Yun commit to make so many people want him dead? Suddenly, from behind, Li Yun pushed the door open and stepped in. "Sorry to bother you, General Chu. I'm here on His Majesty's orders." Seeing the large, hairy figure in front of him, Li Yun couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this a gorilla?"
General Chu fumed. "A gorilla? Does he think I'm some kind of giant Godzilla? I can't stand it." Having made up his mind today to use his brute strength to teach Li Yun a lesson.
Bong! a loud noise erupted unexpectedly. It seemed Li Yun didn't retaliate at all, but the one who was knocked down and lay stiff on the floor at this moment was actually General Chu. Li Yun looked at General Chu, speechless. Crap, I clearly said I wanted to resolve things peacefully. Hey, is he a pet that General Chu raises? This is hardly the way a general should be acting. Li Yun had no idea that the Godzilla in front of him was actually General Chu. He picked up General Chu with one hand, wringing him out as he muttered, "Looks like General Chu isn't here."
The bank seized the opportunity to place this pet in the Imperial Beast Garden, which could resolve the issue and align with the etiquette.
A moment later, at the Imperial Beast Garden, General Chu was thrown by Li Yun and lay sprawled under an ancient tree, still in shock, half awake, half asleep.
He didn't even realize that he was being peed on by Ji Yuxin's white dog.
Having finished, Li Yun returned to the Imperial kitchen. Seeing the lights still on, he asked, "Is wifey still working?"
"My girls are all set." Seeing Li Yun return, Zhuo Ruo Li asked, "Did you see General Zhu? What's the situation?" "I went to the inn to meet him, but didn't find him. I only saw the pet he keeps," Li Yun kept exclaiming. "Those northern barbarians are wild. They actually tame giant apes as pets, and even dress them up."
Zhuo Ruo Li looked at her husband suspiciously.
"No way a giant ape wears clothes, right?" Then she pressed, "What happened next?"
"A beast is a beast. It straight up attacked me, so I knocked it unconscious.
But I was afraid General Zhu would take it as a provocation, so I had it taken to the Imperial Beast Garden."
"You little troublemaker, you don't even know what you've done."
After recounting everything, he changed the subject to ask his wife for money.
"Alright, never mind that for now. I've got a multi-million tail project I want to discuss with you." "Wait a sec." Before Zhuo Ruo Li could finish speaking, Li Yun became curious about the drawing placed right on the table.
Zhuo Ruo Li held up the drawing and asked, "Does the giant ape you mentioned look like this?" Looking at the spitting image of the Godzilla he had just knocked out, Li Yun nodded vigorously. "Yep, that's the one."
"You've seen it before." Zhuo Ruo Li glared speechlessly at her husband.
"The person in the painting is General Zhu."
Li Yun froze,
but he still argued that his relationship with General Zhu could be salvaged. But deep down he believed the only way to salvage it was to eliminate the witness directly.
The next morning, Li Yun woke up groggily.
Looking around, he couldn't find Zhuo Ruo Li anywhere.
Zhuo Ruo Li is such a villainous.
Using a guy then ditching him? That's all you can expect from a concubine.
"My queen?"
Looking at the breakfast of steamed buns and soup laid out, Li Yun said, "But she's still very thoughtful, preparing breakfast for me. Gotta admit, it's lucky. Zhuo Ruo Li still pays for services rendered."
A while later, Li Yun strolled outside the city. Amidst the bustling crowd, he thought, "Originally didn't want to cause my wife any more trouble, but now I can only go as far as I can." Suddenly, Li Yun noticed a noise coming from the bushes behind him. He turned around and asked, "Who's there?" At this moment, 3 hidden weapons shot out of the bushes, revealing 3 brain-dead disciples of Zhuo Ruo Li. Heavens, we must have been so moved that we ran into the imperial brother-in-law so early in the morning. What a coincidence. Emerging from the bushes, the 3 of them landed and struck a clownish pose. Looking at them, Li Yun just glared and asked, "Coincidence?
What kind of coincidences involves hiding in the bushes?" Seeing this, Zhuo Ruo Huo quickly replied,
"Imperial brother-in-law, are you planning to go to the imperial palace?
How about we lead the way?" "Alright, then I'll trouble you guys. Coming over so early to bootlick, how annoying." Li Yun wondered if they just didn't want to go back to the northern wilderness. Zhuo Ruo Huo ordered. "The imperial brother-in-law has agreed. Quickly initiate the imperial carriage formation."
The other 2 also obeyed. Without hesitation, they said in unison, "Leave it to us, let's go."
As soon as Zhuo Ruo Huo finished speaking, they lifted Li Yun into the air, turning out that the imperial carriage formation was carrying a person like carrying a coffin.
"Put me down, you guys have no shame, but I do."
Li Yun immediately gave each of them a bump on the head.
Afterward, the 4 of them continued on their way.
"I wonder how the imperial brother-in-law and Her Majesty rested last night?"
Zhuo Ruo Huo asked. Zhuo Ruo Cao also chimed in. "Imperial brother-in-law, General Zhu, seems to have gone missing yesterday. Saying he was going to look for him, I don't know if you saw him." Li Yun denied. "Didn't see him. The capital city was so bustling last night, he probably went out to party somewhere. He went to the brothel." "Is the imperial brother-in-law speaking up for him? To think General Zhu always looked so upright, who knew he had this kind of taste?" Zhuo Ruo Cao and Zhuo Ruo Shui sweated profusely looking at Li Yun. At this moment at the imperial palace, General Zhu had come to meet Zhuo Ruo Li.
"Your Majesty, I acted according to your wishes. I will not pursue this matter." Hearing General Zhu say this, Zhuo Ruo Li replied, "Very good."
General Zhu has always protected the northern wilderness, this time returning to the capital city.
You must rest well. If there's nothing else, you may withdraw. In front of the imperial palace, General Zhu finally met the one who mistook him for Godzilla, causing him to sleep all night in the imperial beast garden. Stay calm. To complete the task that Little Miss entrusted, I absolutely cannot lose my temper, General Zhu told himself. Seeing him approach, Zhuo Ruokao greeted. General Zhu, you came to see Her Majesty so early in the morning, so fast. General Zhu walked up to Li Yun and punched him in the chest, saying, Just now, Her Majesty told me not to haggle with you. Consider yourself lucky. Li Yun still itched to call him Ape General. I am really sorry, he snapped furiously. It's General Zhu. To smooth things over, the two behind him chimed in. General Zhu, even after hitting up the pleasure house to cool off, you're still this hot-tempered. Was the service not up to par? I'll introduce you to Ru Hua next time. General Zhu turned to glare at the two, grinding his teeth as he asked, Who told you I went to a pleasure house? Zhu Ruokao innocently replied, Of course, it was royal brother-in-law who told us. General Zhu turned to look at Li Yun's nonchalant face, his heart filled with resentment. That traitor, you're taking it too far. Enough already, I can't take it anymore. If you hadn't kidnapped my young miss back then, none of this would happen, he shouted. Hearing this, Li Yun asked in confusion, When did I kidnap your young miss? Zhu Ruohuo deduced. Kidnapped. General Zhu. The young miss that the Zhu family serves is the Ji family. Then who is that young miss? Zhu Ruohuo suddenly turned serious. The Ji family's eldest daughter, who is also Her Majesty's birth mother. At this moment, Li Yun finally understood. So you're that subordinate of my mother-in-law. Li Yun recalled the past, when he was completely covered in armor, unable to recognize that this Godzilla was inside. General Zhu shouted impatiently, Today I'll definitely let you know what's what. The three siblings all rushed to dissuade him. General Zhu, calm down, get out of the way, don't stop me. Hearing this, the three of them flipped their attitudes and stood to the side. If General Zhu is so determined, we won't stop you anymore. General Zhu was sweating bullets. Hurry and stop me. I was just saying it for fun. I'm no match for this monster, he retreated. Consider yourself lucky. Today a few princes and princesses are stopping me, so I'll give them some face. This guy is considered smart, besides the Yan family who's dumb enough to go against Liao Yun. The three idiots standing beside him still didn't understand what was going on, and still said with smiles, General Zhu, you don't need to be considerate of us, just go for it. General Zhu left in a huff. Yeah, you don't need to say anymore, he won't be so lucky next time. The people behind him continued to tease. General Zhu, don't wait for next time, go now, one of them said. It's like he's directly ignoring us. Li Yun chuckled to himself. Is this what they call a dead duck being tough-mouthed? A moment later, Li Yun led his younger brothers and sisters to the imperial study. Now that we're at the imperial study, isn't royal brother-in-law going to go straight in? Zhu Ruhuo asked. This is Her Majesty's imperial study. Such a solemn place, how can we just barge in? That's what he said, but in his heart he was afraid that his old lady would find out that he had brought these people here. Zhu Ruoli wasn't prepared. It would definitely affect her image, Zhu Ruhoho muttered. I didn't expect royal brother-in-law to want to abide by the imperial palace rules. It seems their relationship is relatively distant. Xiao Chen suddenly stepped in. Her Majesty invites you in, you may enter. The three of them reminded each other. Don't forget our plan. We must not appear too smart. That's right, we still have to try to repair the relationship between the two of them. Zhu Ruoli had also stepped to where the four of them were waiting, she thought to herself. Although they're a little slow, at least they're still considered normal. And they speak pleasantly. Consider it giving me some face. Otherwise, I'll just leave them in the capital. Seeing Zhu Ruoli, the three of them were dumbstruck, and hurriedly said loudly, Greetings, Your Majesty. Your Majesty is so young today, your whole body is shining. No need for formalities. Before her younger brothers and sisters, words, Zhu Ruoli was awkward. What's wrong with these people? Looking at the vacant eyes and silly smiles of the people in front of him, Li Yun was also helpless. They were just normal. How did they suddenly become a bunch of retards like they just popped some pills? Zhu Ruoli had to lower her voice and say, Yesterday was using the imperial family to practice meeting with you. Today we can still treat each other as family members. Our family will go to the imperial garden to enjoy the scenery. Zhu Ruoli thought that her younger siblings hadn't returned for a long time and weren't used to the climate, so she temporarily endured it. After all, they didn't do anything out of line. Seeing this gentle expression of Zhu Ruoli, the three of them turned even more pale, as if they were even more angry, and even pulled out the old trick again, wanting us to let our guard down. In the imperial garden, all five of them were walking. Zhu Ruokao said worriedly in a low voice. What do we do now? We seem to have been seen through. Don't panic. Now that things have come to this, we only have a chance to resolve it by displaying our advantage of being retards.
Zhu Ruhuo reassured his younger siblings. Then all three of them took turns flattering Zhu Ruoli and Li Yun. Your Majesty and royal husband-to-be look so perfect together. Perfect doesn't even begin to cover it. They're a match made in heaven, a true pair of talents. Their virtue rivals heaven and earth.
Li Yun burst out laughing, feeling like he was walking pets. If they're dogs, what am I?
Zhu Ruolai got pissed. To smooth things over, Zhu Ruo changed the subject. So what kind of things do you two do on a regular basis?
Reading? Sitting? They both answered at the same time. Li Yun thought to himself. At home, Ruo Li reads, and I sit next to her, taking advantage. Helping her check her body, while also improving her blood circulation.
Are these two always practicing spelling?
Hearing Li Yun and Zhu Ruoli's answers, the three of them worried they misunderstood that the two aren't usually together. Then their patching up plan would be useless.
Zhu Ruhuo didn't give up, continuing to probe.
So surely there's something you do together, Li Yun also answered.
Of course, like sometimes shutting up.
Zhu Ruolai blushed, not letting her husband continue. Don't think I don't know what you want to say.
Seeing this, Zhu Ruhuo suspected that the relationship between the two of them had problems to the point of being serious, not wanting to reveal it outwardly.
Zhu Ruoshui thought they were out of options. Just now, royal sister discovered that we were playing dumb because we acted too poorly. Now we can only follow the plan.
What are you planning to do? Both Zhu Ruhuo and Zhu Rukao asked in unison.
Zhu Ruoshui sobbed and said, there's only one way left, unleash myself.
Seeing this, Li Yun gently reminded his beloved wife. Look, you've scared your younger brothers and sister.
HMPH, I was aiming at you. It must be because they've been in the northern wilderness for too long so they haven't seen.
Before the two of them could finish their sentence, Zhu Ruoshui had already taken off all his clothes, completely nude in front of everyone's eyes.
Both Li Yun and Zhu Ruoli were dumbfounded. What's he trying to do? After getting done, he put one foot on the railing and jumped into the lake without hesitation. Everyone froze at his action. Zhu Ruoshui suddenly swam and sang. A duck spreads out two wings. It shouts, quack, 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 quack. Zhu Ruokao wasn't letting him have all the fun. He suddenly reached under his butt. Before Zhu Ruhuo's confusion, he pulled out a fistful. Check out my fart bomb. With that, he spread his hand, and thousands of stink bombs flew everywhere. Release them until you arrest me.
Zhu Ruhuo burst into tears.
These stupid younger siblings, I can't do these embarrassing things. Saying that, Zhu Ruhuo fainted. I'm doomed. Royal sister will definitely not let me off.
Faced with the inexplicable actions of the younger siblings,
Li Yun asked, what's wrong with these guys? But is schizophrenia not genetic? Zhu Ruolai was embarrassed. It's better to keep them in the northern wilderness.
I also suddenly understand Zhu Ruolai's situation. There must be a high-level mental hospital in the northern wilderness.
After a while, all three princes and princesses returned to their resting place. They gathered around the table at this time.
Too difficult.
Don't they have any feelings for each other? It's like they have a grudge for killing their father.
Zhu Ruhuo spoke up. The other two blockhead younger brothers misunderstood, and they all said in unison, your father was indeed killed by him.
He's my father. But then one of them finally had an idea. Maybe we only see them hating each other on the outside. Is there a possibility that they're actually extremely loving on the inside? Although this possibility is very low. But we don't know how they usually are.
Zhu Ruhuo replied, interrupting the discussion of the three of them.
A palace maid entered, reporting, Your Highnesses, His Majesty invites you.
Hearing this, the three of them turned pale. Invites us? Is it to send us on our way, sister? Are you Her Majesty's maid? Zhu Ruhuo stepped forward to inquire the palace maid. The purpose was to inquire about information from his sister's side.
This is a good opportunity. You can know the relationship between the two of them from the maid beside royal sister.
That palace maid replied,
Indeed, she is Her Majesty's maid. Hearing this, Zhu Ruhuo gave a friendly smile. Little sister doesn't need to be polite. I just want to chat about some family matters.
What do you think of the relationship between Her Majesty and Li Yun? What do they usually talk about? But this maid thought that their usual relationship was not very good.
Every time, no matter if it's me or Lord Chenhai who appears, the two of them are extremely serious. It's always like that. What's more, sometimes after I left, I could hear His Majesty scolding loudly. What are you reaching for here? The three of them were shocked to hear this. Not expecting their power struggle to be so intense, we really underestimated them.
The next morning, at Yinqiao, the three of them came to meet Zhu Feng and Zhou Ruoli. Your Majesty, royal sister husband, what's the matter that you summoned us to the palace this time?
The three of them said in unison. Zhou Ruoli said, I want to call you three here. to discuss some details about this time's grand banquet.
Xiao Chen also brought them the buffet menu and the banquet schedule. Looking at this menu, Xiao Ruho saw that there were no signature dishes, so she demanded, the food should be as abundant as possible.
It's best to have Tianshan snow lotus, Beihai giant ginseng, even if it's just a little. I want to be a full ghost.
Zhao Ruo Cao and Zhao Ruo Shui
also echoed, that's right, we really need more food. Looking at their tense expressions, Xu Feng happily replied, then let's add more dishes.
Zhu Ruoli also heard her husband ask to add a few more desserts.
The three below thought they were arguing over a few dishes, so they made an excuse to slip away. When bulls fight, flies die. It's better to run first. Hearing this, Xu Feng suggested, if there's nothing else to discuss, shall we take a stroll together?
Xu Feng's words made Xiao Chen frown and glare. Humph. His Majesty still wants to deal with the affairs of Jiangnan, and then there's the matter of the southern man on the border. How can he have time to go with you?
But contrary to Xiao Chen's expectations, Zhao Ruoli said, it's all right, and agreed to go for a walk with Xu Feng. I thought he had a lot of work to do, but it turned out to be such a coincidence. Don't misunderstand. I just haven't been to observe the business situation for a long time, so this time I'll just combine it with work.
Zhao Ruoli turned her face and said. Xiao Chen contemplated. As expected of Her Majesty, she can control Xu Feng and conveniently observe the business situation.
It's really killing two birds with one stone, bro, don't you know? These two are just making excuses for a date. At this time, in the outer city, Zhao Ruoli and Xu Feng were strolling together on the bustling street.
Have you gotten thinner again? Xu Feng turned to look at his wife and asked, don't overwork yourself. I know there was an emperor who died from overwork. Zhu Ruoli thought that she had been taking good care of herself recently. Then must be that Li Yun's beloved wife has been dieting and tightening her waist recently.
Xu Feng also said keenly, your waist is indeed slimmer than before, but other places have been supplemented with nutrition. Zhao Ruoli praised her husband for having a keen eye. We just did cardio together last night. How could I not tighten my waist and increase this and that?
Zhao Ruoli changed the subject and continued. Besides Father and the Black Wind Demon Lord, you have the most intense conflicts with. You are also the furthest from the northern wilderness sovereigns. You can't even say you are far.
Back then, because of some special reasons, I cooperated with them more or less. They are easier to communicate with than others. I actually find it very interesting. Suddenly, Zhao Ruoli turned her face and held out her hand in front of Xu Feng. Xu Feng asked in surprise, why are you so proactive today?
Zhao Ruoli lowered her head and smiled. It's just for work. If our relationship appears to be good, then the people below won't think our relationship is bad. Xu Feng burst out laughing. Then you're working too hard. But for an introverted person like Zhao Ruoli, being proactive like this is much more difficult than Xu Feng imagined. Xu Feng turned to tell his wife. Then don't give up. Zhao Ruoli took Xu Feng's hand. Of course not. Saying that, Zhu Ruoli smiled angelically. Because this is my life's career.
Seeing this scene, the three younger siblings behind only thought that their sister was stiff. Royal sister looks a little stiff.
They thought boringly.
Indeed, Zhao Ruoli and Xu Feng are just pretending to be harmonious right now.
Suddenly, from behind, a large, gloomy figure slowly approached. What are you doing here? It was none other than Godzilla Chu General. You scared me to death. We are observing His Majesty. And Li Yun. What's the matter, General? Zhao Ruho turned around in shock and asked, General Chu, then looked at Xu Feng and Zhao Ruoli. He determined that the two of them looked very harmonious. The three of them thought that General Chu had been deceived.
You ignorant fools, you are the ones who have been deceived. From a distance, Zhao Ruhuo, Zhao Ruoshui, Zhao Ruokao, and General Chu hid behind a secret wall, stalking the lovey-dovey couple, but they didn't know that the two in front had already discovered that her younger siblings were following behind. Li Qian said that Zhuo Ruoli thought it was just right. This was exactly what she wanted, so she could show that their relationship was extremely harmonious.
Before, it seemed like the silly disciples all misunderstood that their relationship was not good. Seeing her sister blushing, Zhuo Ruohuo thought, what did the imperial husband say that made the imperial sister so angry that her face turned red?
Where did Zhuo Ruoli find these ultimate disciples who are so brain-dead? Hearing what Zhuo Ruohuo said, Zhuo Ruoshui quickly turned around and told General Zhuo, if they fight later, General, remember to protect imperial sister.
General Zhuo just thought they were either crazy or blind. Clearly seeing that Zhuo Ruoli and Li Yun had a good relationship, how could they fight?
At most, they'll just fight in bed, Zhuo Ruohuo said confidently. Have you ever been in a relationship? Based on my many years of experience in the field of love, they are definitely acting. Hearing this, General Zhuo denied. Men on the northern wasteland border are always very lonely. There's no need to deceive yourself. I think you'll only be able to be friends with the sand in the northern wasteland for the rest of your life.
These people then assumed that General Zhuo was actually not liked by women. Hearing this, General Zhuo argued, I have been liked by women since I was young, and have been called the great Qiqian handsome man.
I just don't like being in a relationship, understand? Based on my TV drama experience, they definitely like each other. What do children know? Zhuo Ruohuo looked with a judgmental eye, thinking, are you sure that woman is human? And a handsome man? Clearly it's a gorilla. Zhuo Ruokao suddenly noticed something different. Imperial husband is so good to you, and you still speak up for imperial husband.
Do you two have some kind of affair? Could it be that Li Yun eats this heavy? General Zhuo said with a dark face. There's no affair yet, but there is indeed some relationship.
Hearing this, the three of them scolded General Zhuo as a scum, a traitor, without martial ethics. Still flirting after coming out.
Hearing this, General Zhuo was helpless. Now we are all family. How can you scold me like this for having some contact in the past?
Zhuo Ruohuo continued. Didn't you say before that imperial husband abducted imperial sister and mother? Why are you still speaking up for him? You don't need to know. That's a private matter between us.
Coming with him is just to confirm one thing. General Zhuo still felt grateful to Li Yun in his heart, because even though he kidnapped the young lady and often caused a lot of trouble, if it weren't for his help at that time, they might have been wiped out by the former emperor long ago. Looking at Zhuo Ruo Li being happy next to Li Yun, he thought, it seems that the young lady's daughter is luckier than her, having been married to a decent man, not like the former emperor. With a proud look, General Zhuo finally acknowledged Li Yun as a good man. The remaining three saw General Zhuo's appearance and sarcastically said, look, the great ape is smiling. General Zhuo was naturally furious, slapping Zhuo Ruo Shui on the head and shouting, are you guys courting death? Zhuo Ruo Shui turned pale with fright and begged repeatedly, wait, I was wrong. I shouldn't have told the truth. The great ape wants to kill someone. Save me. Hearing her younger brother scream, Zhuo Ruo Li turned to Li Yun and asked, what's going on behind us? It's nothing. Probably pestering a dog and getting bitten. Hearing this, Zhuo Ruo Li also returned to the previous agreement, determined to clarify it. Scumbag Li Yun suddenly made a condition. Actually, it's a bit not enough. It would be even better if we could kiss.
Zhuo Ruo Li blushed. That's just what you think. Don't get greedy. Also, you seem to have met my mother before. Li Yun hesitated. About that, the Ji family's eldest lady, who is also the mother-in-law, was indeed captured by me on the battlefield before. Seeing her husband's awkward expression, Zhuo Ruo Li interrupted. What are you afraid of? You have the ability to capture your mother-in-law. I just want to know roughly what happened. At that time, I heard that my mother almost fought with the former emperor and the army to protect her subordinates. If it weren't for the rebels blocking both sides, I'm afraid blood would have flowed like a river. Did you guys discuss it all at that time?
Hearing this, Li Yun could only smile wryly. Let's just say that. But the rebels also gained a lot at that time, both damaging the other side's reputation and allowing our side to gain certain benefits. Suddenly remembering she had things to do, Zhuo Ruo Li said goodbye to her beloved husband. Not bad skills you got there.
It's getting late, and I still have some work to take care of, so I'll leave it here for today. Li Yun smiled cheekily. Zhu Ruo Li, see you tonight. Which made her roll her eyes and feign anger, saying, who wants to see you tonight?
Realizing there were footsteps behind him, Li Yun turned around. The wind is sure strange today. To think it blew you all the way here. Tell me, what's the deal with following us for so long? Li Yun turned around and said with a smile, turns out the person behind us is none other than General Zhuo.
He came before Li Yun. Let me ask you, Father has been thinking for a long time, how exactly should I face you? Towards you there is gratitude, and there is also hatred. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have ended up in Beihuang. Li Yun retorted. I heard that there's nothing there, just sand. It really is a godforsaken place. You must be bored there. At this moment, Li Yun got to the main topic. So in the end, what's your purpose? Before coming, we discussed what attitude to take towards you. But in the end, we couldn't decide, so we gambled and drew a representative, which is me, to come and decide what to do.
Hearing how audacious they were, Li Yun just felt bored. You guys are really carefree, aren't you? Not afraid of anything happening?
What is your attitude? The young miss made a bet with you. Although I don't know what the content is, the young miss said that if she lost, we would follow you. So it turns out that she lost at gambling. And that's why we serve Li Yun to become the master of 10,000 armies. Although I wanted to at first, I don't need to now, Li Yun said modestly. Hearing this, General Zhuo seemed pleased. The young miss truly didn't misjudge you. but the mission she entrusted to us before her death, we must complete. The young miss predicted that you would conquer the capital. But the method you are currently using may be much more powerful than attacking the capital. Li Yun then affirmed that the two of them were truly in love. You guys have got it all wrong. General Zhuo was relieved to hear this. Rest assured, the reason we were worried before was that we were worried you would seize the opportunity to usurp power. But through my observation, you and His Majesty are really in love. He knelt down before Li Yun, cupping his hands. Therefore, from now on, the strongest army in Xianxia for the next 50 years is under your command, General Zhuo said with a determined face. Even if you make us face the Bei Huang Wolf cavalry, we will not be afraid. With the label of being a son-in-law respected by everyone like this, I also want to be a son-in-law like Li Yun, with both a beautiful girlfriend and power. Seeing that General Zhuo seemed insistent, Li Yun issued an order. No matter what the situation, you must protect Zhuo Ruoli well. This little brat is too happy? Afterwards, Li Yun returned to his home. Li Shui, do you have the day off today? Seeing Li Shu gobbling down several steamed buns, Li Shun asked. Li Shu said while chewing, Landlord-sama, you're back. I got off work early today, already used to this situation. Li Yun assumed that Li Shui was unemployed again because her gluttonous nature was discovered by the boss, who then fired her. Li Shui denied. How could that be? I've honed my sneaking food skills to perfection. Today I'm taking in a little bro, leaving everything for her to do, damn. Who would be blind enough to recognize you as their big sis? Li Yun looked at Li Shu with a judgmental gaze. Li Shu then said slyly, Landlord-sama, you're just jealous. Today the boss of the shop where I work hired a new worker, and she recognized me as her big boss, begging me to protect her. She works very hard, so I let her do everything. Li Yun just chuckled. You seem to not realize an extremely serious problem. Isn't your boss hiring someone new to replace you? My food is about to be lost. At this moment, Li Shu suddenly realized the truth. She ran around in a frenzy. I was so naive. I don't want to be fired. But in reality, Ling Shu had fallen for Li Yun's dirty trick. Li Yun smiled and raised his hands, finally chased away the third wheel, so there's no one to bother us anymore. A clear moon and a gentle breeze. At this moment, in His Majesty's palace, Li Yun was being favored, massaging Zhuo Ruoli's shoulders while wearing a sly smile. Zhuo Ruoli said with a blushing face, Massaging the shoulders is fine. Don't think I don't know what tricks you're trying to pull. Li Yun replied with an innocent look. Yes, wife. It was just an accidental slip of the hand. Li Yun was definitely mocking her and was found out. This would be earth-shattering news. Zhuo Ruoli then turned to look at Li Yun and asked, How was your interaction with General Zhuo? Did he say anything to her? Zhuo Ruoli recounted. He did say a few things, clarifying the relationship between the Ji family and me. Now, I've gone from being nominally related to actually related. What exactly did you say to him? Why did the northern wilderness border suddenly change its attitude? Li Yun then smugly laughed. Of course, it's because my looks are too irresistible. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ruoli puffed up her cheeks and playfully scolded Li Yun to be serious, saying she didn't believe it. Doesn't the wife think I'm handsome? Li Yun leaned closer to Zhu Ruoli, flirting, to which she coldly replied, Passable. Li Yun feigned tears of grievance. Am I just passable? In your heart, it's not that. Your appearance is the appearance I like. That's enough. Seeing Zhu Ruoli's shy demeanor, no man could resist the urge to rush over and hug and kiss her. Li Yun, however, didn't know how to appreciate the moment. Bursting into laughter, Ha ha, I knew it, you've fallen for my psychological manipulation. Zhu Ruoli just glared and said, Of course I realize it, so why would I let you deceive me? I was just thinking, what if you really got angry because of what I said? So, even if I'm being deceived by you, I just want to make you smile a little. Hearing his virtuous wife's confession, Li Yun couldn't help but feel moved, gently patting Zhu Ruoli's shoulder. Looks like I was wrong after all. I need to compensate you a bit. Lady Lai, let's go to the bedroom. Zhu Ruoli immediately stopped him. Don't mess around. There's a banquet tomorrow. Have you decided what to do with those younger siblings? Are you planning to keep them in the capital or send them back to Jiangnan? Hearing his wife being so benevolent, he was actually unaccustomed to it. And wasn't she afraid they would affect her position as emperor? Zhu Ruoli flashed a mischievous smile and said, Of course, it's not out of benevolence. They weren't originally chosen to compete for the throne, so they can't threaten me. Like meat is at the mouth but can't eat? It looks like Li Yun has to talk about politics all night with his wife instead of doing the deed. The next morning, at the banquet, Zhu Ruoli's 3 younger siblings had arrived and paid their respects. It seems we're lucky to be able to return to the northern wilderness. Older sister will definitely pin some crime on us this time and then execute us directly, Zhu Ruo said nervously. We might as well just say we want to go to the northern wilderness. Maybe we can avoid the death penalty and even get some supplies. The other 2 nodded in agreement. That's a good idea, let's take a gamble. Suddenly the atmosphere became gloomy as the three of them realized Zhu Ruoli was approaching. Zhu Ruoli and Li Yun walked over and sat down at the table. The reason I brought you back this time is firstly to see how you've been doing, and secondly to let you meet my husband, who is also your older sister's husband. As soon as Zhu Ruoli finished speaking, Li Yun raised his hand. Hello? Suddenly, Zhu Ruoshui said something that made the other two turn pale. Your Majesty, I am willing to go to the northern wilderness. The other two thought to themselves in dissatisfaction. Damn it, he stole a march on us. Zhu Ruhuo quickly chimed in. Can't let Zhu Ruhui take advantage. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Yuan cut him off. You want to go to the northern wilderness? Ruoli and I have discussed letting you stay in the capital. Sixth brother requests. I approve. Fourth sister and fifth brother should stay, Zhu Ruoli also said with a smile. The three of them looked on with bewildered expressions. Well, they probably didn't expect their old sister to be so humane. Zhu Ruoli then asked, Zhu Ruokao, what did fourth sister say she wanted earlier? What I wanted to say was that I also agree with sixth brother. It's such a touching idea. I'd like to offer you a toast. That's right. Her Majesty has approved it. A ruler doesn't joke. You're truly a role model for us. Zhu Ruohuo and Zhu Ruokao feigned ignorance together, mumbling to be allowed to stay in the capital. Only Zhu Ruoshui regretted what he had said. Only knowing to cry and thank the two older sisters and older sister's husband. The banquet was in full swing, when suddenly a surge of power struck the palace. Xiao Chen rushed over in time. Who dares to be so reckless here? Protect your Majesty. Li Yun suddenly recognized that this aura seemed very familiar, but even after searching, Xiao Chen reported back, It's the assassin who escaped. This subordinate is derelict in duty. Please punish me, Your Majesty. But Li Yun didn't think the assassin had escaped successfully, and was still lurking in the palace. I have carefully investigated, and there is no trace, Xiao Chen replied. Because it's not a person at all, follow me and you'll understand. Don't tell me it's another upgraded new model robot next. A moment later they strolled to where the assassin might be hiding. This place was the Imperial Palace Treasury, and the sword aura was emanating from here. Xiao Chen said, I suspect someone took advantage of the banquet to sneak in here and steal Imperial Palace treasures. Li Yun suddenly noticed something strange behind him. It's not that complicated. If I'm not mistaken, it must be playing tricks. As he spoke, he approached the glowing blue sword and picked it up. Li Yun continued. If I remember correctly, this treasured sword was a gift from a swordsman. Zhu Ruoli agreed. You can tell at a glance that it's not an ordinary sword. Was it like this when it was first brought here? I remember it wasn't glowing at first, Zhu Ruoli replied. If that's the case, then there's no doubt about it. Li Yun exclaimed. So that's it, I know what this thing is, Li Yun thought to himself. Could it be that it will suddenly release sword energy due to some influence? With that, he handed it to Xiao Chen for testing. Challenge him to see if he can hold this sword. Xiao Chen looked disdainful. It's just a sword, can't I even hold it? But when Xiao Chen grabbed it, he suddenly got a jolt. What's going on? Xiao Chen was devastated, not understanding what the heck just happened, Li Yun said blankly. As expected, it's good for blocking bullets. Xiao Chen couldn't help but snap. As expected, my ass. You knew it, and still dared to trick me. Poor guy is too trusting. From being tricked by Li Yun into touching horse manure, to getting his hand into an electrical socket. Li Yun suddenly said seriously. If I'm not mistaken, this sword was made using the azure sword that the old emperor used to injure me. It's the Jade Seal Spirit Radiance sword. It must be equipped with a special starstone that can absorb true energy. It took away a lot when it was stuck in me. Now it has 2 or 3/10 of my power. Zhu Ruoli thought this was a good opportunity. Li Yun wielding this sword could enhance his combat ability. Li Yun only smiled and said, It's useless. It can only unleash 3/10 of my true energy, which is worse than using a normal iron sword. It's a waste of a sword. The younger disciples quickly responded, Then give it to me. Let me protect the great Qinian lands. Let me have it. I still want to go to the northern wilderness and bravely kill enemies. Li Yun just looked at them with a judging gaze. Dream on. Even a master like Chen Hai got hurt touching it. You guys would probably die instantly. You can try it if you don't believe me. At this moment, the three of them were disillusioned and gave up immediately. Li Yun picked up the sword and examined it himself. It seems it really has no use. But since it carries my true energy, it's normal for it to instinctively oppose others. Zhu Ruoli curiously reached out to touch the sword. Only you can touch it. I've touched it a few times before, and nothing happened at all. Li Yun panicked and pulled the sword back. Wait, are you hurt? Zhu Ruoli said indifferently. You're too late to warn me. Besides, I've touched it before and it was fine. Li Yun was puzzled.
His wife didn't feel anything unusual when touching the sword.
Zhu Ruoli thought there was still a slight difference. It feels like a surge of heat rushed directly into my body from my fingertips, but it's very comfortable.
Li Yun then reasoned.
Could it be that after every physical exercise between the two of us, Zhu Ruoli can use true energy to regulate her breathing? Zhu Ruoli had long seen through her husband's scheme. You definitely want to get laid again. Li Yun only smiled sheepishly. Strengthening the body with true energy is the main thing. Taking advantage is just a side effect. If this continues, she might become the most powerful emperor ever.
Zhu Ruoli felt that it was useless for her to use this sword. Why is it useless?
Li Yun said. If I'm not around, this sword is your protective divine weapon. Zhu Ruoli blushed and said, will you leave me? If you really leave, then this is indeed a divine weapon. But if you are by my side, then everywhere is the safest place in the world.
These two started showing PDA again. Hearing his wife say this, Li Yun explained. It can't be said like that. If you wear it on your body, the true energy inside will actively protect the owner, and at the same time it will help the owner's body get better and better. Maybe it can even help the parts that need to get bigger, get a little bigger.
Zhu Ruoli, listening to Li Yun's flattery, took the sword, reluctantly accepting it. Anyway, Li Yun can't always be by my side. Little did Xu Feng know that Li Yun was smugly thinking, women are so easily fooled. Suddenly, Li Yun fell into contemplation. But why did this sword suddenly activate?
Completely clueless, it was late at night, and Li Yun and Ruoli were still sitting close, admiring the sword. Changes need to accumulate slowly, they won't have immediate effects.
Li Yun spoke. Ruoli retorted with annoyance. What are you talking about? I'm just thinking, if some dude tries to take advantage of me right now, should I just draw my sword and chop him up? Only then did Li Yun manage to demand a body check. Miss Chu, where's the trust between people? It's time for the physical exam.
Ruoli glared at him.
HMPH, I carry this sword around all day and it ends up benefiting you.
Li Yun replied.
Actually, my body check is pretty effective too. How about a taste?
Hearing this, Ruoli realized she had been tricked and cursed her good-for-nothing husband to meet a ghost soon. The next morning, while fast asleep, Li Yun suddenly heard a knock on the door.
He hastily put on his clothes and muttered, so early in the morning, before the rooster even crows, who's knocking? He opened the door, and it turned out to be Li Shu who had come looking for him so early. Li Shu said with a serious face, it's bad, landlord-sama. But all she got in return was a blank stare from Li Yun. What is it, miss? Did you finally get evicted?
Li Shu held out a piece of paper and exclaimed, Landlord-sama, you're wanted. Sure enough, the wanted poster had Li Yun's face on it, but a dumbed-down, muscle-brained version. Who is this supposed to be? Even Li Yun couldn't recognize himself. Li Yun crossed his arms. Wanted, May.
Everyone in the Dakian knows I have Ruoli on my head, and the drawing doesn't even look like me.
Li Xue replied.
It's not the Dakian that issued the wanted order, but Bei Huang. It's said that, in Bei Huang, the image circulating of Landlord Darren is one with a contemptuous look, an upturned nose, and a mouth full of monster-like fangs.
Li Yun frowned, propped his chin up, and said, Ridiculous. It says capture alive and then go see the Bei Huang Qiju in person. It seems the Bei Huang Qiju released the wanted order.
Why are they after me? I haven't even been there, and I don't know the Bei Huang Qiju. Could it be that they want to capture me for her to harvest my yang to supplement her?
Yin, Li Xue is serious about harvesting yang. Roasted mutton in Bei Huang is indeed famous. She looked down from a high vantage point, provoking. They are like that, so why aren't you fiercely beating them back?
He squinted his eyes and smiled. Never mind it. I just want to spend every day normally with Ruoli unless someone runs to the capital.
If so, I must fiercely deal with them. The girl cast a contemptuous glance over. Landlord Sama is really becoming more and more gentle.
If it was me, I would have blown them up with one hammer. I'm going to work now, he smiled. Work hard, you still owe half a year's rent. After Li Shu left, he stood alone in front of the door, hands on his hips. It's rare to wake up early, so I'll prepare her breakfast today. She doesn't have to do it herself.
Li Yun leaned on a roadside breakfast shop,
scooping each piece of soup. It's been a long time since I went out alone, but I'm a little unaccustomed. He put a piece into his mouth and thought, could this be a symptom of fear of social contact?
In the future, I can only be raised by the beautiful Empress and cannot see the light of day.
This kind of life will have no fans. After eating, he hailed the boss. Boss, add another bowl of tofu pudding, add some sugar and vinegar. Okay, here it is. After eating and drinking, Li Yun walked home with a basket of food and saw soldiers from the 6 doors running past, fleetingly even with Chen Hai.
Li Yun happily asked, Hi Chen, little Chen, what are you doing? You wouldn't say that a group of Bei Huang people suddenly appeared in the capital to make trouble, right? Chen Hai frowned. Don't call me little Chen. A group of barbarian men from Bei Huang suddenly came to make trouble in Nan Alley. How did you offend the Bei Huang Qi Ju? He raised his index finger to explain. Should I call you little Tian Tian? But are you helping me solve my troubles? Chen Hai frowned and shouted, Don't be self-indulgent, I will never help you, I am for His Majesty, for Daqian. If it is trouble caused by you, then this time how much loss are calculated on your head, he happily said. If you say that, I don't have money. I'm so poor that I don't have a penny, and beggars have to shake their heads and feel sad for me. Chen Haidarin complained. Don't think I don't know anything. You have several shops and rental rooms, and even the family clans haven't earned as much as you. Even if you use some weird name like Isekai Siru, Li Yun played dumb, haha. I really don't have any money. I do have a place to stay, but all my money went to your emperor. I only get 8 went a month. Zhao Chen glanced at him. Like hell, do I look that gullible? He laughed heartily. All right, it's 7 wen. I gotta save some face, you know. I'd be embarrassed to tell you the real number. The officer frowned in disdain. These guys aren't that strong. Just hand them over to the 6 doors to handle. Thanks for the hard work, Xiao Chen. When we get back, I'll have Ruo Li get you a promotion. Li Yun fell into thought. So, the Northern Wilderness people have infiltrated the city, but why are they causing trouble everywhere? Doing that will expose them too quickly. It's kind of stupid. Li Yun walked alone down the street with his lunchbox, when suddenly, a cloud of black mist appeared behind him. The mist quickly lunged out and enveloped him. Li Yun stood tall in the smoke. What is this thing? Never seen it before. 2 people appeared from the mist, a guy with brown hair and another with huge muscles. Greetings, Chief La. The 2 guys glared at him fiercely. At Jia Yun Shinan, this is wilderness art. Only we from the Northern Wilderness have it. Once you're hit by this, the Zenki in your body will completely stagnate and become unusable. You've never seen it before, which is why we succeeded. Ling Yun asked quietly, Did the Northern Wilderness overlords send you? The muscle guy replied, No, we're here on the overlord's orders to get something from you. Muscle guy frowned. If you won't tell us, that's fine. I'll use soul-devouring art and find out. As he was being aggressive, a hand flashed out. Whack! Take that, you little brat. Li Yun slapped him so hard his neck twisted backward and he collapsed to the ground. The remaining brown-haired guy was terrified. He said seriously, You guys have already done 2 extremely stupid things. First, in the face of absolute power, all tricks are useless. Second, you made my wife's breakfast smell stinky. Now it's your turn. He cried out in panic. Wait a minute, don't you care if your wife lives or dies? He hit a nerve. Li Yun frowned and growled. What do you mean? He used a blue mirror to reflect the image, grinning widely. This mirror can connect to the brain and manipulate it. At the same time, their sights and sounds are transmitted to us. Your every move is being monitored. In the mirror, there was an image of a little rabbit beside Ruo Li, and she looked very uncomfortable. The gray-haired man was standing next to her bed. What do you think we're causing chaos everywhere for? We have to disperse the 6 doors so that we can act more conveniently. Now your wife is under our control, so don't act rashly. The brown-haired guy shouted, Bao Hui, if we fail here, it's up to you on your side. The gray-haired guy frowned. Chief Li, rest assured, I'm just putting her to sleep. Just hand over the Northern Wilderness Core, so we can return it to our overlords. And naturally, we won't make things difficult for you. Ling Yun said angrily. The Northern Wilderness Core? What is that? I don't have that thing. The brown-haired guy shouted fiercely. Don't play dumb. Otherwise, where did your heaven-defying Xianxia come from? If I said I got a cheat code, right after I transmigrated, would you believe it? The masked, gray-haired man touched his sword. You really are stubborn. Is this your sword? I have a quick idea. If you don't hand over the Wilderness Core, I'll use this sword. The moment your wife touches the sword, she'll be electrocuted. The gray-haired man was thrown back by the electric shock and fainted on the spot. The brown-haired man on this side was flustered and shouted, Dao Hui, he said arrogantly. You guys are really courting death. His face was full of danger. You could have touched anything, but you had to touch that sword. A stream of black energy gradually occupied the brown-haired man. He laughed. Anyway, we have to die for the overlords. I want to drag some people down with me. His face turned black, emitting a green light, and he shouted, Long live the overlord. Puffed, a fart sound came out. Oh, my hometown river, he grimaced. Why can't I detonate my Xianxia? His hands were bent and twisted. He frantically raised his hand to look. That's not right. The wilderness art has been reversed. You can do this. It must be her. It's her. His face was also distorted, and his whole body was squeezed and twisted into a spiral, which crushed him and exploded into many drops of blood. Ling Yun frowned. What's going on here? Suddenly a voice came from somewhere. Not bad. You're stronger than I imagined. Who's yapping? Speak up, he heard a voice. Below, a two-buns red-haired chick, kinda short, pointed her finger at him. "You see me and don't even bow." He deadpanned. "Lost kid, let me help you find your mama." The red-haired girl screeched, "Your whole family's lost." Then she said normally, "If I hadn't just used wild magic to reflect all of his attack, this whole street would have been toast. Besides, you're way too rude. As the Northern Wilderness Master, you should be bowing to me." Li Yun looked like he didn't believe his eyes. The legendary millennial Northern Wilderness Master turns out to be just a kid. This dude's definitely not simple. He actually managed to show up behind my back out of nowhere. The red-haired girl introduced herself. "First time meeting. Call me Li Na. Also the current Northern Wilderness Master. Please give me some pointers. Shenzhou's #1 brave warrior." She reached out her tiny hand to shake his, thinking to herself, "What's her angle? Gotta tread carefully." Liao Shu came over out of nowhere and scolded the redhead. "Hey, employee, what are you doing here? Get back to work." The little girl panicked. "So sorry, senior, I'll head back right away." Ling Shu put her hands on her hips, complaining. "Seriously, always causing trouble for people." Ling Yun's like, "The little bro Ling Shu just recruited is the Northern Wilderness Master. This is kinda messed up." The redhead turned to him, making plans. "Wait for me to finish work, and let's talk. There are some things you gotta know." The barbecue skewers on the charcoal grill smelled amazing. Li Shu was snoring away next to him, and the red-haired girl was still diligently grilling me. "Is she really the Northern Wilderness Master?" Duo Ru looked at her and answered, "Yep, I met her once when I infiltrated the Northern Wilderness." "What's she doing in the capital?" Li Yun asked. "How's Ruo Li doing?" Duo Rao replied. "Commander Chen has arranged everything. The area around you guys is under heavy protection." He turned. "Go contact Dad's Northern Wilderness Army. Has anything weird been happening in the Northern Wilderness lately? And I'll go investigate her a bit." Lin Yun walked closer to the skewer stall. "Boss, 5 barbecue skewers. Remember to add extra cumin?" She answered, "I'm just an employee, not the boss. If you want to ask something, just ask directly." He furrowed his brows. "Then I'll get straight to the point. What's your purpose for coming here?" "What's the deal with my wanted poster?" she scoffed. "I ran out of travel money when I entered the capital, so I could only rely on working to support myself. Also, I didn't know where you were, so I used this method to make you alert, to avoid being killed. Of course, if someone could actually tie you up for me, I could relax a lot more." Li Yun frowned. "With just these words, I could make it so you can't leave the capital alive." The redhead replied, "Can you do it?" The two glared at each other, sparks flying. He sighed. "So what's your goal for this trip?" "Northern Wilderness Corps," he thought. "Her strength isn't weak at all, on par with when I just broke through the extreme lower-level martial artist realm, plus she knows how to use extremely strange wild magic." The redhead slowly said, "That's right, it's that. Please hand it over to me. You keeping it will only make those people stare at you even more, plus it has no effect on you." "What core? I don't have it at all, I only just found out about it from those people." She raised her handful of wounds. "Are you kidding me? You're so strong now. Isn't it because you used the Northern Wilderness Corps? It can make the owner break through the limits of a martial artist. Even using just half of it can reach a level like mine, strong enough to hurt me." He looked at her, not caring whether she believed it or not. "You want to ask again, who are those people?" "It's the Golden Family, the family with the greatest strength and influence in the Northern Wilderness. Their core members are called the 7 Stars, all of whom have successfully broken through the limits of a martial artist." His face turned serious. "Got it, skewers. Please pack them up for me, Golden Family, huh? Since they don't know who I am, I'll let them know who's the real boss. There are actually 7 powerhouses of equal strength." She handed him the bag of skewers, saying, "How can you be so calm? Are you deaf or what? Your enemies are definitely coming for you, and they might target your friends and family too." Li Yun chuckled. "You don't have to worry about that." He pulled out a small green bottle and handed it to her. "Here, this will help with that scar of yours." She looked at the bottle. "Jade Dew Elixir. This is worth a fortune." He turned and waved, leaving. "I'm not so stingy that I can't even part with a vial of medicine. Besides, girls care a lot about scars, right?" She called out, "Li Yun, mister." He turned around, sweating. "What is it now?" she said coldly. "You still owe me for the grilled meat." Hearing that, Li Yun ran like the wind. I'll put it on tab first. I'll save up my allowance for 5 months and pay you back later." Redhead was confused. A freaking imperial fiancé, and he's still mooching off people. The sun was slowly setting. Behind the mountain, a flock of birds circled in the sky. Someone sat in the middle of the forest, plunged a broadsword into the ground, and smiled at the tusk in their hand. A loud scream came from inside the tusk. Qi Ying failed, but the remaining core has been found. This time,
We must send one of the 7 stars to capture him. Green Hair laughed sinisterly. If the small fry could succeed, I'd be disappointed. Let me go, one sword 10 miles? That Li Yun will probably die before he even sees me. The person on the other end of the line continued. Maybe, but Lu Koushen, you're too confident. Never underestimate your enemy. Also, Gao Feng has gone to Beihuang. We need to find someone to restrain him a bit, lest he discover the secret core, he said. On the desert, then let me come. I get beaten up by Li Yun all day long, I'm enough. He grinned as he held his sword. This Li Yun is, at best, just above average in strength. I want to see how many swords the so-called number 1 under heaven can withstand. In the capital, Li Yun was holding a bag of grilled skewers, walking past some beggars. After a glance, most of them were martial artists, with fake Kukin disguises. Looks like the Li family is entering a state of high alert again. At his and his wife's manner, stepping through the door, he happily greeted, Honey, looks like I came back at the right time. Did you change clothes early, then realized I wasn't home, so you've been waiting for me? She was annoyed. I woke up and saw that thief. And you're being sarcastic. Chen Hai has already reported the Beihuang situation to me. Did you find any new intel? He smiled. Don't rush. First, taste the grilled skewers made by the Beihuang overlord himself. He ate and spoke, reassuring her that it wasn't poisoned. He held out the bag full of skewers, taking one out and handing it to her. Are you sure the Beihuang overlord won't cause trouble? He said seriously. The trouble now isn't the Beihuang overlords but the Huang Jin family. They definitely won't give up. They probably believe even more now that the Beihuang core is on me, she frowned. With me protecting you, they won't even get close. He smiled reassuringly. No need to be so hostile. We don't know when they'll come. Maybe they're scared by the Emperor's might and won't dare to come. Ruo Li clenched her fist. I'm not that scary, he flattered her. Yes, of course you're not scary. She's the most beautiful woman in the world. She puffed out her cheeks and snorted. You're not being sincere at all. Ruo Li took a bite of the skewer. That girl is really the Beihuang overlord, Li Yun said slowly. She's very strong, but the kitty in her body is a chaotic mix of many people's kitty. If I'm not wrong, the Beihuang overlords, like the Daqin Emperor, is passed down through generations. They somehow managed to pass down their power as well. So that's how it is. So how strong is she? Don't underestimate her. If we're just talking about cultivation, she's a bit weaker than me. But the Beihuang people know how to use a strange power called wild arts. This morning, I almost fell for their trick. He held up 2 fingers. So, I'd say she needs at least 2 punches, Ruo Li replied. Were you trying to scare me just now? He laughed. Babe, don't look at me like that. Those are 2 serious punches. When have I ever needed a second punch against anyone? She was embarrassed. Let's stop talking about this. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, Master, Mister. Both of them turned to look at the door. The sun had already set, and Li Shu, along with the Beihuang overlord, arrived at the front door. Li Shu said, Sorry to intrude, Redhead smirked. Are we surrounded by 6 doors spies? They actually want to protect you with these guys. What a pipe dream. Li Shui immediately retorted. Don't be rude when you're being hired. If I hadn't brought you here, you would have been captured already. The redhead lowered her head. I understand, Senior, Li Shu added. Besides, we're here to ask for a favor. Li Yun asked. What do you need us to do? The redhead turned around, disgruntled. Isn't it because you're freeloading and the boss deducted my salary? Now I don't have enough to pay for rent? Li Shu put her hands on her hips. That's right, so we're requesting to rent a room from this landlord. Want to rent a room in my house. But don't you not have any money? The redhead smirked. But Senior told me that renting a room here is free. She's never paid anyway. Li Shu scratched her head and laughed. Hey, Li Yun's face darkened. You only teach bad things. Ruo Li finally spoke. Just arrange something for her. I remember we have a spare room. Li Yun sighed. My wife agreed just like that. I'm really Guan Yin Bodhisattva. Ruo Li blinked. What, Guan Yin Bodhisattva? This is also to keep an eye on her. To prevent her from getting into any trouble, the redhead reminded. I'll remind you too. The people from 7 stars are starting to move. Their level is almost on par with me. If I were you, I would gather the troops right now and use numbers to overwhelm them. Ruo Li replied. That won't be necessary. She then scolded fiercely. Are you looking down on us from Beihuang? Ruo Li calmly explained. I'm not looking down on Beihuang, but you are looking down on Daqian. Don't you know how much Daqian has paid to deal with a certain individual? You think we haven't improved in the past few years? The redhead softened. In short, I'm reminding you, not only Daqian, but anyone who obstructs them will be killed. For example, the person you call Shenzhen's second highest peak under heaven is in Beihuang. On a snowy mountain, there was someone riding a camel. The redhead asked a passerby. Young man, are you the second highest peak under heaven? I heard that you drew your sword and killed Dubi Wu Lin. I wonder who is stronger between you and me, Wu Xianxia. Thump! The camel's foot slammed hard on the ground, and it jumped up. The old man on top held the rope and whipped it, shouting, "Eat my move!" The young man frowned. Suddenly, an extremely loud explosion occurred. Smoke billowed from the muzzle. The redhead's camel lay flat on the ground. The redhead, holding a cannon, mocked, "Second highest under heaven, second highest under heaven." That damn lie guy. Your whole family's the second highest under heaven. I'm just one step away from the transcendent realm. Back in the capital, the Bei Huangqiju scolded, face red. "You good for nothing." Li Yun took a sip of tea and said annoyedly, "This is an everyday thing between husband and wife who told you to have high cultivation and such good ears. It's not good for kids to eavesdrop." "How old are you anyway? You aren't even as tall as me, Li Yun." 16 years old, he commented. "The same age as Li Shu, but one is swaying on the road, and the other is a 10,000-year-old wall." The girl angrily scolded. "I'm just a late bloomer, plus I'm injured, which caused my body to change. When I recover, I'll return to my true form. Then I'll wait and see." "Did you come to me early in the morning for something else?" The girl handed him a jar. "Today I'm here to return the favor. This is for you. This is Bei Huang's specialty medicinal wine." He smiled brightly. "Thank you. You know how to treat people." The girl curled her lips. "This is personally researched and brewed by me, and it has the effect of nourishing the kidneys and strengthening the yang." "After what happened last night, I feel like you really need this." He frowned. "Are you mocking me?" The girl lowered her eyes and explained. "Don't misunderstand. I feel that your danshin is a bit airy. You'll understand once you drink this medicinal wine." Glug glug. After speaking, he immediately drank the entire jar of wine. He felt an extremely strong surge of energy. He clenched his fist. "Is my true energy enhanced?" the girl explained. "It's not that your true energy is enhanced, but that the medicinal wine has filled the holes in your danshin. If true energy could be enhanced, then Bei Huang would be full of true energy experts." The girl leaned closer to him and asked softly, "Let me ask you something." He glanced over. "What's up? If it's about where the core of the northern wilderness is, don't even ask." She shyly touched her index fingers together. "Of course not. I heard that you, Shenzhou, people's cultivation of true Qua affects the body." Li Shu said. "She only got this strong after cultivating." He chuckled. "There's definitely something to that. But when you say strong, are you talking about here?" Then he pointed at his chest. The girl blushed, her face as red as a tomato. "Don't get me wrong, I just want my body to get stronger." He held up a book. "Got it. Raging Waves Palm. 99 copper coins a copy. One hand pays, one hand delivers. No credit given." She frowned. 99 copper. Aren't you just robbing people? But she threw a pouch of money into Li Yun's hand. "Here's 20 copper. I'll owe the rest and pay it off with labor later." With that, she grabbed the book and waved goodbye. He thought to himself, innate talent can't be compensated for. I hope she doesn't end up like the drill sergeant. Ruo Li came out and asked, "What's going on again?" Li Yun turned back and replied, "She came to return the favor, giving me a specially made medicinal wine." She looked up at the medicinal wine, "But you usually don't drink." He squinted and explained, "Back on the battlefield, I often drank alcohol, but it was always to disinfect wounds. I'd hold it in my mouth and spray it on the wound, but because it hurt so much, I swallowed it." Ruo Li frowned. "You don't need that method anymore. She has a more effective way." Then she gently placed her hand on his cheek. "Silly, because I won't let you get hurt again." Chen Hai walked over from the front, ahem, 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 breaking this awkward atmosphere. Then he handed over a stack of papers. "General Zhu asked me to bring this to you. It's intelligence from the northern wilderness." Li Yun smiled awkwardly. "Little Chen, why do you always show up at important moments?" After reading, Li Yun said, "The Golden family is very clever." Ruo Li asked, "What happened?" "Take a look yourself. They're taking over the families of the northern wilderness and forming a northern wilderness alliance," he continued. "The border is requesting increased vigilance. Once they've dealt with the internal problems, they'll definitely turn their guns towards Dagon, but there's something I don't quite understand." Ruo Li asked. "You mean, you're talking about how, during the takeover process, they're demanding that families hand over information about the Lord of the Northern Wilderness?" He frowned. "Exactly, it looks like they're expanding their power, but in reality, this might be their true goal." She leaned forward, puzzled. "Information about the Lord of the Northern Wilderness. What's the point of collecting that?" He shrugged. "Information about the Lord of the Northern Wilderness. What's the point of collecting that?" Then the two turned to look at Chen Hai and asked, "Little Chen, where's General Zhu?" Chen Hai replied, "You forgot.
Today's the day he and the sixth prince are returning to the northern wilderness together. They left early this morning. Li Yun rested his chin. I still wanted to ask him about the situation in the northern wilderness. I wonder how far they've gone. The two were riding on the road when suddenly Harry yelled, "Stop! Ambush!" Green Hair jumped out from behind a tree and said, "How perceptive." He smirked. "I thought I ran into a gorilla, but it turns out it's General Zhu. You're also on the Lord's kill list. What a coincidence." General Zhu snorted. "You little punk, did you come looking for a beating?" Green Hair stepped back, gripping his sword in a ready stance. The Big Dipper 7 Stars, Ballad of Midnight. A heartbreaking tune. I am Xianxia Luo Xin, and I'd like to borrow your head for a moment. Chirp, 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 the sun rose high. Green Hair was bruised and battered, leaning against a tree. Damn it, what's going on? His strength should have completely crushed me. What were those weird ancient martial arts? Attacking from a distance, and that reflection thing, clearly not as fast as me, but predicting all my attacks, like he's been fighting me for ages. 1,000 question marks appeared above Green Hair's head, and then he threw something that smelled terrible at me. He shouted, "It's corroding the forest. It stinks to death." "In the capital," General Zhu reported. "That guy's really strong, but luckily I'm experienced," and caught him off guard, temporarily scaring him away. Li Yun seemed to have predicted it. "So, they finally came." "Was there only one of them?" Harry replied. "Probably. If he had any comrades, they should have taken the opportunity to beat me to death. Although he got away, I managed to mark him." Ling Yun frowned. "You mean dye bombs?" General Zhu grinned. "Exactly the stuff you used on me." Ruo Li was puzzled. "Isn't marking targets with scent normal on the battlefield?" "Why are you guys making such weird faces?" He sweated, speechless. "Because it's the rice, after he digests it." Back to the main point, Li Yun smiled brightly and said, "In that case, all we need is a military hound to find him. He won't escape." Back in the forest, Blue Hair was bathing in the stream, yelling, "How come it's still not clean? Those damn Daichian people!" Suddenly, there was a noise in the distance. He turned around alertly, saying, "Who's there? Show yourself." Li Yun has found the place, standing on the bank looking at him. "Do all the people from the northern wilderness like to curse?" "What's up? You're starting to use your chi techniques?" After putting on his clothes, Blue Hair walked over here. "Accept your death." He wasn't to be outdone, smiling. "The chi is very strong. You must be Li Yun, right?" But compared to chi, boom! The water around him was blasted away. He stood touching the bottom of the river, frowning as he looked at Li Yun. "I won't lose to you either. My buddies told me not to be careless, so I'll go all out." He asked, confused. "Hey, you haven't finished putting on your clothes yet," he shouted. "It doesn't matter. Being able to fight with you makes me impatient. You actually dare to come at me empty-handed. Without that strange weapon like that giant ape, you can't deal with me." In the capital, Red Hair already knew what happened. She scolded, "Are you guys crazy? Letting him face the 7 Stars alone?" "Why didn't you tell me about such an important matter?" Chen Hai replied. "Please step back. This place is the Forbidden City of the Imperial Palace, and this is Daqian's business. It has nothing to do with you." The girl puffed up her cheeks. "I didn't expect the Daqian Emperor to be so heartless, not caring about the life or death of his betrothed at all," Chen Hai said annoyedly. "His Majesty has assisted in everything. It will end immediately." Red Hair looked up at the sky. Was there something in the sky? Scene change. Li Yun looked at him with disdain. "Your strength isn't bad, similar to when I just broke through the warrior's limit, but I don't want to fight a naked freak like you. I feel like if I beat you up, you'd get excited." Blue Hair frowned and got angry. Li Yun turned his face away. "I'll leave this to her this time," Blue Hair shouted. "Trash! Are you afraid of me, useless thing?" Clouds in the sky suddenly formed a circle. Something plunged straight down towards Blue Hair. A super bright area appeared all around. Stars outside the universe flashed. The smoke dissipated, and Blue Hair lay tattered on the ground. Li Yun grinned. "Who told my old lady to shield me? I'll let her protect me this time." Blue Hair ripped his pants, exposing his butt. At the capital, Chen Hai came to report. "Reporting to your Majesty, the target has been successfully hit," Ruo Li replied, arrogantly saying, "I know. My man can only be touched by me." Red Hair flew like the wind through the forest. Her small figure kept rushing swiftly in the wind. Arriving at the place, she saw that Blue Hair had been defeated. Li Yun stood looking at him without a scratch. Blue Hair's face was planted in the rocks in the riverbed. Red Hair exclaimed in surprise, "Is this your strength? It's much stronger than the wilderness arts I possess." Li Yun smiled slyly. "Of course. After all, this is the power of love." With that, he lifted Blue Hair, who was face down in the pile of rocks, and commented, "Oh, this guy is still pretty tough. He's still alive." Red Hair glanced over. "It's just the right time to bring him to the Daqian heavenly prison.
Maybe we can get some information.
She pointed her finger at his temple. A bright star appeared at the spot she pointed. She sat down to circulate her energy for a while and said, I have sealed his power.
In the future, if he forcibly uses his energy, he will fall into backlash. He is no different from a cripple now.
He smiled. Very good, you're still useful.
She turned to look at him. That's right, I advise you to be careful with the Dacian emperor. I went to her to save you, but she didn't even care, and even called the stinky guard to chase me away.
Also saying that she has already helped the two of us, although we both have extraordinary martial force. We also need to pay attention to being schemed against. Li Yun pretended to look regretful.
It's too late. I am currently being controlled by her every day. A lot of energy is being consumed on her body. By the time I realized it, it was already too late, Red Hair exclaimed in horror. Is it that scary?
No wonder you can't escape. He put on a helpless face.
That's right. Especially at night, it's even harder for me to control myself.
Red Hair's face turned green.
There's such a demonic art. I wonder if I can learn it.
I have to be more careful of her in the future.
At the Dacian heavenly prison, Blue Hair was chained to the wall.
Looks like he's still rocking the ripped pants.
Look, Zhu Feng brought a bundle of his stuff and plopped it on the table.
Then, he dumped it all out.
A few odds and ends clattered onto the table, so broke. The top dog of the Northern Wilderness's #1 power, a high-ranking official, only has 2 copper coins to his name.
Did you also have a kind-hearted old lady?
Looking at the bag, there's just a water bottle, a horn, and a pile of coins.
Li Yun picked up the horn.
What's this thing for? Does this pervert have some kind of special fetish?
Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from inside the horn. Luo Shen, you've already taken care of the target. Not bad, old man. You're just as good as dealing with the second under heaven. Li Yun frowned. They attacked Gao Feng. Could this guy be their boss?
Looks like I'll have to use a trick for a trick. He spoke back into the horn. HMPH. This bunch of chumps couldn't withstand a single blow from me. Way too easy.
The voice inside shouted.
Not bad. Looks like the core isn't on him either. He's just a normal human.
He grinned.
That's only natural. Speaking of which, Gao Feng has been dealt with over there, the voice replied. Old man finished up not long ago either.
He should be with old man now.
Where are you? The voice started to think. The opponent in front of my 5-link immortals couldn't withstand a single blow. Way too easy.
Li Yun continued.
Old man, did you bring back Gao Feng's heavenly profound cannon? That thing's worth a lot.
He thought, sounds just like me when I talk. Should I try it out?
In the blazing fire forest, Spiky Hair and his pink-haired camel were sitting next to him, roasting a super huge chunk of meat. He held the horn, pondering. Heavenly profound cannon. How does he know about the heavenly profound cannon? Everyone outside calls it the heavenly profound blade.
He frowned. Of course, I grabbed it. Did you get anything over there? I heard that Gao Feng had a silkworm pill stolen by that dog thief. He must have a lot of good stuff on him.
How could Li Yun be dealt with? Or is he over there? Li Yun said. One was taken from the Reds.
He scowled.
That damn scoundrel, he slowly said. That's right. I heard that the rebel army's cadres have also run to the Northern Wilderness. Why don't we send someone to deal with Lian, so as not to affect the scramble for the core?
Good. Maybe someone in your group knows where the core is. I'll send the rest of the people to catch him.
On this side, Spiky Hair started to panic. So what is that? Core? This bastard is dragging me into some weird stuff again.
Speaking of which, it's all because of that damn fortune-telling, he recalled.
Someone once told him, Young man, I see that you have a strange face. In your life you will encounter many opportunities by chance, and you will surely become a great hero. I always thought it was a scam, until I met the scam. Until I met this bastard Li Yun.
The prophecy came true. It's just that this opportunity is too much, making people curse. First in southern barbarian, insect nests, was kicked by Li Yun into the insect sea, endured the pain of 10,000 insects devouring the body, and finally I obtained the entire true energy of those ancient insects. When the divine continent's earth dragon was twisting and turning, he was knocked into a crack, and it took him 7 days and 7 nights to climb up, but somehow, he got the ancient martial artist's secret manual. The most annoying thing is that he tied me up in the southern barbarian's secret realm, and I was discovered by the tribal girls there. But it was also because of the dual cultivation with those female powerhouses that he opened up the 2 Ren and Dune meridians. Spiky Hair, angry since meeting him, all kinds of troubles have come non-stop. Even if I do nothing I can get a fracture, my internal organs are bruised, my 7 orifices bleed, and my pre-existing energy, first broken and then accumulated, it has increased dramatically since I became the 12th child after 10,000 years.
On this side, Li Yun was happy. I've finished the investigation. They're currently in the northern wilderness, near the 10 Directions Great Mountain. Sending one person is enough. They love that place, he shouted into the horn. I know. You guys get back quickly too, lest something unexpected happens. Li Yun looked at the green hair being chained and said calmly, Unexpected? There shouldn't be anything unexpected. Early the next morning, Li Yun wandered around the palace, and he thought to himself, I can't let this group of people do whatever they want. With his hand on his chin, based on their style of doing things, fearing only death, tens of thousands of people don't count for anything. He opened the door. Ruo Li was inside working. He approached her desk and said with a smile, Is your Majesty still working? She replied, It's almost done. I've already prepared the food. Let's have dinner in the palace today. The full moon was bright, and a couple went to the roof to watch the moon. Li Yun grinned. Today, thank you for directly using the Dakian's secret weapon to protect me. She frowned. I'm not doing it for you. Don't be so self-obsessed. The other party came to Dakian to cause trouble. I'm just fighting back. Li Yun noticed something different about her and asked, Why do I feel like you're preoccupied today? Ruo Li turned and replied, Of course I am. You're always putting yourself in danger. The person who cares about you is always worried. He turned to her and asked, So you want to stop me from dealing with those northern wasteland people? She lowered her eyes and responded, Quite the opposite. I won't stop you. Isn't that a bit too much to act like that? You won't stop me, Ruo Li calmly replied. Stopping you from doing what you want to do is the act of a fool, and I don't want to be a fool. She continued, startling Li Yun. In the future, I'll leave the northern wasteland matters to you. I'll use the best armor to protect you, and the strongest army to pave the way for you. Everyone will see you in all your glory. Eye to eye, she said. If you return victorious, I will give you the best gift of the Dakian Empire. And if you fail, I will silence everyone in the world. She looked at him seriously. Perhaps one day you will die in battle, and that will be the day Ruo Li dies as well. After hearing these touching words, Li Yun grinned and agreed. Your Majesty's request, but there's one problem. What problem? He said with a smile that made Ruo Lin's face redder than a tomato. Isn't the best gift of the Dakian Empire already in my hands? She turned her face away shyly. Then what else do you want? As long as I have it, I'll give it to you. He smirked, saying, Every day, a good morning kiss. Before he could finish the sentence, a fist landed straight on his face. Ruo Li puffed out her cheeks in anger. What did you say, Li Yun? With a fist-shaped mark on his face, appeased his wife. Calm down, I was just joking to lighten the mood. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and reproached. No matter what decision you make, I will support you. This is the promise that Li Yun, the Empress of Dakian, will give you as your official wife. He grinned. Then can you give the imperial kitchen a little bit of honor? She turned her face away. What are you talking about? That's because I made it myself. Morning at Li Yun's house. Thump. Li Yun was sitting enjoying tea when suddenly a bag of money fell in front of him. Ah, so this is the money from that red-haired little girl, she said arrogantly. Subtract the money you owed for the meal the other day, and the rest is for you. Didn't expect you to capture Luo Chen so easily. Looks like I need to change my plans a little. He happily smiled. You really keep your word. What do you plan on doing next? She replied. If you don't know where the core is, then I'll leave the capital and search all of Shenzhou. Li Yun gave an OK sign. She probably judged that this was the first time she had seen this type of sign. Dakian language is really strange. Then she turned away abruptly, but didn't forget to remind him. You need to be careful of the Golden family. Don't act alone. The most reliable way is for us to join forces. He smiled. Thanks for the reminder, smooth sailing. Immediately afterwards he frowned. This appearance, the capital's level of security has dropped. From the horn, it continued to broadcast. Hello, Luo Chen, where are you? Li Shun picked it up and replied, It's me. Inside, relaying orders, I have found the anti-army cadre, in the location you mentioned. Another person stood on the cliff to report the news. There were 4 of them in total, exuding killing intent all around. I used the wild technique to lock them down. Looking down below, Ne Renchuo Ya, I recognize him. I don't know what she is doing with that stick, and there is also a follower next to her. Then he reported on the red-haired girl, HMPH. And there's a very cute girl, the type 1 like. Li Yun smiled gleefully. They are very weak, just a bunch of stupid mortals. Just go over and deal with them. Then he thought to himself, that cute girl wouldn't be the Galehead, would she? This guy's taste is unique. He darkened. Of course I know. As one of the 7 stars, I still have that much confidence. My divine eye technique can see for miles. They basically don't know that I've arrived. But the blue-haired girl looked towards him and said bluntly, I see him. Turning back to report to her teammates. He's probably coming over here.
The pink-haired girl smiled. Is it Li Yun? He wants to come here, the girl continued. Finally, I can meet him. He sent me a message saying he's about to be here, and I can't hold back anymore. Such a cute little girl, but so bloodthirsty. She clenched her fist and couldn't resist landing a punch on his head. Hurry up and get here! The green-haired girl frowned, thinking to herself, damn it. This Li Yun is really something. Actually tricking me like that. Someone spoke up. Who is this woman? Doesn't seem too smart. The masked guy looking like a shrimp spoke up. She's the head instructor. Then glancing over, he reminded, she's very dangerous. Stay away a bit. The big guy frowned. Head instructor. Ne Ren Thuoya told me. The head instructor is a merciless killer, and also a monster with overwhelming strength, also known as the battlefield tyrant. Then he squinted towards the head instructor, but no matter how he looked, it didn't seem like it. She just looks like a young girl. BOM. A huge explosion occurred on the rock, and all four of them looked up in shock. Na Ren Thuoya frowned. He got hit. The masked guy glanced and judged. He's still alive. As the smoke gradually dissipated, all four of them saw him in the crater, using a technique to protect himself from the explosion just now. He looked up with disdain. Damn it. This is too unrefined. What the hell is this? Thinking to himself, luckily I used the wild art to cover the surrounding area with true energy to block the attack in time. The masked guy asked. What is he doing? Na Ren Thuoya interjected. Earth Burst Heavenly Star, abbreviated as Earth Thunder. This is a weapon invented by leader Li Yun. He activates the starstone and buries it underground, and it will explode with just a slight touch. Suddenly, a large amount of true energy emanated from behind. This is bad. The pink-haired grandma is angry. She growled. Call Li Yun. Her eyes lit up like headlights, and immediately transformed into a super muscular form twice as tall as before. She swooshed away, blowing back the hair of the other two, and she jumped towards him, yelling, Don't think you can change your hairstyle, and I won't recognize you. He smiled confusedly. Li Yun what? To dare with just mortal strength, BONG. A palm shattered the protective shield, knocking out right in the middle of his face, and the next second, a flurry of blows rained down. Not giving him a chance to breathe, the girl gleefully shouted, Murda! 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 The big guy, seeing the scene in front of him, gaped his mouth. This grandma is indeed a monster. It's lucky I didn't provoke her just now, Na Ren Thuoya added. If only calculating destructive power. Within the rebel army, the head instructor is only second to Li Yun. Before the other guy could yawn, he was punched to smithereens, blood splattering all around, so surprised that before he could close his mouth, he was beaten so that he couldn't close it anymore. Thuoya, assess the situation. He's still alive. Let me finish him off to avoid future troubles. But Pink Hair was still smiling at her handiwork. She was very pleased. She turned around and said, Of course he's still alive. How could this little attack mean anything to Li Yun? Thuoya was annoyed. He's not Li Yun. Get out of the way. The girl raised her hand to cover her mouth. Are you guys crazy? Although I also want to punch his head off. I don't want to kill him. The big guy looked scared. Punch his head off but don't want to kill him. Liar. She grabbed his head. If this isn't Li Yun, then who could it be? She looked closely again. Looks a bit different. Or is it because his hairstyle is too long? She glared. Looks just like him again, with short hair, fits work. Truly a cold-blooded killer. She just ripped off someone's head and then put on an innocent face. Who would accidentally rip off his head? Then they might say, I killed Li Yun. Na Ren Thuoya angrily said, I already said he's not Li Yun. It's better if you finish him off. She then exuded a series of true energy. Then that won't do. Li Yun taught me that I must die without proof. She put on a scary face. If you guys see it, I can only silence you. The remaining three, the biggest one, flinched in fear. She's crazy. The three of us joining forces should be able to handle her. No one paid attention to him. The masked guy gave the giant girl a candy, saying, Here, take it. Then the girl slowly shrunk back down, smiling brightly as she took the candy. Li Yun, who is he? The big guy frowned. So easily bribed. As dusk fell, Li Yun sat at the table in the middle of the courtyard, holding the horn. Did he resolve it? Feng Tu can bring out 200 pH of strength every time he deals with me. He stared intently. But why hasn't he contacted me yet? I can't take the initiative either. It wouldn't be good if I was discovered. I can only slowly wait from afar. Ruo Li puffed out her cheeks as she entered. Seemingly with some grievance, Li Yun smiled brightly. Today I didn't go to the imperial kitchen to disturb you from work. Shouldn't you reward me? The girl frowned and pouted. Reward you for what? For not coming in the afternoon either. He laughed awkwardly. Huh, don't you usually act like you can't stand me? She blushed. My feelings aren't usually on display, you know. Couldn't you have held out a little longer? Then she shyly turned her face away. Plus, I never once said I didn't like it. At the Grand Qian Sky Prison, Chen Hai and Li Yun came out to check on green hair. Li Yun asked, "Have you used the big yellow dog yet?" Chen Hai frowned. "Yeah, this guy's a total freak. Using him now just gets him even more hyped up." Green hair proudly chuckled. "Talk about a death wish. What other tricks do you have? Bring 'em on, I'm still waiting." Ling Yun looked him over. "So he's got hazy blood, huh? Guess we'll have to switch up the torture methods." Li Yun smiled at him, raising his index finger. "Morning? Had breakfast yet? Oh, and just a quick heads up, this morning I shamelessly got my wife to spoon feed me. My bad. You can't even move right now. How thoughtless of me." Hearing this, he flew into a rage, roaring, "HMPH, you're just here to mock me? Don't just stand there. If your so-called martial virtue has got what it takes, then fight me one-on-one." Li Yun continued to needle him. "May fighting a naked dude? Nah, word would get out and it wouldn't look good. Plus, my wife and I are totally in sync when it comes to dealing with you. Nothing wrong with that at all," he snapped. "Bullshit. If you hadn't used that mystic iron heavy ruler to bind me, I'd have blown you up already," Li Yun chuckled. "If you're not convinced, I'll give you a chance." "Little Chen, untie him." This time, Chen Hai was fuming. "Are you nuts? It took so much effort to catch him." Li Yun grinned. "Relax, I know what I'm doing." Clang, 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 clang. Each iron shackle was removed, and green hair immediately flexed his muscles, provocatively chuckling. "HMPH. This time, we'll settle the score, and it's a fight to the death." Li Yun showed no fear. "I'll stand right here and won't budge an inch. If I make a single move, I'll consider it my loss." That's all green hair needed. He immediately channeled all his true chi. "How dare you look down on me? This time, I'll definitely make you pay." Cough. Before he could even do anything, he coughed up blood, collapsed to his knees, and started spewing blood everywhere. Green hair panicked. "My true chi? How did it just reverse on its own?" Li Yun chuckled. "I gave you a chance, and you couldn't even use it." "I remember now. The Lord of Northern Desolation directly sealed the core within you. Now you're practically a cripple." Green hair went mad, bellowing. "Bastard. You dared to play me, I'm telling you. Among the 7 stars, I'm only ranked 6th. The guys before me, they're the real monsters." Li Yun scoffed. "That's just a handful of people, they won't amount to much." Green hair suddenly smirked sinisterly. "Just wait until we find the remaining core's afterglow. Under its influence, everyone in Northern Desolation will break through their limits." "Your Grand Qian fundamentally can't withstand the Northern Desolation cultivator army," Li Yun grinned provocatively. "Talk once you've actually found the core." "Right now you can't do jack?" Green hair bristled. "Who says that? We've already transformed a bunch of martial artists, and they're all spread out within Grand Qian's territory." "How commendable." Li Yun gave a thumbs up. "You're really good at cooperating, you know?" Then he spun around. "Thanks for spilling all that info." It was only then that green hair realized. He screamed. "Wait, you were just tricking me. What did you say?" Ling Yun cheerfully replied. "You can just stay right here. You truly are a fool." Collapsing completely, green hair bellowed. "Bastard, you guys just wait. Our Northern Desolation army will definitely raze Grand Qian to the ground." Li Yun chuckled. "Go ahead and wait, then." Scratch, scratch. The sound of stone grinding against the wall. A hand, clutching a wound, was trying to scratch something onto the wall. It turned out to be a monk. As he carved onto the wall, he chanted, "Om tumu tumuma khan tu sabah khan." The jailer grumbled. "I can't stand this old monk. He's muttering non-stop every single day." The other guard reminded him, "This guy's no simpleton, you know. It was the immortal emperor himself who imprisoned him here back then." Even before the immortal emperor passed away, he'd often come to see him. The monk's face darkened, but his mouth didn't stop chanting, "Namo Sanman Duo Mu Duo Nan Om Dulu Dulu Diwe Sabah Khan." A mysterious symbol had been carved onto the wall. It was already midnight at the prison when Li Yun finally showed his face back. Li Yun grinned. "I'm back." But he didn't get the usual response. "She hasn't come back yet. I thought I'd be greeted by my lovely wife as soon as I walked in." Swipe, swipe, swipe. Suddenly, the sound of sharpening knives came from the kitchen. Ruo Li was clearly the only one in the kitchen. The aura. Could people from Bei Huang be here? He rushed in, kicked the door open, and shouted, "You little thief looking for death!" He suddenly got worried. Protect Li Yun. Opening the door, Ruo Li was sitting in the kitchen. His face turned pale. Seeing his wife sharpening a knife, she turned around with a scary look, picked up the knife, and said in a threatening tone, "What did you just say?" He was dripping with sweat. Hey, I thought Bei Huang assassins were here again." "Why is wifey sharpening a knife?" she replied. "I'm a little lazy today, and I don't want to cook,
so I let the Imperial chef do it.
Who knew the Imperial kitchen's skills would be so bad? I can't believe the Imperial kitchen made such disgusting food.
I can smell Li Yun's excuses through the screen. The Imperial kitchen is indeed inferior to my wife. This is food that wifey made herself, right? The Imperial kitchen took the blame. She blushed. So I was planning to take the initiative to cook dinner myself, and I was preparing to do it. Li Yun happily picked up a piece. It's okay. We can't waste food. He stuffed it into his mouth, chewing happily. Although the appearance is a bit lacking, the taste is excellent.
No wonder it was made by the Imperial kitchen. Ruo Li smiled brightly. Is it really that delicious? Li Yun gave a thumbs up in agreement. Of course. The key is that this dish is filled with love. This is the most unique and invincible delicacy in the world.
Ruo Li was satisfied. You only know how to talk sweet, he continued. I learned some information from Lu Shen. In Bei Huang, a group of core transformation martial artists have sneaked into Daqian. At least several thousand people.
Ruo Li was worried. Several thousand people. Where is Chen Hai? He replied with a smile. After learning about this, he sent people to investigate the situation everywhere. She wondered. Then where would you go first if you were from Bei Huang? He replied. I would probably choose Jiangnan.
That place is the economic center of Daqian, and it has just experienced the Nanman invasion, so the situation is still a bit chaotic. He narrowed his eyes. But if they have enough understanding of Daqian, they will know that there is an unparalleled Empress who has established a network that spans more than half of Divine Continent.
This makes the importance of Jiangnan less significant, as long as this Empress is willing.
You can use the network to make another Jiangnan. She lowered her eyes, satisfied. Your analysis is correct, but there's no need to exaggerate so much. He smiled brightly. Let's talk about the figure then. I know you're very powerful, but talking about it specifically wouldn't be suitable for kids reading the story.
She pouted. I didn't mean that. He coaxed her immediately. All right, it's getting late, let's go to bed and rest.
But she replied. We can't rest if we go to bed, he replied. This leaves me speechless.
Early the next morning, Li Yun was sitting on the roof, and he said cheerfully, Li Na's medicinal bath is really good. The true energy is easier to condense together than before. He clenched his fists. It's more than enough to fight with Zhao Ruo Li, but I still need to restrain myself a little. After all, I can't go all out every time. Grumble, 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 grumble. My stomach is rumbling, big brother. He rubbed his stomach.
As expected, I still can't escape the law of insufficient energy. Let's go buy 2 buns. The warm sunshine shines down on the world. At the stall, the bun boss. How much are they?
Is the wrapper thin?
The boss replied with a smile. 5 copper coins, thin wrapper and big filling. Now he is confidently paying for 2 buns. He usually can only eat steamed buns. Luckily he earned some private money from Li Na. He opened the money bag, but only saw a piece of paper instead of money. It's over. How come there's only a piece of paper?
Where is my money? The letter reads.
It's all your fault for making me late. I took all the private money.
Li Yun frowned.
I'm wronged. I clearly didn't prolong the time. It's obvious that she was eager to fight.
I must have a great battle with her for 300 rounds tonight. A voice came from behind. Boss, 6 buns, please.
Li Yun turned around. Ah, it's Niu Dao, he said with a smile. Can't even afford buns now. Let me treat you. He scratched his head, looking awkward. Thanks, but my missus took all my money, so she just bosses me around every day, leaving me with only a steaming pot of buns on the table.
Li Yun spoke up.
You didn't just pop up out of nowhere just to treat me to steamed buns, did you?
Niu. You replied. Yesterday, I caught a few ruffians from Bei Huang. They snuck into the imperial capital. The imperial capital.
Didn't they go to Jiangnan? He continued. Those guys committed suicide immediately when they were captured, so now we're completely on the defensive, with no clue what their objective is. A storm of blood and wind is practically unavoidable.
Li Yun laughed, practically vibrating, and raised a horn.
So, you want to make a move tonight, huh? No worries. With me leading the squad, you can totally relax.
He wasn't listening to Niu Yu at all.
After he finished speaking, he said, Sorry, you were saying, Niu Yu wondered, who were you just talking to?
That horn looks like it's from Bei Huang, Li Yun laughed, raising the horn. This is from the Golden Family's big boss, the one who heavily injured the Lord of Bei Huang, and this thing is a super useful communication tool. What were you even saying just now? Totally lost the mood. Never mind, pretend I didn't say anything. Straight up going deep undercover into the enemy's high command. This Li Yun really is unfathomable. In the imperial capital, after reporting to His Majesty, the emperor said, Tonight, huh? They really know how to pick their timing. Li Yun clenched his fist, agreeing. Exactly. It's just the right time for us to have a decisive battle, he thought to himself. These guys actually know my work and rest schedule, even down to the very moment I want to strip Ruo Li bare. She frowned. Don't talk nonsense. How many people are going to take action in the imperial capital anyway?
He said. About over 100 people, all martial artists. But their objective is really strange. Ruo Li was annoyed. So many of them infiltrated. How strange can it be? He continued. Their goal is to cause as much destruction as possible in the imperial capital and then leave.
She widened her eyes, realizing something was off. He frowned, resting his chin on his hand, thinking, the enemy deployed so many people it's impossible for it to be just for destruction. This might be a smokescreen. They probably have some hidden plan, right?
Ruo Li wondered. Dear, could it be you've been exposed? He said seriously. Probably not, otherwise they wouldn't send so many people to the imperial capital, and they wouldn't even let me know. What the enemy wants most is the core. Perhaps there's something in the imperial capital related to the core. Tonight, you should stay in the imperial palace. I'll personally go deal with them, and then find out what their true objective is.
Hearing that, she sounded displeased. Are you saying I'm a nuisance, dear? Li Yun was speechless. No way, what I meant was, if you guard all 4 directions from the imperial palace, it'll boost the morale of many soldiers.
She smiled. No need to be so scared. I know what I should do. Do you really think I'm someone who doesn't understand the big picture, dear? He seemed to understand, and softly said, So, what do you want to say? Ruo Li rolled her eyes. Come back a little earlier. He kissed her forehead like a promise. Definitely, I'll be back early. She awkwardly touched her forehead. I told you this is the imperial study. Night fell, and a group of soldiers gathered. One of them spoke up. Today, the one leading us is a leader from the Golden family, right? Have any of you met him? Redhair replied. Never. I've only met the Lord. He's the one who helped me increase my cultivation. The other 6, I've never seen before.
Scarface chimed in. At first I was always half believing, half doubting. But if we can just complete this mission, then we might become as strong as the 7 leaders.
They argued loudly among themselves. Li Yun stood on the rooftop, wearing a mask, and remarked, So many people, huh? Noticing a stranger, Redhair immediately yelled, Who's up there? A dude wearing a Monkey King mask. Li Yun spoke up. Don't be nervous. Then he raised the horn. You guys should recognize this, right? I am Lu Fio Shen. Hearing that, they all bowed in unison. Greetings, 7-star leader Luo Shen. Those guys reported. The remaining forces are scattered and hidden in their strongholds, just waiting for your command.
Li Yun was playing the part perfectly. My Luo Shen brothers, I guarantee I won't treat you poorly. Our sacred cause won't stop here. Conquering Beihuang, pacifying the southern barbarians, destroying Dacian, and unifying this divine continent is only the beginning. There's an even vaster world overseas. In the future, we'll definitely become kings of a region.
He raised his hand high. From today onwards, we shall be called the Iron Flower Squad. You'll call me squad leader, and we will never stop. The people below were dumbfounded. Then they loudly cheered, Squad leader! The squad leader is mighty! They were ready to receive orders.
Li Yun instructed. Starting with Chen Hai, the director of the 6 Doors Gate, capture him. After that, I'll be in the Beihuang will have 1 less opponent.
Everyone, shout with me, kill Chen Hai, kill Chen Hai. Below, they also shouted louder, kill Chen Hai, kill Chen Hai. Little Chen at the 6 Doors Gate was furious, damn it. Why do they want to use me as bait?
Bearded guy explains.
You're a close aide of His Majesty, so using you as bait is perfectly justifiable. Chen Hai asks, puzzled. The timing's about right. Where are they? Bearded guy replies. Adapt to the situation. I don't know which direction he went. Bang! The gate of the 6 doors is smashed open. The leader, a monkey-masked dude, says arrogantly, This is the place. That Mutt Chen Hai is hiding here.
Suddenly he turns around and asks, Yo, dummy, what's our mission? The whole gang behind him shouts, Kill that Mutt Chen Hai.
Chen Hai's face turns purple with rage. This is settling personal scores under the guise of official duty, Bearded guy says. No need to get angry, it's just acting.
Li Yun gives the friendly middle finger. What's up, you disagree? If you got the guts, go ahead and curse Lao Shu Luo Shen. If I feel even a tiny ripple in my heart, I lose.
At the imperial palace, Ruo Li is searching for something in the study. She says, I wonder if I can find any clues in the imperial archives. Thinking about being praised by her hubby, she resolves, HMPH. When I find him, he'll definitely dote on me. She pulls out a book. I remember this was what father ordered to be burned before he passed away.
Ruo Li reads the contents of the book. July 2nd. Go to the Temple of Heaven. Why did those bad guys rush in to attack Chen Hai according to the instructions? But luckily Bearded guy stepped in to help.
They all jump in to kill. Bang! Bearded guy punches the first guy so hard his dentures go back to the age of 3, sending 5 guys flying straight at Chen Hai. This side is also fighting back. Little Chen mocks. A bunch of tomb raiders. Then he frowns. To die under my blade is an honor. Pew pew. With 2 super fast moves, the next 2 guys are knocked down. The baldy yells, "Chen Hai, you're so despicable." Using hidden weapons, Chen Hai whips around to glare at the monkey mask dude. Little Chen grinds his teeth. "Bastard, you clearly made the move, so why am I getting a bad rep?" The time has come. Bang. Li Yun zooms in like a rocket. Chen Hai shouts, "You guys fall back, let me save you." 2 swords clang together. After attacking and defending, the 2 are sent flying away. Chen Hai grinds his teeth. "Damn it, were you trying to kill me just now, Li Yun? Keep acting. You're pretty good too, you mutt." Then he turns and says to his temporary teammates, "The opponent is very difficult to deal with, even stronger than that Li Yun that killed. You guys act according to the plan I told you before." One guy worries. "Captain, what about you?" He reassures, "I'm enough to deal with him alone. You guys hurry up and go, don't waste any time." Though unwilling, they leave tearfully, "Understood," and run away. At the 6 doors, Li Yun finally takes off his mask and stands talking to the 2 people. Chen Hai is angry. "Take off your mask already. Are you settling personal scores now? HMPH? His Majesty usually only has you guard him within 5 meters. Do you have to hold such a grudge against me?" he says with a smile. Li Yun takes off his mask, smiling. "Little Chen, what are you talking about? You're my close friend." Then he continues, "Is it all set up? My plan A is to use numbers to our advantage, enough to take care of these guys." Chen Hai frowns. "Everything's been arranged. Is there anything else?" Li Yun cheerfully reminds. "Adapt to the situation." At the heavenly prison, another team is arranged. Just now, a group of people left the team. They must be the hidden ones, on a mission. But what are they going to the heavenly prison for? Could the key be there? After taking down all the guards, the 2 guys sneak into the prison and the mumbling monk's cell, asking, "Monk, where's the key?" The monk says darkly, "The Lord sent you, right?" The red-haired guy yells, "Time is of the essence. You've been hiding in Dakian for so many years. What have you investigated?" His face is dark, and his forehead veins are popping. "I did confirm the Temple of Heaven, but the rebel leader was also there at the time. I had to hide in order not to expose myself. A year later, I found the Temple of Heaven again, but then I was caught by the old emperor, and the thing fell into his hands." The 2 guys are stunned. So, the key is in the Imperial Palace, clearly having the key, but Dakian has no special changes at all. Wait, it's like there's something like that. Li Yun comes over and orders, "Go quickly!" The 2 guys whip around. "Captain Li Yun, on this side, half of the mask is broken, mouth full of blood, hand clutching his chest. I barely managed to injure Chen Hai, but the army will arrive soon. Let's leave quickly." But after assessing the situation, he thinks, this monk is their target. After this is over, I'll find him and chat for a while. The 3 of them run like the wind out of the heavenly prison. Li Yun goes ahead and orders, "Head straight to the exit. As long as we get through, we'll be completely safe back in Beihuang." Redhead chuckled. "Good thing we have Luo Shen leading us. He has both brains and charisma. Even the rebel leader can't compare." The 3 of them got out to the main street. Redhead cheered. "The streets are so quiet, no pursuers at all." Li Yun replied, "There must be people still trying to hold them back. Let's get out of here quickly, don't waste their efforts." Suddenly, a group of people came rushing over, and the 3 of them were surrounded by soldiers. The soldiers pointed their guns straight at them. Bang, bang, bang. The guns were loaded with grass. The 3 of them were caught off guard. Li Yun rushed forward, and in the next second, he took all the bullets for the other 2. He gritted his teeth, as if he was in great pain. The 2 of them were moved, and shouted, "Commander!" Both of them had tears streaming down their faces. For small fry like us, the commander is using himself to block the way. Li Yun raised his fist and slammed it into the ground in front of him. The ground shattered at that moment, rising into a barrier to protect them. He sat down seriously and said, "I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on," the 2 guys said touchingly. "Reggie, Regiment Commander." After seeing the situation clearly, one of them said, "But Regiment Commander, your clothes aren't damaged at all, and there are traces of your wife patching them up." He sweated and excused himself. "Before I die, I just want to use a little strength to save face. Is that not allowed?" The 2 guys cried again. "Of course it is." He handed him the horn. "This is for you guys. I've already activated it. Use it, and you can communicate with the Lord." The 2 guys cried even louder. "Regiment Commander, you're giving us something so precious. We will definitely not let you down." He slowly raised his hand. "From now on, I'm counting on you guys. We must win against Daiqian." Pointing straight at the 2 guys, "It's a pity that I, Lu Haoshen, dedicated my life to the Golden Family, but I still couldn't find the core before I died." The 2 guys gradually stopped crying. "Regiment Commander, rest assured. This time we've found the key clue.
The core has been found. One of them tried to hold back his tears and said, "A few years ago the Lord sent Xianxia to infiltrate Daqian. We just learned from his mouth that the core was taken away by the old emperor. In other words, the core is hidden somewhere in Daqian." Li Yun happily took off his mask and said, "So that's how it is."
Thanks. I'm gonna go directly ask Xiaohuaosheng. The two guys didn't understand anything. Boom.
One palm crushed their heads. The two guys didn't even have time to react before Lin Yun slapped them, and they fell to the ground. Chen Hai stepped forward. "You're ruthless enough, just like when you slashed me earlier."
He turned around and smiled kindly. Being kind to the enemy is being ruthless to yourself.
"Weren't you trying very hard to shoot me with a musket just now?"
It's all the same. Where are the others? Chen Hai replied. A few escaped, and most of the rest were wiped out on the spot.
Li Yun smiled.
Not bad, but there are still some loopholes. Xiao Chen, uncomfortable. Did you get any useful clues?
He smiled.
Find Xiaohuaosheng, a guy who was captured by the old emperor. Do you recognize him?
Chen Hai frowned.
I'm a personal guard. By His Majesty's side, I have a lot of work to do every day. How can I have time to care about criminals?
Li Yun was not happy. What are you bragging about? I also serve the Daqian emperor all day long. I do even more work than you.
Chen Hai gritted his teeth, looking like he was about to hit someone. After returning, Ruo Li came to greet him. You're here. I found this. It's a relic of the immortal emperor, and there are a lot of interesting things inside.
Li Yun smiled and asked her, "The old emperor?" "No, father-in-law. I'm in a good mood right now."
"Tell me. I'll listen." Ruo Li was worried. "What's wrong? Are you injured?" Li Yun jokingly raised his hand to his chest. "I suddenly feel my heart beating fast. I might be poisoned." Ruo Li looked at him with half an eye. "Then it's probably not poisoned." He sweated. How did she know?
All right. The girl supported her cheek and said with a blushing face, "Because I didn't die from the poison."
The next morning, Li Yun was flipping food with a spatula in the kitchen. Finally infusing it with his overflowing love.
"The dish is done. Today's special breakfast features sausage, egg, and tomato bread. What a delicious breakfast."
He stepped out to breathe in the fresh air. What a perfect morning. Flowers blooming, birds chirping, and also, then he deflated, that pest Chen Hai.
"Xiao Chen, already here so early." Grimacing, he said, "Could you not be so loud? It's not like I wanted to see your face first thing in the morning anyway. What's with that face of yours?" He quirked an eyebrow and pointed a finger. "Isn't it because I won big last night? Of course I'm thrilled."
Chen Hai laughed. Didn't think he had that kind of gloriously proactive contribution spirit.
He laughed. "Nah, your Majesty worked really hard too." Xiao Chen was puzzled. His Majesty also checked it out. "If that's the case, I'd better not ask." Getting to the point, Li Yun asked, "What are you doing here? Any news from Xianxia?" "There's been quite a haul, but it needs some time to sort out. I've come specifically to report to His Majesty." Li Yun replied, arms crossed. His Majesty worked hard last night and is still resting. Xiao Chen spun around. "If His Majesty hasn't gotten out of bed yet, then I'll come back later. Don't forget to keep gathering intel from Bei Huang."
Li Yun frowned and gave a friendly middle finger. "Today is my day, so no one dare disturb me."
In the market, people were bustling about. Li Yun and Ruo Li went for a stroll, she said. "Let's go outside the city to take a look today," he replied.
"That's rare. You actually have somewhere you want to go. What's so captivating about that place for you?"
She smiled and replied, "Well, there is a bit," she alluringly said. "In that place, only I can hear your voice."
He looked at her lovingly and replied, "If that's the case, then we're the same." Outside the capital, the two climbed up the mountain. Li Yun said, "Why is the terrain here so rugged and uneven?" The girl explained. "It's normal for there to be many deep pits after Big Sister Yulan came here before. The grass here is way too dense."
He happily turned his back to her. "Climb on, I'll carry you." Li Yun carried Ruo Li snugly on his back, briskly continuing forward. He turned back and said, "So heavy." The girl blushed and turned away. "That's just you being weak." He chuckled. "I can feel the fat deposits here." The girl gave a friendly but dangerous smile. "I'll just chop you when we get back."
He lowered his gaze and sighed. Has it already been over a year? I still can't quite believe that life like this is real.
The girl stared.
What kind of life? He turned back and smiled brightly. Being an innkeeper. He was pinched on the cheek by his wife. Just kidding, of course. I can't believe I have such an excellent wife like you. You think so too, right?
The girl pouted. "Of course not." He immediately coaxed her. "Don't be angry, you saying that makes me feel hurt."
The girl clutched Li Yun's shoulder, blushing. "I'm not angry. You having a life like this is all because I meticulously planned each step to capture you in my hands." He gave a wry smile. It seems Ms. Zhu is quite skilled at grasping people's hearts, the girl replied. I'm not that skilled, I just understand you. Arriving at the destination, a magnificent scene unfolded before them. This is the place, right? The girl commented. It seems this place looks a lot better. Li Yun put his hands on his hips and laughed. It's all my credit. Ruo Li turned and smiled kindly. Someone as unlucky as you could say something like that. It seems your head's not quite right either, but it's fine. No matter what you're like, I'll still support you. Li Yun was puzzled. Is this an insult or a compliment? He turned his face towards the sun. The grass here grows a bit too fast, it's too messy. It's only been a month since the UB was established. Doesn't the capital have any planning? Even outside the city, it needs to be tidied up to look good. The girl lowered her gaze. If I had the time and resources, I would have built a few more roads already. Something shiny appeared in the bushes. Li Yun noticed it. That thing is. He turned back and told her, stay put, don't move. He slowly walked towards the glowing object. It grew so tall in just 1 month. Could it be a genetic mutation? He pulled out a pitch-black stone. Looking at it in his hand, he thought, it's something I kicked out of the city earlier. The imperial court should have sent someone to retrieve it by now. Why is it still here? Ruo Li saw him standing motionless and asked, did you find something? Then he turned back and grinned widely. I found something long and black. Then he leaned closer to his darling wife and explained, it's for the shadow sword and the jade seal. I gathered it for you, Your Majesty. Don't forget to reward your humble servant. Ruo Li frowned and cursed. Damn it. Li Yun pouted playfully. I only asked for some emotional compensation. No need to scold me like that. Ruo Li frowned, looking into the distance. No, behind us. Suddenly, the surroundings grew dark, and the grass emitted a faint glow. The two were slightly surprised. Li Yun looked at the sword fragment in his hand. Could this sword fragment be up to something? He quickly threw the sword fragment to the ground, swiftly wrapped his arm around Ruo Li's waist, picked her up, and dashed away. Even I couldn't do something like that. It's like their life force was completely drained. This phenomenon is too bizarre. First, I need to get Ruo Li out of here. Holding that sword fragment earlier wasn't good. Did I need to cut it off? Ruo Li turned back and called out to Li Yun, wait, look at the sword fragment. He turned to look, his gaze sharp. The sword was still standing there, and a second later, many flowers bloomed all around it. Ruo Li observed. It seems the grass here grew faster because it came into contact with the sword fragment. It should be fine, he sighed in relief. Phew, if something had happened, it would have been too late anyway. The two happily held hands. Ruo Li said, don't worry, even if you turn into a pile of dry bones, you won't escape me. He replied, hey, are you cursing me, Ruo? Li smiled happily. Of course not, this is a blessing. The two stood frozen again, watching the flowers bloom, and saw that Li Yun's expression wasn't good. Ruo Li asked, do you feel something's wrong? Li Yun turned to her with a bitter smile. Yeah, I kinda need to pee. Then he scratched his face. These plants probably got boosted from tiny sprouts to fully grown, and as soon as the sword fragment was removed, they withered. She looked at Li Yun with worried, shimmering eyes. Did you really think about cutting off your arm just now? Didn't think of that possibility. He narrowed his eyes and explained with a chuckle. I didn't think much of it. For a strong cultivator, even if you cut off an arm, it'd recover normally in just a week. She glared at him, but her eyes were full of love. Don't ever do something like that again. He grinned back. Yes, I'll obey my Empress wife, she blushed. This time, since you practically cut off your arm, it's mine now. As she spoke, she pointed at his arm. Li Yun looked confused. It can work like that. My right arm is my wife's now. She crossed her arms over her chest, feigning anger. Don't even talk about it. Your legs, waist, and heart are all mine already. Li Yun chuckled. At this rate, more than half of my body is yours already. So exhausting. She pouted and turned her face away. What's so exhausting about that? Then she turned back, looking at him lovingly. I'm all yours. They flirted, but it was the readers who were truly moved. Back at the Imperial Palace, the two were still being lovey-dovey, gently feeding each other, and the one getting annoyed was Xiao Chen. Li Yun saw Chen Hai. Li Yun immediately distanced himself. How could he not be dead yet? Xiao Chen angrily retorted, Don't worry, even if you don't die, I'll take care of you. Li Yun feigned fright and rushed to hug his darling wife tight. Why is Xiao Chen so aggressive today? Chen Hai grew even angrier. Ruo Li asked seriously. What exactly was that sword fragment? Did you find any clues? Xiao Chen frowned as he reported. That sword fragment should be harmless to the human body, Your Majesty can rest assured, the energy it emits truly originates from the northern wasteland core. It has no effect on humans or animals. At most, it only promotes the growth of weeds. Li Yun frowned. How is it related to the northern wasteland core? Chen Hai continued to report. The killer monk in the imperial prison was once captured by the former emperor, who made him guide them to harvest the northern wasteland core. After that, the former emperor fashioned it into a weapon, which is the Jade Seal. Those black swords relied on the northern wasteland core for a long time, so they became infected with a bit of its aura, Li Yun wondered aloud. No wonder the Jade Seal could fly into the sky. Turns out it relies on the northern wasteland core. But why didn't the old emperor learn from the Golden Family and use it to modify humans? Chen Hai frowned, recalling the matter. The northern wasteland people we captured earlier have all died in prison now. There were no wounds on their bodies whatsoever. It was as if they were completely drained. The MC continued to ask, "Can you confirm there were no external factors influencing them during this period?" Xiao Chen replied, "I can confirm that those people are all directly managed by my subordinates." Li Yun frowned, hand on his chin. I was wondering why there were so many top-tier experts, and if I'm not wrong, they're just burning their own life force to gain power. Ruo Li spoke up. If that's the case, wouldn't it just take holding out for half a month, and those causing chaos in Divine Continent will die on their own? Li Yun turned to her. That's entirely possible, but who knows if they're not continuing to create more of these people? He grinned, pointing at the sky. The other side definitely knows these guys won't live long, so they definitely have a plan in place. Get me a pen and paper. It's time to contact these friends again. Nighttime. In the bamboo forest. The two walked together in the bamboo forest. Fireworks already being set off, Li Yun smiled. How many times is this month, that fireworks have been set off sneakily? Aren't you planning on sending people to investigate? She replied. I don't care about such small matters. Besides, this is quite nice. Streaks of fireworks shot up, beautiful and mesmerizing. Ruo Li blushed as she looked at the man next to her, who, thinking she was troubled, turned to ask. Can't see clearly, she replied. Yeah, the position isn't very good. He put his hand on her shoulder. Is it all right if you lean on me like this? She smiled adorably. It's all right. Suddenly a voice rang out. Luo Shen. Just when people are getting lovey-dovey, these guys have to crash the party. How annoying. Quickly, Li Yun answered the phone. This is me. The other end grumbled. Why haven't you contacted me? Why isn't there a single piece of news from the capital? The sound of firecrackers crackled, and the other end asked in confusion, What's that sound? Did something happen? He lied. This time the operation failed. Dacian sent people to hunt me down. They used a series of starstone weapons to attack. The other end shouted, Starstone weapons! I confirmed that I heard Dacian using some kind of strange weapon, but with you leading, how could you fail so miserably? On this end, Li Yun said calmly, There was a bit of an accident. I didn't expect Dacian to have an expert far surpassing Li Yun. I was seriously injured by him, and am currently hiding in a secret place to heal. An expert far surpassing Li Yun. Who is it? This person acts extremely despicably, making both gods and men resent him, and stops at nothing to achieve his goals. He tricked him. He's the Six Doors, chief manager. Chen Hai, huh? Small fry. What, Chen Hai? Big shot. There's actually someone who can suppress you. On this end, the scarred face said. Chen Hai, huh? He chuckled. I've also heard of this guy. He's known for being despicable, low down, likes to use schemes and tricks, and stops at nothing, not upright and above board like me. On this end, the red-haired guy also laughed. That's right, he and that Li Yun are both shameless scoundrels, he smirked. Isn't that right, Luo Shen? On this end, Li Yun was furious but couldn't reveal his identity. Ha! Old geezer is right. I heard that Gao Feng, who was dealt with by you, not only has terrible morals but also likes to pick up food with his feet. He thought to himself, I'll settle the score with you later. On this end, there was a super scary guy. Lord, what's the situation? Didn't you say that we had reached the ultimate classification? How can there still be someone who can seriously injure Lu Quoshen? We abandoned the northern wasteland overlords. And you give us this in return, Ruo Lian thought to herself. They started an internal fight. After only a little setback, they aren't as united as I thought. A scary guy stood in a palace-like place, shouting, Enough! You chose to cooperate with me yourselves, and now you're in chaos after only encountering a little difficulty. It's not strange that Dacian has such an expert. We just need to pay attention to him. Moreover, Lin Yun caused chaos in Dacian for 5 years, and wasn't he dealt with by Luo Shen? What are you afraid of? There are 7 of us in the 7 stars, and he's only one person. We have superior numbers, military force and area suppression, plus core strength. How can we possibly lose with so many advantages? Moreover, the other side doesn't know our plan at all, they can only passively endure. Li Yun on this end smiled, I think the same way. The other side then said, you are absolutely safe in the northern wasteland, you just need to speed up the conversion. Next we will discuss the next layout, he replied. This needs to be recorded. Evening. At a couple's home, they sat on the bed discussing. He spoke up, so, we now know all of their plans, we're the ones with the upper hand now. Ruo Li closed her eyes to relax. Not bad, you've worked hard, Li Yun grinned. Not at all, it's what I should be doing. Ruo Li frowned. HMPH. Just a few compliments, and you're already getting cocky, he replied. That's because I have the capital to be cocky. Isn't my hubby the most awesome? Ruo Li sulked. So awesome that I regret it. Ling Yun chuckled awkwardly. Huh, how did you come to regret it? She moved closer to Ling Yun. Anyway, you can only love someone once, don't you think it's a bit excessive? I still want to love you several more times, he laughed. This is indeed excessive. At the Desert Kingdom, in front of the palace gate, a guy stood with his arms crossed. The wind's really strong today. This is Tianxing, Tianjixing, Amu Cha. Suddenly, a gust of sand blew over, making him unsteady. A scary-faced guy laughed. Hu Shi, Hu Shi. This is Qi Jing, Tianquan, Ling Baba Erdong. Amu Cha angrily said, You're such a brute. Is the Lord still in seclusion? Aren't you going to Beijuan to convert martial artists? How could you be back so soon, Baba Erdong? He looked down at me with contempt. Found a treasure. He pointed at the person with him. Quickly, get Hu Ji over here. With this person's help, seizing Daishian will be a piece of cake. Amu Cha narrowed his eyes. You want to see the Lord with a stranger. Who is he? The follower pulled down his hat. Excuse me, let me introduce myself. Opened it up. Oh, it's that blind dude from before. Just call me Shu-san. Back at home, Li Yun woke up, stretching and breathing. Damn it. Got so much intel last night that she went back to the palace early this morning to handle business. What should I do? Li Shu walked over. Landlord Mr. Li Yun. Asked her what's wrong. Unemployed again, Li Shui frowned. Of course not. But I'm on temporary leave for a few days. Li Yun looked disbelieving. Huh. Lingling Mountain has days off, Li Shu explained. I didn't want to, but I beat up a customer. The boss couldn't stand it and let me rest for a few days. But didn't say I was fired. But I want to work. Suddenly he thought of someone. Is it about that? With her backing you? Who would dare fire you? Li Shui stomped her foot. Of course it's not about that, she recounted. I decided to go out and play for a few days. I was passing by a stall selling local specialties. But they wouldn't sell to me. And called me some kind of Jishi too. Li Yun chuckled. What kind of faction did you mix into that they mistook you for a Jishi too? Did he say anything else? She pointed. Oh, he said something about hunting down the northern wasteland overlord. I wonder if that's tasty. Li Yun chuckled awkwardly, sat down and said, Tell me carefully. Ling Shu sat down, holding up 3 fingers. There were 3 other people too. They only talked to the stall owner and ignored me. He continued to ask, So where are the 3 people? And the stall owner, Li Zhu, frowned. They wouldn't let me eat good food. In my anger, He stared at her wide-eyed. Dealt with enhanced martial artists, very strong. Able to fight Chen Hai. Li Shui is so strong now. Li Shui clenched her fist, her face very aggrieved. They were all arrested when we went to the yamen. The stall owner was selling without a permit. And those guys didn't have any ID. Who told them not to sell me food? Li Yun sympathized. So awesome, you can definitely enter the Hall of Heroes after you die. We spent so much effort hiding in Daqian for years, and ended up getting arrested. Those guys, after taking down a bunch of soldiers, spoke up. That bald head pissed me off, she's gonna pay. Daji, the bald head, spoke up. The capital is too deep, especially Chen Hai. We should still be careful, the schemer said. Our only loose end right now is that little girl. Luckily, she doesn't know any big shots. Dajian's top brass will still need some time to get their intel. Meanwhile, that's enough time for us to gather intel on the Lord of Bai. The sinister bald guy. Leave that chick to me. She dared to humiliate me like that. I'm definitely gonna kill her. Li Yun and Li Shu are strolling around. We'll split up. The most important thing is to make a safe retreat. Li Yun wondered. Why do you always beat up customers? He mused to himself. I should check out the yamen first, though they've probably all fled by now. Li Shu touched her chest. I can't help it, but those pervs always stare at my chest. Is this thing that beautiful? But then she frowned and added, However, after I beat them up, they actually got super excited. What the heck? He narrowed his eyes. So it turns out the boss didn't make you rest because he was scared of some dark forces behind you, but because you were hounded by a bunch of sickos demanding special services. The bald guy stepped out from nowhere. What a coincidence. To think I'd actually run into you. He stuck out his long, creepy tongue. Looks like my bad luck has run its course. Now it's time to knock on luck's door, he thought. This place is quite a distance from the Imperial Palace. Chen Hai must still be in the Imperial Palace. Ling Yun is dead. Who can stop me now? Ling Yun smiled. Looking at him, I feel pretty lucky too.
Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Li Shu glared at him. He's one of the perverts, I reported. His veins bulged on his face. A second later, he swelled up several times his size. He raised a fist. Today, you two are definitely gonna die, he thought to himself.
Just 2 seconds. Quick battle, quick victory. But Li Yun was faster, directly slamming his head into the ground with his hand. He lay there motionless, unable to say a word. Shock. So painful, how can this be? I just came to kill some unknown little girl? How could there be a top-tier expert by her side?
Could it be? He widened his eyes. I fell for a trap. This little girl was sent by the imperial court to lure me in.
I didn't expect her to have such cunning. He stood up and said, to possess such power you must be Chen Hai.
Truly too strong. The two of them looked pleased. Li Yun said, you got it, I'm Chen Hai. Loud and proud.
Li Shu put her hands on her hips. And I am Ouyang Qian, the chief disciple of the Jade Maiden Palace. He burst out laughing, transforming into a bizarre form, and laughing heartily. Chen Hai, Ouyang Qian, I'll remember you two. Then he transformed into a cloud and flew away. He even remembered to remind me, I will absolutely not let you off the hook.
Li Yun
took a huge gulp of air, then covered his mouth. A second later, he unleashed that breath, spraying it directly at him. He didn't have time to react, screaming loudly, Asard! Then vanished into thin air. Li Yun narrowed his eyes, looking up into the air. Didn't think he'd still manage to escape. Void art, truly wondrous. But even if he didn't die, he's half crippled now. He turned to her with a smile. Hop on my back, we're about to hit the road.
Lin Shu looked totally bewildered. A few seconds later, Lin Yun zoomed along the road, carrying Lin Shu on his back. The capital isn't safe for now, so let her hide in the Imperial Palace for a while. At the Imperial Palace, as Chen Hai stood there, Li Yun suddenly dropped down from above.
Chen Hai looked displeased. You finally revealed your true nature of luring innocent girls. Guards, seize him.
Li Yun lifted the dizzy Li Shu up.
Little Chen, cut it out. Arrange a place for her to stay. I just got attacked. I almost kicked the bucket. Little Chen chimed in. Tell me in detail, especially the part where that other guy almost got beaten to death.
Li Yun lowered his gaze. Why is this guy saying that too? Did someone influence him? He chuckled. There were 4 people lurking in the capital. They've probably all fled by now, but for safety you should still search the entire city. Back in the capital, Li Yun entered the bedroom. Ruo Li asked, did you run into something on your way back? He approached and sat down on the bed. It's nothing, just ran into an expert like Chen Hai.
Afterwards, I took half his life with one punch. It just took a bit of effort to chase him down. The girl scrunched up her face. That person went too far. So does my wife think directly killing someone isn't too much?
He chuckled. It's just a normal attitude between martial artists.
You don't need to mind it, she pouted. Don't need to mind it, huh?
She chuckled sweetly. I love you so much, how could I not care? Deep in the forest, those guys regrouped, and the spiky-haired guy assessed the situation. Damn it, Third Bro's injuries are too severe. Let's retreat first. Did you guys find any clues about the Lord of Northern Wastes?
One guy standing there twisted and splattered into a bloody mess? That move, it feels familiar. Turns out the Lord of Northern Wastes is right here. She crossed her arms. Heard you guys were looking for him. Early the next morning, in the capital, Li Yun said, let's do our exercises here. He stood with a line of soldiers on the steps. 1, 2, 1, 2. Chen Hai walked over again, his face ashen.
Seeing this, Li Yun asked, Lil Chen, what's up? Chen Hai frowned in annoyance. That little rascal Li Yuzhui, she snuck into the imperial kitchen and pigged out all last night.
I chased her all night. You better take her away. Li Yun was at a loss. Lil Chen, if you keep this up, you'll work yourself to death. The official frowned. HMPH. I've long been prepared to die for Da Qian, but before I die, I'll drag you down with me. Yun Yun continued. Anyway, about the Jade Seal being the core of Northern Wastes, how do you plan to handle it? Chen Hai replied. Why ask me? Wouldn't it be better to just ask His Majesty directly? Li Yun crossed his arms. Because if I ask, she'll worry. Like thinking I'll do something risky. Lil, Chen scoffed. His Majesty isn't like that. You've been around her for over a year and you still can't tell that much. Alright, let's just say that. So how exactly are we handling this in the end? Hai Hai said seriously. To prevent the Jade Seal from being controlled by others, His Majesty has once again taken charge of the Jade Seal up there.
Even with only 2 young men, it would be enough. Let alone the Jade Seal is at an altitude of 59,000 zang. No human could possibly reach that high.
The northern wastes are destined to fail. So how do you supply the black swords? HMPH, court secrets, can't be leaked.
Li Yun stroked his chin.
Don't tell me you're using fire essence as fuel, then launching it up like a rocket. Lil Chen broke into a sweat. Of course not. In short, His Majesty's intention is to keep the Jade Seal hanging up there. That way, we'll have a terrifying weapon, and it'll be difficult for the enemy to achieve their goal. How would he know we'd use fire essences? And what in the world is a rocket? Li Yun grinned. This is definitely the right choice.
The enemy isn't some powerful expert. They can't just fly up that high on their own, Lil Chen broke out in a cold sweat. What in the world is this guy even talking about? At the palace, Li Yun entered the room to find Ruo Li.
Seeing that she had woken up, he asked, "Awake already? Let me help you comb your hair."
Ruo Li glanced over and softly said,
"Of course I'm awake. I don't have a habit of sleepwalking." As he combed her hair, he said, "Actually, no matter how you sleep at night, you always end up turning to hug me, and then you mumble things like, 'I really like you, I've always liked you,' and so on."
Ruo Li huffed proudly.
"There's a limit to your lies. Am I really like that?" He chuckled. "You got a point there, huh?"
She blushed and denied it. "Even if I did, it was just an act. Anyway, it was sleepwalking, so it has nothing to do with me."
Around noon, the two walked around the palace grounds. Ruo Li informed him. "Just now, news came that 4 corpses were found outside the city. They must be those guys." Li Yun wondered. 4 corpses? Did you send someone to deal with them? She slowly said. Their target was the Lord of Northern Wastes. The one who acted must have been her. If she didn't even have that much strength, then there'd be no point in cooperating with her.
Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the bushes. Turns out, 2 messenger cats jumped out, looking like someone sent a letter. She asked, "Is it a reply to the message you sent out earlier?" "Probably." Li Yun took out the letter, wondering if this guy Gao Feng had any important intelligence.
He hasn't heard from me in ages. He must be so touched. But when he opened it, there were huge characters saying, "Not me."
And there was even a drawing of poop next to it.
Li Yun didn't know what kind of expression to make now. Ruo Li sighed in exasperation. "How can there only be 4 characters?" he slowly explained. "This guy really holds a grudge."
"Let me explain. Back when I first met him that year, Gao Feng commanded a branch of the army stationed in Fancheng. After hearing of my reputation, he sent a challenge to the rebel army. If I won, Fancheng would be mine. And he wouldn't object at all. But when Gao Feng went to the decisive battle, the rebel army directly seized Fancheng. But I also wrote a letter to him as a formality, in which I wrote, 'It's not that I have spies mixed in. Agree on my behalf, and I will immediately hand him over to the brothers for disposal.'
And there's my drawing. From then on, Gao Feng and I formed a feud, vowing to kill me." You're still laughing while telling the story. "He wants my life even more than she does," Ruo Li frowned. "How can you say that? Your life is mine to begin with," he coaxed. "He wants my life, and she wants Li Yun's life. It's completely different."
WTF, he continued to explain.
Gao Feng is both an enemy and a friend, so it's normal to respond with sarcasm. And the rebel gang will definitely send their warm regards. He opened another letter. There was a drawing of Li Yun's head being smashed by someone.
Li Yun's face darkened after reading it.
"This is Feng Tu's drawing. It seems like she's very angry that I tricked her this time."
Ruo Li mocked. "It seems like your relationship with the rebels isn't that great." He tore up the letter. "She misunderstood. They mean to trample the enemy under their feet."
This time they seem to be putting in a lot of effort. She pulled out another piece of paper left in the bamboo tube. She wondered, "I wonder what's written in the letter." After reading it, he wrote, "They have found the enemy's lair, a city in the center of Beihuang, called Hu." He frowned and said, "So, Gao Feng was previously in Beihuang. Maybe he's already gone there." In the desert city, Gao Feng was hiding behind a wall, observing his surroundings. He thought to himself, "I'm not seeing things, am I? How can the people of Beihuang have these things? I need to remind that bastard." A girl appeared and spoke. Startling him, she asked, "Are you Lao Chuzu's family member?" The girl was floating in the air. Gao Feng turned around and frowned, asking, "Who are you?" The girl smiled and replied, Hey, I sense the aura of the holy artifact on you. It seems like Lao Yezi has been dealt with. This girl is none other than Tianquan Xingxi."
As night fell, Gao Feng was imprisoned in the Beihuang's dungeon.
Ji looked at him without saying a word, so stubborn. She approached. "Gao Feng, You've been tortured all over, and they say you're number 2 in the world, but you lost to me, and I'm not as good as the Lord, so you're just number 3 at best." Her eyes widened. "Number 3, huh? Then I'll take you to be a test subject." Gao Feng frowned unhappily. As expected, nothing good comes from being associated with that bastard Li Yun. 2 of the 7 stars came to report. "Lord, you said that I thought at least I could retreat completely, but I didn't expect to be killed." One of them frowned. "Lord, what should we do next?" the handsome lord replied. "Now it seems that Lu Goshen killing Li Yun is also a question mark. Our conversation was probably eavesdropped on by him." "This is Tianshu Xinghu Shi." The other one doubted. "Does he have that ability?" "This is our Bei Huang's unique method," Hu Shi continued. "True Qi is also a Shen Zhao method. Now we have learned it, it is not surprising that the other party learns from us," he said deeply. "True Qi is also a Shen Zhu method. Now we have learned it, it is not surprising that the other party learns from us." Green Hair wondered. Lord said so. So he must have been prepared. "Of course I have. Before I sent you to find out information about the Dog Emperor and Li Yun, did you have any gains?" he reported. "It is rumored that the relationship between the Emperor and Li Yun is very good." The Lord raised his hand and made a cool gesture. He said, "Really? Even rural couples will have conflicts, let alone an emperor and a rebel. If he likes to eavesdrop, then we will use this point to create distance between them." The dark-eyed man frowned in confusion. "Hu Ji, isn't it possible that they are really like 2 ordinary people in love?" The other one retorted. "What nonsense are you talking about? This is not a fairy tale," Hu Shi said with a calculating face. "No, there is also this possibility, but if that's the case, it suits me even better. By the way, let's proceed with the final plan. Let the people gather in the square. I want to say a word. Those 2 big fools, I hope you can still be like the rumor in the morning and the horn." Luo Xian heard this. Liu Yun slowly opened his eyes. "Luo Xian? Boo, surprise. You 2 woke up in a rather unexpected position, face planting right into her. Soul." The guy on the other end is still yelling, "Get your ass back to Bei Huang ASAP, I've got fresh intel." You 2 groggily sit up. Zhu Feng speaks into the horn. "I'm on my way back. What's the scoop?" "Looks like the other side has a new scheme brewing," the voice continued. "Intel from Di Qian says that before former rebel leader Li Yun fell, he secretly prepared manpower, ready to overthrow Da Qian at any moment and stomp the emperor under his feet." Xu Feng is confused. "Seriously, I heard they were on pretty good terms. What's with the stomp under his feet stuff?" "I'm usually the one on top, damn it." Over here, Ruo Li subtly frowns. "Oh, and one more tidbit. Before hooking up with the emperor, Li Yun was always with some chick, childhood sweethearts and all. Apparently she was super devoted to him, wanted to be with him every freaking second, like Li Yun was her whole life, so touching." Hearing this, Ruo Li turns purple with rage. Zhu Feng forces a smile and coaxes, "Babe." Ruo Li is pissed and frowned uncomfortably. "Don't talk nonsense. This guy is full of BS. Even if I've never met him, I can tell he's a total scumbag." "How could I, the Daiqian emperor, be that kind of woman?" Zhu Feng pats her head, comforting her. "Exactly. How could she be that kind of person?" He thinks to himself, "Just a little bit stronger than that, that's all." He speaks into the horn. "Yo, this is Xu Feng. My old lady says she never did any of that stuff." The other side probably guessed as much, so there's no point in hiding it anymore. On the other end, Hu Ji laughs heartily. "You're Xu Feng. Didn't think you'd take care of Luo Shen. Seems like you're pretty capable." Xu Feng replies, "I don't know about capable, but I'm pretty sure I can blow you to smithereens." Hu Ji retorts, "That confident, huh? You're at most on the same level as me." Xu Feng smirks. "Sorry, but I've got that main character aura going on over here, grants bonus physical and magical resistance, plus skill points." Ruo Li doesn't understand a word of that. Hu Ji frowns. "That's a dangerous glint in your eyes? Is that the power you've been hiding?" Xu Feng chuckles. "That's not all. I've also got divine power. All I gotta do is yell, and I can freeze time for 5 seconds. Plenty of time to take care of you." Hu Ji replies calmly, "You're really something. Bei Huang poses absolutely no threat to you." "I don't buy it. Seriously. Anyone can brag," Xu Feng replies. "Are humans afraid of bugs?" Hu Ji fumes. "You're so arrogant," he lazily said. "How come you sound more like a villain than I do?" Xu Feng adds, "We've got professional services here. From cleaning up bodies to digging graves, we do it all." "How impressive." Talking big, non-stop, Xu Feng smiles. "Nah, I'm just really good at roasting people. Seems like you've never faced this kind of smack talk before." A pre-battle verbal smackdown is totally normal. As if he gets it, he replies, "I see, that is indeed my deficiency." Xu Feng mocks. "No way, you actually took me seriously." On the other end, crash. In a fit of rage, Hun Ji throws the horn away. Xu Feng continues, "Yo, still there. Can't even handle that.
If I tossed you onto the internet on Earth, you'd get roasted to death? Ruo Li asks. All done, Xu Feng smiles, answering, I guess so, he should be easy to deal with. She adds, looks like the other side has no intention of backing down. We can only counterattack. Xu Feng laughs. Knowing her personality, even if they did back down, she wouldn't let it go. The lady blushes and counters shamefully. I'm not like that. In Beihuang, Hu Ji tells the other two, they've definitely taken the bait. They'll be attacking us soon. He asks, Ji, how's Gao Feng doing? She opens her eyes wide, replying, as expected of Daqian's top martial artist, the core infusion made his true Kia stronger than anyone before. With the desolate art seal, he's completely under our control now, Hu Ji continues. He has the Beihuang Lord helping him. What if he dispels the desolate art? Shi replies, my forbidden art isn't traditional Beihuang desolate art. It's evolved from Nanman. Witchcraft. Dai Qian has always been at odds with Nanman. How could no one in the capital be skilled in witchcraft? Eyes glinting, he reported. Hu Ji, the populace has gathered. Now it's your turn to take the stage. Hu Ji pressed. Are the items San brought properly set up? He smirked contentedly, replying, don't worry. All our elites are fully equipped. Hu Ji stood up, satisfied. Excellent. The plan to destroy Daqian officially begins. Meanwhile, those four others were hiding behind a giant cactus. Toge asked, how's it going? Naren 2OA looked at the paper and replied, prepare to launch a full-scale assault directly at Colossal Hue. Toge added, finally, it's time to make our move, he thought to himself. The best part is, I can finally get away from that crazy instructor. Boss Joyful finally gets to meet Li Yun this time. I'm gonna blow his head off. Saying that, he grabbed the messenger cat by the neck. 2OA frowned. He said he'd go into battle himself. We'll rendezvous at Hu Yi in 3 days. Every move we make will wipe out the enemy, she thought to herself. As long as everything goes smoothly, this battle should be manageable. But still, something feels a little off. In a village nestled in the valley, the villagers had all been tied up, the cries of children and adults echoing, Mommy, help! Someone furiously cursed back at the group. You won't die a peaceful death, the masked guy ordered. Take the women out. Kill everyone else. Then we'll take their place. The entire village will become a stronghold for the Golden Clan. He frowned, but every word he uttered was vile. Keep the women to enjoy slowly. The next few days won't be lonely at all. Make a move. Kill them all. Li Yun appeared from nowhere, happily saying, haha, you guys better think again. Seeing him, the guy was startled. What about outside the village? How did someone from outside get in? But you just... Li Yun then pointed up. You mean those guys? And everyone outside has already been buried, only their heads showing. They've all been nicely laid to rest. The whole mob rushed forward, yelling wildly, Get him! 3 pebbles flew out. Li Yun took down 3 guys with just 3 pebbles. All headshots, direct hits to the head. Ta-da! Ching! The dying guy added, gasping, Damn, your methods are really good. This place is so remote, yet you still found us. We're completely beaten, fair and square. He proudly tossed the handful of pebbles in his hand. What are you talking about? Who even knows your plans? He was startled. Sir, you didn't come here intentionally, Li Yun replied with a laugh. Just passing by, that's all. Heard this place had some local specialties, so I popped in to grab some for my old lady. Chen Hai stood alone on the road. Li Yun, carrying a super huge sack, appeared from nowhere. Seeing Chen Hai, he grinned. Xiao Chen, thanks for waiting for me on purpose, Xiao Chen grumbled. You've stopped more than 10 times along the way. Do you even want to go to the northern wasteland anymore? Li Yun burst out laughing. Isn't it all for your majesty? You should try some dried grapes too, they're super famous here. Chen Chen frowned, pouting. Even if it's for his majesty, you've already stuffed the train full. It's his majesty who stuffed me with too much stuff. The national treasury is practically empty. Then Xiao Chen held out a piece of paper. We don't have time to delay any longer. According to the scouts' report, Luoyan City on the northern wasteland border has been occupied by the Golden Clan. And there's also someone very familiar to you. Who is it? The person in the photo is none other than soul-hooking Iron Claw Lu Hun. As the train chugged along the tracks, Chen Hai added, Lu Hun was once the rebel army's vice leader, formerly a high-ranking cadre. It's said he single-handedly captured a city. His strength is the closest to yours. Li Yun chuckled. Lu Hun, huh? Haha. What are you laughing at? Does that guy still follow your orders now? He narrowed his eyes. What a pity. Men are the most complicated creatures in this world. It wouldn't be strange even if he decided to make a move against me. Xiao Chen started sweating. What's more, he still has quite a few former rebel army members. If he directly turns on us, we'll gain another powerful enemy. You're not wrong. Lu Hun is truly beyond what you can imagine. Even you say that. Is he really that dangerous? Li Yun's face turned serious. The current situation is extremely urgent.
You guys don't need to take action for now. Wait for me to go talk to him first.